Che wants to see you. The untold story of Che in Bolivia. Ciro Bustos. To Ana Maria. To Paula and Andrea. To the memory of Avelino. Many people survived that combat, and they are all invited to write their memoirs, and add their experiences to our knowledge of those events. We ask only that, when telling their story, they do not deviate from the truth, or say something incorrect just to clarify or magnify a personal position or pretend they had been in some particular place. When a man is born, he can choose one of three different paths. If he chooses the one on the right, the wolves devour him. If he chooses the one on the left, he will devour the wolves. If he continues straight on, he will devour himself. Anton Chekhov. Moreover, we do not know if the universe belongs to the real world or fantasy. Jorge Luis Borges. I want you to tell me what Tanya said when she met you in Cordoba. That you wanted to see me, I replied. No, no. I want you to tell me exactly what she said. In her own words. Ah, well. She said, Che wants to see you. Contents. Introduction by John Lee Anderson. Preface. Part 1, Cuba. 1. Mendoza, where it all started. 2. News of Castro's revolution reaches Argentina, 1958. 3. My journey to the island, April 1961. 4. Starting work in Cuba. 5. Campanero, Che is expecting you. Part 2, Argentina. 6. A project for utopia. 7. An army of 5 madmen. 8. Training and the missile crisis, October 1962. 9. Prague, Paris, and Algiers, November, December 1962. 10. Death takes center stage, Algiers, January, May 1963. 11. Onwards to Bolivia and Argentina, May, June 1963. 12. The base in the Argentine jungle, June 1963. 13. Making contacts in the cities, July, August 1963. 14. They all wanted to climb aboard, September 1963. 15. Bringing more recruits to the jungle camp, November 1963. 16. Defections and an execution, February 1964. 17. Sudden and total disaster, March 1964. Part 3, China. 18. A post-mortem with Che in Havana, May, July 1964. 19. Beginning all over again, August 1964. 20. Encounter in Uruguay with Raúl Sendic, September 1964. 21. A decision to suspend guerrilla activity in Argentina, 1965. 22. Summoned back to Havana, May 1966. 23. The Terraces of the Rising Sun, June, July 1966. Part 4, Bolivia. 24. Che wants to see you, January 1967. 25. The camp with an absent commandante, March 1967. 26. The Prophet in tatters. 27. A war is won by fighting. 28. Back at the camp on the Nankawazu. 29. Che reiterates his strategic objective, Argentina. 30. The first battle, March 23, 1967. 31. Bombardment, Che calls a meeting, and a night march. 32. Way out where there was no way out. 33. Leave-taking and farewells. 34. Under arrest in Huipampa, April 20, 1967. 35. The CIA takes charge. 36. On trial in Camaray, October 1967. 37. The death of Che Guevara, October 9, 1967. Part 5, Prison in Camaray. 38. A 30-year sentence. 39. Lunchtime in the cage. 40. Night flight to Iquique, December 1970. Part 6, Exile. 41. Chile in the time of Allende, 1970 to 1973. 42. Argentina, 1973 to 1976. 43 Sweden, 1976 to the present. Epilogue. Acknowledgements. Copyright. Introduction. By John Lee Anderson. It has been nearly 5 decades since the epic life and death story of the Argentine-born revolutionary Beto Che Guevara entered into the modern literary canon. The posthumously published diary of the literate, handsome young man who sought to bring socialism to the world through armed revolution and died doing so in Bolivia in 1967 rapidly became an international cult classic, a tragic new Bible for a rebellious generation. The unavoidable parallels between the end of Che's life and the mythologized Passion of Christ made his story all the more potent, helping to ensure his legacy as the ultimate symbol of 60s idealism. Today, Che Guevara's face is one of the most widely reproduced images in the world, universally recognized as an icon of youthful defiance against orthodoxy. In his adoptive homeland of Cuba, where the Castro Revolution has endured for over 50 years, Che has become the emblematic patron saint of its officially cherished socialist principles. To millions of youngsters everywhere, meanwhile, Che lives, as the old slogan goes, if only on their t-shirts, while others seek even now to emulate his example on new battlefields. Not surprisingly, for the few surviving men and women who fought under Che's orders, life has never been the same. Of the 51 guerrillas of various nationalities who joined Che in Bolivia, most were either killed in action or, like himself, executed after being captured. Only 3 out of the original 18 Cubans made their way home again. The 2 Peruvians died. Out of 27 Bolivian fighters, only 7 survived. Most of them were captured and imprisoned, several switched sides and worked to apprehend their former comrades. Every war has its contingent of traitors. There were 3 Argentine guerrillas including Che, but only 1 survived. He was Ciro Roberto Bustos, a young artist turned revolutionary, and the author of this memoir. Bustos was already a key operative in Che's fledgling guerrilla network in Argentina, when, in early 1967, Che summoned him to Nancahuazú, his new, secret guerrilla base camp in southeastern Bolivia. Che himself had only been there a few months. Nancahuazú was supposed to be the training ground and staging post for a future Latin American guerrilla army that would spearhead a continental revolution against US-backed imperialism in the hemisphere. Once a Bolivian foco was established, the cadres from Peru, Argentina, and neighboring countries would irradiate outwards, taking their revolutions to their homelands. Che's idea was to spark off 2-3 many Vietnams simultaneously, overwhelming the Americans' capability to suppress them. In trying to do so, their imperial system would be weakened and destroyed once and for all. Che intended to lead the future Argentine foco himself. Unfortunately for Che, the existence of Nancahuazú was discovered by the Bolivian army prematurely, while it was still in the embryonic stage, and while he was away, on a grueling, 6-week training march through the wilderness with his small group of volunteers. This setback coincided with Bustos's arrival in Nancahuazú. He was accompanied by a young Frenchman, Regis Debray, a Marxist theoretician who had just published Revolution in the Revolution, a theoretical treatise on the very guerrilla strategy that Che was putting into practice in Bolivia. Debray had come to meet Che and to receive his instructions on creating an international solidarity campaign on behalf of the Bolivian revolutionary cause. Bustos was there to confer with Che on how best to proceed with the Argentine armed underground. A previous attempt at starting a guerrilla foco, in which Bustos had participated, had failed catastrophically 3 years earlier. Bustos had been a lucky survivor. Now, the authorities' discovery of the guerrilla presence at Nancahuazú had triggered an early initiation of hostilities. As Bolivia's army sent in troops, and also warplanes, to attack them, Che and his men were forced to go on the run. It was an abrupt end to Che's hopes for a stealthy, well-organized beginning to his ambitious new revolutionary project. When the enormity of the fiasco dawned on him, Che remarked with characteristic fatalism, "So, the war has begun." As Che broke up his fighters into 2 smaller groups in order to escape the army dragnet, Bustos and Debray hiked out of the battle zone in the hopes of slipping away undetected and carrying on with their respective missions. They were immediately arrested by soldiers in Huipampa, the first community they came to. It was April 1967. For Bustos and Debray, days of terror followed as they were interrogated by their army captors in Camarai, the garrison town where they were taken after their arrest. An early sighting of them in captivity by a local reporter who took their photograph and published it may well have helped save their lives. Debray's high-level political affiliations in France soon brought international visibility to their case, and with it a certain guarantee of protection. A pair of CIA agents, Cuban, American exiles who had been brought in to assist the Bolivian army's anti-guerrilla operation, showed up, and began to question them more deeply. In the beginning, Bustos used a false name. He was Frutos, a traveling salesman, but soon, his true identity was revealed. He was forced to admit his links with Che's guerrilla band in Bolivia, but managed to keep secret his role as Che's operative in the Argentine underground. Under pressure from the CIA agents, Bustos drew pictures of the guerrillas he had spent time with and of the Nankawaza camp. He did so knowing that the identities of many of the guerrillas were already known thanks to photographs discovered at the base camp. According to one of the CIA agents, who spoke about it years later, Debray sang like a canary. It is a fact of life that most people who fall into the hands of their enemies in wartime break under the pressure, and talk. They may try to mitigate or otherwise color their information, as Bustos did, but they provide it because they have no choice and are usually threatened with death, sometimes having been tortured first. Bustos and Debray were right to feel afraid of their captors. Most of the guerrillas who subsequently fell into the Bolivian army's hands were shot dead. In the coming months, as their guerrilla comrades were hunted down, Bustos and Debray were brought to trial. For Che himself, the end came on October 9, 1967. He had been wounded and captured in battle, held overnight in a dirt-floored schoolhouse in a tiny mountain hamlet, questioned repeatedly by various officers. He was then executed, shot to death by a Bolivian army sergeant on the orders of Felix Rodriguez, one of the same CIA men who had interrogated Bustos and Debray. A few weeks later, Bustos and Debray were sentenced to 30 years in prison. 3 tedious years of detention in Camarai dragged by, with no end in sight. Then something unexpected, but very fortunate, happened. In December 1970, after a failed military coup, a left-leaning general, Juan José Torres came to power. As Bolivia's president, Torres moved quickly. Bustos and Debray were amnestied, put on a plane and flown to neighboring Chile. There, the socialist politician Salvador Allende had become president just 3 months earlier, gave them a warm welcome. After a time in Allende's Chile, Debray returned to Paris, where he resumed his professional life as a professor, thinker, and writer. He served as a special advisor on foreign affairs to the socialist Mitterrand government in the 1980s, and eventually broke with his old mentor Fidel Castro, excoriating the Cuban leader publicly for his traits of stubbornness and arrogance. He accused Che of possessing similar character defects. Reunited with his wife, Ana Maria, and their 2 young daughters, Paula and Andrea, Bustos remained in Chile, where he was given work in a publishing house. Shortly before Pinochet's violent coup against Allende on September 11, 1973, he decided to return to Argentina, and thus narrowly escaped being caught up in the murderous military crackdown that followed. But in Argentina the dirty war against the left had already begun as well, and Bustos soon found himself at risk. Some of his friends were killed, others disappeared. In January 1976, Bustos requested political asylum in Sweden for himself, Ana Maria, Paula and Andrea. It was immediately granted. Once in Sweden, the family was relocated to Malmö, the southwestern port town, and there they stayed. When I met Bustos in Malmö in 1995, I found a man who was in a deeper, lonelier exile than I could ever have imagined. He seemed to be still living in a state of limbo, as if he had left Argentina, but never really arrived in Sweden. After nearly 2 decades there, he still did not speak Swedish. He was alone, divorced from Anna Maria, although he saw her and their daughters regularly. He had a few friends, exiles from Latin America like himself, with whom he met up in bars or restaurants. Bustos's most constant companion, however, was Gemma. She was a young, playful German shepherd, with whom he went everywhere, and who shared his spacious second-floor flat on a residential street. The nature of Bustos's exile also showed up in his relationship to his art, for he was a painter who, to all intents and purposes, no longer painted and never exhibited. He explained that it was because of the Swedish fashion for postmodern conceptual art, which he took me to see in a series of galleries around Malmö. I recall a toilet decoratively enameled with the Swedish royal crest, a photographed dog turd set into a ceramic tile and placed at the center of the floor of a large room, and so forth. Bustos's art was painterly and figurative. His canvases hung around his flat and were, to my eye, both beautiful and sad. All of them were large oil paintings of nudes, men and women embracing, reclining, rendered in gorgeous ochre hues, like the hulks of rusting ships. None of them had faces. This disquieting omission struck me as a testament to Bustos's cauterized existence, symbolic of an extreme and long-lasting pain. Bustos had not spoken about his revolutionary past to anyone for many years. We began talking, and we didn't stop. I stayed for a week. What I learned from him during those days dramatically enhanced my knowledge of Che Guevara, of the Cuban Revolution, and of the heyday of revolutionary ferment in Latin America. At the time, I had been researching Che Guevara's life for several years, and had learned that there was a consistent pattern of behavior amongst those people who had been close to the late revolutionary. Most remained clubbishly loyal to Che's spirit and legacy, as well as to the espoused socialist ideals of Cuba's revolution, and were generally self-effacing about their own past roles. There were several good reasons for this, other than revolutionary modesty. Many of them had suffered greatly for their allegiances. In the wave of anti-communist repression that had swept Latin America in the intervening years, most had lost close and dear friends, and sometimes relatives, too. Silence was the best way to survive, and then it had become habitual. In the early 90s, however, following the collapse of the Soviet Union, there was a shift in the atmosphere, and some guerrilla veterans began to open up about their past activities, often for the first time. In Cuba, where I had gone to live so as to better research Che Guevara's life, an officially sanctioned Che historiography prevailed for years. In the months and years following Che's death, a narrative of events had been set out and, over time, the script had become unbudging. In this narrative, Che had gone off to Bolivia by his own choice, and in the field, he had bravely fought and died. Che's ordeal had become the Cuban Revolution's ultimate passion play, an account of revolutionary sacrifice that helped validate Cuba's place in the firmament. There were no Cuban failings in this narrative, no deceits, nor betrayals other than those committed by others, a grab bag of mostly Bolivian characters who, it was implied, were unreliable and had dragged the whole enterprise down. Che's own published diary suggested there was more to the story, but few were able to question the official interpretation. There were holes in other parts of the chronology of Che's life, such as the mysterious 2.5-year gap between the time he vanished from Cuba and reappeared in Bolivia. About all of this, however, silence reigned. With the help of Che's widow, Aleta March, and a handful of other people who had known him well, I overcame some of the obstacles in Cuba, eventually gaining access to Che's personal archives, containing several of his unpublished diaries. This gave me a much greater insight into Che's thinking at crucial points in his life. As I traveled beyond Cuba to conduct interviews and research in Argentina, Bolivia, Mexico, Russia, and other countries, I realized that I could take very little of the received wisdom about Che's life for granted. Mythology, urban legend, and, in some cases, intentional obfuscation clouded the real narrative, and it took both detective work and luck to separate fact from fiction. One of the least satisfactory chapters in the official narrative of Che's life was the so-called Salta episode, a guerrilla expedition to northern Argentina that he had organized and entrusted to an Argentine protege, journalist Jorge Ricardo Massetti. In April 1964, after less than a year in the field, La Guerrilla de Salta had ended in disaster, with most of the fighters involved either killed or captured. In the debacle, Massetti, leader of the self-described EGP, or Ejército Guerrillero del Pueblo, had vanished, never to be seen again. Afterwards, it was rumored that Massetti, who had named himself Comandante Segundo, had actually been Che's advance man for the Argentine revolution he'd supposedly hoped to lead, but the Cubans denied this. They dismissed the Salta fiasco as a minor event, just one out of a long list of unsuccessful guerrilla focos that Che had organized. Neither was there any indication that the failure of Salta had anything to do with Che's final, fatal mission to Bolivia a few years later. But it did, of course, and Ciro Roberto Bustos, who had been written out of the history books as a marginal character, had played a crucial role in both. It was Che's widow, Aleta, who helped set things in motion. She arranged for me to interview Alberto Castellanos, a Cuban who had been one of Che's bodyguards and was a survivor of Salta. From the amiable Castellanos, I learned that Che had personally planned the Salta expedition and held high hopes for its success. He confirmed that Che had intended to come and lead the guerrillas himself once the FOCO was up and running. He had been captured and had spent 3 years in prison in Argentina, but had fortunately managed to keep his Cuban identity secret. Castellanos didn't go too deeply into the causes of the debacle, but urged me to talk to several of the Argentine survivors, and he contacted some of them on my behalf. I traveled to Argentina, where I met with Hector Jauve, who had been Massetti's deputy. Like Castellanos, Jauve had been captured. He had spent 10 long years in prison, however. For the first time ever, he spoke about what happened in Salta. As he did, a picture of horror began to emerge. It became clear that one of the main reasons the FOCO had failed was because Massetti had effectively gone crazy soon after he and his men had entered the jungle. He had become doctrinaire and bullying, and at the first signs of weakness amongst his untrained followers, mostly young volunteers from Argentina cities, Massetti saw crimes punishable by death. After impromptu trials in the jungle, he had 2 of them executed. While Massetti was busy terrorizing his followers, a local contingent of Carabineros, Argentina's rural paramilitary police force, was dispatched to the area where the guerrillas had installed themselves after reports of armed strangers had raised suspicions. As would occur a couple of years later in Bolivia, the guerrillas engaged the intruders in a firefight, prematurely alerting the authorities to their presence. Reinforcements were sent in to hunt down the guerrillas, and Massetti's FOCO was quickly routed. Jauve was the last man to see Massetti alive. He said that he suspected that Massetti had either starved to death where he had left him stranded or become lost, in the cloud forest, or else had committed suicide. Jauve spoke fondly of Bustos, whom he called El Pilao, Baldi, and described him as Che's point man in Salta, someone who could shed a great deal of light on its long-buried history. He suggested I talk first to Henry Lerner, another Salta survivor, who was living in Spain. In Madrid, I learned that Lerner had also been marked for execution by Massetti. Lerner had been spared at the last minute. It seemed less than coincidental, however, that Lerner, as well as the 2 other men Massetti had executed, Pupi and Nardo, were Jewish. Lerner was keenly aware of this fact but said he had always resisted the notion that Massetti's enmity might have been motivated by anti-Semitism. But as we dug up the past, old suspicions returned. Like many of Argentina's radicals of Lerner's time, Massetti had come out of the Peronist movement, which had bewilderingly managed to straddle the political spectrum from the ultra-right to the ultra-left. As a younger man, Massetti had belonged to the TACU era, a virulently anti-Semitic Catholic group modeled on Spain's Francoist Phalange. Although he had since become a man of the left, it seemed possible Massetti never reconciled his 2 extremes, and once in the jungle, the power he had acquired that brought out the worst in him. After my meeting with Henry Lerner, Bustos told me to come see him in Sweden. In Malmö, Bustos confirmed what Jauve, Castellanos, and Lerner had told me and added a great deal of important additional detail. He confirmed the connection between Salta and Che's subsequent expedition to Bolivia, and revealed that Che had been planning an armed revolution in Argentina as early as 1962. Bustos, who had arrived in Cuba as an enthusiastic revolutionary volunteer in 1961, had been quickly recruited for Che's Argentine project by Alberto Granados, Che's old Motorsa Diaries buddy. Granados had moved to Cuba after the revolution and had lived there ever since. Bustos disclosed that he and the other members of the Che's Argentina team had received their initial training in spycraft and the use of weapons in Cuba and then, following the missile crisis, had gone to Czechoslovakia and on to Algeria for more training. He acknowledged Massetti's harshness and confirmed the brutal executions Massetti had ordered, as well as his own part in one of them. In the case of Pupi, the first victim, the execution was botched, he explained, and he had been forced to fire the coup de grace, shooting a bullet into the mortally wounded man's head. Bustos had survived the Salta catastrophe otherwise unscathed and made his way back to Cuba. There, Che had asked him to return to Argentina as his liaison with the leftist underground there, and had eventually summoned him to Bolivia, where fate awaited them both. In the end, history is complicated. In the story of Che Guevara's bloody demise in Bolivia, there has long been a tendency by survivors, as well as historians and analysts, to seek out culprits for what happened. The Bolivian army and the CIA agents, who secretly executed Che and many of his comrades, didn't expound a great deal about what they had done after the fact. They didn't need to, because they had won a battlefield victory, but they also had their war crimes to keep quiet about. For the Cubans, meanwhile, Che's defeat was casually attributed to the faults of others, a pottage that included the betrayals of some of the captured Bolivian deserters, as well as Bustos, for the drawings he had made in captivity. Others blamed the Bolivian Communist Party leadership, which had withdrawn its support for Che once he was in Bolivia, leaving him exposed and vulnerable. The area chosen for Che's base camp at Nankawazu had been selected by the party leadership and clearly had been highly unsuitable. Many believed this was no accident. Any mistakes that had been made by members of Cuba's secret services, meanwhile, not to mention the decisive role played by Fidel Castro himself, who had chosen Bolivia as the theater for Che's foco, were swept aside. The story that Ciro Bustos tells here is a candid one in which we can see that the final chapter in Che's life was the result of a complicated alchemy that included all of the above, not to mention luck, or the lack of it, and, not least, Che's own decisions. In the end, we are reminded, the outcomes of the mightiest of human enterprises are dependent on human nature. Che Wants to See You is also the account of an extraordinary period in contemporary history in which thousands of young men and women around the world, inspired by Che Guevara and his Cuban comrades, believed they could change the world through armed revolution. They mostly failed, but left behind a remarkable legacy of shared idealism and sacrifice. This book is ultimately part of that legacy, the journal of a life lived to the limit in pursuit of an ideal, with all of its consequences. There are many memories here, some of which are bittersweet jewels. Here is Bustos recalling how horseflesh, which he was forced to eat in order to survive in Bolivia, reminded him of the smell of Pupi at the moment he shot him dead. And there is the time when he overheard Che recite aloud verses from the Spanish poet Leon Felipe as they marched together through the Bolivian bush. It was one of the worst of times, but for Bustos, it is a most cherished memory of Che Guevara and of their shared revolutionary life. Preface. This is a book about remembering, in two senses of the word. It is a memoir, not a biography, nor a book of history, political theory, or essays. It is the story of a stage in my life that goes off at tangents, into the future and into the past, when need be. The important thing is not my life, but what happened around it and what I witnessed. So writing in the first person singular is inevitable, because I am only recounting what I saw, heard, felt, listened to and read, as well as what I did, thought, and occasionally said. Nothing is presumed, added, or invented. It is not a fictional account, these are real events, some of them small, and others transcendental, and they have all come together one by one to form my identity. There was no other way to tell this story than by looking frankly and openly inside myself. It is personal and unique. I am present throughout the book not for self-glorification, but to testify through all my senses to what was happening around me. It is also a book written from memory. The avalanche of information I collected over the years overwhelmed my lack of writing experience, and I found that although I had such and such a detail to hand somewhere, I couldn't get at it without wasting days and weeks in a fruitless search. I eventually reached such a state of uncertainty, each doubt multiplied by hundreds of versions, that I chose to abandon all the material I had accumulated, cuttings, photocopies of articles and other kinds of documentation, and rely solely on my memory. A quote from Garcia Marquez, which I read opportunely, supported me in my decision: truth is only what memory remembers. For dates and names, I have used about 6 books on the subject. The rest of the information was there, more or less organized for reference purposes, but always wrong, like coins hidden under tumblers in a magician's trick. Memory, in any case, is like a coiled spring, waiting to be released. Sometimes fascinating things occur, comparable to the fishing technique of Laplanders who spend hours sitting beside a hole in the ice, with a fishing line rolled round their finger disappearing into the invisible waters, tugging on it gently from time to time, unperturbed, nothing happening, until, suddenly, a magnificent specimen emerges from the ice. I spent days and weeks with my mind blank, tugging the line a little and letting it go, until the whole spool unraveled unexpectedly. Sometimes it seemed as if someone was sitting inside my head dictating to me, or, rather, that they were manipulating my fingers. Images appeared that I had not thought of since those days: meals, places, vehicles, situations, even music and smells. Naturally, not all the millions of moments that form a life are there. I read somewhere that the psyche filters bad memories that could harm the spirit, just as the body heals wounds. It might seem as though some things are missing from the historical context, such as, for example, the nature of revolutions, and not just the Cuban. But to me this is a different topic, one that merits special analysis or scientific examination from defined political and ideological stances, and that is not the aim of this book, nor is it within my capabilities. A large part of the book takes place at a time when almost everybody, including 90% of its current detractors, loved the Cuban Revolution, even if the majority of them used it shamefully. There is no way anyone can accuse me of that. Nor can anyone surmise any financial interest on my part. For almost 40 years I have refused any offer that would have meant an inappropriate use of the events and, particularly, any use of them for personal gain. Comments about the form and style of the text are inevitable because I am not a professional writer. But some clarification is not only possible but necessary. For example, something that friendly pre-publication readers pointed out: Che's Cubanized Spanish. While it is true he spoke with a pronounced provincial Argentine accent, that's unquestionable, he always used Cuban vocabulary. Not even in nostalgic asides to friends did he indulge in Argentine vernacular. Also, some of the information revealed might make people uneasy, since it has been secret for decades. But it is no longer secret. Some of it has been disclosed by the Cubans themselves, in biographies or enemy documents, not forgetting the international actions of the revolution's troops. There were names I could not find, lost in the whirlwind of time. Others, which no doubt exist in my books and documents, were simply left out. But, in any case, it was never my intention to produce a catalogue of events or a telephone directory. I would rather admit I don't remember, as has often happened, than pretend or invent. Of course, there will be unintentional errors in names, dates, chronology, etc. Transferring memory to paper presupposes some poetic license despite one's best intentions, because images cannot be copied and pasted like new technology. They have to be turned into words and phrases with a certain harmony, and, if possible, elegance. And, yes, as happens when we recount our dreams, we can't capture them accurately before they fade and become slightly deformed. I don't think the errors are serious enough to distort the story, because I would have noticed, but in any case they would not be intentional or in bad faith. Undertaking this task so long after the events, despite the insistent voices of friends urging me to do so earlier, has created a double slippage. First, potential readers, except for a few survivors, will be of a new generation, unfamiliar with the pre-globalization era, when more defined ideological camps implied a greater commitment to political struggles, even if only in writing, and therefore a greater recognition for the characters behind these words. These days, if it were not for the t-shirt industry, no one would even know what they looked like. Second, this book was written far from the natural environment in which the events took place, at the opposite geographical pole, and this has influenced my writing. Alone with my ghosts, without clear reference points, their lights and shadows are reflected on my keyboard. Ciro Bustos. Malmo, April 2005. Part 1. Cuba. 1. Mendoza, where it all started. Mendoza is a unique city. The streets, all of them, are lined with trees. This is not a quirk of nature. It demonstrates the perseverance of its population and their creativity, traits nurtured in a culture inherited from the original inhabitants, the Warpies, a peaceful tribe who loved trees and sat in their shade watching their crops, chewing on carob pods as sweet as their dreams. But dreams are closer to real life than fantasy, and real life depends on water. So they put their imagination and efforts into taming the water that gushed turbulently down from the snow-capped mountains some 60 kilometers away. The question was how to coax a modest tributary of brown water stemming from the mountain torrents into changing course. Tailoring the mountain slopes into channels meant not only hard work, but also rare engineering skills. And then, once down on the plains, what better way to distribute the water efficiently than by inventing the system of culverts which characterize the city of Mendoza to this day. It is the only city in the world to have irrigation ducts down both sides of every street, running parallel to the rows of trees spaced 5 or 6 meters apart that need watering once a week if they are to be kept fresh and healthy, a task undertaken by the people of Mendoza themselves, because without that there would be no plants, no vegetation, no fruit, and no trees beyond the native jarralas, chinars and carobs, in whose shade the Warpies rested. The horses that the conquistadors brought, along with their primitive muskets and own natural brutality, played a defining role in the conquest of Indian land. But the gentle Warpies, once their blood was up, and with early notions of guerrilla warfare, understood they had to learn from the invading enemy, and systematically stole the horses they saw frolicking happily in the grasslands. The horses, knowing on which side their bread was buttered, switched enthusiastically to the side of the indigenous people and, within a few years, breeding freely and increasing rapidly in number, had moved seamlessly into a privileged place in the tribal hierarchy, the chief or warrior, his horse, his wife. Over time, this combination produced a truly fearsome enemy for the invaders, and the Indian raid, the Malin, was their strategy for recovering stolen property. The horse, now naturalized, and running free in the wild, became a major factor in the savages' early success. The Spaniards arrived with a considerable thirst on them, after a long journey exacerbated by thoughts of wineskins oozing good Spanish wine, trickling down their throats and over beards dry with heat and dust. So the sight of suspicious fields of neatly planted maize brought on a desire to replace them with vineyards stocked from their native Navarre, Catalonia, Andalusia, or that magical sap from the banks of the Duero. Whatever the story, the contribution of these thirsty pioneers laid the foundation of Mendoza's subsequent wealth. The settler population developed an unhurried pastoral existence, despite periodic attacks from other plains tribes who, I suggest, were after the casks of red wine, the remarkable product the barbarians brought, almost better than their own drink brewed from carob. The town grew into a beautiful city soothed by two musical murmurs, the leaves of the trees in the mountain breeze, and the waters tinkling down the irrigation ducts along the streets. I have enjoyed roaming these streets since as a child I first accompanied my father on his walks. And later, with my select gang of hooligan friends, I escaped from home at the sacred hour of the siesta, when the heat is overwhelming and, as the saying goes, only tarantulas and snakes dare cross the pavements. Jumping from one mountain of weeds to another, our expeditions took us through adjacent neighborhoods, from the railway yards to the Cacique-Guamalan Canal, round the outskirts of the city, through the large park and beyond to the foothills of the Andes. Our explorations were benign, never destructive or harmful. At most we stole fruit from homes where pear, medlar, or plum trees lined the fences. We were real creatures of the city, exercising the freedom to enjoy it, learn its secrets, carve out an identity, and become citizens. As the writer Nahib Mahfouz said, our homeland is our childhood. Mendoza is the capital of the province of the same name, and its urban norms have been stamped on all the towns, villages, and smallest of hamlets inside these vast 148,928 square kilometers, larger than Switzerland, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Denmark put together. Over time, the basic features of trees and irrigation channels have come to characterize the whole region. So has prosperity, a prosperity built on the intensive cultivation of vines and the growth of the wine industry, now the fifth largest producer in the world, and also on the subdivision of land, helped by natural fertility and the dividends from its produce. Anyone who owns 25 acres of vineyard is a millionaire. While he enjoys his summer holidays in Vina del Mar, his land is overseen by a manager and his family, and worked by the humble descendants of the indigenous peoples mixed first with poor Spaniards and Italians, and later with immigrants from all over the world, attracted by the dream of conquering paradise by the sweat of their brow. But not everyone's dream came true. After independence, the lands seized from the original inhabitants were distributed by the incipient local oligarchy exclusively among their peers, leaving the masses still in poverty. What's more, the latter, artisans and soldiers, tradesmen and smallholders, agricultural laborers and gauchos, were dependent on the vagaries of the Buenos Aires Customs House, the first established center of power, now representing the export interests of the British. It is at this point that there begins a dual history, or a dual telling of Argentine history that pits historians against one another. On the one hand, the history of rich Argentines and their wealth, and on the other, the history of poor Argentines. History does not develop linearly in an unstoppable succession of ultimately constructive events, but is twisted and forced to benefit a class that presupposes and assumes the primacy of its rights, inalienable under their law, and divine according to their bishops. The whole structure of the nascent state, with all the weaponry at its disposal, was built to serve the landed oligarchy. If the national heroes of Argentina were filtered through a sieve, only glittering gold nuggets like Moreno, Castelli, Belgrano, and San Martin would be left at the bottom. The rest would be washed away in a purifying flood. Take Rivadavia, the first constitutional president of the Republic. The first thing he did was legalize dispossession, by granting property rights over vast expanses of farmland and urban areas to the national bourgeoisie, his friends. Argentina, ruled by an increasingly rich minority, enjoyed a high rate of economic growth thanks to two insuperable gifts from heaven, the best prairies in the world, with fertile topsoil providing pasture for herds of cattle that increased in size at the same pace as the demand for hide and beef from the metropolis, and almost free labor provided by a seemingly endless influx of European immigration, and completely free in the case of the subjugated indigenous people. The latter were eventually wiped out rather than willingly give up their land, thus making way for the colonization of the furthest reaches of the country by the starving masses of Europeans arriving by boat every day. On June 4, 1943, At a turning point in the Second World War, the armed forces staged a coup against their own civilian government. The ideologue behind the coup, Juan Domingo Perón, was to become a key figure in the political landscape for the remainder of the century. No ordinary soldier, no dull lover of barracks life, no servant of the oligarchy, he had concrete plans and had made good use of his previous post as military attaché at the Argentine embassy in Rome. As he would later explain to the army chiefs of staff, "Gentlemen, the Russians will win the war. Social reform is on its way. Either we make our own revolution and lead it, or we will be swept away by history." But he needed charisma to win over the people. A stroke of luck came his way in the shape of a national catastrophe, an earthquake in the province of San Juan. At a gathering for the 10,000 victims, he had the good fortune, superlative good fortune as it turned out, to meet the person who would become the bond of steel between him and the proletariat, and bind herself to him in marriage, Eva Duarte, Evita. Peronism brought the biggest change in social structures, and ways of thinking, in Argentine history. The working class ceased to be a faceless mass and took power. Above all, they were no longer a tool to be used, abused, and discarded. They became human beings, protagonists central to the life of the nation. For the first time in history, the poor downtrodden masses arrived in Buenos Aires as its masters, not its street cleaners. A passion for travel rather than sport, made me, in the words of Bernard Shaw, leave school in order to get an education. I set off for Salta, in the north of Argentina. I did not know then that whenever you leave a place, you are reborn, over and over again. But it really was like that. The journey opened up a whole new world, another country, much more Argentine, less Spanish, less gringo than the Mendoza I lived in, a world of amazing natural beauty. Northern Argentina showed me a reality the left refused to see, and influenced my nascent political consciousness. The country was Peronist. As a lesson in practical politics, it was a defining experience. Since vagrancy was not subsidized, I had to find work from time to time, and this took me to one of Argentina's largest sugar mills, El Tabacal in Oran, Salta, where the sugar cane harvest was about to begin. I was given the job of overseeing the Indians who fed the sugar cane into the crushers on the platform beside the mill where the trains loaded with cane arrived. El Tabacal was a huge mill, self-sufficient in both cane and food from its vast plantation. It was closed to public traffic, guarded by its own police and run by a staff of technicians, some from overseas, skilled workers and ordinary personnel. The majority of cane cutters were Chawanco and Toba Indians. The mill would collect them from the forests of Salta each year in cattle trucks, give them space on the river banks to build straw huts, provide them with a minimum amount of food, and after the harvest was over, take them back home, with no further costs. To a mind like mine filled with utopian socialist ideas, and despite my encounter with a real country in a process of change, Peronism seemed more like a stumbling block than a road to revolution. It did not stand up to scientific Marxist analysis. Its heterogeneous, something for everyone character, a mix of Bible and boiler room as the tango goes, of cops and robbers, hindered any effective manifesto. And then, Eva Perón died. She was the person who might have radicalized the movement. In fact, she had embodied the rage, the class ingredient, the banner of the poor. Her passing left millions orphaned, and uncoupled the train from the engine. On the day of her funeral, it drizzled on Buenos Aires and on the soul of half the country. For the poor, it was as if the light illuminating their hopes had gone out. The Argentine Communist Party was a typical petty bourgeois party, divided into an arcane leadership, in the style of the Soviet Communist Party, and a militant rank and file. The few roots it had in the masses were swept away by Peronism, leaving space only for the middle class, professionals, and students. There was, however, a larger sector on the left that had been there almost from the birth of the nation, influenced by Rousseau's social contract and inspired by Argentina's most brilliant independence heroes. This left later absorbed the ideas of Marx's First Socialist International, but did not join the party and became what were known as fellow travelers. In any case, the drama of continental realities south of the Rio Grande stemmed not from the indigenous nature of a population that had been exploited since the Spanish conquest, but from the exploitation itself, now firmly in the hands of the empire to the north. The Catholic Church, which had used Peronist power to impose religious education in schools and colleges, now began to oppose him, supported by its historical strongholds, the army and the oligarchy. Perón abolished religious education, passed the divorce law, made illegitimate children equal before the law, withdrew subsidies to Catholic schools, and thereby precipitated the end of his own term in office. On the morning of June 16, 1955, I was staying with Pepe Varona, a friend who subsequently became the official set designer of the New York Opera. I was preparing a set of proposals for advertising posters for an American travel agency when, around noon, we heard warplanes overhead. Without a second thought, we dashed up to the roof of Pepe's hostel, on the corner of Montevideo and Rivadavia streets, and from there, with heavy hearts, we watched the criminal attack on Government House in the Plaza de Mayo, no more than 10 blocks away. The first wave of planes turned right over us, and continued on between Rivadavia and Avenida de Mayo, their guns firing on the Casa Rosada. We could see other planes coming in over the River Plate, nose-diving on the plaza and unloading their bombs and shrapnel. It was a murderous attack over streets crowded with cars and pedestrians, pensioners feeding the pigeons in the square, and children playing on the grass. Men and women fled in terror, dragging their kids, fanning out from the epicenter of the crime. We were just going back into the hostel, to listen to the radio, when a second, smaller squadron appeared and resumed the attack. Back on the roof, we watched the battle in full swing. By now the army loyal to the president had deployed anti-aircraft guns and was returning fire, filling the sky with black puffs and the air with a pungent odor and a terrible sound of thunder. The aircraft, extending their radius, flew in just behind us, before going towards the Casa Rosada and onto the War Ministry building on Paseo Colón. At the end of the park, they headed towards Uruguay and disappeared into impunity. Ambulance and fire engine sirens ripped through the silence settling over the city, normally so noisy at that hour, just past 1 p.m. A couple of hours later, a third group of stragglers, 3 fighter planes coming in from the west, strafed the 3 targets again, before flying off over the river, bound for Montevideo. Privileged Argentina, tired of wrinkling its nose and containing its hatred of the plebs, had gone to confession, genuflected, crossed itself, and sought the blessing of their chaplains and bishops, before finally attacking the fallen angel, Perón, and his demonic descamisados. The dead quickly lose their identity and become difficult to count. The actual number of casualties in a massacre is rarely known. Similar world events have suffered from the same lack of mathematical precision. The numbers are minimized to avoid panic, and forgotten for political expediency. We never knew how many people died in that attack, although they were in the hundreds. 5 for each one, bellowed Perón in his speech that afternoon. The streets began filling up in the opposite direction to the previous stampede. Angry, threatening groups marched in from the outskirts of the city, home to the manufacturing industries and Peronists, and as night fell columns of thick smoke rose from several parts of the city. A Dantesque glow turned some buildings red. 2. News of Castro's revolution reaches Argentina, 1958. By 1958, homemade pipe bombs were going off all over Argentina's industrial cities. Made from bits of iron piping stuffed with dynamite, with a fuse sticking out of a hole in a screw top, they caused a pretty convincing explosion. A new slogan, Perón vuelve, began appearing on walls. Meanwhile, union leaders determined to cling on to power by any means morphed into the union bureaucracy and ousted the masses as the natural leaders of the workers' movement. The Peronist party was proscribed, its leaders exiled or jailed. The new leadership, the union secretaries and treasurers, fell in behind the country's most reactionary right-wing forces. Union headquarters became bunkers from whence bodyguards accompanied their bosses to nightclubs or the races. Economists of the cattle and grain oligarchy ran the economy on behalf of the military regime and, at the behest of U.S. imperialism, joined the network of international organizations like the IMF, IDB, and GATT with its Latin American advisor ICLAC, and drowned in acronyms any possibility of domestic industrial development. On the contrary, they adopted an economic policy which condemned Argentina to a secondary role as producer and exporter of primary products. Arturo Frondizi, a lawyer and dissident member of the Radical Party, emerged as a possible candidate in the forthcoming elections. His friend Ricardo Rojo, also a lawyer, journeyed to Caracas with other emissaries to seek the good graces of El Viejo Perón, who was there in exile playing with his dogs. A subtle web was being woven with threads from Perón's own skein. Like a puppet master, he tugged a little here, pulled a little there, and conspired daily with the many different pilgrims visiting the Peronist Mecca. Frondizi's negotiations prospered and he went on to sign a pact with Perón that would ensure electoral victory for Frondizi's party through the majority vote of the Peronist masses. In return, he would restore the social, economic, and political gains Perón had made, and revoke laws restricting Peronism. In February 1958, Frondizi was elected president. Frondizi's economic policy was probably the most sensible the Argentine industrial bourgeoisie had ever come up with. The idea was very clear and seductive. We lived in one of the continent's richest countries, but were like poor people content just thinking we are rich. Resources do not exist unless we extract them. What use are oil reserves if we don't exploit them, turn them into foreign currency to develop the country, import technology, industrialize? Frondizi's thesis passed from hand to hand in the form of a book, Petrol and Politics, which denounced the power of the multinational oil companies, who exercised global control through corruption and blackmail, backed by force. But like Perón, Frondizi did not hold all the cards. At the transactions, agreements, and concessions stage that every electoral policy has to undergo, it was undermined by enemy strategists, the powers that be, the cattle and grain barons allied to U.S. imperialist multinationals. When the new administration came to power, a total of 28 oil contracts were signed with foreign companies, 20 of them from the U.S. Other contracts setting up industrial plants, especially in the car industry, put most of Argentine industry in foreign hands, an insuperable barrier to the implementation of the Radical Party's policy. In fact, the exact opposite policy was implemented. Not only was oil not used to fuel the national industrialization program, but after Frondizi was defeated 4 years later, it transpired that US and British companies had been paid more to drill for oil than if we had bought it directly from them on the world market and kept our crude deposits intact. The systematic surrender of our natural resources was shameless and absolute. Foreign companies earned enormous sums. The race to denationalize was unstoppable. Shipping, distilleries, naval shipyards, radio stations, furnaces and farmland passed to the Argentine private sector, and in the case of oil to Standard Oil, Texaco, or Shell. The decapitalization of the country forced us to take loans from those same countries that had thoroughly plundered our national patrimony. US and European banks, the IDB, the Exim Bank, and the World Bank, together with the IMF, made the loans conditional on a series of restrictive measures that saw thousands of workers lose their jobs. Frondisman, as the cartoonist Landru's magazine Tia Vicenta called him, was not made of national steel or oil. He was made of Coca-Cola. My wife Claudia's parents had a holiday home in Potrerillos, a valley in the foothills of the Andes on the road to Chile. One Sunday in the spring of 1958, Radio El Mundo's midday international news program announced it would be broadcasting an interview with Cuban guerrillas in the Sierra Maestra led by Fidel Castro, an already mythical figure even before he was famous for his beard, his outsized cigars and his audacity. Some years earlier, he had attacked the Moncada military barracks with about 100 men, most of whom were killed, but he still went on to invade the island by motor launch with another 100 suicidal maniacs, again most of whom were killed, and then marched into the mountains with a handful of survivors. Among them was a doctor from Argentina. With the whole South American continent between us, my image of the guerrillas was not so much political as romantic and adventurous. But it fired my imagination and awoke expectations. Insanity is generally closer to reality than cold reason. Argentine political journals were full of rigorous analyses of important regional events, in which the World Bank or IMF, the State Department or CIA, carried more weight than some fantasy character no matter how bearded. But I was an avid reader of Primera Plana, a magazine that had already published an article on Cuba, and its accounts of the Bolivian Revolution and the disaster in Guatemala had set my pulse racing. I was determined to listen to the program. So, leaving the family barbecue, I sat in the shade glued to the radio. The interview had been recorded by Radio El Mundo's international news editor, Jorge Ricardo Massetti. If Fidel's followers on the motor launch were suicidal maniacs, Massetti was cloned from them. From a Catholic nationalist background, he nonetheless admired men of action, caudillos, leaders, not men who turned the other cheek but those who fought for their ideas and inspired others to follow. He was the kind of journalist who took risks, was attracted by the scent of danger, lured by it. The story behind the interview from the Sierra Maestra is an adventure in itself, full of instinctive actions, risks and gambles. Massetti recounted his amazing experiences, and his conversion from investigative foreign journalist to rebel with his own revolutionary cause, in his book Those Who Fight and Those Who Mourn. Financed by Radio El Mundo, Massetti went to Cuba in March 1958 armed with a cryptic note from Ricardo Rojo for his friend the Argentine, and a contact in Havana who could put him in touch with the revolutionaries. The Havana contact sent him to Santiago de Cuba, into the lion's den. After interminable waiting and changes of safe houses, he met the people who could get him into the Sierra Maestra to search for the guerrillas. A host of hazardous exploits later, he reached the advance guard of the Argentine whom the Batista regime had dubbed a dangerous communist agent. On his last legs, Massetti was finally taken to Che's camp. For both of them, it was a relief to be able to talk on the same wavelength, use the same slang, and discover the same rather acerbic and ironic sense of humor. This affinity immediately became attraction and friendship. They worked on the interview, sometimes under enemy fire. Che then had him taken to the commander-in-chief. Despite the new assault on his emotions caused by meeting Fidel Castro, Massetti got through his long-dreamed-of interview. He asked Fidel about the genesis of the 26th of July movement, his ideas for transforming a society of exploiters and exploited, his political convictions, revolutionary aspirations, etc. The interview was broadcast from the primitive rebel army radio transmitter and was heard all over Cuba. For the first time, the leader of the Barbudos was talking directly to his people. Back in Havana, living clandestinely, Massetti learned that the interview's retransmission by Venezuelan and Colombian radio stations had not been picked up in Buenos Aires. As far as his journey's funders were concerned, the work had not been done. So, he performed what Rodolfo Walsh called a heroic feat of Latin American journalism. He went back to the Sierra Maestra and did the interviews all over again. What impressed me most listening to Che was not his public discourse, nor his revolutionary message. No, what drew me to him was first and foremost his voice. It wasn't the arrogant pompous voice of a politician or professional demagogue. It was a voice that could have belonged to a brother, or friend, nothing strident, like having a quiet conversation in a cafe. He spoke almost apologetically about getting himself noticed for something he considered self-evident, acting in accordance with his commitment to a cause, a reality that needed no explanation. If he did not take sides, did not get involved, he would be betraying himself. But taking sides meant fighting, because to defend ideas of social justice you have to take up arms. Che also took the opportunity, as if he were a contestant in a tango show, to say hello to his mother and other members of his family to whom he owed an explanation for his enforced 2-year silence. In a few words, he had demolished the doubt over whether he was an adventurer in search of glory and profit, or a mercenary in the service of foreign causes. The suspicion of imperial penetration of some description or other vanished. Massetti brought this up. "What about Fidel's communism?" he asked. "Fidel isn't a communist. Politically you could call him a revolutionary nationalist," answered Che. The program continued with Fidel Castro, who was the main dish. But I only had ears for Che, that resonant voice I was hearing for the first time, the voice of truth. Fidel was more grandiloquent, added to which his Cuban accent had something unreal, distant, about it. He was the leader and therefore somehow out of reach. Fidel was dignity standing tall, talking to a dormant America. But the other voice spoke to me personally, from conscience to conscience. The Cuban Revolution became the focal point of my politics. I began copying articles and sought out Massetti's recently published book. The interviews inspired me to go to Cuba the following year and find the truth for myself. But meanwhile, there were new developments. Encircled by Che's troops, the city of Santa Clara fell on the last day of December, 1958. The dictator Batista boarded a plane at dead of night and flew off into the arms of Uncle Sam. The Cuban Revolution exploded with a force that eradicated any ambiguous or reactionary doubts about the need to bring about social change and replace the power structures underpinned by imperialism. It exploded like a depth charge and, at the same time, a forbidden fruit. Both those defending multinational interests and the man on the street pricked up their ears at this unique event, so different from the pacific, fraudulent, controlled elections by pact, which history had accustomed us to. The lines of dominance and dependence had always been passed from hand to anxious hand between the political agents of local aristocracies. These usual gentlemen's agreements between demons and bandits seemed about to be torn up. The Latin American communist parties initially criticized the militarist, putschist experiment in Cuba as petty bourgeois deviation. But when faced with the spontaneous support of the people and the growing prestige of the revolution's young leaders, they finally realized it was a gift from heaven come to rejuvenate their tired discourses, and decided to appropriate it. The cultural establishment, as we have seen, burst out in praises, odes, hymns, and even adulatory red masses, beginning with the canonization of the Communist Party, and the control and administration of revolutionary fervor by the Central Committee. Meanwhile, democratic channels were closing again in Argentina. The union bureaucracy lurched between manipulating the masses and flirting with the army, capitalism, and the brutal Peronist right wing. Factory occupations, strikes in packing plants, sackings and bankruptcies all made the political air unbreathable, accompanied by deafening background music courtesy of the pipe bombs. The government took control of the CGT, handing it over to select members of the Peronist bureaucracy and pro-imperialist unions, with the state internal disorder plan already in place. The most combative unions were now in open confrontation with three groups: the government, the army, and the union bureaucracy. The army patrolled the streets of Mendoza, pointing machine guns at passers-by, while I put the finishing touches to my plans to go to Cuba. 3. My journey to the island, April 1961. Feverish, almost conspiratorial, activity possessed us. Claudia and I had to get money together and find a way of traveling that fitted our limited means. An English passenger shipping line sailed from the port of Valparaiso in Chile to Southampton, England, and after navigating the Panama Canal, stopped at Havana. The Pacific Line's Queen of the Sea was making its last voyage before being withdrawn from service. A travel agency in Mendoza made the arrangements to buy the tickets. Diplomatic relations between Cuba and the U.S. had been broken off, and the latter was putting pressure on the rest of Latin America to follow suit. The concerto of nations opposed to Cuba had begun under the U.S. baton. La Cabra, a French ship carrying the first shipment of arms bought in Belgium by Cuba, exploded at Havana docks, killing 100 and leaving several hundred wounded. In this uncertain climate, we packed our belongings and confirmed our reservations. We wanted to get there as soon as possible. If we had to fight to defend the Cuban Revolution, we were ready. Cuba was so fashionable that news of it was more up to date than stock exchange information. We knew that visas for Cuba were controlled by the goodwill of the Latin American communist parties who, in a rush of inter-party ardor for the Cuban Communist Party, had taken the task upon themselves. In other words, the more recommended by the Communist International you were, the better. The idea, which went against the spirit of the revolution, was justified by the fact that the Communists were the only organized political force able to guarantee the level of revolutionary purity or sympathy, or at least that was the idea. So I resorted to an old school friend, Petiso Garcia, who happened to be the son of the secretary of the local Communist Party, no less. I went to see him but came away empty-handed. In what appeared to be social bureaucratic practice, he greeted me at the door but did not invite me in. I asked him to explain to his father that I needed a certificate of good moral standing to present if need be. Petiso duly went in only to come out with a recommendation from his father not to go to Cuba. It is a uniquely Cuban experience that has nothing to do with us. We have our own reality, we need to put our own house in order first. That was a no, then. This negative from the party supremo stymied any other possibility. We left with no recommendation whatsoever. The departure date was April 15, 1961, the same day as the air attack on Havana, a taste of the invasion to come 2 days later. The ship's radio had a worrying tendency to interrupt the anodyne music with hysterical communiques in English on the situation in Cuba. But at one stage during the afternoon, there was a news flash in Spanish which reported the bombing, though with no details as to the consequences. That is why my memory of the first days on board was zero, a black hole, no images. Docking at Callao, passengers were told they had half a day to see the city of Lima, to which we would be taken by a shipping company bus. In Lima I searched for a newspaper to dispel my anxieties, only to find one that talked of an invasion of Cuba by the Yankee Navy from Nicaragua. Back on board, there was an atmosphere of euphoria among the passengers and crew. The latter thought the stopover in Cuba would be apocalyptic, all fiery muletas and rum. The passengers were sorry they would miss the chance to see the barbudos in the flesh, but thanked heaven the communist threat would be over. There was nothing for me to do but watch the coast rising and falling over the bows. The next morning, news flashes came thick and fast, then became increasingly sparse as the day went on. The dining room looked like the Titanic as we crossed the equator. Who knows if the popping champagne corks and bubbling laughter at dinner were celebrating the crossing or a victory for debauchery. Judging by the bulletins, the war in Cuba was still going on. But the paucity and ambiguity of the news, plus the faces of the ship's officers, revived my hopes. A few days later, we reached Balboa, port of entry to the Panama Canal. Again they announced that passengers interested in seeing Panama City would be taken by bus to the city's main street in the morning, and returned in time for dinner. Crossing the city by bus, I noticed a modern building with a sign saying Anthropological and Archaeological Museum, and right beside it a kiosk selling cigarettes and newspapers. We made a beeline for it. The kiosk, I mean. There was no dark tobacco on board, and the Negroes we had brought with us had gone up in smoke amid the bombing and disembarking. I couldn't smoke American cigarettes, so our first task was to replenish our stock. The kiosk attendant was a garrulous fellow with a Caribbean accent. While showing me his range of dark tobacco, he asked the fatal question. "Where are you from, Chico?" "Argentina," I replied with quiet pride. "Cono, you're Argentine," he shrieked and proceeded to slag off Argentines and their mothers. He ended up throwing a handful of what looked like dollars onto his magazine counter. "Look at that, look what he's done to our dignity, to our money, Cono, your compatriot, that bloody Argentine, that butcher Che." And he showed us the new Cuban peso note, on which the president of the Cuban National Bank had merely signed Che. He was a Cuban who had fled the revolution, with a furious hatred for those he blamed for his exile. I paid for the cigarettes to avoid getting involved, and went to the museum next door. In tropical countries, fossils are more trustworthy than lippy street vendors. The newspaper I had bought before the incident carried a complete if somewhat venomous version of the defeat inflicted on the invading forces. It had all ended with the surrender of 300 Cuban mercenaries on a military operation directed and financed by the CIA and the Pentagon, but which had served to strengthen the ties between the revolution's leaders and the Cuban masses. The ship's captain received orders to cancel the stopover in Cuba. Instead, he stopped in Curaçao, then doubled back to Maracaibo, in Venezuela. We anchored there the following morning, but the passengers were not allowed off, as it was to be only a short stay. By noon the passengers were getting restless, wondering what was going on. Around 3 in the afternoon, the captain summoned me to his cabin, as if I were an aristocrat traveling below the decks. To put it bluntly, there was an insoluble problem. The ship had to sail straight for England now that the stop in Cuba had been cancelled. He could not alter his orders for the sake of 2 passengers. However, the situation was complicated because the Venezuelan immigration authorities refused to allow passengers without Venezuelan visas to disembark, least of all those bound for Cuba. I argued that our contract said we had to be taken to Cuba, not Venezuela, and that getting us there was his responsibility, not ours. He said his company would pay the cost of whatever means of transport we used. He thought by air would be most suitable, if we agreed. In that case, I insisted, he could use his authority to get us a visa. He mumbled a form of acquiescence. I couldn't help but imagine Captain Cook boiling with rage in his place. British phlegm had increased proportionately with the loss of empire. He added that he was waiting for one last démarche in Caracas which, he assumed, would solve the problem. The ship had to leave no later than 5. And what happens if it isn't solved? I asked. You can visit Sussex, he answered. A couple of hours later, the delegated official arrived with 2 military-looking characters. The solution, conjured up between the British authorities and Venezuelan immigration, was to allow us to disembark but be kept under house arrest until the next flight to Cuba. Naturally, flights had been suspended for the foreseeable future. Nevertheless, we disembarked with all our luggage. The Venezuelans broke the agreement and 2 days later we had to leave our hotel in Maracaibo, not with any great regret I might add, since sharks patrolled the other side of the metallic mesh protecting the hotel's little bay. We were taken to Caracas over a mountain range in a police van and dumped in a far from exclusive hotel. The next day, we were taken to Macuacha Airport and put on a plane to Mexico, via Guatemala. The reason for deportation was our visa for Cuba, the bad boy island with which Venezuela had just broken off diplomatic relations. Cuba's international airport is called Rancho Boyeros. I got a stiff neck straining to look out of the plane's window to see the island through the cumulus and nimbus clouds that moved like a flock of sheep under the fuselage. We dipped through the white wool and lost sight of it until the clouds suddenly parted and we saw the sea of palm trees waving in the breeze to welcome us. We were in Cuba. The flight had been a fiesta, the handful of euphoric passengers sang and danced in the aisles, shouting revolutionary slogans and Viva Fidel. They were people on official business abroad, trapped by the suspension of flights after the Bay of Pigs invasion and now returning to their posts. Flying over the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean, they gave us a crash course in revolutionary fervor, anticipating what proved to be the norm on terra firma. When we finally got permission to disembark, the humidity embraced us like the revolution itself, enveloping our bodies, sticking to our skin, dripping down our necks, an all-embracing way of life, breathing, sweating, tongues dry, hearts beating, yet exultant, exuberant, enthusiastic. Huge drops of rain fell here and there, raising clouds of vapor as if on a hot tin roof. And the voices. Cubans talk at the tops of their lungs. Incongruously, in the midst of the din, a quartet struck up with Cuban folk music, guajiras and sones, to welcome the new arrivals. What with the tannoy and the cries of the porters and umbrella sellers, it was like running the gauntlet to get to a safe haven, but with no escape. The journey down the motorway to Havana was the visual equivalent of the airport racket. Multicolored posters shouted victory slogans about the aborted invasion, imperialism, Cuban exiles, and the departed bourgeoisie. Rifles held aloft by olive green arms, above beards like continental forests, caricatures of guerrilla fighters giving the Miami mercenaries a kick up the bum, with Uncle Sam cowering, green with fear. Nothing solemn, nothing tragic. Havana was a splendid city, a mixture of colonial style and modern architecture, built against a natural background of palm trees and bougainvilleas, with narrow multicolored streets, crossed by wide avenues, surfed by huge luxury cars speeding and hooting, controlled by coordinated traffic lights, with planned agility. Convincing the taxi driver we did not want a plush hotel, but a family pension, took the whole journey and proved fruitless. Nothing would convince him we belonged in the old city. He dropped us at the Hotel Colina on 23rd Street, just by the university in the modern suburb of Vedado. When you get to a new country, first impressions are often best. Waking up the following morning, at almost noon due to the musical cacophony in the lobby that went on till 2, I began a relationship with the people who have the gift of seducing you for life. The city was a fiesta of joie de vivre, with music everywhere, and multifarious smells, from luxury aromas like cigars and coffee, to the whiff of the port in the background, and the pervasive odor of fried fat from carts selling pork crackling. A cart of oysters with hot sauce, another with oranges peeled round in strips, coffee stalls on every corner, making endless cups, a stand with breaded fish fillets here, another with avocados and limes there. Flowers, fruit, freshly baked bread, strong cigarettes and cigars, very strong women's perfumes, and so on. The city is full of aromas, each more tempting than the last. Nobody dresses formally, Argentine style, in a suit and tie. It would be crazy here, as well as looking ridiculous. The men wear white guayaberas or unbuttoned shirts outside their trousers. The trousers look like tents, enormously wide but tighter at the ankle. The women, their sinuous carnality exposed to furtive pursuers, painted like Japanese opera stars, part the crowd before them with their very presence. Everyone is armed, at least verbally. Buses, called guaguas, force their way through by blowing horns and screeching brakes. Lottery touts add their voices to vendors of other wares under arches, in galleries, on corners, and in squares. Two types of uniform stand out: olive green with a peaked cap could be either the rebel army or the police, blue-gray with a beret is the newly created military police, which had made its debut at the Bay of Pigs. Beards are no longer in evidence since the new shaving law was introduced, with exceptions made for the historic barbudos of the Granma. The general climate of enthusiasm was heightened by the May 1st celebrations the following day. Expectations were higher than usual because Fidel was giving his first speech since the Bay of Pigs. On the day itself, you only had to follow the sea of people with placards and kids on their shoulders, straw hats and uniforms, maracas and drums, a huge wave of people headed for the Plaza de la Revolución. The guerrilla leaders led the parade, arms linked at the head of a multitude of happy faces illuminated by patriotic fervor. Cuba Si. Yankee No. The red and black of the 26th of July movement dominated the sea of banners, challenged only by the Cuban flag. The river of people was unstoppable, moving to the rhythms of guerrilla anthems, rousing songs, and voices shouting Viva, and Muerte. Reaching the square and getting near the platform seemed impossible. A mass of people converged in front of the statue to the Apostle José Martí. The May 1st celebration was the first mass demonstration I attended in Cuba. 1 million people, the papers said. In some ways it was like the Peronist demonstrations in the Plaza de Mayo, where I had never felt comfortable. Yet here the atmosphere was visually and psychologically different. Missing was that sense of menace that emanated from Perón's descamisados, the lepers of Argentine politics as John William Cook called them, who jumped and waved their headbands and ragged shirts, furiously banging their drums, as if to scare the wits out of the Argentine bourgeoisie. In the Plaza de la Revolución there were no threatening dispossessed people fresh out of the shadows, smelling power. These were happy musicians, in a joyful parade. The difference, of course, lay in the struggle to take power, in which the Cuban people had participated while the Argentine masses had received it vicariously. The Argentines' anger was still contained, their class-based rage unexpressed, compared to this pure joy of power achieved by passion and the sacrifice of lives. The only thing I remember of Fidel's speech, which brought the event to a close, was the formal declaration of the socialist nature of the revolution. It was, however, the most important bit. It opened a new and decisive phase in the struggle of the American people. A struggle I dreamed of joining. But first I had to legalize my situation in Cuba. Picking one's way through the mire of bureaucracy is always a prickly task, difficult anywhere. But in Cuba the bureaucratic machinery had been destroyed, no one knew anything, no one followed any logic or tradition, everything was new and pretty well improvised. Most positions of responsibility had been abandoned by people fleeing the revolutionary tide in panic, and taken over by youngsters with absolutely no experience. Administrators, company directors, heads of state enterprises and bodies vital to a functioning society were replaced by almost illiterate peasants and workers whose willingness and apparent honesty was their only skill. In some cases, they had absolutely no knowledge of the matters they were supposed to be dealing with. In others, one ideology was substituted with another, one caste destroyed and replaced by another diametrically opposed, implying a rapid and experimental reconstruction of a new order. Things now depended more on goodwill, luck, and the energy that new decision-makers brought to the job of deciding between the opportune and the opportunist, between the interests of the revolution and urgent necessities. The chaotic situation was being run via purity of origin, that is, by ideological red corpus clees. The People's Socialist Party, i.e. the Cuban Communists, only recently incorporated into the triumphant ranks of the revolution, now occupied the key posts. It filtered and selected personnel, including whole branches of the civil service, and had its eyes firmly set on the mechanisms of power. The rationale was that the PSP had to protect and strengthen the ranks of the revolution, which had not only been openly attacked at the Bay of Pigs but was also being sabotaged daily both by Miami exiles and directly by the U.S. government, which was diverting its efforts from military action to permanent terrorism. The word gusano, meaning worm, became part of everyday parlance in describing counter-revolutionaries. In one of his speeches, Fidel talked of exiles being like gusanos in an apple, destroying the fruit of the people's efforts and sacrifice. Miami was the dung heap where gusanos, who abandoned their country in its hour of need, ended up. Gusano attitudes, behavior, and even thoughts began to be detected, and dealt with like a pest, with ideological, verbal, written and armed pesticides. One method adopted for foreigners was to make them prove their political credentials, not freely and democratically, but in a sectarian and rigorously pro-communist way. Another more general measure was the creation of the Committees for Defense of the Revolution, neighborhood watch organizations controlling the activities and lifestyles of the inhabitants of an area, block, or even street depending on the density of the population. They started life as a passive vigilante system, with no right to intervene, but morphed into a Hydra's head, or Big Brother. Nothing escaped the gaze of the CDR. Depending on its makeup, it could help a neighbor with problems, or send him to prison. Anyway, I needed to legalize my situation, and find a job. I began the exhausting task of running round offices and official bodies. I had no friends or contacts. We ended up in ICAP. I met the director, my first senior official in the state apparatus, Ramon Calquines, a communist. He was quite young, and very handsome, like the star of a gangster film. He sent me on my way cordially, assuring me they would find something, we would be useful somewhere, all hands were welcome, etc. In these grave times for Cuba, he said, they were grateful to foreign volunteers. But who are you, Chico? See that little campanera, she'll take your details, then we'll see. Patria o muerte. The little campanera, a mulatta poured into clinging olive green, explained that I had to bring credentials from my party, to add to my CV. Meanwhile she would find me something. I left wondering how I would get round my lack of credentials. The job the little campanera found me was temporary, but I had to start somewhere. The Cubans were hosting the first industrial exhibition from the Socialist Republic of Czechoslovakia and they needed designers, decorators, painters, etc. A field where we could be useful. And your credentials, mi amor? I explained that I had sent off for them, which was not exactly true, and that it would take time to get a reply. But Chico, without credentials, the Turquino looks tiny next to our problems. Turquino is the highest peak in the Sierra Maestra. On the road to Rancho Boyeros there is an industrial zone with huge exhibition halls where the Czech exhibition was to be held. A Czech interior designer was charged with installing it. He was a tall, blond man who looked and behaved like a librarian, and spoke very basic guttural Spanish in a low voice while he polished his specs. Strictly professional, he indicated what he wanted and didn't appear again until the work was finished. He soon showed signs he was satisfied, and even appreciative. He arrived at 7 to find the place empty except for his foreign technical staff, and went round picking up scattered tools, waiting for the Cubans to turn up after 8, or even 9. When he got to our design table, he let off steam about the workers' lack of punctuality. They'll never build socialism like this, he said. The Cubans always had an excuse, they'd been on guard duty, in a political meeting, training with the militia, in a literacy class. And they really did seem very tired. They took on too many things and did none properly. One morning, the Czech appeared with someone who was for me a transcendental figure, the Dutch documentary filmmaker Joris Ivens. I had admired him since I saw two of his most important films, Power and The Land and Spanish Earth, at the Cine Club in Mendoza run by my Jewish friend David. The Flying Dutchman, as this incomparable man was known, had studied optics before he became a filmmaker and was a specialist lens maker. He chose not to stay at home quietly in his prosperous family business, however, preferring to get involved in the century's major social and political upheavals. A tall man of about 60, with unruly graying hair, he was filming the installation of the exhibition. He said hello as the Czech introduced us. 4. Starting work in Cuba. The Habana Libre Hotel in Vedado, on 23rd Street and L, was the heart of extra-revolutionary activities. Fidel, a leader without a home, could be seen in the early hours going up to the top floors where he spent the night. The guests, foreigners for the most part, wandered about till late in the large carpeted salons, interconnected by Hollywood's staircases. Bellboys in red jackets with gold braid could be seen attending to awestruck campesinos on delegations from the interior to an assembly on the agrarian reform, or children from Orient Province on a visit to the capital, or giggling schoolgirls with starched cuffs on a nursing crash course, or youth brigades holding meetings by the lifts. An atmosphere of supercharged subversion filled the lounges and corridors, dislodging the privileged decadence of the local elites and the omnipresent pre-packaged taste of the gringos. Joris Ivens was staying at the Habana Libre. He asked me to help with the captions on his documentary, and we formed a bond. It was a reverential relationship on my part, and on his, I think, due to a need to keep the all-consuming Cuban reality at arm's length, and talk to someone neutral yet just as amazed by the tropical exuberance. He spoke Spanish like an American but we understood each other perfectly. Interested in what had brought us to Cuba, he suggested we go to his hotel where anybody who is anybody goes. So, that same afternoon I walked the couple of blocks from the Colina and disappeared into the carpeted bowels of the Habana Libre. Whenever I met him after that, he was always with someone important. One night he introduced me to a woman in militia fatigues. She was Argentine, not Cuban. Her name was Alicia Iguerin, the wife of the Peronist leader, John William Cook. Alicia was cordial though quite curt and very inquisitive, as if she needed to ascertain which camp you were in. Not long afterwards she invited us to meet her husband up on the 15th floor, where they had a suite with large windows overlooking 23rd Street. Gordo Cook, also in militia uniform, with a long beard that lay on his chest when he bent his head, had an unlit cigarette butt between his lips and ash splattered over his stomach. He was very nice and friendly. We were quickly on first-name terms like old friends, although I found it a bit disrespectful. To avoid misunderstandings, I made it clear I was not a Peronist but he was not interested in past affiliations, what mattered was the future. We talked until midnight. After that, whenever we met Alicia, we went up to see Gordo. Alicia was a kind of advance guard fishing for Argentines, who were then sucked up into the necromancer's cave. Our friendship with her developed on the ground floor, in the hotel's lounges and cafes, and with Cook on the top floor, among Argentine newspapers, magazines, books, and his own writings, scattered all over the floor. The soles of his campaign boots were as shiny as sugar cane, or even shinier thanks to the plush carpets covering his habitat. When I asked about Che, Cook said Che was why they were there. Alicia was more emphatic. Che is mine, she said. For an Argentine, she boasted, all roads to Che passed through her. One evening the hotel hosted an exhibition of blindfold chess, organized by Miguel Najdorf, an Argentine grandmaster and world champion in the field. Originally from Poland, he was in Buenos Aires at a chess tournament when the Second World War broke out and was the only member of his family to survive the Nazi death camps. I recognized him from a fleeting encounter with him and his wife on a number 60 bus in Buenos Aires. A section of a large salon on the ground floor had been cordoned off. Inside were several widely spaced rows of tables. The challengers were seated on one side. On the other, blindfolded, was Najdorf accompanied by an assistant who brought him a chair if he wanted to sit down. The assistant called out the number of a table, the room fell silent, the challenger called out his latest move. Najdorf, deep in concentration, repeated the sequence of moves already played, then made his move, which his assistant executed. The audience sighed with relief while the maestro moved on to the next of the 30 or 40 challengers and repeated the miracle. At the end of the second row of tables, immersed in his game, was Che. It was only the second time I had seen him. A couple of weeks earlier, I had read about an event commemorating the Spanish Civil War to be held in the Galician Center, a Baroque building on the corner of the Parque Central. Che would be there with General Enrique Lister, one of the great symbolic figures of the Spanish Republic. There was a huge crowd at the entrance. The room was long and narrow, crammed with rows of seats already occupied, and people standing against the walls, in the corridors, and sitting on the window sills. The ceiling fans were working overtime trying to recycle the air, but it was like stirring soup in which the audience were cooking. Lister recalled the Civil War, the People's Militias, the role of the Communist Party, the international brigades, and the support given by the USSR. Then Che spoke about the atmosphere in his family when he was a child, sitting round the wireless listening to news from Spain, as if the tragedy was affecting them personally, like all Argentines and other Latin Americans whether they were descendants of Spaniards or not. It informed his belief in the invincibility of the people's struggle if its leaders have the same level of commitment, sacrifice and unity, over and above ideological schisms. He ended by paraphrasing an Antonio Machado poem and offering Lister his pistol if that same will to defeat Francoism would lead him to take up the armed struggle again. Che's speech was not demagogic. His aim was not to persuade anyone or to milk applause. He spoke to say things he believed in or, at least, dreamed of. Now here he was in the hotel, in front of his chessboard, deep in thought, jotting things in his notebook after every move. In his well-worn fatigues, shirt outside his trousers, caught at the waist by his cartridge belt with his pistol on the right, the pockets of his shirt stuffed with papers, cigarettes, and pens, his dusty unpolished boots, and his beret on the floor, between the legs of the chair. A woman who, like the crowd of us crammed together in front of him, was not watching the game but Che himself, slipped under the cordon in a gesture of daring, or lack of vigilance by his bodyguard who was nowhere to be seen, knelt beside him, picked up the beret and handed it to him politely. Che, surprised but courteous, thanked her, but a few minutes later, with a sideways glance at his audience, put the beret back on the floor. The match ended with the hopes of most challengers dashed, Che's included. In this particular battle, the strategist-in-chief was not Orff. One day Joris Ivans introduced me to a Mexican anthropologist, who was to be instrumental in finding me work. The National Institute for Tourist Industries, one of the bodies created by the revolution, wanted to build a countrywide tourist infrastructure and invest in new areas. It decided to revive traditional handicrafts that were of little practical use but had anthropological value and would generate jobs for local people. Ornaments made of hemp, shells, and precious wood were common in Cuba, but in Orient Province there was also an original pottery-making tradition. It no longer made everyday utensils, but the INID wanted to revive it to make ceramic handicrafts. The Mexican girl knew the head of the project. He had asked her to study the possibility of setting up a workshop in Holguin, a town on the north coast of Orient. The problem was that her already limited anthropological knowledge was theoretical, and she knew nothing at all about making clay pots. Coincidentally, I had worked with ceramics on 2 occasions and had gleaned a basic knowledge. A fellow student at Mendoza Art School also attended the university's School of Ceramics, and he used to bring his creations round to my house. I got interested in the technique and ended up going to the workshops with him. I watched him prepare and apply varnish, glaze and various other combinations, depending on the desired degree of plasticity and hardness. Later, in Buenos Aires, I helped a colleague of my wife's build an elaborate circular pottery kiln with saggers and molds for liquid clay and clay paste, so we could produce whole series of pots by casting. The Mexican girl thought she had won the lottery. She told me her boss was interested in my know-how. We went to see the project director, a sweaty Swiss weighing 120 kilos, in black suit, shirt, and tie, wiping his brow with a handkerchief. I explained I was not a professional technician, that my knowledge was purely empirical. He seemed to have sussed the caliber of the staff he already had, and after a good chat decided that, compared to them, I was a genius. He offered me the job of running the handicrafts workshop in Holguin. This meant leaving Havana and potential contacts, but it also meant getting to know the interior of the island and the real Cuban people, the campesinos, the guajiros. What's more, Orient was the cradle of the revolution. I took the job. There was a diesel train that took 10 hours to do the 700 kilometers between Havana and Holguin, but it was worth it. Going out into the countryside is to begin to know Cuba. The modern world of Havana, luxurious and fickle, disappears as you leave the city limits. The towns and cities of the interior are decidedly colonial, with a marked African influence, not only in the people, as in Havana, but in the streets, the houses, the balconies with washing hanging, the galleries, verandas, raised pavements, signs, shops, curiosity and noisy brouhaha. Holguin province seemed a little different, and I soon realized why. It is an agricultural region like most of Cuba, but the land is richer, with meadows, woods, beaches, large sugar mills and a semi-feudal society based on sugar cane. It also has the island's most important nickel reserves. The city of Holguin is orderly and quiet. The poor, cane cutters and seasonal laborers in the sugar mills, and a whole range of unemployed, underemployed, and destitute, have been pushed to the southern outskirts of the city, to a huge shanty town made of yaguas, palm branches, and bark precariously tied to poles for the hut roofs and walls, and stones to hold the thatches down. The first thing I did after arriving at my Holguin hotel was to go out and get my bearings. The city was built round a central tree-filled square, with paved roads stretching for 2 or 3 blocks, more built up to the north away from the highway. It seemed very pleasant, but there was not much to see. I went into a cafe for a coffee, my breakfast in those days. The people who ran the cafe were my first friends. The second thing I had to do was sort out the so-called infrastructure of my new life. The solution to everything depended on slotting into the bureaucratic organogram, acquiring full rights and obligations. Apart from the traditional official bodies like the municipality, public works, electricity and water, etc., there were the new ones which called all the shots. Urban reform, agrarian reform, confiscated assets, CDRs, militias, literacy brigades, were all part of an entity called Integrated Revolutionary Organizations that wielded absolute power. It had been created by merging the organizations that had fought with those that had dithered. The latter, however, got their cadres in place first. In Orient, the Ori northern region was run by a communist, Rita Diaz, the power behind the throne, and a redhead to boot. She was not very tall, chubby but shapely, and mysteriously fitted into tight olive green fatigues and blue militia shirt. With her hair caught in a sort of loose bun under a green beret, she looked more like a French resistance fighter than a tropical militiana. She was very temperamental but had a good sense of humor, was both friendly and energetic, and highly expeditious. She put her weight behind the handicrafts workshop from the start and promised to help us find staff among people she trusted. Meanwhile, Claudia and I had to find a house, furnish it, join the militia and, of course, do political work. We would stay in touch with her. That's great, Chico. An Argentine like Che, the most beautiful man in the revolution, she said as she waved goodbye with a come and eat at my house, but no firm date. A young lawyer, Evelio Rodriguez, was in charge of urban reform in Holguin. For our workshop, he suggested a former fruit farm, an enormous old house with 2 interior patios and a large piece of land behind. It would be fine. Repairs to the floors and roof were needed, but it was doable. For Claudia and me, Evelio picked an apartment half a block from the main square, and no more than 3 blocks from the workshop. It was on the first floor, with stairs straight down to the street where, as if to mitigate our nostalgia, there was a tree, the only one on the block. It was not very big but satisfied our somewhat bourgeois need for comfort, and its excellent bathroom met with immediate approval. Large transparent lizards wandered over the frosted glass, but Evelio said they were the best line of defense against mosquitoes. We went to choose some furniture and the following day the house was just about habitable. Within a week there was a rhythm to my work. It was hard, 7 in the morning to 12 at night on normal days, but absorbing. I was the boss, but also the bricklayer, carpenter, and designer, removing roofs to replace woodwork and broken tiles, knocking down walls, making a bathroom, connecting the plumbing, installing electricity, or painting white walls. Cuba was almost totally dependent on imported materials and our work showed how far its commercial sector had deteriorated. As stocks ran out there was no way of replenishing them. There was a shortage of nails, screws, wire, plaster, fuses, files, etc., so finding materials was the first battle. I joined the militia, training a couple of days a week and doing night guard duty in official buildings or important workplaces. This general level of vigilance was not only necessary, it was also a way of mobilizing people on a political level. It played havoc with productivity at work, however. I could see how elastic timetables were, and although I used firm rational arguments, it had no effect. To make things worse, after the Bay of Pigs the army produced an emergency plan for defending Holguin in case of attack, not an entirely crazy idea given the city's strategic position on the north coast. It comprised encircling the town with 3 or 4 lines of trenches to be dug by voluntary milicianos, better at digging holes than being soldiers. This pick and spade job was done on Sundays until 5 in the afternoon. It flayed your hands but included a free lunch. All problems to do with the workshop went straight to Rita, that is, to the Ori, the powerhouse of the revolution. No cement in the building material yards. Go and find Rita. No rivets? Rita will phone someone. What the hell's happened to those rivets, Chico? That's how we did the impossible for the first few months. The Swiss director, who seemed to live in his huge Lincoln Continental, appeared at least once a month, surrounded by economists and planners from Jusplan, the Central Planning Board, an entity in charge of reorganizing the economy and educating cotters. It meant a wasted day. And not only for us, because these crazy economists applied undigested Soviet models, from an economic system of which they knew neither the internal workings nor the results, as we eventually saw when the practices of the political cotters whose inflated aims and results were made public. The Swiss, still sweating, was creating the inevitable national bureaucratic apparatus to fit the tangle of budget proposals, inputs, expenses, investment, and production, while we were still building our basic infrastructure, because we had no precedents, no ideas, and no pots. Luckily, the Mexican girls' folkloric ideas of going back to the primitive ceramics of the indigenous Taino and Siboney peoples, hand-molded clay pieces baked on a tribal fire, were discarded. The argument against, which I subscribed to, was that you could not devote an entire wages, equipment, and administration budget to an experiment only useful in an anthropology department science lab. She was transferred back to Havana, and was replaced by a young administrator, Melchor Casals, who was not even 20. He took over the planning days, and every now and again came with us to Havana for administrative training. The permanent staff comprised an improvised technical director, a very capable designer, a teenage administrator, a communist delegate cum worker, an actual carpenter, and 3 trainees. The responsibility kept me awake at night. But in the nick of time I managed to get the latest books on ceramic techniques, pottery, clay, varnish, kilns and temperatures. I got some locally, sent for more from Havana, and built up quite a good theoretical base on the subject. When work on the building was finished, Arjo made me a draftsman's table and the second stage began. Using millimeter graph paper, I designed every piece of equipment, shelving, work tables, sinks with covers, sinks without covers, sinks with drains, etc., and arranged them according to their place in an eventual production line. Various types of potter's wheels, tables for casting, molding, kneading, filing, varnishing, rooms with warm air circulating through the floor-to-ceiling shelving, for drying the varnish. Then came the period of experimenting with the equipment and materials. We needed prototypes already finished and fired. I designed a circular kiln with a 1 cubic meter capacity, with saggers arranged in the shape of an orange cut in half, with flames circulating upwards in a spiral, impelled by pressure from a ventilator. To build the ventilator, and especially the burners, I needed the help of specialized technology. The ventilator was built in a local workshop, but for the burner I searched the length and breadth of Cuba before Rita found me a group of Soviet engineers in the nickel processing plant at Nicaro. They designed and built an initial burner for the circular kiln and, later, a second one with more capacity and precision. Halfway along the road from Holguin to Havana I had spotted an area of red clay. We took a sample and it proved to have excellent drying and plastic qualities. We went personally and chose a truckload of the best clay and began the process of washing, grinding and kneading large quantities of this formidable red paste. It gave us a beautiful range of plates, cups, and vases, with a single color varnish inside and the natural red clay on the outside. Don't forget that this was the mid-60s, and Cuba was running out of practically everything, a critical situation in which the first things to break are plates. Hence, we channeled production into crockery. But work wasn't my only worry. Political control had degenerated into Stalinist sectarianism, spreading through Cuban society like a virus. A person's political past counted for more than his skills when it came to evaluating who would get positions of responsibility. The majority of the population were stuck because very few had a communist past. In the case of foreign workers, supervision was by representatives of the communist parties back home. The job of vetting the Argentine contingent fell to an engineer from Buenos Aires, a certain Fontana. He worked and lived in Holguin, and it wasn't long before he turned up at the workshop. Dressed in militia fatigues, with his beret under his epaulette, like a U.S. Green Beret, he introduced himself as the president of the colony of Argentine volunteers sent by the Communist Party to support the revolution. After running a critical eye over our facilities, which seemed to interest him, he said I had to come to his office to register my details and be briefed on the colony's obligations. The unresolved question of credentials that would make me legitimately useful raised its ugly head again. The engineer, his son and daughter-in-law, both architects, worked in the Orient Department of the Ministry of Public Works. Most of the Argentines sent by the party were professionals, since the majority of the Cubans in the mass exodus to Miami had been professionals, stripping the state of technocrats, top civil servants, doctors, economists, etc. Cuba needed to plug the hole. The Argentines, over 400 of them, were not there entirely out of altruism and international solidarity. They earned excellent salaries, of which they sent up to 50% or into succulent bank balances at home. With the rest, they maintained a standard of living that was higher than most in the government, ministers included. My salary was much more modest. I went to Fontana's house in the hope of forestalling a collision with the hierarchy, at least until I had enough support to disguise my being a political orphan and to regularize my status. Fontana felt empowered by his role of watchdog and put me through a sort of spy novel interrogation, examining my entire life back to my childhood. He quickly established that I would have my work evaluated periodically, and would have to report any failings to him. We must perform to the best of our abilities, as human beings and as party activists, he said. He insisted on having all my details, so I had to send to Mendoza for the required references after all. After thousands of miles, trials, and tribulations, it turned out my bosses were not Cuban but Argentines with whom I had absolutely nothing in common. 5. Compañero, Che is expecting you. Cucho lived in the Yaguas shanty town, on the outskirts of Holguin. He was an old communist, though his militancy went no further than reading the weekly Hoja Semanal after passing it round among his friends. Rita told him to introduce me to his neighbors and support my activities, although there was still no organized political work there. My first thought on seeing the place was that nothing could be done until these people were removed from this putrefaction and given a decent place to live. But things don't work like that, not even in Cuba. There was no decent place, and the inhabitants weren't cattle that you could just herd back and forth. There is no formula for starting socio-political work in these circumstances, even with a revolutionary government aiming to outlaw demagoguery and replace it with action. Anthropologists, who don't pretend to change things, try to blend in with the locals, adopt their customs, live like them, eat like them, begin to dream like them, and by so doing get to understand them. The literacy brigades do this, but in situ. Teaching people to read and write is a huge step forward, although to be fair, in Cuba illiteracy was no more than 25% nationally, and only above that in rural areas. Shanty towns are specters of misery everywhere. The usual description of their inhabitants as coming to the city peripheries from some distant nowhere in search of opportunities is far from true. They are neither campesinos nor city dwellers. They have left their huts, but have no houses. No countryside, no future. And in the main, no water. I got to know Cucho's family, his neighbors, and his fellow communists, no more than a handful of them in a densely populated area. There was a social center, that is, a fenced-off dance floor of flattened earth and a stage at the end for musicians. The audience brought their own chairs, if they had them. A small curious crowd was gathering, mostly women, under the faint light from a bulb hooked up by extension cable to an empty police checkpoint. Cucho's image of himself as a rabble-rouser went into overdrive with a fanciful introduction of me, as a hero from generous foreign lands come ready to give his all for Cuba. After a difficult moment breaking the ice with muttered introductions, the meeting opened up to questions, and in no time we established a whole program of activities based on looking at the Americas, past and present. We would meet on the dance floor for an open debate twice a week after the evening meal. For me this meant an urgent visit to the National Publishing House's library and bookshop to get books on Cuban, Caribbean, and U.S. history, to fill the serious gaps in my knowledge. Cubans had mixed feelings about Americans, or Yanquis as they called them. On the one hand, the present situation, with invasions, sabotage, blockade, and other acts of aggression, made them hate the gringos and support the revolution. On the other hand, they secretly admired them. All their most popular images, from movies to Cadillacs, gangsters, cowboys, skyscrapers, millionaires, and chewing gum, were American, creating a subliminal belief that the Americans were superior beings. Added to which, even deeper down, a real fear of the Russians kept raising its head, much to the despair of Cucho, who had to dispel the myth that communists stole children. Apparently the story of the Spanish war children taken to the Soviet Union under an agreement with the Republic, with the idea of saving them from fascism, was ingrained in the minds of the world's Catholics. Not only were children stolen, they were pickled and eaten. No matter what historical event came up, we spent the allotted time discussing it. The meetings were lively, full of avid participants who came religiously on the appointed days, and even started coming prepared with questions and contradictions. Looking back, I can see I had become a kind of pope without a script, acting outside the rigorous restrictive canons of a party organization. We had said there would be open debate, and there was. The point was to extract, from the clash of history and reality, a positive take on the revolution, of the tasks it proposed, of the sacrifices being demanded of them, yes, even of them, the poorest class of all. The revolutionary leadership was setting the example. There was no abuse, no rank, no privilege. The leaders worked day and night, with practically no sleep. The age of miracles had descended on the island, and the miracle was honesty. The weekly discussions, jokingly called the Yaguas Forum, were noticed, and my political stock shot up in Rita's eyes. Not as far as President Fontana was concerned, however. He gave me a deadline to fix my residence in Cuba. The workshop, meanwhile, with its spanking new roof and 2 working kilns, was ready to start production. We had already made crockery prototypes, and were experimenting with molds for the liquid clay. The burners had already arrived. On my first free Saturday I had been to Moa, a village on the north coast, to talk to the Soviet engineers at the nearby nickel plant. They kept themselves to themselves, wrapped in nostalgia, well provided with musical instruments, books, and records, in a nice, although isolated, house on the beach. They had a smattering of Spanish, so between them they had managed my questions and answers, greeting my appeal for technical help with the burners enthusiastically. It had taken a whole afternoon to explain exactly what I wanted. They did not mix much with the other foreign professionals living there, but they did mention an Argentine couple who were doctors. On my second visit, I had been to see this couple who invited me to dinner. We talked into the night, our good spirits fueled by a few beers. While her husband was making coffee, the young female doctor said something that struck a chord with my latent feeling of unease. "I see you're very excited about the revolution, Ciro. Your disillusionment will be very painful, I'm afraid. Communists are coming out of the woodwork like mice, taking over everything, to get at the cheese." The phrase remained engraved in my memory like a hieroglyphic chiseled in granite. It was only her opinion, of course, but they had been sent by the Argentine Communist Party, so this inside take on things surprised me. Their being suspicious about why I was in Cuba was perhaps part of a general continental-wide policy, to impose ideological control and situate the Cuban Revolution within the Cold War, a policy of the Communist International. Melcher, our administrator, talked to me about his future during our long nights on guard duty. He wasn't happy doing office work and, like all those in the shadow of the generation that won the war in the mountains, he felt none of the jobs available brought him closer to Mount Olympus. He and Xiomara, his skeletal girlfriend, believed, like the youngsters in Russia in 1917, that the revolution was a time for creativity and giving art free rein. They dreamed that once the state had solved production problems by recuperating their legitimate means, and faced the basic challenges of the new society, like education, housing, and health, etc., it would prioritize culture, and this would be a springboard for launching Cuba into the First World, not in the banal GDP sense, but in terms of art, cinema, and literature. Melcher wanted to study theater and had heard that the university in Santiago, on the other side of the Sierra Maestra, was going to open a theater school at the start of the 1962 school year. He wanted me to help him leave the workshop and register for the preparatory course. But it was nearly the end of the year, and the kills were working. Not an easy moment. The first time the big kill reached 1100 degrees and was working to capacity, I was overjoyed. I cooled it down slowly overnight and went to bed in the morning, leaving Cucho on guard. I wanted to be there with the whole staff when the oven was finally opened. One refractory box had broken along with some pieces in other boxes, but in the main everything was intact. The color of the clay was beautiful, albeit a slightly paler red, and the black, blue, and gray were very successful despite being imperfectly applied. I tapped the pots with the tips of my fingers, the sound was perfect. We all played tunes on the cups, plates, and jars, in a concert of joy and pride. And confidence. What I had promised had come to pass, warts and all. Rita finally gave Melcher permission to leave for Santiago on condition he returned for a few days each month to do the workshop's books. We celebrated New Year with our new friends, poor but with the warmest of hearts. For the first few months of the new year the tension between Fontana and me was mitigated because the workshop was running well. All the same, his deadline was approaching. Then Fidel appeared on TV and made a furious attack on Aníbal Escalante, the most hardline Stalinist in the old Communist Party, a member of the ORI's national leadership and the visible face of the sectarianism sweeping through the political and administrative bodies. I felt a great relief at this dismantling, albeit temporarily, of Stalinism. When the workshop was running smoothly, Melcher introduced a discordant note. The rector of his art school in Santiago wanted me to come and teach art, or art appreciation to be more precise. The students needed to learn about art, its history, its significance, and transcendence. I appreciated the offer, but I declined. I barely had time to sleep. I couldn't even leave the workshop to teach in Holguin, let alone on the other side of the Sierra Maestra. Melcher came back with another proposal. If classes were on Saturday and Sunday, I could travel on Friday night, teach on Saturday and Sunday morning, and return late on Sunday night. I don't know what possessed me to try it. Perhaps the example set by Melcher's determination. After all, I had not come to Cuba to be a potter. The road to Santiago wound through hills and cane fields. The last 50 kilometers were breathtaking. The Sierra Maestra was like a botanical garden, totally green, with palm trees leaning at a variety of angles, elegant dancers in a choreography created by the cyclones that pound the mountains and flatten the forest. The river Cauto crossed the road a couple of times. The city of Santiago appeared below the road and extended out round the bay, following the contours of the mountains. Looking for my hotel, I felt as if I were in New Orleans, seeing the same type of buildings, broad walks with railings, and wrought iron balconies, and because most of the lively crowd were black and it was hard to tell if they were walking or dancing. The next morning Melcher took me to the university campus. The Faculty of Medicine had lent the theater school some of its classrooms. The students were different from my political audience in Holguin, they were more interested and dynamic, and focused on the context and tasks of the revolution seen through the prism of art. But like the workshop, it was my responsibility to mold this pure young clay, not knowing either if I was up to the job or what the results would be. Again I felt as if everything I said was received like desert rain, and it was my duty to make it drinkable, not ideologically or aesthetically contaminated. By general consent, the classes were organized around slides and art books, arranged in periods, schools, countries, and cultures. We would have our work cut out. There was also a bit of color theory, drawing, perspective, volume and some practical exercises. On my second week in Santiago, I heard there was an Argentine looking for me. He was waiting by my truck in the car park when I came out of class. He was a short, jovial-looking man, slightly provincial, and good-natured. He could easily have been the gardener, but he turned out to be a doctor, a professor of pathology in the Faculty of Medicine. This was Dr. Alberto Granado, friend of Che and companion on his motorcycle journey round South America. After the revolution, Che had invited him to work on the island. Alberto invited me to his house to meet his wife and children since, he said, Saturdays and Argentines were synonymous with barbecues. Preparing the barbecue broke the ice, and by the time we started to talk seriously we were already friends. I glimpsed that my coming to Cuba was starting to make sense. I stayed until late, and when I came to leave, Alberto said that his house would now be my home in Santiago. We would be saving the revolution money to boot. They made room for me in his study, a narrow room filled with books and toys. In the months that followed, until July 1962, we talked endlessly about recurring themes: Cuba, the revolution, Latin America, Argentina, Che. Che, Argentina, Latin America, the revolution, Cuba. On Saturdays, when I came out of class, I would go to Petiso Granado's hideaway, the pathology lab. I would cross a huge hall with rows of stainless steel tables, some with corpses or bits of corpses, then climb some stairs to a mezzanine where I would find Alberto Granado, calmly eating a cheese sandwich as if he were at a picnic in a flowery meadow smelling of lavender, instead of formaldehyde and disinfectant. Then we would go home to resume our discussions, an obsessive mutual, collective, national, and international examination of conscience. We discarded all the Argentine political history that had shaped us. I told him of my travels around the north of Argentina, and the re-emergence of an underclass, descended from the poverty-stricken gaucho militias and survivors of the colonialism of yesteryear, who were forging a political presence behind Perón's deceptive populism and, thanks to him, could no longer be ignored. He told me about his own recent journey through the Chaco, the region where I had been. I must surely have asked the reason for that journey, since he was already living in Cuba, but I don't remember an answer that might have made me put two and two together. We talked about the workshop, political control, sectarianism, the militias, the Yaguas shantytown. He was always interested in how my political work was going. The weeks passed amid corpses, barbecues and discussions. Then in July, he told me Che was coming to Santiago on the 26th for the anniversary of the attack on the Moncada barracks. The weekend before the visit, Alberto said Che wanted to meet me. He planned a barbecue in his house. However, 2 days before the celebrations, I was laid up in bed in Holguin with a stonking cold. The most important day of my life, and I was in no state to drive to Santiago, or even get out of bed. I got someone to call and explain the problem, and say how sorry I was. When I got to Santiago the following week, Alberto said Che had left a ticket to Havana in my name with Cubana Airlines, and was expecting me as soon as possible. On my second visit to Havana's Rancho Boyeros airport, my expectations were different. I still did not know what lay ahead, but I felt that the old me, the spectator, was now sitting firmly in the front row. Sure enough, as Granado had said, a rebel army soldier in brand new olive green was waiting for me. He introduced himself as the commandante's bodyguard, and he was to take me to my hotel. It was none other than the Habana Libre. He filled in forms at reception with surprising agility and accompanied me to my room. He asked if I knew anyone in the hotel, and when I said yes, he said I had to pretend to be here for work and not mention the real reason. And finally, he said that I had to be on call. Whenever I went out, I had to leave word at the reception. You never know when the man will be able to talk to you. I visited Gordo Cook in his bunker and satisfied Alicia's curiosity about the workshop, Argentines, communists, and countryside. Between 2 and 3 in the morning of the second day, the phone rang and a voice said, "Compañero, Che is expecting you." I went down. The bodyguard was there. He took me to the underground car park where a car was waiting. We swiftly crossed Vedado and headed for the Plaza de la Revolución where, after a few security checks, we ended up in the bowels of the Ministry of Industry. We took the lift to Che's office, and there, in a sort of kitchen which looked like the bodyguard's bivouac, very young soldiers were drinking coffee or reading. I was to wait here. The opportunity to talk freely at Alberto's barbecue had passed. Che was buried in his usual workload. Then, a side door opened and Che appeared. He looked very tired. It was by now about 4 in the morning, and was wearing the same rumpled fatigues I had seen him play chess in. He ordered coffee to be brought to his office and, turning to me, said simply, "You're here," and held out his hand. He said he was in a meeting with a delegation from I don't know where, that unfortunately this time it was he who couldn't talk, that he hadn't time for the conversation he wanted to have with me, but someone would do it for him. I was to wait at the hotel until they came for me. He turned and went back through the door he had come out of. I don't remember uttering a single word. A couple of days later, some men in civilian clothes came for me. The car drove along the Malecon to Miramar, a smart suburb of villas with gardens, and stopped in front of one. We went into a living room with comfy armchairs, an elegant dining table, and many books. I was left alone, to wait. It was not long before an army officer came in. He did not look like the typical Cuban. He had a short military-style crew cut, large frank eyes, wide cheekbones and jaw, and a playful smile. As soon as he opened his mouth, I knew he was Argentine and that it was Jorge Massetti. After all, it was logical. His interview in the Sierra Maestra, his book, had brought me here. I knew nothing of his life in Cuba. Only that he no longer ran the Cuban news agency Prensa Latina, but that Fidel had brought him back to front it temporarily during the Bay of Pigs invasion. I had glimpsed him twice on TV during the public interrogations of the prisoners. We sat down to talk just like two Argentines in a cafe. It wasn't an exam, just a long exchange of opinions, ideas in common, work experience, mutual friends in Buenos Aires, illusions, disappointments, etc. I could see he knew exactly what I had been doing in Cuba and about my discussions with Granado, because he asked direct questions, like, "How long were you in Salta? Are there mountains near the tobacco sugar mill?" Details I had given Granado. We agreed there had to be revolution in Argentina. And, according to the theory of objective and subjective conditions, the time was ripe. The people were under attack, cheated, trapped, proscribed. The economy was growing, with a large productive capacity in food and consumer goods, but it was being usurped by foreign interests. The industrial infrastructure was developing, with large autonomous sectors, but the multinationals were taking over key areas that would be difficult to recuperate. A strong working class was ready to fight. There was a cultured and well-informed middle class. And an unequal geographic position, all types of climate from the Andes to the Atlantic, and from the Tropic of Capricorn to the Antarctic. Argentina was the ideal country for a process of revolutionary change that would regain for its people the use of its immense natural resources, its own creativity and will to work, without being strangled by imperialist siege and blackmail. Massetti said that the armed struggle was a real option. He had already done advanced military training at the new military academy which the Soviets had helped set up for the Cuban rebel army. After 8 months of intense theoretical and practical training, having to put up with being a foreigner and being called Che's poodle, he had graduated top of his class. This type of training was essential. Unlike Batista's, the Argentine army was extremely professional. Students from all over the continent came to study at our military academies. The project would not be like Cuba, first because of the size of the territory, and second because the population was mainly urban. Also, we had to take into account the level of politicization of the masses affiliated to traditional or populist parties, and with hegemonic influences that were difficult to combat. According to Massetti, the Cuban Revolution had shown that the Foucault theory would dismantle apparent hegemonies and focus popular support on an unexpected action, i.e. concrete activity instead of mere promises. The conversation took us into a realm of infinite possibilities, but Massetti was keen to establish the points we could agree on. He was not acting for himself, but on behalf of Che, his boss. In other words, if I thought the armed struggle could succeed in Argentina, Che had an offer to make me. The project was to give serious military training to a small group who would set up a guerrilla base in Argentina, to be commanded by Massetti until after this vanguard group had consolidated its position and Che himself arrived. There were too many question marks for my liking, but the bottom line was, if it was Che's plan and he was involved, I wanted to be in on it. So we got down to details, how the group would be formed, when and where the training would begin, the time it would take, and what we would study. Che would be sole overall leader, totally independent of the Cuban Revolution, although the Cubans would provide necessary help with infrastructure and equipment. Massetti was happy to discuss any queries I had about how the plan slotted into the Argentine political context, but this would obviously need a lengthy collective analysis and that, he said, would be one of our tasks during training. Naturally, a commitment to secrecy and the strictest cell structure was not only a matter of honor, but also of life and death. By accepting the offer, I took on board this commitment. In my second meeting with Che, he would define it more as a commitment to death than to life. It was getting dark. We had been talking for 6 hours and my throat was dry. A very pretty Cuban girl came in to remind Massetti the children were waiting for him. Massetti apologized for various shortcomings while he introduced me. Conchita, his new wife, was pregnant. He fetched the children, who were too shy to come in, 2 of them between 8 and 10, by his first Argentine wife. He was supposed to take them to their mother's house, but we still had a few loose ends to tie up, so we continued, aided by some lemonade. I had to get back to Holguin and confront the problem of abandoning the workshop at such a critical stage of production. I had no idea how I was going to do it, without getting myself a bad name and into a political mess. Massetti would talk to Che about it. Then there was my wife Claudia. Although we had already planned to separate, and she would not mind my leaving, she would have to be sworn to the secrecy. She could not be left completely in the dark and be expected to be supportive. Massetti would bring that up with Che, too. We left it that I would wait at the hotel for another couple of days at least, while he told Che the result of our conversation and my willingness to take part in the project. He made a call, and the security car came back for me. It left me at the hotel in a state of exaltation. I lay on my bed and thought over the events of the past few days, the people I had met, and the project, which was no more and no less than what I had come to Cuba for, although I never really thought it possible. And it had happened through a series of coincidences, connected by a mysterious force of destiny. It was after midnight when hunger forced me out of bed, and I went out in search of some food and a large glass of rum. Massetti came to get me the next day. We met on the corner of 23rd Street and the Malecon, and drove west out of Havana until we found somewhere for a drink and chat. Che would take care of the workshop, and also of Claudia's residency in Cuba until we were in Argentina, or indefinitely if she wanted to stay. I had to get back as soon as possible, because classes would be starting in mid-August. I would find a ticket for tomorrow's flight at the hotel reception. I arrived in Holguin feeling really strange. Something was tearing at my insides. It was as if my body was being emptied of ordinary organs and banal feelings, and replaced by more ascetic, rigorous ones. I was acting from my own free will, nobody was forcing me to do anything, although the idea of a small group, divorced from any political context, seemed like an irrational adventure. And yet, being a small group was what made the plan so rational, more than epic, it was logical. Everything would eventually revolve round Che being there, but he was not able to move the project forward as yet, nor come without a minimum of preparation. It was all about smuggling out the seed, planting it in land where it could germinate, and cultivating it. A memorandum from the Ministry of Industry signed by Che, and addressed to the INIT, was copied to our workshop. It said I was to be included in a group of scholarship students on a course in specialized ceramic techniques in Czechoslovakia. I had to be in Havana by August 15th. The news hit the workshop like a bombshell. They didn't see getting a scholarship as a success, rather as abandoning a scheme that represented a steady job. We had worked in consensus, like a family, without hierarchy or exclusion, each one bringing his skill and enthusiasm. I tried to convince them that I had contributed all I could, and that they now knew more about the equipment, kilns, and clay than I did. Rita saw it as almost a personal triumph, at least of her support for the workshop project. I insisted on giving the carpenter, Arjo Perez, the oak table he had made for me. He had asked for permission to work on it after hours, and I had seen the love with which he polished the wood, made the chairs and put the finishing touches to the varnish. I saw Melchor and Alberto Granado for the last time in Santiago when I took the plane for Havana. Melchor was moved. Granado's eyes were shining with personal triumph, like Rita's, except that he understood what it all meant. For the second time in less than 15 days, I landed in Havana. The intelligence services were there to meet Claudia and I. While we waited for the key to her house, we repeated our vow of friendship and wished each other good luck. Suddenly, the army appeared in the shape of Olo Pantoja, a captain in Che's column that had won the great victory in Santa Clara. A bit chubby with curly brown hair, he told Claudia her house was ready and introduced her to the people who would be looking after her. I was to go with him. Claudia and I said our last goodbyes, not knowing if we would ever see each other again. Pantoja took the bag with my few clothes and books and we got into an army jeep. There was barely enough room because the floor was littered with guns. "There for you, to practice with," he said. The time had come. I had to learn to kill. That is, I had to learn to die. Part 2. Argentina. 6. A project for utopia. The Cuban saga in the Sierra Maestra had diverse and contradictory consequences. For the Cubans themselves, there was an impact on national politics and economic strategies, and it also affected ordinary people, both socially and psychologically. Abroad, there was an irreversible impact on international relations, with regard to the North-South confrontation. The economic dependence of the South was structurally linked to its military subjugation, and the empire's repression of any sign of national or regional independence was justified by the pretext of fighting communism. The individual Cubans who had taken part in the epic saga were affected in many different ways. The majority went on to occupy positions in Cuba to which they would never have had access before, since the new society was based not on class but on their own sense of responsibility. Some discovered late in the day that the struggle had not been fought for personal gain, that the bearded fighters had opened the door to social change. Others, like Che, realized that they had to go on through that door and turn military victory into revolution, that if revolution does not change society, it is nothing. Needless to say, revolution led to confrontation with the continent's dominant power. Moreover, the revolution's ability to confront the imperial power successfully depended on its capacity to resist the inevitable reactionary attacks. The basic argument was that no small country would have the capacity to resist by itself, and especially not Cuba, an island in the mare nostrum of the empire, a few kilometers off its coast. It would be naive and foolish to ignore this obvious fact. It was clearly unavoidable and imperative to create this capacity to resist, not just inside Cuba but outside as well. Yet this was not just a question of will. The means also have to exist. Without economic autonomy, there can be no political or ideological autonomy. A revolution needs to be independent in all aspects. Ties of dependency block the machinery of government and prevent progress. Economic independence is the key. In the 21st century, this idea seems redundant because the economy is everything. But in the 1960s, notions of national identity, Western civilization, self-determination, cultural, ethical and even aesthetic patrimony were still considered important. To maintain independence, to have the freedom to negotiate, to accept or reject policies at the international level, was of paramount importance. Especially, to be able to negotiate. In this sense, it was clear that Argentina had better prospects than other Latin American countries. A revolution will never succeed in a poor backward country. Revolutionaries can take power, but nothing else. They will never be allowed to remain in power without surrendering their ideals and corrupting their principles. They will not be allowed to succeed. A victorious revolution is like a cancer spreading through the continent, erupting here and there. Then, if the empire is caught off guard, it will devote all its surgical skills to cutting the cancer out, above all other political considerations. The strength of the Cuban Revolution was to take power by its own means, by the will of its people, in defiance of doctrinal wisdom. Its subsequent unfolding drama was that of a lonely shipwrecked sailor besieged by dangerous sharks. For Che, the commander of the guerrilla forces in Santa Clara in 1958 that had defeated the Batista regime and brought Castro to power, the danger was only just beginning. The revolution was prey to all kinds of aggression, political, military, diplomatic, and economic, that aimed to force it to abandon its independence and capitulate, or simply be invaded and obliterated. The only way to avoid this fate was to get support from outside Cuba, from a similar kind of independent revolution in an economically important country in Latin America, a revolution capable of consolidating the task of constructing a just society for all its peoples and resisting the pressures and conditions imposed by the existing world order. This ambitious and adventurous idea became possible only through the single golden thread that sought to marry the power of subjective action with the harsh reality of objective facts, the introduction of myth into politics and war. That is, a physical presence that would lead the struggle, a hero with no national allegiance but who had not forgotten his ties to his homeland, the presence of Che, the Argentine, who believed it was legitimate to fight for a better society, no matter the country, but all the better if it was his own. This idea embraces everything that Che had learned both from his guerrilla experience and the exercise of power. Two things were fundamental and complementary, the theory of the Foco and the theory of the new man. According to the Foco theory, a small nucleus of fighters can successfully confront a regular army in a country where there are huge inequalities, because the people will support and strengthen a determined struggle for power. Armed action, directed against the forces of repression and backed up by the guerrillas' impeccable behavior towards its local campesino base and captured soldiers, would also constitute a lesson in how to become a new kind of human being. Personal vices and egoism would be abandoned and replaced by a process of transformation. Through sacrifice, self-control, dedication and suffering, this would eventually lead to an understanding of the importance of solidarity and justice. Were the process to be sustained and developed, an organizational or party leadership would emerge that would draw on cadres influenced by an unwavering revolutionary ethic. When the resulting revolutionary forces came to power, they would create a society without injustice or discrimination. The basis for building this new society would be the new man, someone without defects or aberrant inclinations. Looked at so schematically, the idea is to politics what a simple sum is to mathematics. It lacks any analysis of the situation in Argentina, of the international context, or of history, let alone of the law of probabilities, not to mention common sense and folly. From the point of view of the scientific analysis of human problems, rational intellectuals of the past 150 years had studied, measured, compared, and scrutinized every political and social event on the 5 continents. Yet the most serious and prestigious left-wing intellectuals, cocooned in the most rarefied strands of thinking, were blind to the obvious signs appearing in the edifice of world revolution like cracks in a dam. They deceived themselves and others about the new socialist society that was itself being built, as a matter of fact, on injustice, bloodshed and suffering. Some got a whiff of the smell of death, from tales of famine and repression, but they disguised it, like the bourgeoisie of centuries past, with the perfume of their own intellect and their own theories, and encouraged others to engage in collective deception. Others, like George Orwell, through his professionalism, honesty, and humanity, ended up in the dustbin of history. As for the foolishness of our particular adventure, it is impossible to negate the absolute purity of its intentions. It might be considered irresponsible or just plain risky, but the price was paid by the individual participants. It would be idiotic and criminal to drive down a motorway the wrong way, because the eventual victims would be innocent. Yet accepting danger in order to fight for a better world is an act of sacrifice, involving a renunciation of material wealth and the sublimation of personality. It is not to be confused with terrorist martyrdom, which carries out someone else's designs in return for a place in paradise. No, it is to assume a lifetime of risk, of fighting out of love for the right to a shared future. Che's project had this transcendental simplicity: forget any idea of glory, confront earthly perils without fear, stand up in this particular tropical region and say, here we are, here we want to build a new society, in which the fruits of our labors will not be taken away, where our rights will not be violated, where joy is not privatized, where culture is within everybody's reach, where the smell of bread fills our homes, and dreams come with the sunrise to dislodge the terrors of the night. If you want to stop us, you will have to come and find us, and understand that we will fight. Security was always our major weakness, both in Cuba, and also during the time needed for Che to transfer to the guerrilla base that would be set up in Argentina. Responsibility for this first phase of the operation fell to Massetti's small and inexperienced group. Any disaster, at either end of the project, would effectively put an end to it. Che could not come if we failed, the plan could not succeed without Che. 7. An army of 5 madmen. Captain Olo Pantoja drove from the Malecon to the elegant suburb of Marianao around the country club, through streets of luxury mansions abandoned by the bourgeoisie when they fled to Miami. You could tell how exclusive it was by the air. It seemed purer and more transparent than what we were used to in Havana. The mansions, which you could hardly see for leafy trees, were enormous and surrounded by long grass. There was an overall sense of neglect in the contrast between the splendor and silence of the empty streets and the gardens abandoned to weeds and the sigh of the sea breeze. Each house occupied a block or more of luxurious vegetation. The jeep stopped on a stony verge in front of large gates. At the discreet hoot of the horn, a young militiawoman appeared and opened them wide. The vehicle crunched down the gravel drive, coming to a halt in front of a neoclassical limestone building, slimy with damp and moss, its walls half covered by creepers reaching to the roof, its windows barred and shuttered. The front doors, standing proudly between columns of white marble, were solid wood with extraordinary pointed stained glass insets. They opened to reveal the black and white mosaic floor of an anteroom to a glass-domed indoor garden with a fountain in the middle, encircled by wide galleries leading to a succession of doors. There was something modern about the style, a Byzantine Roman Californian mishmash that looked as if it was from a Hollywood set. The captain, who had jumped out of the jeep and rushed inside the house while I stared incredulously at my magnificent surroundings, reappeared with a couple of individuals, joined by a third from another door at the back. With typical Cuban irony, Pantoja alluded to the entire army as he briefly introduced another Argentine to 3 compatriots. A cursory handshake left us standing looking at each other. The quartet we formed left a great deal to be desired. Nobody looked like a hero, more like villains in a police lineup. In a comic strip, there would have been a bubble saying, "I'm not going anywhere with these guys." The tension ebbed after Pantoja gave us a quick rundown of our program. First, unload the weapons from the jeep and put them in a storeroom, then a tour of the house and grounds before eating, then wait for Segundo, who would come that night, with someone else. We would receive provisions twice a week, as well as being given breakfast and dinner. Our only other visitors would be army personnel involved in the training, accompanied either by himself or his assistant Manolito. Obviously, we would not be allowed out. Olo Pantoja took his leave. My 3 compatriots forgot their momentary doubts, and proved very friendly, even happy. An exchange of ambiguous personal questions, and tacitly secretive replies, placed us generally from the Argentine provinces, myself and 2 others, and the 4th from Buenos Aires. The latter, naturally the most cool, was also the tallest, had the best build, was self-assured but nice and polite with it. He took charge and suggested we continue exploring the house, as they had been doing when I arrived. The other 2 were from the Chaco. The thin bony one, hatchet-faced, pock-marked, and with a stiff crew cut, seemed a no-nonsense tough guy of few words. The other looked like a meticulous Italian immigrant from deepest Umbria who had swapped his mountain farmer's clothes for a shirt and trousers with an impeccable crease he ironed himself. His attention to detail was obsessive, his shirt sleeves folded only twice, his 2 top shirt buttons undone to show the hairs on his chest, etc., and very well mannered. None of us seemed to have a name, so the Argentine expression "Che" filled the gap. Our food, brought in an army jeep, was barracks food. In Cuba now there was no separate food for officers, as is usual in Latin American armies. Conversation was dominated by the endless twitter of Pepin, our militiaman who we insisted ate with us. He was from a group attached to the Ministry of the Interior. Sworn to secrecy, he was dazzled by the mission he had been given, to help relax and entertain a group of Argentines led by the legendary Che. He showed a real passion for guns, and knew all the models and their features. Swearing he had used all of them in a variety of circumstances, he imitated the sound they made with a special onomatopoeia, pirapitapam. There was nothing for it but to call him that, pirapitapam, from then on. Cubans ate early, like the Swedes. So it was not even dusk when, having coffee, we awaited the arrival of Segundo, as Pantoja called him. A jeep finally turned up. Several men got out, among them Massetti. His greeting indicated he knew everybody, but did not show how well. He said he was pleased the whole group was here, including a young lieutenant he introduced as Che's bodyguard, name of Hermes, who would be joining the group and living with us until death do us part, as they say. We set up a table under the dome on the patio and began our first meeting as the Army General Staff. Massetti had experience of organizing a work schedule with disparate people, so he knew we had to start by getting to know each other. He did a quick profile of everyone present, starting with himself. We all knew who he was, but it was useful to see how he fitted into the picture. He said that, like the rest of us, he was joining something he believed in because the idea came from someone he respected, Che. No one doubted Che's commitment to building the revolution in Cuba, least of all him. But it had always been clear that Che wanted to take the struggle to Argentina, and Fidel Castro had supported him in this from the early days in the Sierra Maestra. Yet such a transcendental decision could not be left to chance. Che could not just get up and leave tomorrow, he could not neglect one revolutionary duty to take on another. Until such time as he could leave his Cuban responsibilities, he wanted the ground prepared for when, to call a spade, he would be free to lead the armed struggle in Argentina, his homeland. So, time was of the essence. We needed to set up a base as quickly as possible, explore the terrain, get to know local people, and set up channels of communications. We also needed to establish contacts in the cities, and create a countrywide support network so we could train anyone willing to run the same risks and fight for the same dreams. Such a huge project needed a minimum of people, but a maximum of qualities: sacrifice, stoicism, military skill, humanity. We did not need supermen, only men with moral integrity, human dignity, and a sense of shame at belonging to a society that does not value a man's freedom. Massetti had already been able to do military training, since the encroaching Stalinism had decreed he was out of political favor for other work. Sponsored by his mentor Che, he was one of the first batch of officers to pass out of the rebel army's new military academy. Now a captain, Che had formally appointed him his second in command. The next to be introduced, the guy from Buenos Aires, was a doctor who had arrived in Cuba just before me, motivated by the same instincts and passion. A similar fortuitous chain of events had brought him here. A specialist in preventive medicine, he had worked in the countryside on the chronic diseases endemic to the island and got friendly with several rebel army doctors. They noted his enthusiasm for the revolution and put him in touch with Massetti. From his name, Leonardo Wertheim, I guessed he was Jewish. The lads from the Chaco were the result of the trip my own guardian angel, Alberto Granado, had made there at Che's behest the previous winter, a couple of months before our meeting in his macabre pathology lab. Alberto had contacted left-wing groups in the city of Resistencia, had done a quick evaluation, and deemed them potential candidates. He invited them to Havana to discuss the possibility of taking the armed struggle to Argentina. Back in Cuba, Granado organized their trip and they had arrived a few days before the training started. Of the two, Hatchet Face was the most able. He was a mechanic, a weapons expert, and had hunted by himself in the impenetrable, the desolate wastes of the Gran Chaco where even the indigenous people don't like going. He knew the history of devastation in Argentina's two northernmost provinces, the Chaco and Formosa, was used to the rigors of the mountainous forests, and familiar with new technology. Rather unsociable and shy, he seemed committed, no holds barred. His name was Federico Mendez. His friend from the Chaco lost his name in subsequent events, and became Miguel, a pseudonym he chose himself. Of all of us, he looked the healthiest and most sporty, a classic candidate for the Argentine Military Academy. Then there was me, who coughed the whole time from the aftermath of my recent bout of flu. It eventually turned into a chronic bronchial condition. Massetti did not want to be involved in those parts of the project Che would deal with personally. His job was to oversee the training and to get the group to bond. We would be taught by a large number of specialist instructors, although numbers were to be kept to a minimum. None of them, no matter how important, must know our real identities. The only exceptions were those responsible for the support operation, like Olo Pantoja, and a team led by Comandante Barbaroja Pinero from the intelligence services. The rest would know only our pseudonyms, and we would get used to calling each other by these names. For example, from now on, Massetti was Segundo. The doctor opted for Fabian, although he would have liked Alejandro, Fidel's name in the Sierra. Federico chose Basilio after a much-loved uncle, his Chaco friend was Miguel, and I became Laureano. Our original documents, passports, Argentine identity papers, driving licenses, etc., went via Segundo to the intelligence services. We were like newborn babies. The only non-Argentine was Hermes, native of the Sierra Maestra. He had joined the rebel army just as Che was made a commandante and was forming his own column. He was a young mestizo, just a boy then, whom Che taught to read in the few calm moments of the fiercest battles in the Sierra. He had been with Che ever since, during the Long March, at the Battle of Santa Clara, and the triumphant entry into Havana. After an army training course, which he finished with the rank of lieutenant, he became one of Che's official bodyguards. He had now temporarily left this post so that he could be in situ when his commandante returned to his native land. Hermes, a farm boy in a uniform too big for him, was like a typical Argentine Capesitan Negra. He would look a lot less conspicuous than us posh city boys lost in the jungle. His immediate task was to inculcate military discipline into the group, establishing a logic that said, for example, whoever was on guard duty from 2 to 4 should make breakfast at 5, or the person who was best at something should do that the most. As Segundo's expert in guerrilla matters, he would teach us about exploring, choosing campsites, and organizing camp life. He was allowed to keep his name given that in Argentina it would mean nothing. The next step was to turn one of the bedrooms into a dormitory. Making us all sleep together would force us to accept that, come what may, we were a group, sharing things, even our personal irritations, dislikes or phobias. The life we had chosen required us to learn to respect each other, our need for sleep, our moods, sense of humor, silences and even our defects and obsessions, as long as they did not disturb the rhythm of the work or were not a deliberate provocation. The desired effect was a kind of symbiosis that would be our insurance policy in time of need. Our common weaknesses and strengths, shared needs and dangers, and joy at successes for the common cause had to become second nature. We had to learn to act as one, never doubting each other, instantaneously, like a gestalt, guided by all-encompassing force. With this pretty feeble group of men, plus one more who would be appearing any time, the army of Che's dreams came into being, an army of 5 crazy guys, like Sandino's crazy little army in Nicaragua, although Sandino had 500 men, not 5. In this initial phase, the operation of getting into the country meant it would be risky to be more numerous. It was on this point that we had different opinions, material for discussion and timid analysis. The subject came up repeatedly, but there was nothing for it but to accept the general plan. Being an armed group from the start meant we would have no recourse to the legal system. The idea was not to operate clandestinely then resort to habeas corpus, but to dispense altogether with the law that only protects the rich and powerful against whom we were fighting. Added to which, we had to bring in weapons, and you can't put those in your luggage. We had to start by breaking civil laws pertaining to immigration and contraband, illicit association and forming an armed group, and military laws of insurrection and conspiracy to bring down the government. These laws were used exclusively against poor people, never against big-time smugglers, corrupt governments, and military coup makers. If we failed, we would be accused of trying to show that justice is not divine, but man-made and the product of a pre-mercantile human condition. Did we think we could do it? We thought we could. For me, all great social transformations, historical and political contexts notwithstanding, have been led by the genius, will and charisma of a great man, leader and soul, brain and emotion, catharsis of the hidden, even ignored, desires and needs of a people at a given time. No mass movement can get off the ground without the emergence of such a figure, either out of the whirlwind of action, or from serenity and reflection, no matter how much praise populists heap on the masses. They can generate spontaneous social movements, but without the figurehead they are nothing but a boil erupting on the skin. From Spartacus to Mandela, Alexander the Great to Mao, Jesus Christ to Gandhi, the existence of the leader justifies the moment. However, there are intellectuals who not only reject the notion of the great leader but actually demonize him and strip him of importance, intellectuals who watch the century go by from their armchairs, building castles in the air, like the socialist camp, without lifting a stone, until the castle collapses and they move seamlessly onto something else. But to lift the stone, you have to roll up your sleeves and run risks, and face the possibility, inherent in history, that your goals be misappropriated, and your dreams turned to dust. For me, Che embodied honesty and ethical behavior in the smallest details of every one of his actions. The masses, who will follow a man because of his ideas, even after he is dead, hate intellectual arrogance which, they sense, is expressed in books they will never read, and symbolizes a superior class that despises them. The crazy side of our project, the feeling that we were insanely on our own, did not intimidate me. It excited me. My only doubt was existential. Do I do it, or do I watch others do it? 8. Training and the Missile Crisis, October 1962. It was daybreak. "Get up!" barked Hermes. Nobody seemed to have heard him, so he repeated in Cuban, "Get up, Cono." We looked at him as if he were mad. His work schedule had begun with breakfast at 6, followed by a series of exercises that from now on would be our introduction to the day. By 9 o'clock, we had run, jumped, crawled, and flexed our muscles. Surely there must be some mistake? Then Olo Pantojo appeared with our first instructor, an armaments specialist the Castro-Wast rebels had inherited from Batista's army. Another new arrival was Ariel, from the Cuban intelligence services, who would be supervising the team of instructors on behalf of the Interior Ministry. His real name was Juan Carretero. He gave a speech to the effect that his team would do their job to the best of their ability, and try to do justice to the request for assistance from someone whom it was an honor to serve, Comandante Che Guevara. He was sure we would respond with the same effort and dedication. The course would be intensive, but he expected that in 3 months we would have reached a level of preparation on a par with that of a specialist army officer. Good luck. Patria Omuerd. The instructor began his class by demonstrating how to use an old German Mauser, Model 1894, from the Spanish-American War, and then went on, symbolically, to a U.S. Springfield of the same period, both with a hand-written bolt. It was a very powerful gun with a hefty recoil if the poor idiot firing it did not hug it to his body. We had to take it apart and put it together time and time again, piece by piece, until we did it perfectly, and in record time. We had to clean the guns, oil them, polish them, caress them, as if they were erotic objects, until we got used to their roundness, their weight, their smell, and their rigid and implacable presence. We spent a week digging through the entrails of rifles, machine guns, pistols, and carbines of all nationalities, ranging from the Winchester used in the genocide of the indigenous peoples of the U.S., to the modern Belgian FAL rifle used in the more recent dark history of the Congo. The latter was an automatic rifle we would presumably have to face one day, since it was used in Argentina by both the regular army and the gendarmerie, the special anti-smuggling border police. After weapons dismantling, came shooting practice. We were taken to the Ministry of the Interior shooting ranges in the countryside. By mid-morning, Hermes had destroyed any concept of normality by making us crawl through the undergrowth with our noses to the ground, swing like monkeys through trees, flay our bodies by trying to run through bushes as prickly as barbed wire, and lie immobile on piles of enormous red ants that appeared out of the sand in their thousands. They infiltrated our uniforms and the damp and delicate parts of our skin, covering us from neck to groin with little bags of formic acid that burned like hell. The cavalry of Olo Pantoja, Manolito, Ivan, and Ariel, appeared in the nick of time to rescue us from the clutches of that obsessive Guajiro, who was convinced that to train was to demolish. After a brief snack, we went exhausted, scratched, bruised, and swollen, to get beaten with rifle butts and have our eardrums burst by various thunderous explosions until we learned to distinguish between them. They fired over our backs when we tried to wriggle free of the barbed wire we were crawling under, until we thought our arses and soles were indelibly tattooed by gunshot. We also practiced with live hand grenades after minimal instruction: wrap your hand tightly around the grenade, undo the safety catch, make sure your angle of flight allows you to throw with an outstretched arm, throw it forcefully and accurately towards the target, drop face down on the ground and count to 10, by which time the grenade should have exploded. At my first attempt, after Pantoja demonstrated by running zigzag towards some trenches, throwing first the grenade, and then himself headlong behind some rubble, I followed his instructions and we both lay with our hands over our ears waiting for the explosion. 10 seconds, 10 minutes, went by but nothing happened. Pantoja went to investigate and came back with the grenade intact. I had forgotten to undo the safety catch. The explosives instructor was like a fugitive from a Kubrick film. He piled up an arsenal of howitzers, mortars, shells, guns, anti-personnel mines, anti-tank mines, dynamite, bottles of nitroglycerin, packets of C4, potassium chlorate, gunpowder, fuses, every type of detonator, all live and ready to explode at the slightest gaffe. Not all at the same time, of course. His attention to safety was absolute, but it was not contagious. Do exactly as I do and nothing will happen, Chico. But if something did happen, we would all go up in smoke. His appearance did not inspire confidence. He was missing an eye, fingers of one hand or perhaps the whole hand, I don't remember, and he had deep scars on his forehead, irrefutable evidence of previous accidents. He insisted safety precautions had to be observed. With the safety catch in this position, it can't go off, he said as he banged a mortar ferociously against the table, while we ran for cover petrified. The plastic explosive that wreaked havoc in the war in Algeria is like putty, you can drop it, no problem, he said, throwing it on the floor, you can chew it and swallow it like marzipan, he added, and ate a mouthful, you can burn it, and he set fire to it. At the shooting range, his classes verged on collective suicide. The idea was to teach us to make explosives with household materials. We mixed carbons, sugars, sulfurs, chlorates, put them in a tin, attached a detonator and a timed fuse, or a capsule of sulfuric acid, and buried it. The explosion made a crater 1 meter in diameter. Our brains started receiving warning signals, and enhanced reactions to the least sign of danger but, above all, a heightened awareness of everything around us. We got back from the practice range only to fall yet again into the clutches of Hermes who, in the meantime, had planned a complicated commando operation to attack the house. Some members of the team had to defend it and the rest of us had to drag ourselves round the outside trying to get in without being seen. Each day ended with a meal, followed by obligatory reading material before bed, and even the night could be interrupted without warning to send us in pursuit of some fictitious nocturnal objective that the malicious Kuajiro dreamed up for us. On one of those nights, the sixth member of our group made his entrance. At midnight we had to dress in full kit, carry a backpack with 25 kilos of random objects, a rifle with full quota of ammunition, a pistol, provisions, and a canteen of water, and set off on a 20-kilometer march, the mother of all tests, with 10 minutes rest every 45 minutes, behind our new companero, chief of the Havana Revolutionary Police, Comandante Abelardo Calomi Barra. His boyhood nickname, and now his nom de guerre, was Furry. Standing in an official jeep with a radio telephone, he set the pace through the deserted unfamiliar streets on the outskirts of Havana, respecting the designated rests which coincided with our being about to pass out. In those days in Cuba, a group of men marching round at night armed to the teeth was either part of a counter-revolutionary invasion, or barking mad. That was us. Furry was very young, barely 20, another of those boy commanders to emerge from Che's column. He was seriously wounded at the Battle of Santa Clara when an anti-tank grenade exploded. It went off a meter from his head, a metal shard piercing his forehead and lodging itself there. His guerrilla war was over, but he went on to have a brilliant military career. He became Cuba's most decorated combat soldier and its highest-ranking general. He commanded 15,000 Cuban troops in Angola in 1976, a war that changed the course of the region's history and brought to power Angola's first national people's government under President Agustin Jonito. Furry was recalled to Havana, wreathed in laurels, and replaced by Arnaldo Ochoa, another much decorated and famous general before he was executed in 1989. Furry was made Minister of the Interior that year. His slim distinguished face, of white Spanish stock, was turned dark, almost blue/black, by a 5 o'clock shadow shaved down to his collar, from whence sprouted a mass of black hair that carpeted his body to his extremities. Hence his nickname. The march passed off uneventfully. For the record, it was more of a speed trial than anything else, since we were on asphalt roads, doing an impossible to fathom circuit, with only the lights of the Jeep to guide us. We didn't sleep, even when we got back, because we had to clean and cure our blisters. But we all passed the mother of all tests without asking for clemency. Furry gave us the nod, commenting in passing to Massetti that with us he was ready to go anywhere. Massetti explained it was no idle compliment. Furry would, in fact, be coming with us, to help set up a rearguard base somewhere on the Bolivian-Argentine border. My relationship with Massetti, begun in his house in Havana, developed on two dissimilar but not mutually exclusive levels. First, because I was the only one in the group familiar with our eventual zone of operations, that area of Salta separated from Bolivia by the Bermeja and Pilcomayo rivers, a region covered with tropical forest and inhabited by indigenous cannon fodder for the agricultural, timber and cattle enterprises, and by the poverty-stricken descendants of the ancient Inca Calazullo, now sharecroppers for the land-downing oligarchy. And second, because we had become good friends, we had the same sense of humor, we had lived in Buenos Aires at the same time, had mutual friends, shared tastes, a passion for politics, a desire to be involved, but most of all because we liked talking. Massetti did not live in the house but came every day for strategy classes and sometimes shooting practice. The rest of the time he was mired in the quicksands of bureaucracy, setting up the part of the operation Che did not have time for. As soon as he arrived at the house, he would come and chat with me. I always played devil's advocate. My role apparently was to say yes, but, although all I wanted to do, in fact, was to dispel my doubts. The resulting discussions increased our knowledge and confidence in the project. Massetti and I communicated on the same wavelength. We liked fooling about, but, as Massetti himself said, we were also down to earth. For different reasons, but mostly because we saw each other every day and both liked talking, I also became friends with Fabian, the doctor. Fabian was, on the other hand, a Che fanatic and a bit of a fundamentalist. He was obsessed with something that was on TV a lot at the time, discovering hidey holes in abandoned mansions, a cache or stash, where people who had temporarily emigrated to Miami had hidden fortunes in jewelry, art, antiques, etc. We inspected every wall, every nook and cranny of the house. We even sussed the different widths of certain walls. Using Fabian's stethoscope and our knuckles to knock on particular spots, we eventually discovered two hidey holes, although the so-called treasure wasn't worth having. One contained a big game hunting rifle and a double-barreled shotgun, quite special. Another had papers and ornaments, sentimental stuff that was difficult to carry. It was all handed over to security. One afternoon before he left, Massetti announced that Che would be coming that night. Or rather, it would be almost daybreak given Che's duties at the ministry. We would no longer be a bunch of loose ends who didn't know if they fitted together until an important milestone would give them coherence. With our chief before us, we would be a cohesive unit welding hopes, passions, fears and joys into the metal needed to sustain the heart and soul of such an endeavor. We downed endless cups of coffee in silence. Then Hermes saw an escort jeep, followed by a car. Che and Massetti got out and came straight to our table under the dome. For some, it was their first meeting. But for all of us, including Massetti and Hermes, it was very special. The scene is still vivid in my mind. I remember the exact position of the table on the patio, at the end of the gallery, on the left, under the glass dome open to a clammy night sky. I remember how we were seated around it, and I associate it with old Argentine engravings of cabildos, council meetings, and patriotic gatherings. Except that in the old lithographs, the founding fathers, in velvet jackets with big lapels, are all sitting on one side of a table, facing a throng of citizens. Here, we were all on one side of the table facing a solitary hero sprawled in a chair, letting bureaucracy seep from his exhausted body, as he asked for a glass of water and a coffee. From his long exposition, I have retained his sense of solidarity, philosophy, utopia. He said he understood that our presence there, around the table, meant we shared an ethical view of the world, and implied total commitment to our joint project. It had to be made absolutely clear that there would be no benefits in the future, only sacrifices in the here and now. Although the revolutionary objective might be to take power, we would not get the reward, even if the aim were achieved. Most probably none of us would live to see it. Remember, as from now, you are dead men. From now on, you're living on borrowed time. He said the situation we were witnessing in Latin America was atypical, a new reality, distorted, anti-historical, unacceptable to an empire accustomed to the servile docility of the oligarchies. The Cuban Revolution was a sickness the US system could not tolerate in its dominions. Plans were being hatched daily to destroy it and, in his opinion, they would end up harming it. But Cuba was more than a successful experiment looking for its own way forward, it was the last card for the peoples of America, and they had to play it. The US could destroy Cuba if they chose to wipe out the island, though the price would be very high. But they could not destroy its example, and if it spread throughout the continent, it would be imperialism that would be destroyed. In any case, the task we were setting ourselves was not the utopian dream of defeating the most powerful army in the Americas, but of making our presence felt, so that our people knew the armed struggle was an alternative, and not be afraid of it. Traditional politicians kept vain hopes alive. We would show that the people's dignity and future had to be fought for. Che added that he could not go much further in the Cuban process. He had given his life to the revolution, but a revolutionary life was not to be wasted behind a desk. He sincerely believed, without false modesty, that he still had a role to play, and by playing it in Argentina he would serve the revolution in South America as a whole. For this initial stage, he needed our help. We had to learn as much as we could in these classes, and remember how much they were costing the revolution in increasingly difficult times. It was a bitter pill to swallow, knowing the resources being put at his disposal when every single man, every single dollar, taken from the Cuban budget was a sacrifice. We could not prolong the training more than strictly necessary. We needed to take responsibility for the project, under his leadership, as soon as possible, but Cuba would cover a minimum of the essential organizational support. Our task, as a group, was to keep ourselves safe, establish the camp in Argentina, familiarize ourselves with the region, increase our numbers, and avoid combat until he arrived. He would visit us as often as he could while we were in Cuba, hopefully once a week, but he could not be sure. The climate of aggression against Cuba was a sign that new attacks were on the way, and we had to be ready by then. But we shouldn't feel we had to sit there in silence, that is, if we had any doubts or things we did not agree with, we should say so, not keep it to ourselves, because soon it would be impossible to withdraw. He gave us the floor, but as often happens at conferences with a non-professional audience, no one had anything to say. Massetti, on the extreme right of the table, looked at us as if he had asked a question. Fabian played with a pencil, as if he was taking the minutes. Me, in the center, looked at the others, while Basilio and Miguel, to my left, looked at the floor. Overcome by embarrassment and a sense of the ridiculous, but mostly because I thought saying nothing showed a lack of respect, I spoke. It is impossible to reconstruct my discourse, more or less a series of wobbly questions. The overpowering impact of Che's presence drowned out every sound that did not come from him. I think I asked if we would be supported by any kind of organization once we got there. The reply, none at all, creating them is part of the task. I think I showed a certain incredulity at the disproportionate odds, half a dozen men versus millions. I remember his reply, in Cuba they were only a handful and they won. I think I insisted that, in Cuba, they had been a handful, many more when they had disembarked, but that the 26th of July movement had been waiting in the wings. It was not the same, he retorted, to go in on a war footing after an event like the Moncada, as it was to go in clandestinely with an exploratory project. The 26th of July movement came out of a previous isolated experience. I think I evoked the somewhat indigestible image of an ant on the edge of a 3 million square kilometer cake, and behind the ant image I suggested that our cause would have to prosper from the periphery towards the interior, not the other way round. I also brought up Argentina's unresolved internal political conflict, Peronism. His reply was that Argentina's problem is the dependence and poverty of its people while its wealth is in foreign hands. Peronism is only a symptom, for the struggle, the sickness is what counts. I think that was how I explained my most immediate doubts, and they were not dismissed. On the contrary, they were adopted as subjects for further discussion. The meeting ended at dawn. Hermes mobilized the bodyguards and Che said goodbye with a mixture of exhaustion and satisfaction. Classes resumed with renewed gusto. The team of instructors was joined by experts in radio communications, telegraphy, self-defense, use of telescopic sights for light artillery, bazookas, mortars and recoil-less rifles, all weapons which can be easily captured from the enemy but are no use at all if you don't know how they work. Our instructors put a huge effort into teaching us the most exquisite details of warfare technology. Weapons exert a fascination, they mean danger. Despite their amazing technology, all weapons are horrible. Yet some have the fascination of horror. We were choosing the best automatic weapons, weighing up size, weight, and the most universal calibers. We left out some supposedly superior Soviet ones for the obvious reason that there were none in Argentina. The US infantry had developed a practically indestructible machine gun, the M3, a .45 caliber made completely of steel, with an enormous covered bolt the size of a piston, like a ghetto blaster. It had a hugely destructive capacity, but was very heavy. My preference for it was unfortunate, because I had trouble carrying it later on. The arms manufacturer, Fabricaciones Militas, had acquired the rights to make it in Argentina, although it was reproduced in .22 caliber, much lighter but just as effective. Our apprenticeship continued, both theoretical and practical, and a constant stream of experts fought for the best and largest number of class hours. Well into the course, a special guest appeared, his visit cloaked in secrecy. He was a general and hero twice over, Spanish and Soviet. Massetti introduced him as Angelito. Over 60, in a uniform without insignia, he was certainly angelic looking, not very tall, a bit chubby and balding, but a picture of health. He was quietly mannered and spoke excellent Spanish. Angelito said he would be lending a critical eye to some of our training sessions. He began there and then. During our stops for rest and food, he talked animatedly, picking our brains no doubt to see if we had any residue of intelligence. Angelito was an admirer of Che's guerrilla tactics in the Sierra Maestra, and especially in the Escambray, a combination of guerrilla warfare and permanent German blitzkrieg which was now studied in Soviet military academies. Angelito had known defeat as well as victory, bitterness, and glory. After the final Republican defeat in the Spanish Civil War, he had gone into exile in the Soviet Union with the Communist Party's combat contingent. There he had joined the Red Army and taken part in the victorious offensive right up to the fall of Berlin. Now also a Soviet general, the Soviet Communist Party's Central Committee had sent him to Cuba to advise on the creation of a new-style professional army. Despite his age, he proved he was in magnificent physical shape by doing backflips from a standing position, like a gymnast. He considered fitness of paramount importance. His name was Francisco Ciutat, a Catalan. Russian weapons had begun appearing in Cuba. First to arrive were rifles and the cylindrical barreled Pepesha machine gun, famed for its role in the fall of Berlin. Next to come were the four-mouth anti-aircraft guns which fired from 4 barrels simultaneously. They were being placed in strategic positions round the city, and were also seen being driven round on the backs of new Soviet lorries. The commandantes were now sporting the Makarov, a .45 caliber pistol with a quick fire burst option that left any target like a colander. And finally, the best rifle in the world, the AK-47, plus heavy artillery, tanks, etc. But they were just small beer. The big fish did not get much press, although rumors reached even our chaste ears. The Soviets were building sites for intercontinental missiles. Nuclear perhaps? Between his first visit to our bunker and his second, Che had been to the USSR, talked to Khrushchev and signed military cooperation agreements that included bases and installations on Cuban soil for defensive purposes, radar, ground-to-ground missiles, ground-to-air missiles, etc. And why not strategic? Che did not talk to us about this level of military secrets, naturally, but after his trip he appeared less pessimistic. He seemed to be expecting large-scale confrontations and seemed almost to be welcoming them. He urged us to finish our training as soon as possible. Meanwhile, each member of our group began to specialize, almost by natural selection, following an army unit's classic division of labor into operations, logistics, intelligence, and communications. Massetti decided Basilio would be best at operations, Fabian at communications, Miguel at logistics, and me at security and intelligence. We began having our classes separately, except for shooting practice and fitness. We also had medical and dental check UPS, and I asked them to take an urgent look at my bronchitis, already turning to asthma. I wanted to follow Che's example, but not to that extent. The training took a new turn, more romantic and scientific. I got very attracted to secrecy. Everything I was taught was secret, for my exclusive use. My self-defense instructor argued, realistically, that learning enough karate to fight even a beginner would take me a couple of years, so he concentrated on techniques to help me escape attacks from behind, or the pincer movements police used, adding a couple of lethal blows for when I needed them. Fortunately, I never had occasion to use them. October 1962 was a war of nerves, and of words. Accusations flew back and forth between the U.S. administration and the Cuban Revolution. No one appeared to want to give way or try to relax the tension. On the contrary, diplomatic events added fuel to the fire. Ben Bella, having recently taken power in Algeria, arrived in Cuba in the middle of September, evidence of previous anti-imperialist collaboration. Anatol Gromyko, the Soviet foreign minister on a visit to the U.S., said the weapons delivered to Cuba were purely defensive. But on October 22, Kennedy appeared on television, the U-2 photos in his hand, to denounce the USSR for installing long-range strategic missiles in Cuba. In retaliation, he announced a naval blockade. Cuba declared a state of emergency, put its combat troops on the alert, and called for general mobilization. Che was made commander of Western forces, from Havana to the western tip of the island, presumably the first combat zone in the case of an invasion. If the Americans landed, they would not repeat the mistakes they made at the Bay of Pigs. They would try to secure one end of the island, with easy air and sea access, and a single military front. 9. Prague, Paris, and Algiers, November, December 1962. The streets of Havana had lost their usual ebullience. Military trucks went by loaded with troops and militias. Sandbags were piled up at the entrances to buildings, and anti-aircraft guns set up in the city's squares. The people, usually so laid back, became hurried and frantic. An electrifying collective anxiety seemed to have possessed those still trying to get onto overcrowded buses and trucks. Manolito dropped me off at the Revolutionary Armed Forces Hospital in the center of Havana. It was assumed I would be treated for my bronchial infection and taken straight back to the house. Che wanted our group transferred to Pina del Rio, where his Western Command headquarters was. But the doctor who saw me was a commandante as well as head of the pulmonary infections department, and, although he understood the urgency, he was the one setting the timetable. After a series of tests, including a basal metabolism, he ordered a massive attack of antibiotics and 10 injections of 10 cubic centimeters of aminophylline to be applied twice a day. 5 days of jabs, all told. "You'll leave here good as new, Chico, straight to the front," he said, as if stopping the Yankee Marine Corps single-handed depended on me. So I was hospitalized, and the support team came to tell me my compañeros had left for Pina del Rio. The hospital was a modern, well-equipped building several stories high. I was put in a 3 or 4 bed room on the 10th floor with a panoramic view. Being a military hospital, it was like a first-rate barracks. The leisure room TV worked but only on one channel, the missile crisis. The chairs were occupied by patients with differing degrees of illness but all predicted certain defeat for the imperialist invaders. Recently operated upon patients and even those on their deathbeds demanded their clothes and weapons so they could join up again. Only notices on the walls and a finger on the lips of a beautiful nurse reminded us there should be silence. Doctors appeared, dripping scalpels in hands, at the slightest sign of news or a speech by Fidel. It was wartime euphoria given the military nature of the place, but was nonetheless typical of what the country was going through. The Cubans were ready to be incinerated rather than let arrogant imperialists ride roughshod over them. The climate of confrontation got worse by the day. The island was blockaded to prevent the passage of Soviet cargo ships, their decks lined with more missiles, as the U-2 photographs on U.S. television showed. Looking out to sea, you could see U.S. gunboats anchored at the limits of international waters. U.S. planes violated Cuban airspace every day. On October 25, a missile from one of the Soviet launch pads brought down one of the notorious spy planes. A rumor went round, Massetti told us later, that Fidel was visiting a Soviet missile site, and Russian officers were showing him the sophisticated control panels, with radar monitors giving precise positions. At that very moment, a high-altitude U-2 entered Cuban airspace. Putting theory and practice together, the Russian officer demonstrated step by step the sequence of maximum combat alert as the screen showed the U-2 reaching the center of the island. "And now what?" asked the commander-in-chief. "If we get an order to attack, we press this button, the radar guides the missiles, and the plane is destroyed," the Russian officer replied. To everyone's amazement, Fidel stretched out his long arm and pressed the button, murmuring, "Let's see if it's true, Kono." That the U-2 was destroyed was certainly true. 200,000 Marines hurriedly boarded their transport planes, the flying fortresses filled their holds with bombs, Cuban soldiers said goodbye to their families, and whoever could do so downed a large shot of rum, in case it was his last. With bruised arms, perforated by needles, I went off to join my comrades at the front. My journey was in vain, however, because a few hours after rejoining my group, Khrushchev agreed unilaterally to withdraw the missiles from Cuba in exchange for the U.S. taking their missiles out of Turkey, and a commitment of non-aggression towards the island. Che ordered our immediate return to training, intensified to cut short the timetable. On his second visit after we returned to the house in Havana, despite his exhaustion and somber mood, he told us of the tension surrounding the crisis. The group had not seen him in Pina del Rio despite being near his headquarters in a cave in Los Portales, so we were all waiting expectantly. I remember him saying how he had been in a meeting with Fidel when there was a phone call from Carlos Franqui, editor of the newspaper Revolucion. Fidel had thrown the phone onto the map table and, swiveling on his heels, had aimed a violent kick at a wall mirror, shattering it. No one had expected the Russians to take that decision. Che was very pessimistic about the way the crisis had ended. He was sure that, left to its own devices, the U.S. wanted to attack the revolution and destroy it. Any other result would not be consistent with imperial intentions. They will never forgive Cuba for existing, and providing an example of a sovereign nation living in dignity and freedom. "You," he said, "must pull out all the stops and finish the most important parts of your preparation. The mountains will take care of the physical stuff, but other parts you can't do alone. I want you out of Cuba before November 15th. The classes increased and changed, especially mine. A jeep collected me every morning and brought me back at night. I spent hours working on keys and codes, encrypted and unencrypted, counterintelligence techniques, methods of disinformation, interrogation, and counterinterrogation, which in the end, was the only knowledge I ever used in critical situations. A lot of emphasis was put on the moral cost of such activities. Of what you must be prepared to sacrifice in order to be effective: family, pride, reputation, privileges, and life itself as a last resort. My instructors, who had been trained by the Soviets, probably the best espionage school in the world, had a lot of practical experience. I heard detailed accounts of unsung heroes who had given up everything, left their loved ones in that moral maze of ignorance, assumed another respectable identity, gone undercover to infiltrate Cuban counter-revolutionary groups in Miami, and stayed there indefinitely working for Cuban intelligence. As I learned all this, I felt as though it was a living death. Yet intelligence did actually work in Cuba. The long lists of thwarted attempts by the U.S. intelligence services to kill Prime Minister Castro and other leaders make the counterintelligence team justifiably proud. But in the end, it is down to the undercover agents who pay with their honor. They will never be vindicated. We had to wait for the writer Norberto Fuentes to leave the country to discover that one of the president's men in the notorious Watergate case was a Cuban agent. The aim of the training was an almost perfect apprenticeship, but if you screw up, Chico, you screw up, we don't know you. At the same time, we worked on the details for our departure. In those days, Cuba had two ways out to the west for its commercial flights, through Mexico or Prague. Our group would leave via Czechoslovakia, where we would wait for the infrastructure on the ground near the Bolivian, Argentine border to be put in place. The training program had originally included a month's combat experience of the anti-bandit struggle in the Escambray Mountains, but this was not going to be possible. Otherwise, our general preparation was good. There would be 7 of us, traveling together but separately so to speak, on the first Cubana plane to leave the island for Prague since the October missile crisis: Massetti, Furry, Hermes, Federico, Leonardo, Miguel and myself. There would also be broad intelligence support from the embassy in Prague and from another commandante, Pepito Segura, who would act as the link between us, the Cubans and the Czechs. He would be the only person to see our faces. Specialists in secret operations, under orders from Olo Pantoja, Ivan, and Ariel, and from time to time, Ulysses, another intelligence operative, came every day to bring us reasonably smart city clothes, take passport photos, and work on the invention of our personal profiles, appropriately equipped with family details, occupation, and reasons for our journey. Leaving Cuba, nobody escaped the meticulous eye of the CIA cameras either in Mexico, Gander, or Shannon. When you got off the plane to refuel in Gander, you had to walk to the airport departure lounge in single file down a narrow stairway against a wall at the end of a huge hall. The cameras did not miss a single passenger detail, not only their faces, but also their walk, physique, tics, and even socks. Neither could you avoid the KGB's cameras in Prague, Berlin, or Moscow. Anything suspicious would lead to a tap on the back from some agent of control. This being so, our first problem arose even before we left Cuba. One day in the second week of November, we began ridding the house of any trace of Argentine presence. Ariel's people picked up our belongings and Ulysses took away the weapons and equipment in a van. He had unloaded a couple of new tires from the back of the van, his own personal vehicle perhaps, and while arranging rifles, bazookas, and machine guns on the floor, kept up a constant enthusiastic chatter. He was sorry he could not come with us because of his skin color, but assured us he would be in the thick of it before us because he was going just over there, to the other coast, meaning Venezuela, where there were blacks, although not as cute as him. He put the tires back on top of the pile of weapons and left. Massetti decided Leonardo Fabian could visit his family in Vedado while we were both going to get some X-rays. Leonardo had 15 minutes to go into his apartment, kiss his wife and children and come back out. To me, it seemed more of a torture than a favor. Half an hour later, I sent him a Morse code signal on the horn of our van parked in front of the building. Leonardo came running out, his heart in his boots. Massetti and I had a conversation about this little episode. Leonardo seemed to get more lenient treatment because he was the first of the group to be chosen and seemed to have some unspecified backing. He had come to Massetti via Che, who had heard about an Argentine doctor who was prepared to sacrifice everything. This backing was doubtless in Leonardo's imagination, since none of us had any privileges. But if anyone tended to idealize our roles, it was Leonardo. During our chats, illusions of glory could be glimpsed engulfing his dreams. But I reminded Leonardo that the clearest long-term offer we had received was to end up as corpses. Massetti had insisted from the start that we constantly improve our personal skills because we would each eventually be responsible for a specific area. I had been put in charge of group security both during our journey and afterwards. This implied psychological rather than physical vigilance. I also had to make sure no one put his foot in it, and that we programmed into our psyches plausible explanations for the group's every move, so that we would come out of any awkward situation smelling of roses. It would mean implementing what I had learned, without favoritism or pulling rank. It was my job and everybody had to comply. To boost my self-esteem, Massetti told me that Angelito, the Soviet Spanish general who was evaluating us, had made a very positive assessment of the group as a whole. He had said that individually I was the best, but that he did not recommend taking someone Jewish. Massetti had not told Angelito that it was Leonardo who was Jewish, not me, because he did not want to spark a last-minute argument that went further than personal opinion, since it was clear the Russian general had been given improper access to inaccurate information. On our last night in Havana, Massetti suggested we put on the smart clothes we had been given to travel in. He himself arrived unrecognizable in a dark suit and tie. Che had suggested he take us for a slap-up meal. We went in one of those impressive American convertibles to the only decent restaurant in those days, the famous Tropicana nightclub, where we ate like shipwrecked sailors, watching the hypnotic and sensual spectacle of the revolution-fired muletas. At Rancho Boyeros, now Jose Marti International Airport, Barbaro Habanero, Ariel, and some of our instructors, came to say their formal goodbyes in a VIP lounge away from curious eyes. They handed us our passports, prepared by the Intelligence Service's forgery section. I felt as if a bucket of cold water had been tipped over me. It was farcical. The Cubana plane was leaving in half an hour. Wanting, and needing, to know who I was, I opened my new passport only to find that the photograph was of a tall man of about 20, with blonde hair and blue eyes. Although I was bald on top, I actually had a mass of black hair encircling my bald pate, and dark brown eyes. I would also be 31 in 4 months. Only a joke, or premeditated sabotage, could explain this stupidity. With this document, I protested flippantly, I might as well travel with the handcuffs already on. Massetti grabbed the passport and took Pinero aside. Apparently, they had had no choice. It was the only Uruguayan one to hand, and we had built a profile around my being a Uruguayan citizen. Besides, they argued, we were landing in Czechoslovakia, a friendly country. They would send another one through the embassy. This was not exactly true. We had to run the camera gauntlet at Gander and Shannon. An intelligence service used to fooling the CIA could not use such a feeble excuse, not after 3 months' work. And in any case, my final destination was La Paz, not Prague. Again, Massetti said nothing. Leaving tropical Cuba and landing in the frozen wastes of Prague airport was like waking up as a dung beetle. Pepito Sergero was aware of this and was waiting for us with a van full of winter clothes and boots. He drove us for an hour out of the beautiful city to a summer tourist hotel, for government or party members no doubt, beside Lake Slappy, buried under half a meter of snow. The hotel was closed, as was to be expected, but was looked after by a family of caretakers. While a young Czech who worked at the Cuban embassy filled in all the forms, a beautiful 20-year-old pushing a cart loaded with bedclothes, signaled to us to follow her. She showed us to our rooms. Doubles for Hermes and Leonardo, Federico and Miguel, and as luck would have it, singles for Massetti and myself. Furry was staying in Prague with the Havana Sugar Mission, so he left with Sergera. We had a planning meeting and got quickly acquainted with the Czech national miracle, beer. Massetti decreed permanent activity to stop us getting soft through lack of exercise, and this meant an extra job for me, interpreting without language. I went to ask the girl about meal times and maps of the region. She was called Zlata. Our only common language was drawing. There was paper and pencil on the reception counter and we invented an extraordinary language. I drew a clock and a plate of food, separated by a question mark. She wrote the hour. I drew a rising sun and a steaming cup of coffee. She counted the time on my fingers. This became our means of communication. It was foolproof. Zlata lent us a scale map of paths and villages round the frozen lake. We would choose a house a few kilometers away and set off after breakfast. In this way, we kept much fitter than in Cuba even. The winter kit we had been lent was good and we could walk through deep snow. By adding a few kilometers every day, we were soon reaching the furthest villages. They were small, never more than a dozen houses and barns, but always with a good tavern where, by drawing a picture of steaks, chicken legs, cauldrons hanging over fires and spoons filling soup plates, we created a good atmosphere and, between toasts and hugs, ate some wonderful stews washed down with the best beer in the world. We would return to our hotel sated, and exhausted. These daily maneuvers aroused official suspicion and soon reached embassy ears. Perhaps we had unwittingly set off local intelligence's nervous system. We had come across an area of woodland fenced off by metallic sheeting and barbed wire, in the middle of which stood a solid wooden tower with a metal thing on top pointing at the sky. Federico examined it and declared it to be a trig point, of geographical and military interest. The last thing we wanted was to upset the Warsaw Pact. Back at the hotel, we dined like red princes, waited on particularly solicitously. Pepito Sergera appeared like a wet blanket with the news that we had to restrict our walks. We could have argued that our innocent holiday was a reward, or even RNR, but Massetti chose to take us back to Prague. He was impatient with Havana's silence, and wanted them to know. The tough marches through the snow were over. Our group split up, with Massetti and Furry going to a hotel in the center, and the rest of us to the Hotel Intercontinental out near the airport. Every morning a tram from in front of the hotel left us in Wenceslas Square, in the heart of the old city. We began to feel trapped. Time passed with no news of further plans. Massetti's temperament could not stand anything underhand, any whiff of a setup, and he unloaded his frustration by harassing his Cuban contacts. He didn't like grumbling alone, and since he had got used to discussing things with me, or rather talking at me, I had many sleepless nights. But I was an obliging witness to his decisions. After the group left on the morning tram, Massetti asked me to go to his hotel to help decode the messages he had been sending and receiving from Havana. He appeared to have done nothing else since we had arrived. Massetti's antennae, sharpened by being maneuvered out of Prensa Latina by the old guard Cuban communists, suspected a deliberate about-turn in Havana, or even a desire to abandon the plans altogether, over and above the agreement made with Che, now his sole point of contact. However, he had to acknowledge that Che's huge workload might cause him to lose sight of how the project was doing. And don't forget, this was not a government plan but Che's personal request for collaboration from a state facing immense difficulties. For practical reasons, both we and Che were reliant on the Cuban intelligence services, and communications were in the hands of a circle of operators with no political autonomy, or perhaps too much, time would tell. The return messages always recommended patience, but gave no timetable. Massetti wanted to take a step sideways and break our dependence on Cuba, at least while we were waiting. This was not easy in a socialist camp country. We needed a more revolutionary base. One night in his hotel, in the early hours, after a long diatribe questioning the role of Barbaroja Pinera as a presumed saboteur serving Fidel's prudence, Massetti decided to stop messing about and get alternative help from his Algerian friends. I slept in an armchair. By morning he was ready to leave and we sorted out his ticket and visa. By midday, he was on the flight to Algiers. He had sent a cable prior to departure and, when the plane stopped in Rome, his Algerian visa was waiting for him. Running Prensa Latina, he had got used to moving between countries on the spur of the moment. The technique, he told me, was to not get stuck anywhere. Just take the first flight in the right, or approximately right, direction, and keep sending telegrams. Every country had a telegraph office. 3 days later, he was back in Prague with an open and unconditional offer of help for our group, a personal offer from the triumphant leaders of the Algerian Revolution. In a significant and appreciative gesture, Ahmed Ben Bella, the Algerian president, and Houari Boumediene, his defense minister, had met Massetti at the airport in Algiers. It was Massetti who had originally broken the barrier of ignorance separating the Cuban Revolution from a people facing Europe's largest army in a cruel struggle for their freedom. He had penetrated the French defenses on the Tunisian border with members of the National Liberation Front whom he had contacted in Tunis, and reached the mountain headquarters of the leader of the rebel forces, just as he had done all those years before in the Sierra Maestra with Fidel. He had asked Boumediene how Cuba could help them. With weapons, the Algerian had replied. Massetti retraced his steps to Havana, talked to Che and Fidel, and on the basis of his detailed report, Fidel had said, "There's a Cubana flight to Europe this morning, be on it. Ask Boumediene where he wants the weapons sent." Without sleeping, and almost without breathing, Massetti flew back. A ship loaded with enough weapons for a battalion left Havana for Algeria. The ship's captain received a telegram giving its destination while at sea. Massetti was one of that special breed of men, as Che had once said of Frank Pace. Not for nothing were they friends. We made hasty preparations to leave Prague for Algiers, with a stop in Paris on the way. We still had our same documents. I bought a bottle of bleach and some cotton wool. I tested various strengths and applied it to my hair. Nothing happened. Then, suddenly, my hair lit up like a light bulb and turned an angry yellow. My face looked like a mask beneath it, and I had to dye my eyebrows to compensate. Massetti, whose humor was pretty dark, said we looked like a cabaret troupe, complete with transvestite. Passport controls were not as rigorous in those days as they are now, so visual details were very important. At the best of times, a flight from Prague to Paris would be expected to be carrying a cargo of potential spies coming to infiltrate the free world. Getting through immigration was where the thin bit of our thread could snap. I let the group pass before I stood in line. The gendarme looked at my ridiculous dyed hair, stamped my passport and handed it back to me, saying "Allez, allez." It was December 30th, 1962. We arrived in the country I had dreamed of when I was an adolescent. In my eyes, it was not a new city. I had just been slow to open them. The bus from Orly dropped us at Les Invalides, and a huge taxi took us to a hotel a few blocks away along the Seine, the Palais d'Orsay, at the station of the same name. On the other side of the river were the Tuileries Gardens, with the Louvre to the right. When I opened the blind in my room, the Eiffel Tower was to the left. The first thing we needed to do was to organize our onward journey. We eventually got reservations for January 2nd and Massetti sent a telegram requesting Algerian visas. After that, he gave me a free hand to take the group wherever I wanted. Guidebook in hand, I organized a cultural tour. The following day was New Year's Eve and Paris was a movable feast. People greeted each other in the street, and kisses from both sexes were planted on our deprived cheeks. We went to the Louvre, up the Eiffel Tower, to Montmartre where we ate with artists, and along the wide boulevards to the Bastille, where sitting in a corner brasserie reminded me more of Maigret than Robespierre. We got to the Latin Quarter more dead than alive but soon recovered, drinking wine until dawn. Was there another socialist paradise? Do police inspectors blow kisses? Can you sing the Marseillaise? Or the Internationale? Did you know both anthems are French? Not since then, not even at the double goodbye to the century and the millennium, have I experienced such general popular euphoria, so joyous and free from racism and discrimination. We embraced bankers and tramps alike, the difference no more than a work uniform. With champagne, fine Cabernet, or fiery grappa in their hands, they offered it to us in glasses, or straight out of the bottle, unpardonable. The 1st of January 1963 dawned late and bleak, our farewell to our bourgeois life. We devoted the day to museums, combing the boulevards of Saint-Germain and Saint-Michel for existentialism, looking for the hunchback in Notre Dame, or the phantom at the opera, reading newspapers, sipping espressos and Pernots in local bistros. Massetti knew more French than he let on, but he had decided our newspaper reader would be me, who barely remembered any school French, although I did manage to half decipher the international news. Leonardo insisted on going to Maxim's, the capital of the culinary arts' most favorite restaurant. Just to see the birds that go there, he said. We had to walk there, and we took it slowly. I noticed that every time we passed a post box, Miguel seemed to have a stone in his shoe, and slowed down. I waited for him, and we carried on to the next one, where again he needed to take off his shoe. Nearby was a pissoir, one of those numerous Paris locations with practical uses apart from simply peeing. I went in so I could observe him. Sure enough, he went up to the red box. I was behind him in a flash. What are you doing? I asked, as if I had caught him red-handed buying an ice cream in this wintry cold. I kept the postcard to his mother in Argentina, after assuring him I would consider it a simple error on his part as long as he didn't try it again or move a finger without my permission. Federico knew Miguel from the Chaco, so I asked him to help me monitor the situation. Federico asked for time to discover Miguel's true intentions before I told Massetti. My view, knowing Massetti, was that we had to jolly Miguel along at least until we had got on the plane for Algiers. If we did not, we would be up the Seine without a paddle. My relationship with Federico took a qualitative leap forward. I had instinctively turned to him, not to anyone else, and from then on we trusted each other unreservedly. He became the companero I could trust with my life, and it was mutual. That night, Federico and Miguel came to my room to talk things over. It had been a slip-up, a desire to show off to his family that he was in Paris, deduced Federico, nothing more. We decided to keep the matter to ourselves for now. Once I was alone, I destroyed the card. 10. Death takes center stage, Algiers, January, May 1963. Algiers is built on the hillside surrounding a bay. Stairways, like viaducts, straddle the Arab quarter, and divide it clearly from the French area. We were driven along the seafront to the very west of the bay, and up to a villa overlooking the sea. It was clearly an exclusive part of the city, formerly inhabited by families of naval officers from the French base of Mers el Kebir, a fortified position dominating the bay from atop the mountain to our left. We could see it through our binoculars. At the villa, Major Bajdik, who spoke Spanish and had met us at the airport with two other officers, Abdel and Mohammed, introduced us to a small troop of about a dozen soldiers, standing to attention on the lower patio. They would cater for our needs, cook for us, and look after the house security. In short, it was a petite garrison with guests. It was not all admiring the view and eating, however. An intensive training program had been designed around weekly weapons drills, shooting practice, analysis of their recent war's military strategy and combat operations. We would be examining how the combatants of the National Liberation Front infiltrated the French border fortifications and their deployment in cellars and caves around the cities of Algiers, Oran, and Constantine. A veteran of the war came to the house to talk about specific cases, and then accompanied us to the actual sites so we could see their strategic importance. We began with the fledgling FLN's first ambush on the edge of the desert, led by Ben Bella, one of its founding leaders. Bajtik took us to a place called a flood. Other trips followed, and each week we would go over the hills behind the Kasbah to a former French army barracks where high-tech weapons captured from the French during the war had been stored. Celebratory rounds from different caliber rifles, machine gun salvos, and bomb blasts left our heads buzzing, but it got us accustomed to different types of weapons. Eventually we were taken on a tour of the French fortifications on the Tunisian and Moroccan borders. It was an incredible experience. The supposedly impregnable constructions were a wasteland of barbed wire, explosives, and watchtowers which had once been patrolled day and night, but had finally failed to prevent the FLN from breaching them. The fortifications extended in a straight line along both frontiers from the coast to beyond the mountains that descend into the Sahara. Seen from the sea, a cross-section of the lines showed first a minefield about 20 meters wide, then a section of barbed wire wrapped round half-buried girders and crossheads, then metallic sheeting 4 meters high attached to solid iron posts draped with more barbed wire, in the middle a road patrolled by armored cars, and on the other side the same metal sheeting, barb-covered girders, minefields, etc. Every 5 or 6 kilometers, a watchtower with high-powered spotlights lit up the center road at the slightest sign of alarm and swept over the areas of barbed wire. Patrols from the watchtowers would converge on any suspected breach of the fortifications. Relations between the Algerians and Massetti's group, fraternal from the start, became almost organic, as if we were working on a common project. Although Massetti had re-established contact with Che through coded messages the Algerians sent and received for him, we were in the main isolated from Cuba and our whole stay was coordinated with Algerian staff officers. Not until February 1963, or perhaps March, did Pepito Segura appear, as if following in our footsteps, in his role as the brand new Cuban ambassador to the Socialist Republic of Algeria. There was upheaval while he got the embassy up and running. At first he came to the house every day, but his presentation to the diplomatic corps put an end to his free time and his visits. Pepito had brought several belated messages, and reading them, and others he had received afterwards, sent Massetti into a fury all over again. Still no departure plans. Still calls for patience, even messages from Che saying just that. Massetti's mistrust went into overdrive, and he sent Furry to Havana with orders to speak to Che, and only to Che. The messages clearly contradicted each other. In one that I helped decipher, the phrase is engraved on my memory. Che says, "Nuestra Italia se hunda lenta pero inexorablemente," and he added that by now we should be in our zone of operation in northern Argentina. The vantage point referred to was the island of Cuba, the highest point, from where one could see most clearly. By sinking, he did not only mean defeated or invaded but also that something unique was disappearing, or being submerged. Compared to a message like this, the others, which spoke of waiting, being patient, practicing, studying, eating well, did not make much sense. Furry played the diplomatic courier, taking the messages. He and Che examined the collected messages together, one by one. In a meeting I attended when Furry came back a week later, he said that Che had gone through the decoded originals saying, "This is mine, this isn't, nor is this one is mine," etc. That is, as Massetti explained, Colorado is conning us. Colorado was Barbaro Habanero. Furry brought precise instructions. Che would take care of finalizing the basic support infrastructure, i.e. buying the finca near the Argentine/Bolivian border, equipment, weapons. He authorized Massetti to draw up his own plans, with the help of our Algerian friends, to travel to the destination as soon as he said now. Coordination with the Cuban bureaucracy, still indispensable, should function impeccably from now on. Our group had to travel illegally, with Cuban officials making contacts that were problematic in unfriendly countries. A minimum of infrastructure was needed. So that Ambassador Pepito did not have to act as messenger, it was decided I would be the link to him, since I was the one with most freedom of movement. Bajtik lent me his car and I went often to the Cuban embassy, where I was received in all seriousness as the ambassador's Soviet friend, a good thing to be in those days. The Soviet cover, for the benefit of Pepito's staff, was doubtless because of my yellow hair. Meanwhile, the group still had internal problems. Miguel showed signs of wanting to get out of his commitment. Since he probably could not find a legitimate way of doing so, he invented a kind of personal incompatibility with Massetti. The atmosphere between them soured and a general irritability infected us all. Stupid problems arose, like competitiveness in sport, which was where Miguel was the stronger. This latent machismo gradually led to open confrontation and an invitation to fight, which Massetti was happy to accept in an improvised boxing ring. Fortunately, a series of gastronomic commitments with the Algerian staff officers relaxed the tension for a couple of weeks. One day Bajdik announced that Boumediene would be coming to our house for a traditional Algerian meal to celebrate fraternal links with the Cuban, Argentine group. An army truck arrived with field cookers, tables and chairs, firewood and food, including cases of that great Algerian wine mascara, and a beautiful lamb which defended itself valiantly, kicking to left and right, until a pitiful moan indicated its throat had been cut. The following morning, the truck came back with some army personnel who put together a kind of mechanical grill and lit the flames under it. 1.5 meters above the fire, they put the skinned lamb on the spit, stuffed with chestnuts, vegetables, fruit, sweet and hot peppers, and chilies. They opened a 10-kilo tin of Argentine fat and began smearing the lamb with a wide brush, as the spit turned and screeched slowly over the flames. A few hours later, when all the fat was absorbed, an official car arrived with its escort, and out of it got the legendary victor of the bloodiest war ever won by humble peasants and shepherds against a colonial power. Boumediene was dressed like a university professor in a black suit and overcoat, white shirt, and dark tie. He was a very nice, natural man. We were introduced by Massetti, who sat beside him at table, and the banquet began. They removed the lamb from the spit, placed it in an enormous wooden receptacle in the center of a long table set up outside on the patio. It was covered with a white tablecloth, plates and bowls of vegetables, fruit and bread, but no cutlery. The filling was like nothing I had ever tasted. Perhaps it was the spirit of the desert, something primordial, like a ritual ceremony in which the fruit and the meat were transformed. There was no hierarchy, they were all men of the Sahara at the manna hour, when all are equal under the sheltering sky. With Bajdik's help, we, the Argentines, organized the next barbecue. He took me to a butcher's where I explained to the owner what cuts of beef I wanted, and showed him how to saw across a calf's ribs, for asado de tira. A bed frame with a squared metal grid served as a parrilla to grill the meat. I also asked the butcher to mince a few kilos of the best beef because I wanted to make empanadas, with boiled eggs, olives and cumin like the ones we eat in Mendoza. They are baked not fried, and the kitchen had a magnificent oven, so the empanadas turned out amazingly well. Massetti was happy and confident. Fresh news from Havana precipitated events. Crucial stages of the project were ready. Someone was already traveling to the zone to make contacts to buy a finca, and to organize a minimum support network to receive equipment and provide temporary lodging for our group. Massetti, however, had already made arrangements with the Algerians to provide equipment, campaign uniforms, boots, medicine packs, gifts of compasses and binoculars from Boumediene and Ben Bella, and most important of all, as a sign of gratitude and fraternity from both leaders, diplomatic passports from the newly independent nation. We were overjoyed. Euphoria descended on us like a state of grace, or of mind. Massetti asked me to design a symbolic image for our incipient army, both to save time and so our diplomatic status could protect the sketches we took with us. I went and bought paints, brushes, drawing paper, a geometry set, and pencils, and had a sudden strange sensation of contacting my past, my lost identity as an artist. I must digress a little. Even at this stage we saw something that became natural as the guerrilla army formed in the jungles of Salta. We were not motivated by patriotism, nationalist cliches, or chauvinist mythologies. For us, history showed how often and flagrantly the people's rights had been usurped, despite some great historical figures. At night, around the radio, we would be more moved by a folk song than by the national anthem. We did not worship emblems. So when we discussed what symbols, flags, colors, we wanted for our image, it was obvious nobody was interested in historical icons. We wanted something distinctive that showed we belonged to our group, and that it represented a break with the past. Massetti said the colors red and black were constantly present throughout the Latin American struggles. Units of Bolivar's liberating army used them, so did some of the National Caudillos, Sandino's troops in Nicaragua, and the 26th of July movement in Cuba. Its meaning is so obvious and principled: fight or die. After a few sketches, I produced a sun from the national military flag, 2 light blue stripes, and a white central stripe with a red and black sun instead of a yellow one. The same sun for the uniform insignias, divided horizontally with the red on top and the black underneath. During one of the last sports sessions on our tennis court, the intensely competitive spirit of some of us, notably Massetti, meant we very unwisely had a long jump competition. People normally use mattresses, not a clay court. Massetti twisted his lumbar vertebrae as he landed, and lay there in terrible pain. Leonardo said he would be all right with complete bed rest and some form of treatment. We were supposed to be moving to another house in the center of Algiers, from where it would be easier to make our final arrangements. Massetti made the move in silence, in a trust that immobilized him and put him in a foul mood. We installed him on the ground floor of a former French colonial home with a narrow garden round it and railings separating it from 4 streets, like a small block, in the flat, old part of the city, between the port and the chic French area. When Massetti was a bit better, we walked to the Rue Mirauch, a street of luxury boutiques and cinemas. The house had bedrooms on the upper floor, and dining room and reception rooms on the ground floor, furnished in between the war's French style. This was the backdrop to a self-criticism session which I had requested because I was worried about the group's security during our journey. The atmosphere of open animosity between Massetti and Miguel did not bode well, in fact it was a potential danger. The session blew up with no sign of any possible reconciliation. After a huge slanging match, Miguel announced he would not continue with Massetti as leader. Massetti ordered a trial on charges of desertion and operational insubordination which, in themselves, carried the maximum penalty. He named me prosecutor and Federico defense counsel. Furry would preside over the trial, and Leonardo would keep a record. Miguel was locked in his room until the following day, so he could distance himself emotionally, while Federico and I studied the situation. My position was clear: the fate of a project in which we were all vital elements but subordinate to a higher cause could not be put at risk for personal reasons. Being temperamental and touchy was not a valid argument. This was an army unit and rules had to be obeyed. Miguel did not appear to accept this and seemed to place feelings before duty. He had understood nothing. We all knew the price we had to pay. He did not. His presence put our safety at risk. Our security depended on mutual trust. I no longer trusted Miguel. He acted as if rules did not apply to him, sending postcards, disobeying orders from the trivial to the dangerous. He could not continue with us. He had to be dismissed and kept under some form of arrest, to be negotiated with the Algerians, until we had started our operations in Argentina. Federico said he could not fault these arguments because, although he thought Miguel was a good bloke, it was not a problem of discipline but the destruction of a whole fabric of commitment that was impossible to repair. He asked for the same verdict. But Massetti, who exercised his right as prosecution witness, argued at length for an exemplary punishment, not so much to punish Miguel, but because letting insubordination like this pass undermine the whole future of the struggle, which depends on us being strong and believing in ourselves. He wanted to set a precedent that would affect all of us, because losing a sixth of our force would be detrimental to our entire project. He insisted on his rights and demanded the death penalty, a decision to be referred to the group. The decision in favor was unanimous. Coronel Bajdik was informed. A copy of the court proceedings was given to the Algerian General Staff, with a request to carry out the death sentence. They accepted the responsibility and a military detachment came to the house and took away the defendant, our compañero of 7 months of physical effort, illusions, and broken trust. That same April morning, I went up to the second floor, opened the door to Miguel's bedroom door, his cell, and told him to prepare himself. It was time to say goodbye. He did not bat an eyelid. Immaculate as always, he asked if he had time to shave. The soldiers were waiting in the garden, and the rest of us were in the hallway. Miguel came downstairs carrying his bags. He passed through the double file, inclined his head slightly to Federico and me, and faced the Algerian officer who took his bag and opened the door for him. He climbed into the van parked in the garden without moving a muscle or looking back. Although he had been informed of the verdict and the result of the vote, he showed no sign of weakness, asked for nothing and said nothing. His bravery was moving. We had just taken a leap into the void, one that leaves invisible traces. Objectively, the situation had forced hard choices on us. Possible traumatic alternatives had been studied. But just as abandoning a wounded comrade was unthinkable, so was putting the whole group in jeopardy because of egoism or cowardice. But the philosophy of the behavior is one thing, the human reaction to that behavior is quite another. We filled in the paperwork for our documents, as we had done in Cuba, except that this time the documents were legal. The official Algerian proposal was as follows. The Algerian Socialist Republic would send a delegation to various South American countries to present their credentials and make diplomatic contacts. The delegation would include our 2 officials, Abdel and Mohammed, 2 assistant diplomats, Massetti and Furi, and other administrative personnel, Hermes, Fabian, Basilio, and me. The delegation would use its diplomatic baggage to bring in our military equipment, and protect us through the customs controls at the airport entering the continent, and at our final destination, Bolivia. It was an absolute gift from heaven, or rather, from Ben Bella, Boumediene, and the Algerian Revolution. On the 1st of May, we were invited to an official event in the National Stadium presided over by the 2 historic leaders. We watched a good football match between the Tunisian and Algerian national teams. Massetti took the opportunity to thank the 2 leaders and say goodbye. The departure of the official party was followed by a strident, unstoppable ululation by thousands of women saluting their leaders from the stands. Outside in the streets packed with people, the sound moved like a wave, propelling the procession of cars. 11. Onwards to Bolivia and Argentina, May, June 1963. Our group left Algeria for Rome on May 5, 1963, minus our 7th member. Free of passport worries, I was bent on enjoying the journey. Our Alitalia plane to Sao Paulo, Brazil, was leaving in 2 or 3 days, so we had time for walking and looking around Rome. With renewed good spirits, Massetti invited us to dinner in a trattoria not far from the Quirinal. We thought it looked a simple family restaurant, but it turned out to be smart. The 6 of us, without the Algerians, were seated at a large table and, in true Italian style, were waited on with a profusion of deferential compliments and titles. Massetti was addressed as Commendatore, a name that stuck with him until Bolivia. A few unexpected nerves took over as we waited to board the Sao Paulo plane. Phone calls and confabs behind the scenes between officials holding the pile of passports had us worried. Abdel and Mohammed argued in French. We, the additional personnel, kept our counsel. In the end, we all filed through, not quite sure whether to the plane or a police cell. We always had the nagging feeling our diplomatic delegation was overlarge and drew attention because it was Algerian. Algeria was the hot topic of the day. All the crimes the Western press had been hiding were coming to light. The Organisation de l'Armée Secrète was carrying out operations against de Gaulle for having given away France's overseas paradise. And Algeria was leading Africa's independence struggles, together with Egypt's Colonel Nasser, and the black African countries of Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, Tanganyika, and the Congo, all the way to Cape Town. North to south, east to west, Africa was entering a new maelstrom of change which was to bring millions of deaths, vanquished hopes, and more hunger for its people. We desperately wanted to get to our zone of operation, and take responsibility for our own actions, without any more intermediaries. In the end, everything went well. In Sao Paulo, we began to feel at home, but the train to Bolivia was like a time machine. We left skyscrapers and elevated motorways, crossed the poverty-stricken regions of Brazil's interior, until we reached another century altogether in Santa Cruz de la Sierra, the Wild West in eastern Bolivia. There was mud galore, men on horseback, raised wooden sidewalks, overladen carts and trucks. All that was missing were gunshots, galloping hoofs, and the bandits' getaway. The journey had numbed our senses. Each railway stop was a catalogue of social dramas reflected in the scarce and humble wares on offer: fritters, empanadas, water, orange juice, coffee, bananas and cigarettes. When you get to these parts, there is no room for amazement. You have to hang up your illusion-filled saddlebags and gather up the miserable remnants of neglected humanity, and ask yourself, what am I doing here? What do I talk about? With what right? With whom? You have to recognize that whatever you do, you're not doing it for them, but for yourself, to earn the right to be called a human being. We had split into two groups, one with Massetti, Hermes, and Furry that went by plane directly from Sao Paulo to La Paz, the other with the Algerians, Fabian, Basilio, and myself by train to Santa Cruz. From there we would take the weekly internal flight that linked this forlorn population with the rest of the country. The Algerian bunch were less conspicuous, although no less incongruous. If we met any Arab asking questions, naturally we were to say nothing. We arrived eventually in La Paz, took charge of the ex-diplomatic bags, and said goodbye to our Algerian friends. Leaving Basilio and Fabian in a cafe, I went off to find my first Bolivian contact. The address was a mechanic's workshop, and the owner, Rodolfo Saldana, was extremely friendly and made a favorable impression. He took off his work clothes, and we went in a jeep to fetch the rest of our group and the bags, going back up the road I had come down from El Alto, where the airport is. Driving through the hillsides of the shanty towns which almost encircle La Paz like a funnel, we reached the little house of the modest family of an old schoolteacher, a member of the Communist Party, who with an infinite sense of hospitality offered us everything he had, which was not much. We were given his best room covered in mattresses, while he and his family managed in another. We were to spend an indeterminate time there, not going out or letting the neighbors see us. Luckily it was not too long before Massetti appeared with a plan for moving to the base on the Argentine border. My group, half of us, took a bus south to Oruro, where we were to meet Furry. He would arrive in a jeep he had bought for his trips as the administrator of the finca that had been newly purchased, and we would carry on from there together. I went to the first appointment at an agreed meeting place in the morning, but Furry did not turn up. Nor to the second, nor to a third in the afternoon. He could be having mechanical problems, so we took refuge from the cold in a huge cafe, billiards hall, checking on the emergency exit every hour. Our presence was too conspicuous in this freezing little mining town. We stuck it out until closing time, at midnight, and since we couldn't go to a hotel without documents, I decided to try our luck in a brothel on the outskirts of town that had been recommended, and where they served food. We took a taxi down a dusty road in the middle of a barren plain to a ruin of a building, looking more like a stable than a den of iniquity. I decided that we should go back to La Paz, but the taxi driver announced that we would need special passes to go through the police checkpoints, one leaving Oruro and the other at the entrance to El Alto. Not only did we not have passes, we had no documents at all. Massetti had them, because of some incomprehensible security measure he had taken in Havana. Our Cuban passports had been handed back to Sergera in Algiers and the Algerian documents returned to Abdel in La Paz. As in all wars of attrition, we began negotiations with the taxi driver. He found a solution, the noble institution of the bribe, that popular system for redistributing wealth which, in these parts, lubricates the most intransigent mechanisms and permits the free functioning of private enterprise. For double the price, plus costs, he would act as if we were relatives of his, returning drunk from a wedding in Oruro. We piled into the rear seat, covered ourselves in a poncho, and pretended to be asleep when we passed the checkpoints. We were half asleep, in fact, and dying of cold. When Rodolfo opened his workshop early next morning, I was waiting for him. We were told that Furry had fallen over a cliff, having lost control of the jeep just before hitting a cement drain on the same road we had driven back on in the night. But it was not simply an accident. If there was one man in Cuba who was right for Che's project, because of his experience and military expertise, his bravery and youth, his intelligence and dedication, it was Furry. But if there was one man who was wrong for it, it was also Furry. His war wound, the shard of anti-tank grenade lodged in his right frontal lobe, had started having secondary effects, causing a sort of epileptic fit, during which he had convulsions for a few minutes, and then fell into a deep sleep. These problems were not caused by anything external, and could not be anticipated. The accident served as a warning. In future, when taking weapons to the finca or on any other high-risk trips, Communist Party contacts had to accompany him. We did the journey all over again, but this time we met in Sucre, the historical capital of Bolivia. Accompanying Massetti and Hermes was a Bolivian companero from the Communist Party in La Paz, who had already helped choose and buy the finca. His name was Jorge Vázquez Viana, but from the very first he was known as Loro, due perhaps to his rather hooked parrot nose. Young and educated, he was very friendly, inspired confidence, and could carry on an excellent conversation. The contact had probably been made by José María Martínez Tamayo, who had been talking to both the Bolivian and Peruvian Communist parties about the guerrilla project, at approximately the same time. We continued our journey south and reached Tarija, Bolivia's southernmost province bordering Argentina where the finca was. On the map, the geographical border here looks like a triangle, a fang sunk into hairy skin, formed by the course of two rivers, the Bermeja, which flows southwards down the left side of the fang, turns at the tip and flows east for 18,000 kilometers, marking the border between the Argentine provinces of Chaco and Formosa before it eventually joins the river Paraguay, and a broken arm of the river Pilcomayo down the right-hand side of the fang which also turns east further up to mark the border between Argentina and Paraguay, before flowing into the river Paraguay at Asunción. If you stand at the vertex of the triangle and look directly south, you can envisage the more than 4,000 kilometers down to Tierra del Fuego. In between lie the 3 million square kilometers of Argentine territory containing millions of Argentine citizens that have no idea where this place is. Then you can begin to understand that putting on a rucksack filled with weapons and a few days' worth of food is not an odyssey but a feat of inestimable impudence or daring, and either way pure madness. We drove southwards from the city of Tarija towards the tip of the triangle on the road which runs parallel to the river Bermeja. The road is in Bolivia, the river is the border with Argentina, and the dense jungle is everywhere. A track leaves the road on the left-hand side and penetrates the triangle, navigating the virgin jungle with great difficulty, fording streams which at certain times of the year can be impassable, under a canopy of huge trees. The trail is marked by tire tracks in the mud. They disappear into the forest from time to time only to re-emerge further on, until finally arriving, more by luck than design, at the finca. In the middle of this inhospitable nowhere, barbed wire suddenly appears, holding back the undergrowth on the right, and the track ends at a gate in a clearing with an orchard of citrus fruit trees and giant avocados. There, behind the canopy of trees, was a stone L-shaped house with a sloping zinc roof, some windows, and a corner chimney with a whiff of smoke coming out. The jeep stopped in front of the entrance and the 6 members of the guerrilla army plus Loro got out. Stiff with cold, and having walked much of the trail, ready to push the jeep out of the mud when it got stuck up to its axle, we still had to unload it. Furry and Loro were returning to La Paz for another load of weapons. Out of the house came the man responsible for the smoke, drying his hands on a tea towel hanging from his waist, like a housewife. He was Don Benito, an old member of the Bolivian Communist Party, permanently assigned to the Argentine project. His mission would be to stay in the house the whole time, except when Furry gave him permission to leave. He was used to living alone and working the land, so eventually he could supervise farm laborers as well as the house. For the time being, his favorite job was making peanut soup, which took him all morning, much to Massetti's irritation. After morning coffee, sort of Algerian style, he chopped endless vegetables and, using a convex stone on a flat one, crushed a mountain of peanuts he had peeled himself. He fried bits of chicken and rabbit, adding the vegetables to the cauldron and filling it with boiling water, stirring all the time. Chilies and peanuts were his culinary secret and the result was clearly good. In mid-afternoon, when Massetti was looking for a rope to hang him with, he appeared with the cauldron of steaming soup, just in time to change everyone's mind and humor. We ate once a day, to get used to what our future diet would be, at the best of times. The following week was very intense. We explored our surroundings looking for a way over the river Bermeja, while Furry made several trips, and not only to La Paz. For security reasons, he had already left weapons in places like Cochabamba and Sucre, helped by the part of the Bolivian Communist Party that was aiding our project. Between the finca and the Bermeja were mountains that plunged steeply down to the road, and another river, the Mburuzu, also lay between the finca and the road. The mountains and the river prevented us from trekking straight from the house to ford the Bermeja. We had to find a place to ford and then use the jeep to transport the weapons. Furry made repeated trips to another border town, Yacuaba, and even went into Argentina under the pretext of buying provisions, but really to reconnoitre the terrain, and in passing, make acquaintances, like any young, dynamic farm administrator would. Not far south of the border at the tip of the triangle lies Oran, a prosperous town in northern Argentina. The landowning Bolivian bourgeoisie from Tarija often shopped in Oran, finding it more convenient to cross the border and drive on asphalt Argentine roads than to travel, rains permitting, to Sucre. Massetti was working with Federico on the final details for our clandestine entry into Argentina. The rest of us were unaware of these details, but it would subsequently cost Massetti a long walk. It is useful to recap on our names at this point, because familiarity had given us new ones. Leonardo Fabian became Medicine, because he had worked as a doctor in a French-speaking country. Federico Basilio got his original name back, or was Feed, or Flaco. I kept Loriano for strategic purposes, but among ourselves I was Pelado, or Play for Massetti in his weird French. Neither Hermes nor Massetti changed their names. Furry became Carlos, the administrator. When Furry finished bringing the equipment, we unpacked the Algerian uniforms made in Yugoslavia. We chose the sizes for each of us and got rid of the labels so nothing could trace us back to Algeria, a commitment fully honored until now. The uniforms were very well made, out of good olive green material, and we were happy with 2 lots of underwear, a shirt with big pockets, combat trousers with knee-length pockets, a woolen army pullover, and a fantastic jacket with pockets and zips all over the place. The excellent quality of the uniforms, machetes, cartridge belts, map holders, as well as the binoculars and compasses, which the Algerians had given us, did not compensate for the anger and disappointment we felt when we opened the equipment the Cubans had sent on ahead. For the second time, we felt we were being made fun of or sabotaged. Every Cuban knows how important good clothes and strong durable equipment is for a guerrilla force. Your backpack is your home and everything it holds means life, Survival. Apart from the weapons which Che had helped Massetti choose before leaving Cuba, and to some extent the backpacks themselves, everything else was useless. It was a joke in very bad taste, thin uniforms made out of shiny nylon, awful in the heat and torn to shreds in no time, city trousers, imitation leather Tom Mix, style holsters with stars on them. We unpacked the weapons, cleaned and oiled them, and Massetti distributed them according to function and experience. There were 2 FAL rifles with their original cartridge belts for Massetti and Hermes, a Garand which for his height and weight went to Dr. Leonardo, a Thompson for Federico, and a .43 caliber M3 for me. Counting stowage, ammunition, and spare parts, each weighed more than 6 kilos. And that was just the rifles. We also each got a 9mm Browning pistol with magazines and bullets, and 3 hand grenades. My M3 was made larger and heavier by its silencer, a 30 cm iron tube stuffed with metal washers and grills where the noise of the explosion was muffled into a barely audible click. We soon realized it was impossible to carry everything we considered indispensable, and we began the inexorable task of unpacking. It was hard to accept, but if we didn't, we wouldn't even be able to lift our backpacks, never mind carry them all day. We took everything we could, up to 35 kilos. We had to repack the load and rearrange our straps, distribute the weight at the bottom, keeping the things we used all the time or in emergencies at the top. There was an extra load which pleased no one, least of all Medicine, who was in charge of communications. We had to help him with the radio transmitter, the electric generator and its pedal tripod, a piece of high-tech equipment the CIA had dropped over the Escambray Mountains for the Cuban counterinsurgency, and which Cuban intelligence had always managed to capture. Designed for clandestine commandos, it consisted of 2 main parts, one the size of a small car battery reinforced with a rubber coating, that could be dragged out of mud and got working, and the other an iron stand for the tricycle that moved the heavy generator. The transmitter was distributed between Hermes and Leonardo and Federico, and I carried the rest of it dismantled. When you included the things stuffed into the dozen uniform pockets, the total weight was indescribable, so that when we camped by a stream, after taking off our backpacks and stripping to change into dry clothes, we felt as though we had to tie ourselves to trees so as not to go floating off down the river. We chose the ford over the river Bermeja, and Massetti gave the order to cross into Argentina. On a June night, in midwinter, the jeep was loaded up with 5 backpacks and us in full combat kit. The little crazy army set off. The jeep climbed gasping to the base of the triangle, took the road down to the ford, and at around 3 in the morning, with no moon, we waded the river. Furry drove as far into the water as he could. We put on our backpacks with water above our ankles, and with a wave goodbye, we crossed the rest of the river and disappeared into the jungle. Now in Argentina, we climbed a tributary stream, Argentino like its twinkling silvery water. 12. The base in the Argentine jungle, June 1963. We entered an immense country by an unknown door. No one had invited us, no one was expecting us. We were received only by the fantastic sound of water, and the obscene creaking of the jungle, mixing groans of pleasure and growls of danger, sighs, hoots, trills, thuds, flutter of wings and crash of falling trees. The stream descended impetuously, alternating waterfalls with natural stone dams, a sign of pronounced rises in the water level. Walking in the dark was grueling, even impossible. At times, when the water route was impracticable, we had to make a detour into the darkness following animal trails, rejoining further up the pale glimmer of the stream we heard rather than saw. At dawn, Massetti ordered a couple of hours rest, and Hermes, out in front, said he had found a good place. We saw nothing but what the beam of the torch showed us: branches and trunks, weeds and rotting leaves, some crags, a place to collapse exhausted. We set a watch, not so much for safety but to make sure sleep did not rob us of the morning. Every half hour, the sentry would wake his replacement and the last one would wake everybody, with coffee ready. Simple tasks, that would become routine, began laboriously. Making a fire in a damp jungle is not easy. You have to collect dry wood, if there is any, or take the bark off twigs and whittle them down to fine shavings, to find one that is not totally rotten and has at its heart something flammable. You have to improvise a campfire with stones for the kettle, fetch water, huddle the driest material round a tiny piece of paper from your notebook, light it at the first try, until the flame grows, cheered by bigger and bigger twigs, until they finally catch fire. During those first days, our problems were multiple. First, the weight of the backpacks; second, exhaustion; third, hunger; fourth, lack of sleep. The weight on our backs increased rather than diminished, although we ate a few grams of food every day. Our muscles stiffened, our joints swelled, our legs refused to coordinate their movements, our shoulders throbbed with pain, our feet destroyed, our hands furrowed with scratches, our innards groaning, our lungs wheezing. And all the while sweating, soaking wet, boots inundated, skin blistered. An army of diminutive things stuck to us. Mosquitoes, ticks, lice, and diverse larvae wiped our tears and licked our wounds, sipping here and there, nesting in the most intimate regions. We made camp in the late afternoon, by order of Hermes, who being the expert exercised his authority quite naturally. Although dazzled by the magnitude around us, Hermes began to move around as if he had been born here. We were pretty well lost because our military map bore no resemblance to our surroundings, so although it was almost dark, Massetti ordered a search party to establish where we were. Leonardo was losing his sunny personality. There was nothing glorious about the harsh reality. There was no room for dreams, and rations were diminishing. Hard work, on the other hand, was ongoing. Daily chores demanded a certain predisposition, even taking a certain pleasure in things like cooking or making bread, and he had neither of them. Hermes, who bossed us about as if the campsite were his house in Cuba, was always having a go at him. Believe me, washing pots in a river or fighting with the fire when everyone else is sleeping is not very stimulating. Once, on his way to the river at dusk, Leonardo came over to where I was on guard duty, and complained bitterly. Curiously, it was not Hermes or the daily grind that upset him. It was Massetti's authoritarianism, the harshness of his military regime, his personal treatment of us which showed none of the camaraderie we had spent months cultivating. The apparent arbitrary nature of Hermes's actions were, according to Leonardo, only expressions of Massetti's tendency to want to subjugate us, to turn us into mere puppets in a campaign for which he would take the credit. I agreed about the harshness of the treatment, although I had not given it much thought, but I knew we could not expect it to be otherwise. Massetti was responsible for a vital part of Che's project; he couldn't indulge in the normal niceties. After more than a week of exhausting marches, our provisions and energy were depleted, but we still had not left our zone or ventured south. We were moving like a pencil round the fingers of a hand, going up one ravine and down the next, unable to find a pass over the mountains. The end of the ravines met sheer cliffs, impossible to climb, at least in our condition and carrying such excessive weight. Hermes and Federico went exploring every day without success, and we ended up near the river Bermejo again, as if we had been moving in an impassable circle. That night in the quiet of the camp, Massetti made plans for the following day. We would walk to within a couple of kilometers of the river border and camp before midday in a safe place. From there I would go on and, if possible, go back across the border making visual notes and drawings of the mountain that was blocking our way. We were very near the chosen site. Around 11, I left my backpack and guns and changed into creased civilian clothes. I set off with Hermes, walking along the almost dry bed of a tributary that flowed into the Bermejo. Hermes chose a strategic observation point which allowed him to see both where the rivers met and the road on the Bolivian side. He hid there. I crossed the river by an excellent ford, so shallow it covered no more than my boots. You could jump from stone to stepping stone that formed a dam before the two rivers met. There was not a soul in sight. I began walking south on the stony Bolivian road, zigzagging between the hillside and the river, in the noisy canyon which the side of the ford regained its voice of stones being dragged along by the force of the water. It was sunny and the birds were singing. But I was detached from the landscape, like a Zulu on a trip to the Arctic. I could see that the mountain peaks on the Argentine side were enormous, and covered by dense jungle, like an impregnable fortress. After walking for an hour, it was obvious to me that only mountain climbers could pass there. I had walked about 4 kilometers when, rounding a bend, I came across one of those lay-bys beside the road where lorries can pull over. And there, thanks to the other Hermes, the Greek god of commerce, was a kiosk, servicing vehicles and, until that moment non-existent, passers-by. The little hut of corrugated iron had a counter selling fruit, bread and wine, juice, chorizo, mortadella, cheeses, flour, rice, charqui, potatoes, chilies, onions and tins of condensed milk, meat, fish and tomatoes. It was the emporium of a Kala who brought contraband goods from Argentina on the backs of his fellow Indians. Like a mirage, it was hard to believe despite seeing it, so I had to prove it by ordering a glass of red wine and a greasy chorizo. The man was not very talkative, but filled me in on the unusual whereabouts of his business, and by extension, of ours. We were some 15 kilometers from the town of Bermeja, and the last police and customs checkpoint in Bolivia before the international bridge over the river Bermeja. On the other side was the Argentine border police post with more rigorous customs control, and a relatively short distance away, the nearest Argentine town, Aguas Blancas. The area is an easily controlled bottleneck because this was the only road, the only possible pass, down the river canyon. Family contraband was endemic. The cholas pass several times a day stacking the merchandise on this side, while their husbands bundle it up and wait for lorries to take them into the interior of Bolivia. Some, however, move some kilometers away from the road, to find more famished travelers to negotiate with. According to the Kala, the border police patrol the river banks behind their post, because some people prefer not to pay the droit du seigneur or abusive bribes in which the customs officers take a sadistic delight. I explained my presence by pretending my car had broken down a few kilometers up the road and that my whole family was waiting there with no food. A passing driver had promised to bring a spare part and had told me about this kiosk. I asked him for a jute sack and we began filling it with food, including coffee and sugar, cigarettes, all the chorizo he had, tins, charqui, cheese, bread, and the crowning glory, a 2.5-liter demijohn of that Mendoza wine with 2 glass handles, very popular in the north. By mid-afternoon, I was retracing my steps, my feet burning, disheartened, and the uncomfortable weight of the bag on my kidneys. I carried it over my shoulder, clutching it with my 2 hands, the demijohn slung across my chest by string tied to its handles. I might not arrive with the whole sack, but I was certainly going to bring the wine. The kilometers seemed endless. The landmarks I remembered most clearly seemed to have disappeared. Finally I reached the ford, hid behind a crag and waited until I was sure no one was around. Just before dark, with the sack bobbing on my back, I crossed the stepping stones. The river level seemed to have risen, but it was a relief to get in the water to finish passing the ford. I climbed the slope above the stream more calmly now in the last light of the day. Suddenly Hermes jumped out at me, with a radiant smile. I don't know if he was pleased to see me or the load I was carrying. I gave him a chorizo as if I were offering him a Partagas cigar. He devoured it, and carrying the sack, set off up the hill. He had seen me arrive and wait patiently, deciding when to cross. He approved. Our arrival at the camp, with its 3 occupants dug in on a war footing, and Massetti displaying his best ill humor because we were late, turned into a gastronomic celebration. Nobody commented adversely on the wine, downing it with complete normality, despite it being on the prohibited list. Massetti listened to my report, returning again and again to the nature of the ford and the height of the mountains. I said the mountains were impassable and the ford was just as good, or better, than the first one we had crossed, although it was hard to judge since I had seen this one in daytime and the other one only at night. I could only go by the depth of the water, and that, of course, could vary from one day to the next. According to Federico, the ford we had first chosen was the only possible one. In that case it's the same one, I argued. We've gone round in a complete circle. Massetti considered this possibility. If, as I said, we had gone round in a circle up there, it could be the same ford. I preferred to leave the matter in their hands because I was not sure. By next morning, Massetti had a change of plan. The altitude indications on the military map showed that the peaks of the mountain chain coming from the Puna de Iruya were considerably less sharp, about 20 kilometers before the town of Bermeja. So, to avoid the highest peaks, we had to go along the road and cross the mountains further down, halfway between where we were now and the international bridge. He would go back to the finca and return with Furry in the jeep to get our stuff back across the ford. We would hide opposite the ford, as Hermes had done, and wait for them between 2 and 3 in the morning, 36 hours from now. More or less in civvies, with the beard and small backpack of a tropical drifter, Massetti set off on what was to be a long walk. He had to walk up to the base of the triangle and down the track to the finca, some 25 kilometers or so. With Hermes in charge, and having erased all trace of our presence, we stayed hidden on a slope of dense undergrowth, near a crystalline waterfall. The hours passed slowly. On the second night, we took up our position facing the ford. At the appointed time, a vehicle passed going south, but its lights blinded us. A few minutes later, another, the same one, came slowly back and stopped, blinking its headlights. We replied with the torch and started down to the river. Federico crossed first without a backpack to verify the identity of the contact. The rest followed. Massetti did not wait until we were on the bank. Even before knowing who we were, he tore a strip off me in the middle of the river, because it was not the same ford, but 10 kilometers further on, and he had had to walk twice the distance. As if it was my fault, as if any of us had been sure, as if I should recognize a place I had only passed once at night, a place the explorers among us had also thought was the same ford. So, if not the same, this one was better, and we would have saved ourselves days of useless, grueling trekking if we had crossed lower down in the first place. Massetti was showing signs of his subsequent intolerance and his tendency to transfer responsibility for mistakes. In any case, he had decided we would all go back to the Bolivian finca while we looked for a way through further to the south. We loaded the jeep, and with it our bad mood, disappointment at our failure, and general humiliation, and drove in silence to the finca. 13. Making contacts in the cities, July, August 1963. Meanwhile, the old political game continued to be played out on the Argentine stage. In March 1962, the coup against Frondizi's developmentalist policies had put the agro-export model back in power, power that had long been undermined by multinational companies wanting to turn Argentina into their own factory farm, a springboard for an expansionist policy that was a precursor to globalization. The fundamental struggle, however, was for the control of power, not for power itself. Trade unionism was one power base. The military was another. The union bureaucracies would go with the highest bidder. The armed forces high command favored U.S. hegemony. This was the scenario prior to the general elections on July 7, 1963. But with Peronism proscribed, half the country's voters had no candidate, so they spoilt their ballots. The result was that the winner got the lowest vote ever cast in free elections in Argentine history. The election result came while we were away exploring on the border. It left our fledgling People's Guerrilla Army disconcerted. There had been evidence of pre-electoral fraud, and we had naturally expected the legal reinstatement of the military, previously ousted by Frondizi's pact with Perón. Instead, the surprise winner was Dr. Arturo Illia, the candidate of the Radical Party. This elderly doctor from Córdoba was seen by many as the symbol of professional and political integrity. The military publicly accepted the election results and Argentina prepared to return to civilian rule. A climate of euphoria and goodwill dominated the news. It left the infant EGP disconcerted, and necessitated a revision of our immediate plans. With little discussion or analysis, Massetti decided simply to abandon our planned entry into Argentina. This meant earlier decisions had to be rescinded. Loro Vázquez Viano was on his way from La Paz to Resistencia, capital of Argentina's Chaco province, to reinforce the contacts Alberto Granado had made with the Trotskyite splinter group willing to work under Che. Massetti now sent Federico, traveling on his Argentine documents, to stop him. Furry would drive to La Paz to send a message to Che that the operation was to be suspended. They set off together so Furry could drop Federico on the road to Bermeja. We were down to 4 men. The following night, Massetti changed his mind. He dragged me into the small bedroom where he had a portable typewriter, a radio, some books on farming and other papers scattered on a table, and said words to the effect that, "What fools we are, Pilau. The elections are a sham, a trap. Nothing has changed. Our project must go on. Stop Federico, then carry on to Buenos Aires and the rest of Argentina, and use your contacts to build a support network for us." One of Massetti's occupational hazards was his ability to do lots of things simultaneously. He took this monumental decision while listening to his old station Radio El Mundo's nightly news program and frantically writing a political manifesto at the same time. Speaking in the first person plural, he reminded me of the episode at the ford. We could not accept failure or weakness, we had to be strong, ruthless when need be, or they would destroy us as they had always destroyed the good, the decent, the honest. We could not afford mistakes, and decency is a mistake. This old man, for instance, cannot admit the scam being perpetrated on the people on the pretext of pacifying the country. Ilya is a man of peace, but they will use him to dash hopes and destroy protest. Massetti finished writing, pulled the sheet of paper out of the typewriter, and gave it to me to read. Letter from the rebels to President-elect Ilya was a manifesto, calling upon a man of dignity to respect his past, hold firm to principles of honesty and civic courage, not pay the price of dishonor to blackmailers of power, and to ally himself with all Argentines who wanted to be free. It was a superbly written text, with a formidable power of synthesis. It said the EGP had gone into the mountains, explained what had driven us there, and invited Ilya to condemn fraud and add his support to the legitimate cause of the people and recover the purity of his youthful illusions. I said I agreed 100%. Massetti, exultant, told me to take the letter to Buenos Aires and get it published. We had a mutual friend there who he was sure would support us. When I had first arrived in Buenos Aires, aged barely 20, I had been helped by a well-known artist called Alfredo Bettinin. He ran the art section of El Hogar magazine, and had asked me to illustrate the poems or short stories printed in the center pages. As our friendship grew and work became steadier, he put me in touch with other publications like the Cultural Supplement of La Prensa, one of Argentina's big national newspapers. Its director, a poet called Cesar Tiempo, had also commissioned some illustrations. Bettinin had been Massetti's best friend. He was a draftsman, not a journalist, but was nonetheless a prominent member of the Journalists' Union, and well connected to the world of culture and politics. I was to go and see him, and not mince my words, because Massetti trusted him like a brother. There was just one small snag: I had no documents. Luckily, Federico had taken his passport and identity card but left his army recruitment card, an Argentine's most important personal document. I had a surplus of passport photos left over from Algeria, and I practiced the forgery skills I had learned in Cuba. The technique worked and I became Señor Federico Mendez, a man endowed with the miraculous power of passing through the same customs checkpoint twice in 2 days, with 2 different faces. I crossed Bolivian border control, the bridge over the Bermeja, and Argentine Customs and Border Police, and I walked to Agua Blancas. I felt immediately at home on the pavements of a peaceful and orderly village. Unfortunately, there was nothing for me to do there, so I dragged myself away on a bus to Oran, a few kilometers further on, the communications center for the northernmost tip of the country. Aerolíneas Argentinas, the railway, and the bus companies all converged there. Seated at the back of the bus, I looked out of the window. I was entranced, as I had been 10 years earlier, by the crops and the beautiful outline of the jungle. The scent of Argentina filled my lungs. I felt as though I had been holding my breath the whole time I had been away. A police van overtook us, signaling the bus to pull over. 2 border police got on, acting as if they owned the vehicle. One of them talked to the driver and kept glancing down the aisle to the back. My bucolic complacency disappeared and I focused on how to get off the bus as casually as possible. As we came into Oran, some passengers asked the driver to stop, and the rear door, right next to me, opened wide. I was off in a flash. I was still quite a way out of town, but the short walk would be healthy and I could use it to go over my instructions in my mind. I went into the first barber shop I saw and got the full treatment. The barber was shocked at the state of my neck and scalp, covered in bites, some of them infected. He carefully applied creams and ointment, gave me a shave, cut my hair, and left me good as new, smelling like a rose. Next stop was a clothes shop, from where I emerged dressed like a sports car salesman. At the Aerolíneas office, I learned the flight to Formosa and the Chaco had left the previous day and there were only 2 a week. The same story with the train, not to mention the bus. I would have to do a 100-kilometer detour Viaduct Santa Fe. The girl at Aerolíneas suggested that I went to the airport and find a private flight. I took a taxi driven by another of the Greek gods involved in this story, and we reached the airfield just as a man with a suitcase was walking away from the runway to find a taxi. He had just arrived from Formosa in a Piper. Its pilot was refueling, then going straight back. With my bag over my shoulder and my best businessman look, I walked into the hangar. The pilot was delighted to take me. Let's have a quick coffee and be off. Flying in a light aircraft is really flying. Below me I could see the devastation done to the Chaco as we followed the course of the river Bermeja, like a bleeding wound. In Resistencia, the capital of the Chaco, I found a cheap hotel, because I didn't fancy showing my identification card. At a better one, this would have been mandatory. I was shown a large room, with a wide bed covered by a mosquito net, and a ceiling fan. The walls were dark, almost black, or black mottled with ochre. "Don't you have a brighter room?" I asked in disgust. "No, señor," said the man, and waved his arm towards the wall. A cloud of mosquitoes rose, exposing bare, ochre-colored paint. "I'll be back with the flit," he said. I needed survival equipment, so I went out into the long deserted avenue and bought some mosquito coils, newspapers, black tobacco. Well supplied, I went to a restaurant for a huge steak, washed down with a bottle of wine, and read the news. Everything seemed normal. It was after midday by the time I arrived at Federico's house, in a secluded neighborhood of family villas with small front gardens. The door was opened by a tall young woman, who looked like Federico but beautiful, with that fresh beauty of provincial girls. I guessed she was his sister and, to inspire confidence, simply asked, "Has Federico arrived?" She looked very nervous, so before she could reply, I added, "Tell him it's Laureano, we've changed the job, that's why I am here. Honesty is the best policy." She disappeared but came straight back, inviting me in. And there he was, looking exhausted. He had arrived the previous day but had talked through the night, so had hardly had any sleep. The girl changed from nervous to very friendly, as though we were old friends. I told Federico what had happened and we studied the problem of our shared identity, a problem that could not extend beyond the front door. I could not stay at a hotel, I could not travel with my crude document, and I could not move in with his parents. Federico was meeting Loro Vasquez Viana that night. They put a camp bed in a small room at the back that had been Federico's electronics workshop, and left me there with some books and newspapers while they both kept the appointment. Loro understood the gravity of my problem, and promised to get a document from the group he was contacting. The following evening, he received an identity card from the province of Santa Fe that did not need modifying. Its owner looked quite like me, a little stouter, the same kind of bald, but the front view did not do justice to my nose, and our ages did not correspond. To the sisters' dismay, we left the next day. We crossed the river Parana to Corrientes, where Federico sought out an old friend who had once shared his adventures in the impenetrable jungle. José Luis Stachiatai, a ship's engineer, quickly agreed to join this new adventure. Federico gave him a few days to sort out his affairs and make a rendezvous in the town of Bermeja on the Argentine-Bolivian border. We carried on through Entre Rios to Santa Fe, where Stachiatai had given us the name of the captain of a tugboat moored by the Parana. We slept that night in comfortable bunks and in the morning would go our separate ways. Over coffee, waiting for Federico's bus for Santiago del Estero, I made my own rather tentative travel plans. Buenos Aires is a jungle, difficult when you don't know anyone, worse still when you know too many people. I was more inclined to go to the provinces, but Mendoza, my hometown, was too close emotionally, and further from the guerrillas in the north. That left Córdoba. I had relatives in Belleville, a town in the interior of the province, who had close links to the left and with whom I saw eye to eye on all things. Ademar Testa was a lawyer, passionate about literature, politics, conversation, food, and good wine. His wife Clelia was my wife Claudia's cousin, and on our first visit we had formed a strong affectionate friendship. Ademar owned everything that had ever been published on the Cuban Revolution, Fidel, and Che, and made no secret of it. If anyone knew potential or actual revolutionaries, it was Ademar. I decided to head for Belleville. When Federico left, I took an intercity bus for Córdoba that stopped at Belleville at 9 in the evening. I appeared out of nowhere, and had trouble keeping news of my arrival quiet. I made Clelia swear not to phone her mother, who was very fond of me, or let everyone know I was here, while Ademar kept repeating okay. Okay. I could not have chosen a better place. They understood what I wanted and the need for absolute secrecy. They made up a bed for me in Ademar's study, and, by the time I went to sleep, we had drawn up a plan of action. This consisted of waiting 36 hours for the arrival of a friend, Oscar del Barco, professor, poet, lecturer in literature and philosophy at Córdoba's Colegio Universitario. He was also the editor and board member of the magazine Pasado y Presente, edited in Córdoba, the most prestigious Marxist magazine in Argentina. A wavy-haired character with a walrus mustache was introduced to me by mid-afternoon. Oscar inspired immediate confidence, and disarmed me with his honest and affectionate expression. I gave him a general rundown of our project, its origins, and its long-term political aims. Oscar asked a few questions, but concluded that the issue was much too important for him to judge alone. He was not a political figure himself, but belonged to a nucleus of intellectuals who were influential in the debate and analysis of events in Argentina. He needed to let the group know of our project. We agreed I should meet whoever they considered appropriate. We also discussed the interminable problem of security. Until we had come to some agreement, knowledge of the meeting must be restricted to the board of the magazine. This should guarantee secrecy. Failing any agreement, the same would apply. Oscar often stayed the night in the room I was now in, because he taught in Belleville the following day. But that night he returned to Córdoba while I was closeted in a climate of conspiracy that allowed Clelia to shower me with affection and empanadas. Oscar came back the following day with the news that the Pasado y Presente board had unanimously agreed to a meeting and we would go to Córdoba that very evening. José Arico lived with his wife and children in a neighborhood of family houses with gardens on the outskirts of the city. It was also where the magazine was produced, and when the latest edition was being printed, work would go on late into the night. The editorial board comprised Pancho Arico, Oscar Del Barco, Hector Schmuckler, Samuel Kikskowski, all present on that night, and others I cannot remember now. They published the only internationally recognized analysis and theoretical development of Marxism in Argentina. Independent of the Argentine Communist Party and its networks, the board received information directly from the Kremlin. Getting on for midnight, in a closed room, I faced what I suspected would be a challenge to my presentation skills and powers of persuasion. I had no political experience, certainly not at the theoretical levels of intellectuals like these, able to hold their own in the Academy of Political Sciences in Moscow, to teach literature and philosophy, and to psychoanalyze a tree. But if I could debate with Che and Massetti, surely I could keep to the bare essentials, and rely on historical and practical facts. I began with the obvious, the catharsis that the Cuban Revolution had been for the political struggle of the American peoples. Success in the armed conflict had turned all previous argument about the legitimate weapon of the masses on its head. I argued that now we had such an important historical precedent, it was hard to maintain the illusion of being revolutionaries if we remained on the sidelines. We were ready to go down that road, the road the people must take if the revolution was to succeed. Someone had to take the initiative, and for the time being, that was our main task. Although we had trained in Cuba, our organization's aim was to be organically rooted in our own people. My introduction was followed by a question and answer session, from which concrete ideas and proposals began to take shape. As the discussion progressed, I could see a process of mutual seduction. They were seduced by the idea that an armed nucleus of guerrillas was already on the ground, receiving support, and ready to train cotters, that it would not depend on any political party, but on the contrary would create the organic, political, and ideological framework to accompany its own development. And I was seduced by their ability to grasp the concept, and their intelligence. This will only be possible with Che, said Pancho. Exactly, I replied. The magazine had brought together most dissident Communist Party members, and was causing significant rifts up and down the country by defending the Cuban line and supporting the armed struggle. Che's leadership was the ace up my sleeve, and I laid it on the table at the crucial moment. I had been authorized to persuade and organize, and to make controlled use of the most sensitive information. For me everything revolved round the presence of Che, and it appeared to be equally indispensable for the others. Arico spoke for all of them when he agreed to facilitate contacts in other cities and help me set up the urban network of the People's Guerrilla Army. They would canvass support among their readers, and assumed the idea would meet with immediate approval. Meanwhile, I would travel to Buenos Aires, and establish contacts with similarly serious left-wing groups. The meeting ended on an enthusiastic, quite emotional, note, and with total belief in the importance of our enterprise. I set off for Buenos Aires, armed with an address where I could stay and a contact in the intellectual circles, connected to the Córdoba magazine, which had already split off from the Communist Party in Buenos Aires. The contact was Juan Carlos Portantiro, working at the University of Buenos Aires, who took me to meet some student leaders. One was Daniel Hopin, from the Arts and Humanities Department, and another, Horacio, from Physical and Natural Sciences. The meeting took place at the flat of the latter's father. Lined with walnut and mahogany, it looked as if it belonged to some Saudi sheikh. The revolutionary left was launched. I still had to see Massetti's friend, or rather our mutual friend, Bettinen. He was now a graphic designer at the newspaper La Nación, which had offices in San Martin Street. I went up to a very elegant floor, where a beautiful secretary asked me questions, spoke on the telephone, and finally took me into another room with soft leather armchairs where I waited. Bettinen remembered me, and was as affectionate as I remembered him. I swear he would have offered me a job if I had not mentioned Massetti. His attitude suddenly changed, he became so agitated that his features altered and he started sweating. So I became more guarded with my information, especially about Che. However, I had already told him about the guerrillas, the letter to Ilya, and what Massetti wanted from him. Bettinen replied amicably enough, but so categorically that there was no room for argument, or any point in insisting any further. He said that in the 6 years since we had last seen each other, he had become deeply religious, and was now very, very Catholic. His life had changed, and respect for the commandments of his faith overrode all other considerations. He could not, therefore, participate in a project that involved killing. He said he loved us both very much and had followed press reports of his friend with pride and nostalgia. He wished us luck, assured me that what I had told him would never pass his lips, and advised me to forget this meeting and him. He stood up, embraced me and disappeared. I went down to the street like a scalded chicken and wandered along Florida before taking the metro to Plaza once, and then a bus to Cordoba. Massetti and I had agreed on a way of communicating which I could use, but he could not. It was time to send some good and bad news, couched in figurative terms, to the poste restante in Tarija. The response in Cordoba was better than I expected. I went to find Oscar del Barco in the Cerro de las Rosas, a leafy middle-class suburb on a sort of plateau overlooking the city, and we set out to find a man was waiting for us on the last street on the hill. Oscar explained how to get back to his house and then left us alone. The thick-set young man was mild-mannered and eager to talk. We strolled back and forth along the street, under the eucalyptus trees that hid the stars. He asked questions and I gave him straight answers, sparing him nothing. I did not sugar the pill, explained the sacrifice required, gave him no false hopes, did not hide the fact that he would be our first recruit, nor how unprotected we were, nor the degree of our madness which had to be seen as a spark of audacity and lucidity in a barren decadent landscape. I stressed that there would be no time for rest, that mosquitoes would eat better in a single second than we would in a whole day, that every time his backpack was emptied it would be refilled twice over, that his bones would ache and his only relief would be the moon over his hammock. Our aim was to be the red-hot ember that would light the fire in the communal hearth. "Sign me up," said Hector Jauve. In fact, I had first met Hector's brother, Emilio Jauve. Oscar had told me Emilio was the leader of a group of young skeptics, estranged from the Argentine Communist Party. Emilio had passed me on to his younger brother when he understood the extent of the physical commitment required. It was beyond him because he only had one lung. Emilio was a quiet young man with incisive and logical arguments that inspired confidence. Illness had forced him to quit medical school, but Hector was still a medical student. The brothers shared political ideals and had encouraged a whole group of medical students and work colleagues to do political work in local factories. Another member of this group, Agustin Gringo Canelo, had already qualified as a doctor but, dedicated to the cause of the dispossessed, was ready to leave his post at the local hospital immediately. Before going on to Mendoza, I wrote to Massetti asking what to do with the flood of applicants willing to join us. We had to set up a mechanism for incorporating recruits without arousing suspicion, so I suggested using the bus to Tarija but staggering arrivals. I cloaked messages to him in the terminology of a construction company: electrical units, bags of cement, bribes and customs. I gave the address of a bookshop in Cordoba belonging to a friend of Oscar's, either to leave letters in the name of Laureano, or to ask for me during normal opening hours. I took the night bus to Mendoza so that I would arrive in the city during the day. Leaving home is easy, going back is more difficult. As I had done in Belleville, I turned for help to a left-wing friend, Ramon Avalos, rather than my family. To do my job safely and efficiently, I needed to block my feelings, limit my emotions, keep a distance from my own self. Mendozans are creatures of habit, so I walked from the bus terminal to the Sorocabana Cafe on Avenida San Martin. I bumped straight into Ramon, a journalist and member of our cultural group. I asked him to find a safe house for me and he found none better than his own. More typically Mendozan than the Poplars, Ramon's generosity extended to everyone for no other reason than it was not in his nature to ignore a cry for help. Once the reason for secrecy was revealed, we agreed I should talk to his political mentor and our mutual friend, Cholo. Settled in his house, a thick blanket of memories threatened to envelop me while Ramon went about his business, returning at sunset with Cholo. Cholo was a classmate of my elder brother Avelino and had known me since I was a kid. When he and his friends used to come and study at my house, Marxism, rather than the usual subjects, I would pester them like a tedious bluebottle until one of them, Perlmutter, a bit of a Stalinist, gave me such a huge kick up the arse I remember it to this day. My brother settled nearby in San Rafael but Cholo stayed in Mendoza and we became friends. At the time of this story he was a dissident Communist Party cadre, and the man to speak to about such matters. Although very emotional, he had lost none of his analytical ability. He examined the project using the same criteria we did, and became our contact in the region. Back at Oscar's house in Córdoba, waiting for a new identity card so I could cross the border and return to the finca, his wife Biba said someone was looking for me, or rather, someone was looking for Laureano. In Córdoba I used the name Roberto, but she knew about Laureano. A young man, briefcase in hand like a medical supplies salesman, was waiting in the garden. I don't remember how he got to the house, probably through the usual ritual of contacts and Oscar had sent him over. When he saw me he smiled and said, "Ah, Pilau, sorry, I mean Laureano." I had no doubt Massetti had sent him, so determined was he to call me Pilau. He explained that he had come from the finca, that he was a friend of Leonardo's from Buenos Aires University Medical School. He had brought instructions for me, before continuing on to Buenos Aires. We arranged to meet later in Buenos Aires so I could introduce him to my contacts. His name was Jorge Belomo, another petiso because short men meet the same fate as bald men. He was a Cuba enthusiast who on a trip to Havana had picked up the accent and embraced the cause. He was faithful to it until he was kidnapped and blown up by the AAA in 1975. With Massetti's instructions in my hand, I was able to send the first batch of recruits before returning to Buenos Aires. 14. They all wanted to climb aboard, September 1963. Studies may well be done of all the different social and psychological mechanisms that prompted a generation of young people to make such sacrifices for a revolutionary ideal. With hindsight, it would seem to be an unrepeatable phenomenon. Perhaps you could say that back then there was a future they wanted to be a part of, and now there is no alternative but the present, and nothing matters but living in the moment. How terrifying, and at the same time remarkable, that those young people were so willing to give up family commitments, career plans, past achievements and future dreams. They scrapped it all in search of a utopia. And they were attracted not by glory or a guaranteed hamper of prizes, but by a journey into the unknown, leading to almost certain death, or at best a slim chance of survival. They all wanted to climb aboard. I did not have to persuade any of them. On the contrary, I tried to paint as bleak a picture as possible of what lay in store, unbelievable hardships, exhaustion and hunger, and insects that give no quarter. But nothing stopped them. In Buenos Aires, the anthropology department of the Faculty of Philosophy and Humanities had become the hub of the EGP, together with the medical school, Leonardo and Petiso Belomo's stamping ground. Belomo was entrusted with coordinating our project in the capital. He took 3 new volunteers, Pirinco, Pupi, and Grillo, up to the finca in Bolivia, although he himself asked for time to finish his studies. From Córdoba I sent Hector Jauve and another recruit whose name I can't remember, perhaps Colina or Del Hoyo. To my embarrassment, I could not go with them because I still had no papers. The problem was solved a few days later, however, when Oscar del Barco obtained from an old Communist Party contact a document I could alter. It came with an added bonus. Oscar suggested I might like to talk to a former regional party secretary who had just split from the national leadership. I felt I was about to hit the jackpot. The man in question was Armando Coria, who had been one of the Communist Party's most important and authentic cadres but who now led the province's revolutionary current, which was pro-Cuban and pro-armed struggle. Mature and reliable, among so many improvisers, he stood for solid political thinking, proper analysis of the current Argentine situation, hands-on experience, and links with the working class. His enthusiasm disarmed me, and I asked him to organize our fledgling structure at the national level. I handed him our contacts in Buenos Aires and Mendoza, with a strict internal security plan, and finally I set off north to Bolivia, confident that the organization was really beginning to take shape. I got off the bus near the trail leading to the finca, and walked for a few hours following the jeep tracks, wading swollen streams and assaulted by insects, without meeting a soul. As the sun was setting I found the barbed wire fence, and arrived at the house. When I reached the citrus orchard, Hermes came out to meet me, shouting over his shoulder, "It's Laureano, Kono, it's Pilau." Massetti welcomed me warmly and enthusiastically, transmitting for the first time something other than praise for military prowess, or recognition of mission accomplished. The house looked the same, but there was no sign of the people I had been expecting. Don Benito was cooking, Furry was away. And the rest? I asked, without specifying names. "Training with Federico," said Massetti, "they only come home at night." The army had doubled since I had left, but there was one important absence. Leonardo, Medicine, was no longer part of the original group. Massetti explained that he had asked for permission to leave on health grounds, and had returned to Cuba to be with his family. In his stead, he promised to pass through Buenos Aires and send a friend of his, which he did. This explained the sudden appearance of Petiso Belomo at my Córdoba safe house. Furry had managed to get a passport from the Cuban embassy in La Paz, and Medicine had departed forever. Federico appeared with the new boys who already looked shattered. Uniforms drenched in sweat, gaunt faces, and long beards, they looked like the reincarnation of our time training with Hermes, although that was a walk in the park compared to this mountainous jungle. To compensate, Massetti allowed them to sleep on the living room floor with the rest of us. There was a rota of guard duty until morning reveille, followed by a hearty breakfast, the only food until the evening. Overall, morale was enthusiastic. Massetti had imposed his personal style of leadership, brilliant, severe, and playful at the same time. Using my arrival as a pretext, after our meal he called a meeting that established a hierarchical distinction between the new arrivals and the original core group, now 4 plus Furry, for military and operational purposes. The structure would be as follows: 1 operations commander, himself, 1 rearguard commander, Furry, 1 captain attached to command headquarters, Hermes, 1 operations lieutenant, Federico, and 1 intelligence, security, and urban relations lieutenant, me. Massetti and I talked all night, with me describing every step I had taken and the number and attributes of the contacts I had made. But it was not enough to hide his disappointment at Bettanin's reaction. He felt as if one half of himself had denied the other. He was amazed, however, by the great potential of 3 of the recruits, Cordobés Jauve, Correntino Stasciati, and Pirenko Goycochea, a friend of Leonardo and Belomo from Buenos Aires. Hector Jauve, the 4th-year medical student whom I had interviewed strolling under the trees in Córdoba, was the ideal candidate. His humanity enveloped everyone round him. Correntino was the group's missing link, practically a local man, accustomed to living in the bush, an excellent explorer with unique physical strength. And Pirenko, already a qualified surgeon, was the ideal replacement for Medicine, or even an improvement. He was very calm, with an easy, rather ironical smile, a hard worker, very friendly and willing, although he appeared to think discipline did not apply to him. In time, being a doctor ceased to be important because we would soon have more doctors than anything else. It might have been copycat syndrome. Doctors naturally wanted to be Che. Our main seedbed was the university, and the students who saw suffering and misery at closest quarters were from the humanities department and the medical school. The latter in hospital emergency wards, the anthropologists in the shanty towns. Furry kept bringing in weapons, and we now had more guns than men. The prospects for growth were no longer a dream, it was really happening. Massetti decided to take extra rifles so there would never be men without weapons in the short term. When we arrived in our target area near Oran, I would tour the cities again to establish a line of supply and delivery. Among the new weapons were 2 Chinese bazookas, a long, thin, and light tube with a trigger mechanism. We also had new M1 rifles and Thompson submachine guns, as well as plenty of ammunition and missiles for the bazookas. The house looked like an arsenal, so we stuffed the spare weapons in the ceiling over Furry's bed, hidden by sacks of potatoes and flour. Our precautions were opportune. One afternoon, Massetti, Federico, the cook, and I were in the house, when we heard the sound of vehicles. They could only be approaching along the track to the house. Furry was away on a trip, and was not expected that day, least of all in more than one truck. Massetti sent Don Benito into the bush to look for Hermes, who was training the recruits, to tell him to cover the perimeter of the finca, then come back himself with wood for the fire. The noise of car engines was now about 100 meters away, and Federico and I went up to the mezzanine, guns at the ready. We saw 2 police jeeps from Tarija. They stopped at the gate, and the half-dozen occupants got out. Massetti came out to welcome them like a finca owner receiving friendly visitors, and, although we could not see them, we heard them talking animatedly on the patio in front of the kitchen window. At one stage, Massetti came into the house and, standing beneath the mezzanine, told us to jump out of the back window if we heard him cough, and hide in the undergrowth behind the house, in order to block their way if they wanted to search the finca. He went out again carrying the briefcase with the finca deeds, a bottle of brandy and glasses to toast the police chief. We opened a small skylight, climbed out backwards, our rifles slung across our backs, and hung by our fingertips from the edge to shorten the 4-meter fall to the ground. When Massetti coughed, we dropped one after the other, our rifle butts scraping the wall, as if we wanted to draw the attention of a whole regiment. Massetti persuaded the police chief he was just a regular landowner come to farm pigs. He avoided a catastrophe. The policeman drank coffee, picked grapefruit, and left. After a reasonable amount of time had passed, Massetti posted sentries along the road and concluded the time had come to leave for good. In the meantime, we had to go back to sleeping outside, except for the legal owners and administrators, cook included. During the final preparations for our second attempt to enter Argentina, 2 envoys from Che arrived unexpectedly in La Paz. Furry brought them to the finca. One was a captain in the Cuban intelligence services, but assigned to Che, called Jose Maria Papi Martinez Tamayo. The other was Alberto Castellanos, a lieutenant in Che's bodyguard, a comrade of Hermes. It made us think Che was preparing to come himself. But we were nowhere near ready, nowhere near our target zone of operations. Alberto tried to persuade Massetti to let him join our column, despite strict orders to wait at the finca until his boss arrived. He argued, not unreasonably, that the person who would be taking Che into Argentina should already be familiar with the route and any potential obstacles. He would gain valuable experience, he said, rather than staying at home eating. Also, it was an unequivocal token of his goodwill. Massetti saw the advantages, given the huge load of extra weapons to be carried, so he finally agreed. Alberto was added to my rearguard group of Cordobes, Pirinco, and Pupi. Pirinco moved to the middle group with Massetti and Hermes. On a September day, after a pep talk about the whys and wherefores of the People's Guerrilla Army, the growing corps of the EGP swore to take the revolution to Argentina, a disproportionately large aim compared to our meager forces but not compared to our love, illusions, and dreams. We struggled across the frontier into our nation's territory. The extra men and equipment meant that transporting us along the road was more complicated this time, given the weight on a not very big Toyota. But we did it. Furry worked with his usual cool punctilious confidence, as if detached from the emotional turmoil raging inside the rest of us. He took loads to the main road, hid them, and came back for us. At dead of night, he packed us into the jeep, even on the running boards, and delivered us all in one go. The new ford in the river, further south past the highest peaks, was swollen by the melting ice caps and the freezing water was chest deep. In the darkness we formed a chain to pass the equipment across the river. First we said goodbye to Furry, who stood on the bank embracing us one by one, like a stage director introducing his actors before raising the curtain and turning on the spotlights. He was gone before we were even out of the water. If all went well, we would see him again soon. We had a rendezvous in 2 weeks' time at a point on the map where a track branched off the road to Oran, and disappeared into the jungle near the river Pescado. What is more, the agricultural valley around the city of Oran was also impossible to cross unless the guerrilla army was invisible. So the rendezvous was like a message written on water, a predetermined date and hour which would only be met by the magic of Furry's operational precision and our own superhuman efforts. We needed to trek through the jungle in order to avoid the border patrols, but we also had to stay in the foothills which, from that point on the map, became lower and spread out to form the wide valleys of Calaligua, Oran and the other agricultural areas fed by the rivers gushing down from the melting snows of the Andes. These rivers span huge differences in altitude, down from 5,000 meters to practically sea level on their way to the river Parana. Our biggest problem was the enormous weight we were carrying. Hacking our way through the undergrowth up the hillsides, it became clear we could not do it in one go. We established a system of advancing in stages, leaving part of the load, walking on for a while, then leaving the first load and coming back for the rest. We covered 3 times as much ground, but only carried half the load. On our previous attempt, we had been forced to dump equipment that we never recovered. But this time, we had weapons and ammunition we could not afford to lose. Such a situation divides the strong from the weak, the more able from the less able. It is a debilitating process that the military mindset easily falls into, and guerrillas are no exception. It became gradually clear to us at 2 extremes, while Correntino got stronger by the day, carrying the heaviest loads, doing most of the exploring. Pupi, another of Leonardo's Buenos Aires recruits, was falling to pieces. Although everyone gave him a hand, he was my responsibility, both as the officer in charge of his group and as political commissar, so I had my work cut out encouraging him, giving him moral support, and keeping the problems he was causing from Massetti. Apart from Pupi, all the others coped well with the pitiless life of a guerrilla, and displayed qualities and virtues. Enduring hunger and bugs was a personal matter, enduring the workload and discipline was a question of principle. One evening while pitching camp, Massetti discovered that according to the map we were only a stone's throw from the rendezvous with Furry. Federico and Hermes went out to explore, and found an old road, just a track really, that looked as if it went down in the vicinity of the river, or even to the river itself if it turned out to be the track that lorries used to carry sand. It proved to be so, and we had indeed arrived at the rendezvous a day earlier than planned. We celebrated the fact with a meager, almost illusory, amount of food, reinforced by general high spirits. Dug in at the intersection of the track and the Aguas Blancas Oran road, we waited for the jeep. It emerged from total darkness at the appointed hour, about 2 in the morning. Furry flashed his headlights, we answered with a torch, and in silence loaded up the equipment, backpacks, and weapons. Half our column got into the jeep, including Massetti and Hermes, while the rest of us stayed to wait for the return trip. The operation was risky despite the late hour. Furry had come from Oran. Although the road had been deserted, and he had checked there were no border police controls, flying checkpoints could be set up at any time if, for instance, the same vehicle was heard passing for a second or third time so late at night. In the solitude of forested ravines and valleys, the sound of a car engine carries a long way and locals know exactly whose vehicle it is. Roaring up to the bridge over the river, the noise of the jeep's engine made us feel as if we were caught in a mousetrap. If we met a checkpoint, we would have to shoot our way out. Once again we said goodbye to Furry, who would wait until dawn before returning to Bolivia. The reunited group returned to the undergrowth in search of the distant forested hills below Oran and to the west. This was the area chosen for our exploratory work. It would enable us to move around, without needing to go into the valleys of Tucuaman. But man proposes and hunger disposes. The rest in the jeep had not reduced the weight of our load, and as rations became smaller, the march became impossible. Cooking to soothe the hunger pangs of 10 exhausted human wrecks meant continually depleting our reserves of cereal, cans and other transportable food. And thirst was even more of a problem. You can spend days without eating, or eat hardly any food for a month, but no one can go 24 hours without water. Although big rivers rushed across the region in some areas, the stunted thorny scrub lowlands that we had to cross did not have a single miserable stream, and the heat dehydrated us even when we stood still. One midday while we rested exhausted in a clearing, I heard someone slashing at the undergrowth behind me. Federico, who was in front of me, leaning on his rucksack against a tree trunk, machine gun on his thigh, reacted like a sergeant and without moving shouted, "Halt! What do you want?" The man, a poor peasant, followed by a ragged boy in a hat larger than his head, stammered that they were looking for a cow and its calf. "Nothing else, senor, get out of here, these are military exercises, it's very dangerous," ordered Federico. No one said a word. The miserable twosome crossed the circle of armed men, ragged as they were, mumbling, "Good day, senor, good day," and disappeared into the brambles. We had to get out of the area quickly, but we still needed water. Correntino climbed a tree and said that he could see brighter green towards the south. Massetti told me and Cordobez to keep exploring until we found water. We left our backpacks and, each with our own rifle, hooked all the empty water bottles to our waists and set off. We crossed the brambles, sometimes crawling like snakes rattling their tails. We were about to admit failure when the scrub began to change. Flocks of birds flew screeching overhead. We had found the wide brown Las Piedras River. Hector and I dived in fully dressed among the bamboo eager to drink the muddy waters. We returned with the good news and the group moved towards the river. We crossed it and continued towards the hills. Massetti sent Correntino to a hamlet marked on the map to buy whatever food he could find. He returned with flour, tins and cereal from a general supplies store servicing the few sparse settlements. Massetti sent him back time and time again, the distance getting greater as we moved further away, and each time Correntino came back loaded like a pack horse with rice, beans, and tinned food. On one of his errands, Correntino did not return on schedule. Massetti ordered Federico and me back down the path to the scrubland to post a sentry, in case he had been arrested and made to lead a patrol after us. We reached the spot at dawn, hid at one end of the forest with an escape route, and waited. The day passed, and the night brought a persistent drizzle which forced us to lie under our nylon sheeting with branches on top. We took turns sleeping to keep an eye on the bend in the road where whoever it might be would appear. Federico was sure no one would come, and I had an inkling he already knew why. Correntino never showed up and, back at camp 2 days and a wet night later, we had to face Massetti's wrath. Fortunately he respected the rules set by the core group which allowed internal discussion. Federico and I argued that you could not demand supernatural efforts from the same man, day in day out, without pushing him to desert. Massetti decided that, from then on, he would apply the rules equally rigorously to the weak and gutless. He also said that on my next tour of the cities, I should find out what had happened to Correntino before talking about desertion because, were that the case, we had to add theft to the charge, since he had taken the food money. The EGP did not have much money. Massetti had less than $50,000 and each officer carried a couple of thousand in case we got separated. I had most of the local currency, a few more thousand, that I had to manage extremely carefully. But in all honesty, I don't know exactly how much money we had, or how much Furry managed back at base. Anyway, Che was clearly not squandering the revolution's money. When we reached the hills and found an appropriate place to camp for a few days, Massetti ordered me off on another trip to the cities. I was to travel through the central provinces, developing established contacts and making new ones, buy a van and set up a permanent supply route from Córdoba, run by Gringo Canelo who had a driving license. In Buenos Aires, I was to contact an electronics engineer suggested by Belomo and discuss the price and construction of a generator-powered portable radio rig, begin to stock up on medical supplies, clothes, boots and, where possible, get equipment like hammocks and rucksacks made. I was also to resume relations in Buenos Aires, including this time with the local Vasco Bengochea group, and above all, send more recruits. From then on, my trips to the cities became monthly. Sometimes I would arrive back at camp, and Massetti would send me off again a week later. 15. Bringing more recruits to the jungle camp, November 1963. I was now traveling the length and breadth of Argentina, marveling at its geographic and demographic diversity. It was gratifying to return to the cities where I already had contacts and see how rapidly the EGP was growing and organizing. I made new contacts in La Plata, Rosario, and Santa Fe, and I interviewed some of the many hopefuls. We bought an IKA pickup truck and left it with Canelo in Córdoba. We created systems of packaging food, clothes, shoes, and all kinds of equipment that guerrillas need, stockpiling it by weight and type, then taking it up in the very overloaded pickup. In Buenos Aires, I asked for a girl to accompany me. It fulfilled two important roles. 1. To pretend to be my girlfriend so I would not have to travel on my own all the time, this was not normal and could get me noticed. And 2. To be an aide-memoire, an unwritten record of appointments and places of contact. Anna Maria was chosen for this task. She and her friend Susanna, both anthropology students, did a lot of the non-clandestine work but adopted the names Paula and Andrea for secret assignments. Another key worker was Belomo's assistant Rafael who was studying economics. He was an amazing organizer and set up workshops to make hammocks and turn work clothes into uniforms. We rented an apartment where a couple of recruits lived, but all the appointments and contacts were made by rotating meeting places without ever using real names or addresses. I talked to the radio technician, sworn to secrecy, he agreed to build a transmitter. I gave him a large sum of money to buy materials and we left it that when the time came, he would assemble it wherever we chose. The sociology students, under Daniel Hopen, said they would find out what had happened to Correntino. They organized a market research project for a type of washing powder, and some campaneras from Santa Fe did surveys in a couple of areas, including the part of Corrientes that Correntino's family was from. He was back living at home. In Mendoza, Cholo had recruited a section of the Vineyard Workers Union. As agricultural day laborers, they were the most exploited sector of the wine industry, and one of the poorest in the province. The political work he did with them could have been an important platform in the long term, but it was counterproductive in the short term because agricultural workers cannot be uprooted just like that, least of all from production in one geographical area to a completely different kind hundreds of kilometers away. The growth of a guerrilla army depends on local people, who support them in return for protection. Forming advance cadres, the stage we were then at, was something quite different. Back in the camp, I discovered that Furry was due to arrive on a set date in Buenos Aires via Montevideo. He had been researching alternative ways of bringing in the weapons he had stored there, an operation to be called Operation Trampoline. I had to fetch him and bring him back to the camp. My group accompanied me down one of the trails. I left them my M3 and my uniform, put on my usual creased civilian clothes, and set off on a surreal solitary walk, strolling out of the jungle as if I was leaving a cinema. In Buenos Aires, when the overnight ferry from Montevideo arrived, Furry and I met casually as tourists might do, and we set off on the 1,400-kilometer bus journey back to our jungle base, stopping in Córdoba and Salta. This gave him an overall view, not only of the huge size of the country, but of how fast our network was growing, and how it worked. At the same time, we authorized 4 young Buenos Aires recruits to take the train to Salta: Diego, Cesar, and Marcos, classmates of Ana Maria's in anthropology, and another student, Ariel Mate. Furry was to travel separately from the recruits to avoid making unnecessary contact until we reached more favorable terrain. He and I sat in different seats on the bus, occasionally exchanging words as strangers would, sharing a table for a meal, or having coffee on adjoining stools at a bar. The important thing was not to lose sight of each other. In Córdoba, we arranged to rendezvous with Gringo Canelo's pickup truck at the edge of the jungle where the loggers' track crossed the small river. We reached Salta the previous afternoon and decided to sleep in proper beds. We found a pension, went out for a walk, had a meal, and what better way to pass the time than seeing a film? Half a block from the cinema, facing a hotel, we were standing on the edge of the pavement to let the traffic pass when Furry suddenly clutched my arm. I looked at him. His index finger was raised like a speaker on the barricades, he was stammering, his eyes were rolling and mouth was sagging, as if he was jokingly trying to imitate a moron. I said, "Stop fooling around, let's cross the street," but he kept pointing his finger as his knees buckled under him. His head hit the road hard. He was foaming at the mouth. All my emergency training clicked into action. While passers-by gathered, I picked him up and carried him across the street to the hotel. With my last ounce of strength, I dumped him in a chair in the lobby where he sat in convulsions, hands and head hanging. The concierge offered to call a doctor. With total calm, I wiped his mouth, pulled his tongue out, put a pencil between his teeth, and said, "Thank you, there's no need. It's epilepsy, he needs a couple of hours sleep, that's all. He has his medicine." The hotel manager wanted Furry out of the lobby, so he got the keys to a room, and helped me carry him to the bed. I offered to pay for the room for a day, although I assured him I would take him to the car when he woke up in about 3 hours' time. I explained that the fit only lasted a few minutes, and now he was asleep. I took the pencil out of his mouth and, sure enough, Furry was sleeping like an angel. I sat in a chair by the bed wondering what to do. No one had mentioned the obligatory registration of hotel guests, but I did not want to risk it with the documents we had. We already had a contact in Salta, a friend of the philosophy faculty group in Buenos Aires, and I decided to go and find him, leaving Furry asleep. I told the concierge I was going to get the car. I found Salvador del Carril and arranged to take Furry straight over there, even though he had no idea who he was. The taxi I took back to the hotel waited while I paid the bill and carried out a drowsy Furry to be taken to the safety of a family home. Promising to be back in time for breakfast, I went to sleep at our pension. We continued our bus journey first thing in the morning, but a tropical storm prevented our getting off the bus at the appropriate place. We could see neither the road nor the jungle through the downpour, so we carried on to Oran to wait for it to subside. In the afternoon, the thunderous crackle of the electric storm receded like a military band and, as often happens in the tropics, a parade of black convoluted clouds followed the noisy procession, while light fluffy reddish formations appeared on the horizon, generally a sign of good weather. We took a taxi back to the point of entry into the jungle, pretending to be going to a real finca that had a sign on the road. A long impossible trek awaited us. Covering the trail was a mixture of mud, a blanket of leaves and recently fallen branches, as if the jungle had had a haircut. The peaceful stream had become a raging torrent, with tree trunks and drowned animals dragged along issuing dire warnings, their stiff legs pointing to the sky like sailing boats down the gutter. The full force of nature had been unleashed. We approached our usual fording place with caution, as we had heard shouting from a long way off. The ford had disappeared, but on one side of the now tumultuous waters was our pickup truck. The river raged between two groups of men shouting to each other as they tried to erect a pulley from trees on both banks. A hopeless task. When the water level rose like that, the only thing to do was to wait for it to subside. Furry and I introduced ourselves as if we just happened to be passing by, and took charge. A few hours later, the water level fell as quickly as it had risen and our pickup crossed the stream. Furry drove the pickup while the rest of us pushed, knee-deep in mud. It was already night when we reached the rendezvous with our rear guard. The trail died in Las Piedras River, thundering down in honor of its name, dragging stones and boulders with it. We camped this side of the river, in a clearing hidden from the path, and got food organized. I asked who was responsible for that racket at the ford. 3 Buenos Aires recruits owned up and I said they would do guard duty that night as punishment for risking our group's safety with their shouting. It seemed opportune to remind them of the importance of discipline, emphasizing what was at stake here. They were not on holiday. Next morning, we made contact with the recruits from Córdoba who, led by Hector and made up of Henry, Giorgito, and Enrique, were crossing the river from the other side. They brought extra empty backpacks inside their own, which meant we could spread the load between a dozen men. After a goodbye coffee for Canelo and his assistant, we set off walking again, facing an even harder river crossing, one that descended ever more torrentially, its brown waters frothing and foaming. The experienced men crossed first and the rest followed in single file. The main camp had one of its best days with the arrival of so many new and enthusiastic recruits. Euphoric under a thick black beard which made him look an embattled crusader, his olive green kepi balanced with great difficulty on his mass of unruly hair, Massetti held a series of meetings, starting with Furry. The scene was similar to another I witnessed later when I brought along our bedside Marxist Pancho Arico, but with an important psychological difference. With Pancho, Massetti was the leader of an important operation. With Furry, a young commandante, a graduate of Che's victorious forces in the Sierra Maestra, he was in charge of their mutual bosses project. The dichotomy was between the done and the still to be done, or more precisely, between reality and dreams. Furry stayed for a few days. I had to make another city trip, so we left together. However, between our crossing into Argentina and my arrival by pickup at the target zone, the morale of one of the Buenos Aires recruits, Pupi Rotblot, had deteriorated and become an intolerable burden for all of us. At first, we tried to help him during the treks, lighten his load, encourage him, make him believe he could overcome his lack of ability, careful not to let him lag behind, cajole him, yell at him, and especially protect him from a Massetti who was becoming increasingly strict and demanding. It was a tricky one. On the one hand, the excess weight, exhaustion, and hunger affected all of us, yet we still had to put up with Pupi's constant laments, caprices, sit-downs and generally negative attitude. On the other, Massetti was planning to impose extra guard duties or unpleasant jobs as punishment on the less able when, to be frank, I thought a bit of paternal care might have been more apt. It's your responsibility, snapped Massetti if I mentioned signs of despondency in the ranks. It was true that, in some way, I represented the human side of a harsh, sometimes inhumane, reality. Although I never hid how grueling a test it would be, once recruits got to know and trust me, they felt they could talk to me and discuss political matters, because after all it was a political project. Gradually, more because of my natural predisposition for friendship than my official duties, they saw me as the accessible face of the original leadership, to whom everyone went if there was a problem. My visits to the camp were as appreciated as the supplies I brought, and they always had a list of demands and complaints to bring up with Massetti. Letters from family, news from outside, and reminders of home, made me a focal point for them, but above all, it was the ability to communicate outside disciplinary and hierarchical norms. "Pelado, why don't you make the bread?" they would ask. Hermes had taught us all the technique of baking bread in hot ashes, but mine apparently was tastier, more homely. I talked to each of them at night during guard duty, and the conversation always turned to the bitter subject of Massetti's arbitrary behavior towards the Pan Blanco, a name he had invented in the Havana house for lads of a more gentle disposition, not out-and-out warriors, and by extension all new recruits. I tried to combat the idea they had of preferential justice, explaining that Massetti's pedagogical methods came from his strict military formation, inclined to efficiency, willpower, etc. In short, a certain machismo. But that behind the facade was an astute politician, a writer of great clarity, and a fantastic guy with total commitment to a common cause. They had to try to gain his respect and overcome the hardships until Che finally arrived, when a new era would begin. But these arguments did not work with Pupi. His descent into the abyss was of a different kind. He had no pride to cling to, he didn't seem to want to climb back out. He used every possible form of irritating behavior to hinder our common effort, in which one person's sloppy attitude affected a group already at the end of its tether. He sat down when we took a break and made a fuss when we set off again. He lagged behind and we had to go back for him. He learned nothing, not even how to make a fire, let alone food. But one thing was clear, we could not abandon him to his fate on a jungle trail nor allow him to be captured. The latter would jeopardize not only the column, but also the support network in Bolivia and the Argentine cities, indeed, the entire project. The idea of getting him out of the region, and if need be, the country, was moot, but Massetti was having none of it, wouldn't even discuss it. I was unable to argue the toss with him or persuade the others, maybe because I didn't really believe it myself. In the end, Massetti decreed he be shot. But in the pale reflection of itself our revolutionary dream had become, the sentence was not even carried out properly, and looked more like murder than military justice. A new contingent of recruits had arrived that day, and the scene that greeted them at dusk was dyed a bright red, matching the sunset between the lianas. Massetti separated us into two groups, the new arrivals in one, at a distance from the camp where Pupi lay isolated in his condemned man's hammock, and the original leaders and the earlier intake of recruits in the other. Massetti explained his reason for the sentence to the new recruits, the need to put an end to a traumatic situation that was undermining group morale. Nobody questioned the legitimacy of the decision, not even those who like myself were against it. Someone had to carry out the sentence. Massetti chose Pyrenko, one of his favorites. He admired the way his class, his calmness, his ease with people, did not prevent him being an effective trainee guerrilla. He wanted to put him to the test. The silence expressing the anxiety enveloping us all was broken by Pyrenko's hoarse me, and Massetti's cold reply, "Yes, you." Pyrenko went off, and a few minutes later we heard the shot. He came back even whiter than the rest of us, murmuring, "He won't die, he doesn't want to die." Massetti sent me to see what had happened. The victim of a tragic personal experience and a seriously distorted collective mindset was lying in his hammock, a bullet in his forehead, shuddering in his death throes, but technically dead. I did what I had to do to finish this macabre spectacle, and the bang has resonated in my head ever since. Upriver from our camp, where a path climbed from the river bank to a small plateau on which patches of land had been clawed back by the jungle, we came across a group of dilapidated shacks. The chicken coop and goat pens were barely distinguishable from the adobe house with its straw and pole roof, and a front yard which set it back from the slope we had just climbed. The owner came out timorously, surrounded by almost naked children and ragged women, some young, some older, but all of indefinable age. All were barefoot. It was a pitiful sight. I made some attempt to find out who they were and how many people lived there, if there were other houses in the vicinity, if they could sell us an animal and if they would let us camp, but the men's replies were limited to yes, senor, no, senor. Massetti took over the conversation and despite his frightening appearance, began breaking down the fear caused by our uniforms, weapons, and beards. There were only a few of us in his yard, but he had already seen the others waiting on the path and pointed to them anxiously. Leaving sentries on all points of entry, Massetti signaled to the others to come up, take off their backpacks and put down their weapons. Relations thawed. Our doctors examined the children for various visible infections, in their ears and eyes. We cooked a chicken stew, made bread, and shared our rations with the family, who ate crouched against the walls of the house like frightened animals. Their story was tragically familiar. They were sharecroppers evicted from their plots time and time again, forced into the jungle, away from their landlords but also from any hypothetical state protection, no school, no doctor, reduced to a state of idiocy by hunger and solitude. We spent the night there, our hammocks hung between the house and the corral, invaded by fleas and mosquitoes. Massetti made a deal with the man, named Pedro, that when he went to the nearest town, he would buy us provisions, and we would give him money. For now, it was just to find out how good a messenger he was. "Don't show the money," recommended Massetti. "No, sir, they'll take it straight off me." He said there was a bloody horrible landlord, who owned most of the land between the valley and the mountains, the route we had climbed. He had a very nasty gang of men and an even worse foreman, who appeared at sowing and harvest time, giving orders and requisitioning, so they couldn't sow what they wanted, and could barely make a cent. Massetti encouraged him to refuse to hand over his crops, but this frightened him even more. "What," he said, "they'd just come back with the army and burn everything." Massetti explained that was why we had taken up arms and that when the moment came, we would teach his tormentor a lesson, and others like him, starting with his landlord. To affirm our friendship, and thinking mostly of his family's safety in case something unexpected happened, we agreed that, if the foreman or his gang appeared, Pedro would come down to the river to get water and tie a piece of red cloth in a secret place we chose together. After sharing breakfast, we left Pedro's house and poverty-stricken family. We reiterated our concern for his safety and recommended he did the same for us, especially by making sure his children said nothing. Meeting this family reduced to almost unimaginable poverty had more impact on us ideologically speaking than any Marxist seminar. We walked on with the image of the miserable family frozen in our minds like a film still, feeling a bit ashamed of our own woes, magnified by our egos, but which were minute and transitory compared to these people's existence. It would not be long before I was back at Pedro's house. When I had returned to the camp from my last city trip, I'd felt a certain tension in the air. Henry had asked to speak to me alone. He said his relations with Massetti were very bad, not because of anything he had done, but because he felt he was being increasingly marginalized. Henry had not been given any responsibilities, was not asked to do important tasks or to go exploring. He had begun to doubt his own abilities, and worse still, started thinking Massetti was discriminating against him because he was Jewish. I rejected this possibility, and still do today. Massetti was aware of the marked percentage of Jews in our urban network. In fact, the Argentine left as a whole were either Jewish themselves or married to Jews. Half the EGP national leadership was Jewish. Massetti knew this, but he had never said anything to me, although it was my responsibility. Besides, it was impossible to imagine Massetti being anti-Semitic given his relationship with Che. Pupi was not a good example because it was obvious his fate had nothing at all to do with his being Jewish. I assured Henry the First would talk to Massetti because I found the atmosphere intolerable, and I did. Massetti's view was that we were about to embark on operations that were vital to honoring his commitment, and although he wasn't worried about anyone in particular, Henry had not shown much enthusiasm. However, he would bear him in mind if, as I said, he had promise. No sooner said than done, Henry was to come with me on an assignment. It consisted of going back to Pedro's house and, assuming his first task had gone well, get him to establish a constant supply line of a few basic products: charqui, flour, sugar, coffee, cereals, that he could buy in the area and bring up by mule. The only snag was that this plan was potentially even more dangerous for us than the repeated trips of our pickup. Pedro was desperately poor and could not be a big spender in anyone's eyes. Massetti wanted me to resolve this problem. Our trip would take 1 day there and 1 back, so we could do it without heavy backpacks. Henry was ecstatic, but I was worried. We had to find a trail we had walked only once. Tracking skills were not my forte, and I never developed them because I was always bringing up the rear. We left next morning, going west beside the stream. Halfway to the river the rain bucketed down and the gentle stream turned torrential, its muddy banks hard to negotiate. At nightfall, way behind schedule, we reached the river now flowing menacingly past, its stony teeth chattering. We could not risk crossing in the dark and spent the night huddled together like Siamese twins in a little hollow we dug for our torsos, the water running over our legs down the slope. When we finally reached the slope to Pedro's house, there was no red cloth warning of danger. Despite the weather, we were only a day late, thanks mainly to Henry. The storm had washed away all signs I thought I remembered, but not his. Pedro looked very pleased to see us, as if deeds not words confirmed our intentions. He had had no problem buying what we asked, and was ready to repeat it as many times as needed. We considered the risk of him turning up and buying an unusual amount and suggested he do it bit by bit in different places and only buy produce he would use himself. His income was at its lowest at this time of year, having only tree trunks to sell to charcoal burners and maize and potatoes to barter for fat and flour. I left Pedro an unimaginable sum of money on condition he hide it somewhere safe, away from the house, and use it only when needed. He wanted to buy rope sandals for his family. We set off back down river again, hoping to reach the stream before nightfall. Finding it was a miracle. The torrent had altered the shape of the river banks, whereas before the jungle contour plunged down to a beach of stones and sand, now the water covered everything. A couple of trees, like an arch, showed us the entrance to the stream, but the stream itself was a swamp. The water came up to our chests, except when we stumbled and fell in up to our necks. But this was our path, we had to follow it or we would never find the camp. We struggled on, cursing and gargling mud, until at 2 in the morning we ran into Cordobez and the rest of my squad coming to look for us. After some high fives, I shouted, "I'm never going down that bloody stream again." Hector said, "Massetti is livid. He was expecting you last night." "What? Didn't he hear the tempest?" I asked sarcastically. "His only tempests are in his head," replied Hector. Nonetheless, Massetti greeted us warmly. He handed me some dry clothes and said they had saved some stew for us. He added that we should try to get a few hours sleep because, as if remarking how chilly the dawn was, "In the morning you're taking your squad to the river Bermeja to collect the weapons Furry is bringing." Left speechless was hardly relevant since I could barely speak from exhaustion anyway. Henry and I had walked for 40 hours in impossible conditions, our muscles were screaming with cramps, our feet were raw, yet here we were being ordered to return to the Bolivian border it had taken us 2 months to trek away from. The fact of the matter was that, against my most fervent wishes, at dawn we were retracing our steps down that bloody stream. That night in Oran, we attended to our feet, ate steak and slept in a bed, an unexpected and welcome gift. Early next morning a truck transporting laborers dropped us off at the bridge over the river Pescado. We found the old sand lorry road, where we had met up with the jeep on that oh-so-distant night, and struck off into the jungle. Only the special exploring talents of Cordobez led us on schedule, after 2 days' march, to the same ford we had waited to enter Argentina. We were 5, Cordobez, Henry, Giorgito, a fourth and me. We spent that night and the following day hiding on the Argentine bank of the river Bermeja, waiting for the first nocturnal rendezvous with Furry. Like a precision stopwatch, his jeep arrived around 3 in the morning, flashing his headlights as usual. The lights extinguished and the jeep disappeared into the darkness, while we swam the river now swollen into an Olympic swimming pool. The big surprise was seeing Papi Martinez Tamayo, the Cuban captain assigned to the project, who had come to help carry the consignment. Furry had filled backpacks with weapons, munitions, equipment, and some food for the trek. We had only to put them on. A heavy load no longer helped against the current since the seemingly calm surface of the Bermeja now hid treacherous undertows. The tallest among us could wade with water up to our necks, but Giorgito, who was very short, could not even breathe without swallowing water, and his rucksack dragged him down. We crossed holding hands, but in the middle, Giorgito panicked and went under. He could only come up for air by pushing himself off stones on the bottom, while I tried to hold onto him. I shouted for help, because Giorgito was being swept away and me with him. Poppy reached the bank, left his backpack and let the current bring him to us. He took charge of the submerged Giorgito, who was about to drown. Our only gun was my Browning pistol held against my abdomen by my leather belt, but which started slipping down my right trouser leg and finally tumbled out and lay, like an offering to the river furies, buried in its bosom. We were not, however, unarmed. We were bringing in more weapons than on any previous occasion, including automatic rifles and plenty of ammunition for all types and calibers of guns. The march was calm but relentless. We were better fed and more relaxed than at other times, no conflict and no pressure except deadlines and the rendezvous with Gringo Canelo and his pickup for the final lap up. Our arrival at the camp was triumphant. Massetti was ecstatic and gave me his Browning to compensate for losing mine, choosing a recently arrived Luger for himself. The guerrilla army, now well armed with plenty in reserve, comprised about 20 men. We had covered an extensive area and were beginning to master its difficult geography, although the contacts we had made with the local population were poor and of not much use politically. We needed to move our zone of operations nearer the Tucumán sugar cane fields, where the exploitation was inhuman, and conditions ripe for raising consciousness and beginning political work. Lack of relations with our potential social base were not our only problem. Relations within the group were not good either. Poppy was not there on the off chance. He had arrived at the finca with Miguel Angel Duque de Estrada, a personal envoy from Che, who had orders to wait and enter Argentina with him. Poppy had not only come to lend a hand, but also to check the route, see how well things were functioning and ensure tight security. Massetti put on a show for Poppy. He conferred the rank of lieutenant on Cordobés, and I passed on to him responsibility for my squad so that, as personal delegate of the guerrilla command, I could concentrate permanently on strengthening ties with the cities. With my frequent trips away from the camp, this was de facto already the case. Now that the network had a life of its own, my trips were used both for coordination purposes and to carry out special missions for Massetti. In this way, he commanded the whole organization. We created a permanent base in Salta so that new recruits rendezvousing with Canelo's pickup did not have to register in a hotel. Responsibility for this was given to Enrique Balanay Roca, an architectural student from Córdoba, who always used to ask me if I needed company on my trips. This job, possibly rotating, would be an urban vanguard, prior to eventually forming local supply centers and ending the long-distance dependence on Córdoba and Buenos Aires. Massetti wanted a series of meetings with the political cadres who supported us. He decided to start with the group in Córdoba, and on my next trip I passed on the invitation. The Pasado y Present editorial board immediately accepted and chose Pancho Arico and Armando Coria. We went up to Salta in 2 groups. I advised them on appropriate clothes and footwear and gave them some pointers, although for the uninitiated there are no valid tips for trekking in the jungle, except take lots of bandages. The pickup took us as far as it could into the jungle, and from then on we started the usual trek upstream. Enthusiasm, however, is not waterproof. Armando's strength gave out halfway. His feet in ribbons, he could not continue, and we had to evacuate him with Canelo, who luckily was climbing part of the way with us. Pancho, who was younger, adjusted to the rigors of the trek despite his professorial aspect. We reached the camp without further problems. For Massetti, the conversation was a success in all respects, although the surrealist nature of the situation may not have made a strong enough impression on Pancho to mitigate the eventual disaster. Pancho shared the vicissitudes of the campaign and endured the daily hardships, but he also glimpsed the possibility of an integral revolutionary education, and discussed with Massetti the idea of creating in our camps some kind of Maoist Cotters school like the Yenin Forum. There were also discussions with the rest of the Companeros sitting round the fire. It was the high point of the Salta political debate. 16. Defections and an Execution, February 1964. Enthusiasm spread throughout the urban network. This was both exciting and a cause for concern, since we needed to absorb new recruits gradually, not overload our capacity to supply them. Otherwise our main task would soon be how to feed a troop of hungry, exhausted men wandering aimlessly around the jungle. We also had to guarantee enough weapons to arm our column and to create a strategic stock. So Massetti planned to stop using, at least not exclusively, our rearguard border with Bolivia, thereby guaranteeing the security of the finca. He devised a new method of bringing in weapons and equipment through Uruguay, which would rely on the navigational skills of Pirinco, an atypical representative of the Buenos Aires bourgeoisie who had left his yacht anchored in the Tigre Delta and embraced the revolutionary cause. Pirinco had told us about his excursions to Punta del Este, Uruguay. He and his friends sailed to and fro, bringing back cigarettes and booze. He didn't give it much thought, and it was certainly not a business. No one ever questioned him when he moored his sailing boat at the yacht club. We deduced that for the Coast Guard, a young playboy's bit of fun and smuggling were two quite different things. In the light of this new focus on his favorite sport, Pirinco would have to study the possibilities in situ. He and I would meet up in Buenos Aires to plan the rest of the operation. We moved with ease through an area from which we could expect nothing but solitude and increased knowledge of our environment. The exhausting treks posed no problem for the established explorers like Hermes, Hector, and Federico, but left new recruits ready to quit. The fateful experience with Pupi made us only too aware that physical aptitude was essential, in fact a priority. We could not keep carrying weights that might end up dead. A tacit consensus was rigorously imposed. Hence, a trio of young Cordoban lads from Hector and Emilio's hometown of Belleville, who arrived overflowing with enthusiasm, were packed off home after 3 days when they proved useless. They swore to accept responsibility for not putting our safety at risk. It happened again with a top-notch heart surgeon sent from Buenos Aires, the golden boy of the university contingent. Like Massetti, his name was Jorge, and like him, he was very cocksure. But it lasted only a day or two. Before the week was out, he had melted like a candle, and began showing signs of increasing disintegration, conjuring up the unbearable specter we all wanted to leave behind. Nonetheless, he was ordered out to explore with me. "Take the surgeon," barked Massetti. After a few hours trekking through the tangled and aggressive undergrowth, the surgeon's desire to die turned to panic when he realized I was, lost. His sobs, interspersed with convulsive hiccups in the best melodramatic fashion, kept on and on. I opened a couple of the tins of sardines I always carried in my uniform pockets, and made him eat while I talked about tomorrow being a new day, and that we would find the track again. To really encourage him, and get rid of his fear and stop his hiccups, I pointed my pistol in the air and fired between his head and mine. It must have sounded sweet to him because he calmed down, and even slept. By next morning, his moaning, whining and complaining was back, and he refused to budge. To show I knew what his game was, I took out my pistol again and stuck it in my belt. I grabbed his collar, pulled him to his feet, and kicked his arse to get him walking. I promised to kick him all the way if need be, and ask for his immediate dismissal. The trail I had not been able to find the previous day was suddenly obvious. Halfway home, at about 10, we bumped into Hermes coming to look for us. Massetti was hopping mad, but I played down the problem. Getting to the river took longer than we thought and we would not have got back before dark anyway. I insisted, however, that we get rid of the heart surgeon without more ado, to avoid a new case of Pupi, something we could not justify to our urban base. The people who sent him had made a mistake and we had to reject him. I don't think it was my debating skill that convinced Massetti to sack the surgeon. He had come to the same conclusion, but I had been tasked with the final test. The golden boy left in the same inept bunch as the lads from Cordoba *. Among the recruits, the sudden separation from their families, added to the hardship of camp life, caused depression which was not treated with much compassion, except perhaps from the companero next to you. It could even produce hallucinations. One night about 8, a noise came up the slope to the camp. "People are coming up the stream," shouted the faltering voice of the recruit on guard duty. Federico and I stampeded down the bank. Our search exposed nothing but the sounds of the stream, the creaking of the jungle, and animals. Massetti punished us with 8 hours of guard duty for acting off our own bat, after which we would all comb the area, since any intruders would have fallen back to wait for dawn when they heard the sentry. 2 patrols set out at 4 in the morning. Federico said a pair of tapers could make more noise than a border police platoon, and we would probably find their tracks. The only tracks found were those made by Federico and me earlier. No tapers, no border police. Hallucinations. When Hector took over my squad, he inherited my duties of political commissar, psychologist, and shoulder to cry on, and brought his considerable professional skill to the job. I became the former squad leader with influence, to whom recruits still turned with latent problems they wanted me to bring up with Massetti on my return to camp. As a result, I learned that another division between the favorites and the spurned was assuming dangerous proportions. A couple of recruits were confined to hammocks, Grillo was on a course of antibiotics after an infected spider bite, but Nardo was under house arrest. Henry was in charge of them both. Nardo had deteriorated very quickly, and the understanding and solidarity that tried to save him from Massetti's sights was wearing thin. Massetti's liberal period was over, and he had invented his own military codes of conduct. That dangerous mentality that spreads like a virus in exhausted organisms was already gnawing at our principles. We had to act before the crisis came to a head. We were all desperate to get Nardo out. Under the supervision of our architect Enrique, before he left to set up the base in Salta, Massetti had dug a refuge in the ground with a roof of branches. In this commander's headquarters, he escaped the mosquitoes that devoured him as he tried to write and held his private meetings, including those he had with me before and after my trips. I passed on anxieties and concerns. The Pasado y Presente group in Córdoba, our most supportive political structure, had already rejected the repressive court-martial as not conducive to the ideals of a liberation project. Now I used practical arguments. Massetti had already agreed to 5 dismissals, plus the 1 confirmed case of desertion, and no harmful consequences had ensued. However, we were talking at cross purposes. His arguments were military and mine were political. Nonetheless, Massetti finally bowed to my experience and made me responsible for organizing Nardo's departure, on condition he did not return to his former haunts in Córdoba. That was the deal. Pyrenko had gone to Buenos Aires at the end of January to prepare the ground for his maritime operation. He was to go back to his family and friends with some credible story, take up his privileged life again, yacht club, sailboat, excursions to Tigre and Punta del Este, and his girlfriend. I was to meet up with him on my next trip to evaluate security in terms of Customs and Coast Guard. Charged with these tasks, I set off again in February 1964. My stopover in Córdoba was devoted to meetings with contacts, and planning Nardo's transfer to some remote part of the province. One possibility was Gustavo Roca's finca in Angamira. Roca agreed to have him there as an administrator. I carried on to Mendoza. Cholo knew of a workshop that designed secret compartments in vehicles smuggling goods from Chile for select clients. We needed a vehicle to transport compromising material, and Cholo found a Ford 350 pickup with bodywork covering the back and a large part of the total space hidden under this imposing facade. Commissioned by a smuggler who was now in jail, it was on sale at half price. I authorized its purchase. Cholo would take it to Buenos Aires as soon as the paintwork was finished. In Buenos Aires, I met contacts, traveled to towns in the immediate vicinity, and discussed supplies and potential recruits with Belomo and Rafael. Among the candidates were a couple of militants from a Communist Party cell in Matanzas, a town in the province of Buenos Aires. Che's firm stance was not to pinch people from the CP so as to avoid international relations problems unconnected to the project. Contact with these two had cooled, and they had never had access to home addresses or phone numbers. Neither did they know who the political leadership was. Nonetheless, they kept insisting they wanted to join. The fact that one of the candidates was a pedicurist was very tempting, a gift from heaven for feet on forced marches. They were told to resign their party affiliation and finish their studies, then we would see. But the expectations raised back at camp by the possibility of such sophisticated healthcare boosted the decision to let them join. They were told they would be contacted at the appropriate time. Finally, free of other engagements, I phoned Pyrenko. He sounded a bit ambivalent, but I attributed it to family reasons. We agreed to meet in a cafe in the Barrio Norte, a smart area near the center. He did not come. I phoned him and he apologized, alluding to family problems. He asked me to phone the following day. We arranged to meet in a tea room opposite the Belgrano R train station, another elegant area slightly further from the center. I went with Paula, as usual. 10 in the morning was family hour in those circles. From a cafe across the road, we watched the crowded tea room. I told Anna Maria not to wait more than half an hour. Crossing the road, I went inside. Couples and youngsters were sitting at tables against the windows and walls, encircling the center of the tea room where Pyrenko was sitting alone at a table, a coffee in front of him. Intangible criteria that you feel rather than see indicate whether a clandestine meeting will go well or not. The phone calls, the failure to show up, the excuses, had put me on my guard. Pyrenko, also obviously wary, had chosen a table in full view of everyone in the cafe. As I sat down opposite him, I felt apprehensive. His reaction was distant, he showed neither enthusiasm nor surprise. I don't recall the exact conversation, but the content was memorable. He began by saying he was there out of loyalty to me and our compañeros, not to explain anything to Massetti. He was not going to do the Uruguayan operation, nor returning to the guerrillas, nor staying in Argentina. The day I phoned he had just married his girlfriend, and they were leaving for Europe that very night. If any part of him remained sane, he preferred to put it in his own hands and not in Massetti's, whom he no longer respected. The most important part of the project had been completed and he promised never to betray that. He preferred to wipe the whole thing from his memory, although there were some of us he would always remember. Belomo, Pyrenko's old friend from medical school, promised to make discreet inquiries. By the end of the day we had confirmation of the wedding and the trip to Europe. Another fellow student had been to a private goodbye party organized by Pyrenko's family. The episode was over and irreversible. I would have to wait and see the effect when I presented my report to Massetti. With such a philosophical dilemma weighing heavily on my mind, I started back to Salta. The impact of what had just happened was incalculable, but, analyzing the facts and circumstances, I understood Pyrenko, just as I had understood Correntino. They had both taken a gamble, leaving behind a good life for a dodgy offer, beast of burden and totalitarianism, instead of adventure and moral revolutionary. We may all have had, at some time or other, a desire to end such arbitrary and soul-destroying effort. But, for me, personally, still central to everything was a commitment to the ideal and its progenitor, Che, rather than the vicissitudes of its development. The problem was that while some people were ultimately joining a political project, others of us were embodying a myth. As I approached the camp, I began to get that sense of freedom again, of being more sure of myself, on my home ground. So, telling myself I was happy to be back was not untrue, but it was better not to show it too much, because in the eyes of those welcoming me, I had the privilege of coming from the easy life, the air-conditioned city world, full of flavors and news. And the news I was bringing was bad. It was hard, then, to believe I would receive news that was even worse. Nardo had been executed. Only days after I left, having solved the problem of Nardo's evacuation to Córdoba, Massetti had set up a military tribunal. Nardo had been tried for moral decline and setting a bad example, in short, as a cancerous, counter-revolutionary infection. At 19 years of age, he had been found guilty and executed. The fascist mentality had triumphed and struck another fatal blow to our liberating utopia. Fascism is a state of mind rather than an ideology, the mentality of the absolute exercise of power over the individual, unrelated to age, the environment you're born in, or political affiliation. It is not limited to the right, nor is the left immune. Power is an instrument of coercion, blackmail, humiliation and crime, a synthesis of pathological sadism and fundamentalist fanaticism. It is the raison d'être of the owners of the truth, from the miserable torturer in the Navy Mechanics School in Argentina to the sinister Pol Pot. We were impregnated with this fascistoid mentality, and we didn't even know it. We thought we were imbued with revolutionary truth, but we were just naive, enamored of the idea of imposing justice by force. There is a black hole in my memory at this point. I don't know how the bad news was exchanged. Usually, I was immersed in news long before I reached Massetti, and obviously for the camp the shocking news I brought this time was Pyrenko's defection. The other news, about Nardo, only affected me, like a metaphysical implosion. Massetti took my news as a personal affront. He did not believe Pyrenko would desert. I must have misinterpreted the facts out of vanity, perhaps to get promoted. It was pure revolutionary infantilism. One phrase echoing this accusation of vanity stuck with me: I was waiting for you with your captain's stripes. You'll have to win them again. No doubt I thought I would not be promoted, and I might have said so. Anyway, the subject was closed. I was to set off again to fetch Furry in Buenos Aires and, in passing, bring back Pyrenko. The incongruity of the order, a mixture of security mission, the highest level of risk, and impossible fantasy, seemed like a joke. I don't remember how the discussion continued. There were several other convoluted yet serious suggestions, like beginning military operations by attacking some objective, as yet unidentified but in the pipeline. Such a plan was diametrically opposed to our project's strategic goals. And that meant, in fact, we would not be able to do it. It would take only one armed clash to jeopardize the whole program of exploration, control of territory, growth in manpower and expertise, that was crucial if Che were to come to Argentina. Massetti wanted to strike a blow and then leave the zone, in effect making the anticipated move to a more agricultural region with a larger population, but without doing any of the required groundwork. It was the equivalent of burning your boats without any idea of where you were going. And with a group of men, traumatized by the laws of life and death, showing signs of strength and disenchantment simultaneously. Despite everything, there was one bright spark: Furry's visit might be related to the pending delivery of weapons or, in the best possible scenario, to transcendental news, the arrival of Che. That was what I was hoping for, and I decided to postpone the battle with Massetti until I came back with Furry and found out what our future was to be. The news of Nardo's fate caused indignation in Córdoba, muted in part by the trust we had built up and the prospect of a discussion with the national leadership when Furry arrived at the camp. I requested lodging for the latter and carried on to Buenos Aires. Things did not have the same immediacy there, not only because of the geographical distance, but also because the group in Buenos Aires was a clandestine cell organization, not a splinter group of a recognized party like Pasado y Present in Córdoba. Belomo was a de facto military cadre waiting to join the guerrillas once the Buenos Aires infrastructure was firmly in place and Rafael had completed his plan of operations. Meanwhile, they had just dispatched a new group of 5 volunteers, among them the pedicurist and his friend, the 2 Communist Party militants from Matanzas. They had left just as I arrived. Of Pirinco, of course, there was no news. It was the beginning of March 1964, and Buenos Aires was a Turkish bath, boiling hot streets and everything dripping with humidity, even the walls. Furry arrived by plane from La Paz. A prudent conversation, full of things not said but implied, coded and silent, occupied our waking hours. Furry listened and asked questions but gave no indication of what he thought, or let slip anything that he needed to discuss with Massetti first, although the latter's change of plans and a few clues intimating Furry's interest in certain things and not in others made me think the changes were more serious than arbitrary and that perhaps Massetti's dilemma lay in having to do something to justify our existence. We took the bus together to Córdoba at the crack of dawn. Oscar had arranged for Furry to stay at a relative's house. He said someone from Mendoza wanted to see me at another house, where I could sleep to avoid having to leave at night. We agreed to meet the following day. I was told which buses to take. After eating a parrilla in the garden of a restaurant in La Canada, we were both taken to the house. The visitor was my ex-wife Claudia. The whole night was spent in a long overdue conversation. Ramon, in Mendoza, had given her the contact. We were going to Salta by plane because, as well as saving time, it was less conspicuous than the interminable highway going north, with its endless stops. Oscar would buy the tickets. There was a flight at midday. When I told this anecdote to John Lee Anderson in 1995, the only one of Che's biographers to come and see me about the Argentine part of his project, I confused Jorge with Pupi. However, thinking over the memories that were filtering out, emerging from the shadows, I realized the mistake and wanted to send him a fax telling him this person was not Pupi but another recruit. It was too late, however. So the mistake is not his. 17. Sudden and total disaster, March 1964. I left the house in Córdoba early in the morning and went to the bus stop. I bought the newspaper La Voz del Interior, got on the bus, installed myself in a seat and opened it. On the front page was a blurred photograph with a heart-sinking headline, Border Police Raid Guerrilla Camp in Salta. Reality suddenly interrupted the dream. The information, provided by the police, was sparse. It spoke of men in charge of a supply camp being surprised and taken prisoner without offering any resistance. Bearded, dressed in olive green uniforms, one with a foreign accent, they were there to light the flame of Castro communist intervention. The news had to be true, it was Alberto and the compañeros of Camp No. 1. I kept my rendezvous with Oscar del Barco and we went together to fetch Furry. We had an improvised meeting and took urgent measures. Police operations in the north had temporarily blocked the road, so we cancelled our flight and our entire trip. Furry needed to leave Argentina immediately and get back to the Bolivian finca in Tarija. The people most visibly connected to the EGP had to leave the cities and go into hiding. I had to stay in Córdoba and wait for a pre-established emergency contact, so I could resume our internal links. We organized Furry's return to Buenos Aires to catch an international flight. One of the girls from Córdoba, Giorgito's girlfriend, would accompany him. This was obviously not to nanny him, which he would not want, but an extreme security measure. His being a Cuban commandante would create a diplomatic scandal if there were any incident involving the police. His Cuban accent drew attention like a neon sign, and his unpredictable fits meant it was not safe for him to travel alone in Argentina. The girl would put him on the plane, and then make the necessary contacts in Buenos Aires to raise the alert and take emergency measures. Claudia was to do the same in Mendoza. Between March and May 1964, the border police occupied the whole guerrilla operations zone, gradually capturing all its members, alive or dead, with the exception of Massetti and Attilio. Those responsible for the EGP infrastructure in Salta were also arrested, and, thanks to the typical error of writing down names and phone numbers, so was a member of the Pasado y Present group, the psychiatrist Samuel Kiskowski. The only other civilians to be detained were Eugenio Franco and his wife Nora Levin. We were unable to establish any contact at all with the guerrillas, so our only source of information about how events were developing, week by week, was the press. Meanwhile, we got together a team of lawyers headed by Antonio Lonati and Gustavo Roca from Córdoba who, with the help of Farid Salim, Norberto A. Frontini, Silvia Bouvier, and others, interceded for the lives of the detained and acted for the defense during their subsequent trial in Salta. Through them, we were able to piece together information from the survivors and reconstruct the events. It turned out that rumors of suspicious activity in the guerrilla zone had set in motion two lines of investigation, independent of each other and 1,000 kilometers apart, by two separate repressive agents of the state. In Salta, landowners and tenant farmers in the area had heard stories from their day laborers of mysterious armed men in vehicles moving about the area. They lost no time in informing the border police of the rumors, mainly because they were afraid of losing the exclusive control of the territory they enjoyed, if, as they thought, the men were rustlers or smugglers. Aware of the continual changes to smuggling routes, the border police decided to patrol the zone. At the same time, in Buenos Aires, three factors coincided: the secretary of the Argentine Communist Party, Victorio Codovilla, was told confidentially by the secretary of the Uruguayan Communist Party, Rodney Arizamendi, that the Bolivian Communist Party had confided to him that they were supporting an Argentine armed group linked to Cuba that was operating in the north of Argentina. As I have already mentioned, Rafael, our man in charge of recruitment in Buenos Aires, had long been in contact with two members of a CP cell in Matanzas who wanted to join. One of them was the pedicurist who had interested us for obvious reasons. In fact, both men were undercover agents of the DIPA, the Argentine secret police, and had been embedded in the Communist Party for a long time. They had received the same order from both the Communist Party and the secret police: infiltrate the EGP, find its base, and return with information. Getting the thumbs up after being fobbed off for so long took the couple by surprise, so they had not been able to leave a contact in Buenos Aires. They had no choice but to follow their orders, go to Salta and keep a rendezvous. Their police handlers, however, had them followed in the train until they met their Salta contact. When they learned the new recruits would be continuing the journey in a pickup, the DIPA decided to continue the operation without informing other parts of the force. An unmarked jeep followed Canalo's pickup with the 5 volunteers under a tarpaulin in the back. The pedicurist signaled to the jeep with his torch every now and again, but Enrique had perfected his security technique and routinely changed direction when he stopped to fill up at a petrol station, losing the police jeep that was tailing him. The would-be infiltrators were alone and unprotected when Canalo's pickup turned off the road up the trail into the jungle to where their reception committee came out of the undergrowth to greet them. Armed men with beards distributed the heavy loads they had struggled to carry and ordered them to start marching. They had no option but to obey. Diego, with my M3, was in charge of the group and very friendly to the new arrivals. When they stopped to rest, the pedicurist, who had agreed with his mate to escape before they went any further into unknown territory, showed an interest in Diego's gun and managed to wrest it from him. DIPA assault units use PAM submachine guns, a smaller caliber version of the M3, so, being familiar with the weapon, he slid the bolt without hesitation, shot Diego in the thigh, and to everyone's astonishment took charge. An exchange of insults and threats followed, in which Diego assured them they would be surrounded when the rest of his compañeros heard the shot. The pedicurist responded by hastily tying them all up, and beating a quick retreat. The border police patrol that had gone that same day to investigate sightings had not seen Canalo's pickup. They must have taken another route, following animal tracks running parallel to the stream, checking places where activity had been reported. They found nothing until they bumped into a couple of uniformed men with beards. Not quick enough with their guns, Grillo Frontini and Marcus Del Hoyo were arrested. With some information about Camp No. 1, the patrol advanced and surrounded another dirty uniformed man with matted hair, who looked surprised to see them. It was Alberto Castellanos, Che's former bodyguard. They made him shout to someone they could hear chopping down a tree somewhere but could not see. Alberto did so, but the axeman made a detour round the hill carrying his Thompson only to stumble upon another policeman who was hiding. Caught off guard, he handed over his weapon. It was Henry Lerner. The group of 5 new recruits led by Diego had left Camp No. 1 at dawn for the main camp, a day's march away. When the pedicurist and his colleague, the 2 police infiltrators, had escaped, they were soon lost, having opted to scramble down the mountainside willy-nilly for fear of either being caught or ending up back at the camp they had left. Their dilemma was resolved at dusk, when they accidentally bumped into the border police patrol combing the zone after having occupied the camp. The border police, now on a war footing, took them prisoner and gave them a good hiding for pretending to be policemen. Detained and beaten, they were taken to Oran with the other prisoners. The anti-guerrilla operations, begun in this almost accidental way, were continued until there were no guerrillas left. In practice, maneuvers were limited to detaining small groups or isolated individuals moving about the area looking for stocks of provisions, or the few peasant contacts who had sold them food. Being taken prisoner saved their lives. Survivors' accounts indicate that Massetti had no plan for armed resistance, only for abandoning the area with enough provisions to enable them to move further south. To do this, Massetti had sent out a series of exploratory missions that were physically and morally debilitating. They not only achieved nothing but meant that, on the verge of exhaustion, his men were either killed or taken prisoner in ambushes set by the police. That was what happened in the only combat incident. Hermes and Jorge had reached a finca where they were ambushed together with the foreman. Hermes returned fire, killing a policeman before he himself was shot dead. The guerrilla army was so totally dependent on outside supplies that previously vigorous young men were soon so starved and weak they could barely move. 2 anthropology students from the original Buenos Aires group, fellow students of Ana Maria, died of hunger, Cesar Augusto Carnevali, 20 years old, and Marcos Slachter, born in Vina del Mar, Chile, 25 years old. Others who died were Diego Miguel Magliano, 21 years old, who despite being wounded in the thigh reached the main camp to warn Massetti, Antonio Paul, an oil industry worker, who died falling over a precipice, when he and Hector went to help Massetti and Attilio who were stuck on some cliffs. According to Hector, Jorge Gil, Giorgito, 24 years old, a medical student, who died fighting alongside Captain Hermes Pina, the 21-year-old Cuban guajiro who Che had sort of adopted in the Sierra Maestra and who became head of Che's bodyguard when he was in government. Then there were the 2 recruits who had been executed earlier, Adolfo Pupi Roadblot, a 25-year-old student, and Cesar Bernardo Nardo Growald, a 19-year-old bank employee. To them have to be added the unknown deaths of Oscar Attilio Altamirano, a 23-year-old employee, and Jorge Ricardo Massetti, Comandante Segundo, a 34-year-old journalist, both lost in the jungle. Also Pascual Balin Vasquez, 51, Finca foreman, and Juan Adolfo Romero, a border policeman. 12 poor dead men, with no tributes or fuss made. 13 guerrillas were taken prisoner and put on trial in Salta. Federico Mendez, lieutenant, car mechanic, aged 25, Juan Hector Jauve, lieutenant, medical student, 24, Henry Lerner, combatant, medical student, 26, Jorge Belomo, initially evacuated to Uruguay, medical student, EGP organizer in Buenos Aires, 20 years old, Eric Balanay Roca, combatant, architectural student, aged 20, in charge of the Salta base, Alberto Castellanos, Cuban, combatant, one of Che's escorts, aged 31, in charge of Camp No. 1, Miguel Colina, employee, aged 30, would-be guerrilla, Federico Fronti, student, 18 years old, would-be guerrilla, Oscar Del Hoyo, bricklayer, 24, aspiring cook, Alberto Moises Corn, bank employee, 31, would-be guerrilla, Wenceslao Jorge Paul, Antonio's brother, mechanic, 21, would-be guerrilla, Carlos Bandoni, florist, 18 years old, would-be guerrilla, Fernando Gallego Alvarez, 20, would-be guerrilla. Others went into exile in Montevideo: Emilio Jauve, in charge of supplies, Hector's brother, his wife, Porota, Hector's wife, Agustin Gringo Canelo, doctor, in charge of transport and contacts. Jorge Belomo went with them initially, but disobeying orders, went back to Buenos Aires after a couple of months to see his family and was arrested at his home. He was taken to Salta to stand trial, together with José Luis Correntino Stachiotti, whose name had come up during questioning. People's desire to write things down, which is impossible to control altogether, meant that Kichi Kikskowski was arrested, although only temporarily, since he was the family doctor of the owner of the address book in which his telephone number appeared. Others arrested were the Francos, a married couple from Córdoba, in Salta, the notary Carlos H. Sanchez, Delfor Rey, as well as the owner of the pension where the latter lived. Salvador Maria del Carril and Ariel Mate, both of the Buenos Aires University group, had different experiences. Salvador was detained for a short time in Salta where he was the main EGP contact, but Ariel managed to escape through the Chaco province. Our peasant farmer friend and provisioner from upriver in the forest, Pedro Guari Apaza, was also detained. The last three were all released during the trial. The bulk of the organization in the rest of Argentina, despite its importance in both political and human terms, did not suffer any repressive measures. I continued moving about and being given a bed in various cities, while we appraised the political reality evolving around us, without our security having been affected or my name having been mentioned. Laureano became Mauricio. Looking back over this whole episode, the only saving grace was the humanity and dignity of the recruits who joined our project, ready to give their lives for a revolutionary ideal that was more difficult to implement than to simply support. Without men of this quality, it is hard to explain the capacity for sacrifice and, paradoxically, their acceptance of extreme hardships, and the negative options that they faced. This includes those who left the group early but who never betrayed it. Part 3. China. 18. A post-mortem with Che in Havana, May, July 1964. Argentina as a whole heard almost nothing of these events. A few small articles appeared in the press, but the news moved gradually towards the back pages until it fell off them altogether. At the national level, the superficial response was the publication of various derogatory comments, although the head of the border police, General Julio Alzogaray, warned that it was the beginning of the Continental Revolutionary War and suggested it be taken seriously. Among grassroots student movements and union and political groups, however, the news provoked loosely organized solidarity and a burgeoning spirit of struggle. Apart from the obvious need to regroup and reassess, our provincial leadership increased its efforts to establish contacts and to create a political organism to respond to the demand. I renewed my contacts with Havana, via the embassy in Montevideo. In May, a message came from Che, asking me to go to Cuba and to bring an appropriate member of our organization with me. I was to let him know which one. The provisional leadership in clandestinity was composed of Cholo, Armando, Oscar, and Mauricio, my new persona, and we met in Córdoba. We decided that Pancho Arico would fill the role, so that he could give Che an analysis of what had happened and the political repercussions. We obtained 2 passports which I had to modify, adding our photos, stamp and perforations. The fakes turned out perfect. We left Montevideo on an Air France flight to Paris, at the end of May or June, I don't remember which exactly. In those days, traveling to Cuba was a complicated business. There were only 2 or 3 options available. On this occasion, we went Paris, Prague, Havana. Pancho had a briefcase full of books with him and, after takeoff, he spread them out and scheduled our work, discussion, and rest hours, as if we were at a conference. His methodical intellectual passion proved a great boon, I was the lone student taking an accelerated course on the economic interpretation of capitalism as an inexorable way of constructing communism, according to Marx and Pancho, a theory which, he added, was being adversely affected by the wishful thinking and preemptive expressions of victory from the writers of Marxist manuals. A friend was waiting for us at Havana Airport. It was Papi Martinez Tamayo. He helped us through the official red tape down a special channel away from public view and, joking and asking questions, took us to a government guest house in Miramar. We would have 2 free days, unless otherwise informed, but at night we had to be on call. Papi would be looking after us all the time. We were still sifting through the pile of newspapers, magazines, speeches, and interviews to bring us up to date with Cuban politics, a hot potato as usual with Cuba's revolutionary prestige facing the American continent and the world, when Papi came at midnight to fetch me for a meeting I was to have alone with Che, prior to the one Pancho and I would have the following night when Che would have more time. Tell our guest not to be upset, Che had told Papi. But Pancho had no intention of being upset, thrilled instead that Che even remembered him, thereby recognizing his existence. The car sped away to the bowels of the Ministry of the Interior, and I went from the underground car park to the little kitchen beside his office where I had to wait for a few minutes. The meeting itself only lasted an hour. Che had made time between other important commitments because he wanted answers to 2 or 3 questions. We would look at everything else afterwards. He had already had reports from Furry and Papi, but he needed to understand even more. He was very relaxed, as if we had seen each other the previous week, and made a somewhat jokey reference to the fact that I was still alive. He came out from behind his desk as if to stretch his legs and we sat in front of a little table in the corner of the room. Papi went to get some soft drinks. He had 3 main questions. How could people possibly die of hunger in a forest full of wild animals? Why had we stayed in the same spot for 3 months? And what had Hermes thought of it all? I did not have any definitive answers, except to the first, maybe, from my own personal experience. Once the border police were in pursuit, hunting became impossible. Even under normal circumstances we could only do it intermittently. Wild turkeys would suddenly appear between the legs of our vanguard group or of lone explorers, then take flight and disappear before we could shoulder our guns. Hunting meant becoming hunters, merging with the undergrowth, laying in wait for prey and having the appropriate rifles. Our weapons were useless in retreat. On one occasion we killed a tapir but its meat made us all ill. Apparently, it had to be cooked for a very long time to counteract the acid effects. The absence of anyone living in the vicinity was a fatal handicap. Hermes moved around better than anyone, but this was not the Sierra Maestra with its abundance of fruit. In the Argentine jungle he was as lost as the next man, although he learned much more quickly. In the end, it became clear there were insufficient reserves of food in the forest, or we could not get to them. The exit route, never fully explored, was impossible to cross and the attempt exhausted everybody. And Massetti's back pain became so bad he could barely walk and had to disperse his men. As for having stayed too long in the same area, I understood the dilemma. We needed to fully exploit being near the frontier so we could bring in the equipment being stored in the Bolivian finca, something we had already done in part, and consolidate the Argentine bases before being left with no strategic exit. We all admired Hermes for his efficiency, but he never disagreed with any of Massetti's decisions. On the contrary, he always argued for them. His advice was only taken on practical things like terrain, marches, camping, exploration, and discipline, which boiled down to banalities like obeying orders about making too much noise, looking after equipment and doing guard duty. But, in reality, Massetti's was the only opinion that counted. I tried to explain how I failed to convince Massetti of my concerns, like the constant to and fro of the lorry, but he cut me short with "Forget about what you did or didn't do." I wasn't sure if it was because it was not relevant or because he had already made up his mind about certain things. We did not discuss the executions, but we did talk about the recruits and their virtues, and he seemed to have a clear picture of Hector, Cordobez, who he said confirmed the law of 50 in 500, 5 in 50, 1 in 5. We brought no news of Massetti's fate, except Hector's ultra-pessimistic opinions, transmitted via our lawyers. He had been the last person to see Massetti and Attilio, and said Massetti could neither go up nor down because of the physical pain he was in. Hector thought they must have died of hunger, since none of the details sent out with food were able to find them. Without Hector, it was like finding a needle in a haystack, even supposing they could get to the haystack. Che then postponed the conversation until the following night, when he hoped to have more time. The next day, Furry arrived at our house on a police Harley-Davidson. He did not have much time either. He had taken a short break from an army course to come and see us. I had no idea what he had gone through after we had said goodbye in Cordoba, but he told me he had managed to remove all trace of us from the finca before putting it up for sale in La Paz. We would meet again at the weekend, near the beach, in a small house belonging to the Revolutionary Armed Forces. Poppy took us there after we had spent the morning practicing shooting at a range near the Ministry of the Interior. Poppy and I shot in tandem with powerful FAL rifles at an iron sign 200 meters away. He made it spin to one side and I to the other. Pancho too was remarkably good at this new sport. At the house, the wives of the officers present prepared a simple meal of congri with yucca and tomato salad, and we spent the afternoon trying to keep out of the sun, baking despite the sea breeze. Poppy told me Che had asked him to go over codes, keys, and concealment techniques with me again. They were going to give me, appropriately hidden, a book of Soviet encryption keys with which to communicate directly with their security team. The short week we spent in Havana brought back memories of October 1962, when the world seemed about to split into two. That night, Poppy took us both to see Che, in his same Meninde office. I remember the sensations more than the words, because added to my own feelings were Pancho's, so anxious to meet the myth, so legendary yet at the same time so familiarly Argentine. Pancho knew some of Che's friends and family from his Cordoba days. One of them was our lawyer Gustavo Roca, who had joined our prisoners' defense team without a second thought, on the basis of his long-standing friendship with Che. But Pancho also took a critical view of the Salta experience. Because of its geography and isolation, he thought it was like making the fire in one place and putting the stockpot in another. An analysis of the situation on the basis of this critique, face to face with the leader promoting the armed struggle, promised a very illuminating debate. But the magic of Che's presence produced an altogether different result. The meeting lasted over 3 hours, during the night, of course, and Pancho forgot what he had meant to say. They talked about a bit of everything: Argentina, the world, real, unreal and desired socialism, China and the Stalinist, anti-Trotskyist, ideological paradox, the interpretative currents, the founders and forgers, Gramsci and Rosa Luxemburg, transparent socialism. Che spoke practically the whole time, not imposing criteria but, as if confirming historical rather than theoretical conclusions, relegating Pancho to the role of technical witness. Yet Pancho seemed increasingly enthusiastic and in total agreement. We did not study future plans or projects that night. Everything was clear, and when things are clear, you just get on with the job in hand. When you finish your training, he said, we'll talk some more. Meanwhile, tie up all the loose ends here with Poppy. There was much work to be done in Argentina. But just then something happened that, if we had been Greeks consulting the oracle, would have augured disaster. Manresa, Che's secretary, came into the room with a piece of paper. He gave it to Che, who read it, and reread it. Then with a gesture of dismay, but without a word, he passed the paper to me to read. An explosion in an apartment in the center of Buenos Aires earlier that evening had caused a 5-story building to collapse, killing several people who had been using explosives. Among the dead was the leader of a Trotskyist revolutionary group, Angel Bengochea, aka Vasco, who had been planning to merge his group with the EGP since Loro Vázquez Viana and Federico had first met him in the Chaco. His death meant that I was now the main contact. 19. Beginning all over again, August 1964. A Cuban intelligence services photographer came to teach me microphotography, which I needed to know in order to send encrypted messages, documents, pages from newspapers or books, all to be photographed and reduced to a 10mm negative. Armed with a Minox camera, equipped with a flash, tripod, developing tank, and appropriate chemicals, we spent hours practicing taking photos very quickly, in bad light, with improvised scenarios, interiors, and exteriors. He taught me how to take apart objects made of leather or synthetic material and then how to reconstruct them using the original holes and stitching, after stuffing them with tiny negatives, dollars, parts of firearms, etc., so they could be sent, or taken, from one country to another. I became sufficiently skilled in these arts to later receive praise from my Cuban instructors, who, according to Poppy, said I had done some of the best concealment work they had ever seen. Then, suddenly, seats were reserved for us on a flight to Prague and I was to be on call at any time. Meanwhile, I was taken to see the immediate boss of the Latin American intelligence teams, an old acquaintance, Comandante Barbaroja Pinero. He asked me how our prisoners were being treated, the possible outcome of the trial, and if the lawyers needed anything. He gave me a sum of money for them, I don't remember exactly how much, between $3,000 and $5,000, and on Che's request, the secret encryption book, appropriately concealed in a tube of toothpaste. It is worth pointing out that I met Che alone on more than one occasion, but he took no part in these economic transactions, leaving that in the hands of the revolution. Shortly before our departure, earlier than usual, around 10 in the evening, Poppy took me to the Minite building again. It was not a long visit. Just after midnight, Che and I went to fetch Pancho and have a few goodbye beers with Poppy. The conversation was more relaxed. I remember Che showing a nostalgic interest in details, and being more disposed to hear the whys and wherefores of views that might even contradict his own. As in those far-off nights in the country club, my humble opinion centered on the fact that we were operating in the utmost isolation, not only from the political masses, but also from our own immediate environment. Our nearest source of support, or potential support, was Furry, a foreigner, on the other side of the frontier. This meant we failed to respect the most elemental rule of constant mobility and awareness of our surroundings that would have enabled us to survive in an uninhabited zone and develop the project, with which all of us, including the new recruits, were obsessed. The Salta Chaco was not the Sierra Maestra, an area of peasant farmers, where crops may have been meager but where fruit grew wild on every hill. The Chaco was a solitary wasteland full of insects and bands of howling monkeys. The territory we operated in was larger than the Sierra Maestra and the whole of Orient province put together. The province of Salta is 40,000 square kilometers, larger than the whole island of Cuba. In 6 months, we only met one family, not poor peasants but best described as complete human wrecks. In that jungle solitude, there was no political work to be done, and someone from Buenos Aires was totally out of place. At one stage, Che asked, "And what kind of work is there to do?" As far as we in Argentina were concerned, we had to carry on preparing for his eventual arrival. It is hard for me to accurately reproduce what I said then without inflating or diminishing it. I only remember the ideas, not how they were expressed. The main points were: evaluate previous experience, justify the struggle, choose the most appropriate region for an armed vanguard, given the variety of the population and their political maturity, make strategic alliances with like-minded groups, or better still, transfer trained cadres into the zone, so they could integrate socially and economically and set up food supply routes, with transport companies operating normally, and medical services, etc. Beyond that, there was a need to develop the clandestine political infrastructure to provide a network of intelligence, safe houses, depositories, and security. Obviously, A project of this kind also has to have military actions, but they have to be strategic and linked to training and ideological education. Establishing another guerrilla base in the same area was unthinkable, given the enormity of the disaster suffered and the proven inappropriateness of the location. Also to be considered was the potential of young people in the cities, students and workers, who were conscious of the inequalities of capitalism, and open to the ideas and examples of struggle, and masters of their destiny. Che thought that while young people might be receptive to the idea of armed struggle, we had actually tried to run before we could walk. We should not have taken extreme military measures, like executions, without military actions that could possibly justify them. He himself had not been able to come, although he had told us to expect him, and he did not want to sit in judgment on what had happened. "You have to begin all over again," said Che. There was no point talking deadlines, we had to develop our own strategies and act on the outcome. "Put your plan into operation." He told me to continue my contacts with disaffected Communist Party cadres without ruling out other groups, but I should not make organic political commitments to any party in particular. He urged prudence, I should remain in clandestinity, not take on any public role, and lead a quiet normal independent life. He wanted better means of communication, clearer and more stable, and assured me I would receive news from him directly when the time came. The time he had available was up, and we said goodbye until the next time. 20. Encounter in Uruguay with Raúl Sendic, September 1964. A few days after we had passed through Rome the first time, in June 1963, Pope John XXIII had died. He was pejoratively called the Red Pope by the scribes of the system who did not approve of his attempt to drag the decrepit ideological structure of the Catholic Church into the 20th century. The second time I passed through Rome, with Pancho Arrico a year later, another pope had just died, this time a truly communist one, Palmiro Togliatti, leader of the strongest and most independent communist party in the non-socialist world. Posters bearing his photo still adorned the walls and red banners hung over the balconies of practically the whole city, except of course in the historic ruins, reminders of times when powerful Caesars became no less powerful popes. To paraphrase Clausewitz, the church is the continuation of power by other means. Pancho Arrico's head was full of ideas from Einaudi, the Italian publishing house that published a great deal of current Marxist thinking, from which he used to translate articles for Passado y Presente, but we had no time for browsing. Our stay in the beautiful city lasted only long enough to go to the Minox camera shop where we bought an entire semi-professional spy kit with plenty of instructions, packed in a box as small as a shoebox. The Alitalia flight left us in Montevideo, where Pancho retrieved his Cordoban identity. I stayed for a few days tending our small colony of exiles. Pediso Bellomo had rented a bachelor pad so we could avoid hotels. It was in Ye Street, half a block from the central police station. Being well educated and of an inquiring mind, Bellomo had already made friends in journalistic circles and at the Café Sorocabana in the Plaza Cagancha. It was a wonderful Madrid-style café, with soft armchairs under wide windows, where you could sit and read the newspaper, write, or have business meetings. Among Bellomo's friends was a young journalist called Eduardo Galeano. A member of the editorial board of the left-wing magazine Marca, he was a surefire contact with the most radical pro-Cuban left. Galeano introduced him to other socialists, like Andrés Cultelli and Javier Furedi, a former director of the Communist Party newspaper El Sol. He suggested introducing Bellomo to the leader of the Cane Cutters Union, a young lawyer called Raúl Sendic. He was already known internationally for organizing marches of agricultural workers from the northern provinces of Artigas and Paysandú, demanding agrarian reform under the slogan "For Land and with Sendic." According to Furedi, Sendic was interested in meeting Lieutenant Laureano, the only survivor of the Salta guerrilla group not in jail and proved that the armed group was still organizing in Argentina. We studied the proposal and I finally agreed to meet Sendic alone. It was a Sunday, after lunch, on the deserted beach at Cerro, a poor industrial area of Montevideo. The simple operation involved a series of people out strolling, normal behavior for a Sunday afternoon. Bellomo walked in one direction and received instructions as to Sendik's whereabouts from someone coming towards him in the other, which he then passed on to me when we crossed paths at the end of the beach. Omar arrived to sunbathe about 50 meters from some rocks half in the river where a solitary fisherman was standing. I strolled along the edge of the beach looking for flat stones to skim on the water. I passed Omar without looking at him, until I reached the place where a poorly dressed man, in a crumpled shirt and decrepit black felt hat, appeared to be fishing on the rocks with an improvised rod. "Caught anything?" I said, in my limited language of the sport, and he answered, "It's very windy, but if you like, we can chat and have some mate." Sendik had a very strong personality. After a few short minutes, I sensed I was in the presence of an important man. Years later, I understood that I had indeed been talking to an extraordinary individual. He propped up the rod between some stones and prepared mate which we passed between us until the water in the thermos ran out. In an open and friendly tone, he asked about the abortive experience in Salta. His questions were ordered and systematic, leaving out secret details, although the origin and imminent leadership of the project naturally floated between us like the smell of the river. The hours idled by placidly. The conversation lasted several hours. A little way away, young fishermen, his people, alternated fishing with playing football. For his part, Omar remained motionless, behind me. Sendik's questions centered on the errors committed, to which I answered the fundamental error of isolation. We were the fish out of water, the negation of the Maoist motto. I don't remember everything that was said, but I know we talked about the importance of organizational growth in the city and the implicit receptivity towards the armed struggle in an environment very far from where we had directed our efforts. We needed workers and students, rather than monkeys. He intimated that they were currently developing a worker-peasant alliance, which students and professionals would also join, in a broad front determined to initiate the armed struggle, although without as yet a clear idea of what the nature of it would be. It was clear that the poverty in the Uruguayan countryside made revolution a more favored option, perhaps because the peasants had less to lose, the cows lived better than they did. We offered each other assistance, and he immediately asked for weapons and basic security and intelligence training for one of his most trusted men. This meant I would have to come back to Montevideo, since I had only stayed on in the city to lay low while Pancho went back to Argentina. I was carrying dollars and secret equipment, so I had to plan my own return a little later. But I told Sendik we had weapons in Montevideo that we had not yet managed to bring into Argentina and that they would be better off in his hands. Transferring the weapons and picking the trainees could be done while I was away. The EGP's national leadership met whenever and wherever it could. For me, it meant traveling from Buenos Aires to cities in the provinces. Ana Maria and I had set up house in Buenos Aires where we remained until, among other things, Bellomo was arrested. We were advised to go and breathe the fresh air of Córdoba. Cholo moved to Buenos Aires at the will of the contraband pickup truck we had purchased. In terms of parking and petrol consumption, it was clearly inappropriate for clandestine living, and it was soon exchanged for a manageable low-cost runabout, easy to park and cheap to run. We decided to invest the remaining money in an electronic communications shop, a business coming into vogue in those days. It would help stretch our money and give us cover. Through an old friend now working in the Mendoza Police Department, Cholo obtained my personal police file. It showed no links of any description to any guerrilla group, so he was able to get me a range of completely legitimate documents, including identity card and driving license. This meant I could travel openly and participate more or less fully in our organization's meetings. Our leadership had broadened to include David Tiefenberg and an oil workers leader, Pediso Zarate, who brought with them further grassroots political and union contacts. I went back to Montevideo with Ana Maria to keep the promise I had made to Sendik, and we installed ourselves in the Ye Street apartment while Bellomo moved to the house of a friend. he arranged for me to meet the man whom Sendik had chosen to do the intelligence and security course, a prior requisite to delivery of the weapons. I worked with my trainee alone in the apartment for a couple of weeks while Anna Maria went for walks, to lunch, cafes or the cinema. We also carried out various tactical maneuvers in the street, simulating being followed, checks and counter-checks, drop-offs, signals for contacts, individual and collective security. If I had learned anything, it was that extreme compartmentalization, reinforced by rigorous individual safety measures, assured one's own survival, as well as that of the group. Every militant thinks he knows someone he can trust with his life, but that person also knows someone he can trust, who in turn totally trusts some family member, who has a best friend, etc., until they reach some rarefied place where their safety lies with third parties they don't know. The undeclared armed struggle is a conspiracy that develops outside the law and societal norms and, as such, society will respond with all the repressive means at its disposal, legal or otherwise, exercising its monopoly on violence and lack of ethical considerations as it always does. Spontaneity and too much trust lead to disaster. The trainee was very serious, capable, and responsible. A methodical economics student, he understood immediately that the training was worse than useless without intense rigorous practical sessions. His name was Jorge Notaro. 20 years later he told me they had been very useful, at least to him. Omar set himself up in a kiosk selling magazines, cigarettes, and sweets. Our contact in the Cuban embassy had delivered us a cache of weapons months before he returned to Cuba, when Cuban-Uruguayan diplomatic relations were broken off. The Organization of American States had pressured Uruguay to act quickly, so we did not have time to carry out our plan properly and the weapons ended up in a sort of semi-cellar Omar had discovered under the kiosk, unsuspecting antecedent of what the Tupamaros called hidey holes. There was no time to lose. Omar could not stand on top of such a volcano day after day, no matter how much worn carpet was covering the hideaway. Omar closed the kiosk for 24 hours for refurbishment and we went to paint it. I divided up the arms cache at the same time. There were half a dozen P-38 revolvers, 2 or 3 Uzi machine guns, and a large amount of ammunition and equipment. There were also an appreciable number of incendiary bombs which Cuban counterintelligence forces had collected after the daily aerial drops the CIA made by light aircraft from bases in Miami for counter-revolutionaries on the island. The Revolution in the Americas Department had then redistributed them throughout the continent. It was only fair, the Yankees fomented counter-revolution and the Cubans fomented revolution. I kept half the pistols and the incendiary bombs for future use. We did the handover on a corner quite a long way from the kiosk. Belomo arrived with the weapons on the back seat of a taxi. He invited Sendik's emissary to get in and took him to another part of town where he got out taking the bag of weapons with him. All went well. Ana Maria and Rafael left for Buenos Aires to arrange to bring in our share, and eventually a happy group of young couples crossed the River Plate by ferry with a cargo of bombs, a sort of diabolical cigarette of inflammable gray plastic gelatine. They only needed a hard squeeze in the middle to break a glass receptacle that released some sulfuric acid, which, after corroding another compartment for a controlled number of hours, combusted into a huge blaze, similar to a small flamethrower. A single one could burn a set of thick wood shelves in a shop or warehouse. We never used them, but years later they were passed on to a group that, in time, would become an armed organization called the Revolutionary Armed Forces, whose first operation made spectacular headlines in 1974 when, shortly after closing time, they destroyed the first chain of Minimax supermarkets, owned by the U.S. magnate Nelson Rockefeller. There were no casualties. Meanwhile, the survivors of Massetti's group were on trial in Salta. The plaintiff in the case was the National Gendarmerie, that is, the border police. The defense was jointly in the hands of two Córdoba lawyers, Antonio Horacio Lonati and Gustavo Roca. Roca was Che's childhood friend from Córdoba, they had studied together and spent their holidays in the Córdoba hills. Gustavo was the son of Diodoro Roca, who had led the fight in 1918 for radical reform of the Argentine university system. He succeeded in getting independence and autonomy for university courses, syllabus decisions put in the hands of teaching staff, students, and alumni, and territorial immunity for the major universities. Our working relationship grew into a close personal friendship with both of them, although different in nature. Lonati was a man who never sought the limelight, the epitome of generosity and commitment. He was the ultimate professional, always delving into the penal code to recommend the line the defense should take. Roca was a brilliant wit, a tad anarchic and extrovert, seemingly irresponsible, but efficient, bold, brave, and a good friend. He knew everyone who was anyone in political, trade union and cultural circles. They filed through his office and his house, and continued to do so even years later when the repression started and the AAA was operating, and it was nothing short of suicide to be seen there. The office he shared with the labor lawyer Garzon Masida was eventually blown up. But all of us went there. Lonati's house, on the other hand, was a temple of peace and tranquility. They opened it to me, making a bed on their sofa among scattered law books, briefs, and files, that neither he nor his wife Sarah, also a lawyer, ever found time to clear up. Alone, at supper time, when the hustle and bustle died down, we ate in the peace of the kitchen. They were back to being a young couple enjoying a visit from their friend. I sometimes accompanied Lonati and Roca to the prison in Salta, driving Gustavo's car, a powerful Ford Falcon, the model which would later be the vehicle of choice of the military task forces operating during Videla's dictatorship. Roca's eldest son, Deodoro, used to come with us too. The two lawyers were earning nothing but their legal costs, but they were supported by other lawyer friends and representatives of the prisoners' families. The aim was to get the case tried as a political rather than criminal matter so that they could use as evidence the underlying social causes, and the impatience felt by the younger generations at the deceit and corruption of the current political class. It would be a hard slog and there would be no happy ending, but solidarity and support could help get the prisoners better conditions, political prisoner status, justification of their struggle and vindication of their names. Whether they got out of prison or not depended on the vicissitudes of national politics, or our potential military capacity in the future. The confused fabric of left-wing politics comprises a variety of threads. Politics is an activity of the intellectual, economic, and religious professional elites, who answer only to themselves and attempt to manipulate the working masses. Only atypical revolutionaries successfully break the mold, until they fall victim to the same rigorous rules of the political game. But for every law, there is a way round it. Enthused by socialism, many young people passed through the ranks of the Marxist parties, but many then abandoned them, sick of theories that bore no relation to everyday life on the factory floor, and fed up with the opportunist behavior of their leaders. 21. A decision to suspend guerrilla activity in Argentina, 1965. Poets are like the landscape, there even though no one is looking. Without them, man could not exist. Poets appear when drizzle or nostalgia, joyful spring, truth, or deep sorrow, prick the conscience. Then, they search the layers of your soul like an electrician after a storm, tying cables, changing fuses, isolating bare wires with a cloak of verse. Like a covering of snow over the landscape, smoothing out the bumps, leveling the hidden depths, opening the distances to memory, and making the sun sparkle in their reflections. There have always been poets, their metaphors making magic of facts, with that existential wisdom they seem to be born with. What is more, poets are always poor and, even if they may one day get published successfully, they retain that touch of tenderness that men who make fortunes do not possess. They become politicized, I think, to try to serve as lightning conductors in reverse, sending out into infinite space all the bad vibes generated by political parties and their followers. My friend and favorite poet in Mendoza, Victor Hugo Cuneo, intellectual mentor and literary advisor, creator of my first serious library by recommending authors, special editions, and translations such as Faulkner's The Wild Palms by Borges. He appeared one day with Herman Melville's Bartleby, and on another with Joyce's Ulysses, recently translated into Argentine by a bank clerk. He insisted I had to have them, buy them, and take advantage of special offers, like a bookshop salesman. Cuneo was a much-loved character. Thin as a suit on a coat hanger, tie all twisted, black hair and mustache, bright incisive eyes that, somewhat alarmed, flickered from side to side until his gaze settled on you. Cuneo killed himself in Mendoza's main square in 1969, setting himself alight like those bonzos who did so out of impotence and indignation at the massacre perpetrated by the Americans in Vietnam. I heard about it years later when I came out of jail in Bolivia. Other poets, before and after, influenced my appreciation of life. In Argentina, from dictatorship to dictatorship, poets had always sided first with the poor, and later with their armed organizations, their sensitivity a shield against exasperation. One militant publication, edited by another friend and political contact, José Luis Mangieri, was called La Rosa Blindada. Through my liaison work I got to know many poets, the first of course being Oscar del Barco himself. A hermetic poet, he was more of an existential philosopher, suspicious of people's illusions of grandeur. A note from Oscar brought me to the door of another disturbing and already remarkable poet, subsequently to become one of the great poets of Argentina and the Americas. Near the plaza once, a few meters from the house of the radio technician who was constructing the guerrilla's communications equipment, was the office of the Chinese news agency, Xinhua, the representative of which was this poet, a journalist by profession. We had arranged the meeting on the phone, and no sooner had I tapped discreetly on the door than I was ushered in. In the center of a large room which constituted the agency's entire journalistic operations, was a desk at which was seated the poet Juan Gelman. Initially our relationship was purely political, there was no place for friendship, but friendship is like mature wine, once it is opened it spreads its sense of well-being and you cannot resist it. Juan explained the areas where he agreed with me and those where he had doubts, although there was already a common denominator linking us and spurring us to action. That, of course, was the Cuban Revolution. Juan provided me with a whole series of contacts, and he also helped me send my first messages to Cuba, the indispensable condition for which was absolute trust. Invited to Cuba to attend a Casa de las Americas conference, he personally took an encrypted report stuffed inside one of my embossed leather gifts, a key ring in the form of a gaucho whip, or a cigarette case with a tango motif, something like that, to be delivered to Che. Other contacts were with the trade union elite of the independent left in Buenos Aires, like the pair of EJS, Emilio Lloraqui and Eduardo Josemai, leaders of the journalist and print unions respectively, small in numbers when compared to the powerful Peronist unions, but important politically. The next poet belonged to the generation after Gelman, but with a poetic style along the same lines, much appreciated in the most influential literary circles in the university from which he had graduated. He visited the prisoners in Salta, demonstrating solidarity with them by embracing a common ideal. He edited the cultural section of Jacobo Timerman's newspaper La Opinion. His name was Alberto Spunberg, Albertito. Alberto introduced me to David Vinas, a well-known writer who traveled widely, both to receive literary prizes and to serve on the juries awarding them. We went to his apartment in the center of Buenos Aires, in Reconquista Street, and found him fresh out of the shower, wrapped in a towel, his wet hair sticking to his body. In his big loud voice, he questioned the serious intent of the mission I wanted to entrust to him, to deliver a folkloric gift to a certain person. I had to convince him that handing it over personally was of the utmost importance, and he accepted. His brother Ismail, who headed a small left-wing Trotskyist party, an offshoot of Frondizi radicalism, was closer to the revolutionary ideal politically, but David was an important cultural figure. Alberto Spunberg spent that period torn between a passion for poetry and the revolutionary struggle. He, Octavo del Valle and Roberto Mario Sanduccio created the Massetti Brigade, the urban successor to the EGP. The impact of the youth and total commitment of the Salta guerrillas on Alberto's life meant he eventually chose the most resonant metaphor. Juan Gelman and he would end up as militants of the two big revolutionary organizations of the time. Juan joined the Peronist Montoneros and Alberto joined the Marxist ERP. I got in touch again with Vasco Bengochia's group, not only to find out how the accident had happened, but also to determine the status of our common project. As it turned out, my usual contact Carlos was one of the survivors of the explosion in Posada Street, so he was able to tell me what he knew about it. Carlos was a calm, reflective, militant Trotskyist, who had been a member of Bengochia's group since it had opted for the armed struggle and split from Nahuel Moreno, founder of Palabra Obrera. Sanducho would later do the same, and his own vision of armed struggle would become the ERP, Argentina's most important Marxist revolutionary military organization. It was the fat, balding Carlos who had lent his identity card to Loro Vázquez Viana in the Chaco, when I was following Federico into Argentina on my own spurious document. So, you could say we were almost brothers. According to Carlos's story, the group had received a shipment of explosives, material that was easy to work with as long as you took adequate precautions. They were making landmines or grenades to be shipped out to operational zones when the time came. A supposedly well-trained technician was teaching them the last part of the assembly process. Hence, 5 or 6 people, including Vasco Bengochia, were in the apartment sitting round the dining table with a box of detonators on it. At this point, Vasco reminds Carlos that he has an appointment to keep. Carlos goes to the toilet, picks up his jacket, says he'll be back in a couple of hours, and leaves the building. A couple of blocks away he is waiting for a bus, but instead of the bus comes a huge explosion. Like everyone else in the streets in the Barrio Norte, he runs towards the sound of the explosion and finds the apartment block he has just left is no longer there. As the dust clears, he can see that 6 stories of apartments in the middle of the block are now a mountain of rubble. Carlos thought someone must have dropped the box of detonators. On the subject of whether or not bombs should be assembled in a building full of family apartments in a densely populated suburb, Carlos expressed no opinion. Total lunacy had descended on the Argentine political landscape. The Córdoba section of our support network, headed by the Pasado y Present group, also had links with the progressive sector of the trade union movement, for example, with Argentina's most prestigious workers' leader, Agustín Tosco, secretary of Luz y Fuerza, the energy workers' union. They were also in contact with the metal workers of Citrac and Citram, who a few years later would be at the heart of the Cordobazo, the famous popular insurrection that began in Córdoba in 1969. Our Córdoba group preferred the political actions of these unions to guerrilla tactics. Our Mendoza group, as I already mentioned, had been formed by dissident Communist Party leaders looking for grassroots support and organic political development. One was my friend Cholo, of course, but others like Angelio Lencinas, Fuad Town, and Armando Camin also had considerable prestige and influence among workers both in the cities and in the countryside. The latter's brother, Gustavo Camin, had been about to represent the Mendoza group on a visit to Massetti in the guerrilla camp when the tragic events of March 1964 prevented him. The organizational abilities of the Mendozans had been bearing fruit. They had been making uniforms, collecting weapons, enlisting recruits and preparing them to go to the mountains. But the defeat of the Salta guerrillas also altered the way they thought, and at a national conference in Córdoba the Mendozans agreed with the Córdoba group that there should be no further attempt to undertake guerrilla activity. However, opinion in Buenos Aires, La Plata and Rosario was divided. Peremptory demands were more passionate than rational. So it was decided to hold a plenary session, to be held in Uruguay for security reasons. Sendik's people lent us a little house, or a shack to be more precise, on an immense empty beach on the Atlantic coast up near the Brazilian border. We had to get off the bus at some god-forsaken town and walk towards the sea to find the house. There was nowhere to sleep, except for old man Tiefenberg, who occupied the only bunk. The rest of us were in permanent assembly. We passed a resolution to suspend all guerrilla activity, de facto non-existent since the collapse of the Salta base, until such time as conditions were ripe for us to move into a more populated area with access to, and the participation of, an organized workers' movement. It would be my job to transmit this resolution to Che. However, something happened in that year, 1965, which sowed confusion and uncertainty. For a prolonged period, Fidel and Che had been the undisputed heads and spokespersons for Cuba's active revolutionary leadership of the Latin American peoples. Then, suddenly, Che began to withdraw. He had played no part in the Conference of Latin American Communist Parties in Havana, even though in November 1964 he had just returned from his second trip to Moscow, where he had met the new premier Leonid Brezhnev. In December, he left on another trip, leading the Cuba delegation to the United Nations General Assembly. His speech in New York stirred up passion and hatred among his admirers and enemies, respectively. From there he went directly to Algeria, and then on to the rest of Africa, China, and Europe, on a seemingly interminable tour. In February 1965, again in Algeria, Che gave his last public speech, almost, it might be said, his political testament, together with an article, Socialism and Man in Cuba, originally sent to Carlos Quijano, editor of the Uruguayan magazine Marca, where he openly criticized the non-revolutionary positions of the socialist camp. On March 15, Che landed back in Havana and was officially received by Fidel, by all the important figures of the revolutionary government, and by his wife Aleta. He appeared before the press for the last time, and then he disappeared. A whole wave of rumors, some sinister and all tendentious, swamped the world's media. Depending on the sources, versions had him being assassinated in the corridors of power after a disagreement with Fidel, being imprisoned on the island, being deathly ill, or committing suicide. The most authorized sources, linked to the Argentine Communist Party, gave a political scientific interpretation, based on the dialectic of historical materialism, according to which good sense had prevailed and reigned in the petty bourgeois adventurism that undermined the inexorable march of the world's proletariat towards socialism, under the banner of the Soviet Union. The same sources talked about Che's overt provocations, his pro-Chinese, even Trotskyist sympathies. There was talk of a shootout in the middle of a meeting with the Castro brothers and other important party members on the very night he arrived in Havana. Some recently arrived exiles, self-professed witnesses to the dark deeds, told stories of a cleansing operation throughout the country, dismantling support for the charismatic Comandante. There was even a message asking for help, supposedly scribbled by Che on a scrap of paper, stuffed in a bottle and thrown into the sea through the bars of a cell in Havana's La Cabana fortress, where he had previously been commander. Cuba kept its counsel. The world's intellectuals looked askance. When and how would the alarm have to be raised? At the end of April, Fidel had referred ambiguously to Che's whereabouts. He is where he thinks he will be most useful to the revolution, to try and scotch the rumors. Unlikely as it may seem, I was not at all worried. The rumors were so absurd they ran off me like water off a duck's back. Colleagues thought I was so calm because I knew what he was doing and was keeping it to myself, but the truth is that I had absolutely no idea where Che was, although I was certain he was up to something and we would learn about it very soon. The silence from Cuba did not feel like a catastrophic drama, more like a maneuver combined with disinformation. The situation worsened, however, with the death of Che's mother in May. There was no word of his reaction to her death, even though it was common knowledge that they had a very close relationship. The Cuban government published an official message of condolence for the death of the mother of the beloved Comandante and Minister of the Revolution, but no reference was made to the why and wherefores of his absence. Around the middle of 1965, news started emerging from Africa. Insurgent struggles were breaking out all over the place, especially in the Congo after the death of Patrice Lumumba. Guerrilla groups were fighting the troops of his successor President Tshombe, who had been installed in power by the Belgian multinationals that controlled diamond extraction in Katanga province. Newspaper articles made mention of the presence of foreign advisors and white officers leading combat units for the government forces, Belgians, South Africans, North Americans from the CIA and the Pentagon, XOAS Frenchmen, Miami Cuban pilots post, Bay of Pigs, etc. Western journalists were filtering out news. One day, came a surprising news flash: a column of trucks carrying government troops had been ambushed north of Katanga. Attacked with bazookas, the convoy was stopped and dispersed in a perfect tactical maneuver. According to the journalist, commands were shouted in a mixture of the local language and Cuban Spanish, specifically Cuban. So, there were Cuban officers there, Cubans from the island, not from Miami, concluded the report. For me, the mystery was solved. In October of 1965, in a public act to celebrate the creation of the new Cuban Communist Party, Fidel Castro finally announced Che's departure from Cuba, and he read out Che's famous letter bidding farewell to the Cuban people, resigning all his army ranks as well as his government posts. 22. Summoned back to Havana, May 1966. 6 months later, in April 1966, a contact passing through Buenos Aires and Montevideo, where the Cubans still kept a trade mission, told me I was to go to Havana. He asked me for my personal details and intended travel dates so that airline tickets could be left for me at the mission. Che's name was not mentioned, but to me it was obvious, only Che could send for me without further explanation, and his were the only orders I would accept. Emilio Lloraqui, of the Journalists' Union, had just returned from a trip to China and he also wanted to see me. I went to his office and he said he had an official invitation for me from the government of the People's Republic of China, handed to him personally by a Chinese civil servant during a private meeting in Peking. Emilio insisted that, at the Chinese embassy in Paris where I would have my first contacts with the Chinese, I would have to make sure that the flight to Peking went via Karachi and not any other city, supposedly to avoid Soviet surveillance on other routes. The significance of his concern did not strike me then as it would later, especially since I was excited about visiting the land of Mao, leader of the greatest peasant and guerrilla revolution in modern history. But first I had to go to Havana. While preparing for my journey, I also had to think of my family responsibilities. I now had 2 children. Paula was born in January of 1965 and Andrea in February 1966. Anna Maria had to bear the burden of bringing them up when I was away, which was all too often. My trips were like the journeys our forefathers made into Indian territory in wagon trains. The date of departure was known but not the return journey. I might suddenly leave for a few days, a few months, or even years. That was my agreement with Anna Maria, but it had not been ratified by our little girls, and I had at least to consider them. A revolutionary should be a solitary soul, but history shows they all had lots of children, as if the starting point for revolution is love. As usual in those days, a trip to Havana involved a flight to Paris and Prague. In the Latin Quarter of Paris, in the Rue Cujas, was a small hotel run by a certain Madame Savage, who had been a painter's model for, among others, Picasso. Her friendship with Fontana, Verni, Spilimbergo and other Argentine painters on their European pilgrimage had made her the protector of waves of Argentine students in particular, and Latin Americans in general, who arrived in the city with heads full of illusions, but pockets short of cash. One of Madame Savage's former protégés was our lawyer Gustavo Roca, and, holding his letter of introduction, I climbed the interminable stairs of the Hotel San Michel until I met the lady herself, fat and affectionate with les Argentines. She was indeed happy to have me stay and installed me in a single room 2 floors up from the loo. Not far from the hotel, in a student attic, Toto Schmuckler and his wife Miriam were spending a year in Paris on a study grant. When the day of my flight to Cuba arrived, Miriam and Toto took me to Orly Airport to continue my journey via Prague. Alejandro, an intelligence officer who wore his pistol hanging over his right leg like a Wild West gunslinger and whom I had met on my last trip with Pancho, was waiting for me at Rancho Boyeros Airport. He sorted out passport control, then as we sat at the bar waiting for my luggage and sipping a welcome daiquiri, he ran through our immediate plans. For starters, there would be no hotel, only a house as on the previous occasion. Protocol houses they were called, for security. None of my friends were around, not Poppy, nor Olo, nor Furry, who was now head of Cuba's Western Army Command. There were only Barbaro Habanero's people, who I would be seeing shortly. Relax, Chico. You have to wait. Alejandro took me to an American-style house in Marianao, with an bar with stools in front of a glass display cabinet at one end of the huge lounge/dining room. The bedroom had wall-to-wall carpeting and a king-size bed. After the usual warnings, he left me Cuban pocket money, cigarettes, cigars, newspapers, and political material to study, recent speeches, updates on campaigns, etc. There was a lot about the Congo, Patrice Lumumba, Amilcar Cabral, Africa in general. To make my stay even more comfortable, Alejandro announced that a campanero would come every now and again to tidy up and clean. I roundly refused, saying I could take care of all that. We were arguing about that when an official jeep arrived with enough provisions, including beer, to fill both fridge and kitchen. My waiting started. The jeep came by, not even every other day, but every single day, ostensibly to drop off the canisters containing my meals from the ministry canteen, but also insisted on leaving crates of hechua, the Cuban beer, cold cuts, cheese, and other provisions, as if I were dutifully eating for an entire regiment. I eventually complained vigorously and asked to see someone in charge, Ariel, Ivan, or Panero himself. I had not come to Cuba to get fat. I kept complaining until Alejandro reappeared with an explanation of sorts. It was true I had been sent for, but you know how things are, Chico, it's not that easy. Your plan isn't available yet, be patient, Kono. That being the case, I asked him to put me in touch with Furry. After all, he had been my immediate superior, and as far as I knew he had not resigned from our group. Alejandro promised to pass on my request, and left with considerable tension in the air. A day later, Alejandro returned with permission for me to fly to Santiago de Cuba, in Orient Province, and back. My reservation was for the following day. From what I have read recently, my account may seem to contradict others concerning the supposed date of Che's secret return to Cuba during his disappearance from the public eye. What I still think to this day might be wrong, of course, because I don't remember the exact dates and I have no way of comparing them with anything. But there are a couple of facts that lead me to think I am not mistaken. Cubana Airlines had renewed its domestic fleet, and a brand new medium-sized Soviet Ilyushin took me from Havana to Santiago. In an area of cyclones, this normally peaceful journey was liable to be dangerous if there was a tropical storm. And this is exactly what happened. In the air again after a stop in Santa Clara, over Sancti Spiritus, halfway to Santiago, the plane turned into a cocktail shaker. As the plane lost altitude, the cabin hubbub died down, and the passengers, mostly men and women in some kind of uniform, began frantically making the sign of the cross rather than praising the quality of socialist industry. Over Camagüey, we were just coming out of the storm when the plane suddenly shuddered as if it had hit an air pocket, and dropped vertically, in free fall. The journey abruptly changed destination, not so much physically or geographically, but psychologically. Sitting by the window, I watched what I believed to be my last sight of Earth. The plane was falling like a stone, and the countryside below was rapidly coming up to meet us. I could see we were heading straight for the mill or hacienda of a sugar plantation because of the carts loaded with cane. There were people too, looking up at the sky, then scattering in all directions. I could even see some details, women carrying children as they ran, the dirt road bordering the plantation, the relative height of the palm trees. I still have a clear image of the moment in my mind's eye. The machine started to shake and vibrate as if it were trying to grab hold of the clouds, suspended in the air as in cartoons. Just above the tops of the palm trees, it recovered its horizontal position, pinning us to our seats as we regained speed and height, and the sugar mill disappeared from sight. A chorus of wailing and clapping made it hard to hear the captain announcing our immediate landing in Camagüey. On the runway, we were told that a piece of ice had destroyed the internal blades of one of the jet engines, suddenly causing the plane to lose altitude. We could not continue our journey, and had to wait for the arrival of another plane the following day. The airline invited us to rest and regain our composure in a hotel, meals and tranquilizers included. I walked through the streets of the old city of Camagüey, delighted to be able to do so, but also astonished at how little there was to buy. There was no longer a cafe on every corner, as there had been 4 years earlier when I used to drive by in the pottery workshop truck. There was the odd one every now and again, but they had neither coffee nor rum. Shop and office windows were empty except, very surprisingly, for one. On display in the office of INRA was a brand new car, made in Argentina for use as taxis, small and white, peculiar looking next to the 6-meter-long Yankee models that Cubans were used to seeing. A placard explained that the car was first prize for cane cutter of the year during the province's current sugar harvest. Che was noticeable by his absence. We arrived in Santiago in the afternoon, 24 hours behind schedule. A soldier in olive green greeted me as if I were an old friend. "Hey, Pilau, cheer up, Chico. You've arrived, Kono. I've been here since yesterday." I had never seen him before, but his cheerfulness was contagious. We got into an army jeep and left in a hurry, because, he said, we've a long journey. "Where to?" I asked. "The North Coast," came the reply. "That is, across the Sierra Maestra, past Bayamo and Holguin, the journey I used to do at weekends when I lived in Holguin and gave art classes in Santiago." It seemed like a nostalgic joke. He had orders from Furry that, as he told it, implied a level of trust and secrecy: "Go and fetch Pilau and bring him straight here to me." When we got to Holguin, I knew we still had to get to the coast, near Gibra. The roads were not good and we were running very late. Nonetheless, I asked if we could cross the city instead of taking the road round it, and the soldier agreed. What I wanted to do was drive past my old pottery workshop. We had been talking about cyclones and especially Hurricane Flora, which years earlier had been so disastrous for this region, and I was curious to see the roof of the main part of the workshop, held up by columns only 1 brick square, designed by my architect friend, son of the dreaded engineer Fontana, despite doubts on my part. The jeep turned down the main street, past the new hospital building, the Central Park, in front of my old house, and stopped at the gate to the workshop. Without getting out, I could see the corrugated iron roof shining in the afternoon sun, reflecting its green plastic sides. It was intact. The gate opened and Braulio, the clay maestro, stuck his head out. He looked up and down the street without giving the jeep a second glance. So the workshop was still running? Was it doing the job as planned? "Let's go," said the soldier. Or did I? It was already dark when we reached a military zone, where we were detained briefly at checkpoints. I could see in the headlights that we were driving towards some hangar-like canvas constructions. The soldier had me wait in an empty canteen and disappeared for a long time. When he came back, he said Furry had left orders that I be given a meal and a bed. He did not know when he would be able to receive me but would see that I was woken up. I could not sleep at all. The 4 o'clock reveille coincided with someone coming to fetch me. Furry was at his post, in a low building, half map room, half radio transmitter room, onto which had been tacked a camouflage tent like a wing, obviously intended to prevent a quagmire in front of the door. Other officers were working in the room, absorbed at their tables and radios. Furry had not changed. Thin, well-shaven, dressed in his campaign uniform, he was his usual friendly self, no indication that our relationship had been so dramatically interrupted a year and a half ago. He explained that he had had more time to give me the day before, but the bloody plane had put paid to that. I understood that he had a final troop movements exercise for a visiting Soviet army delegation to start this minute. "Come on, tell me what's wrong," he said. We sat at his desk and I explained the following. I received an encrypted message from Che, to which I have responded as quickly as I could. I've been in Havana for 2 weeks, being fattened up in a luxury cattle pen, without anyone telling me anything. I have to be back in Argentina by mid-July to deal with the financial needs of the prisoners on trial in Salta, but first I have been invited on an official visit to China, not of my own doing, which I consider an obligation. And I added, you see. We examined the matter in detail and, eventually, he made a radio phone call, which was not easy. Military communication language is cryptic and, as would be expected, I understood nothing, but a few odd words were helpful. First, he wanted to talk to X, who was in Z, not there. Sent to Z, the problem was M, Q, or something worse. It's 4.30 here too. Proceed, said Furry, implacably. Eventually, a more normal conversation was had, but full of innuendo. Something like, I've got Pilau with me, what's going on? Ending with, no, Chico, sort it out, put him onto the man and be done with it. And a heated exchange ensued, still over the radio, in fact very heated indeed for Furry, who usually said yes or no, leaving no room for excuses or discussion with subordinates. Furry said he had been talking to Barbaro Habanero. I looked out through the entrance tent, which framed the rising sun through the mist, disturbed only by a restless group of officers with enormous peaked caps and rain capes, impatient Soviets, in the best tradition of the calm before the great battles of the Second World War. Summoned by Furry, the jeep's driver appeared, rubbing his eyes. He ordered him to take me back to Santiago. We said goodbye affectionately, before I passed in front of the nervous group watching the Soviet military command out of the corner of their eyes. Back at the house in Marianao, things began to change. Within 2 days, I was visited by Ariel, who had got himself up to speed with the situation. He said it was not possible for me to see Che for the time being. I had to wait, but Che knew I was here. To save time, Che wanted me to write a full political report on Argentina, parties, groups, contacts, relationships, and organizations with common goals. They brought me a typewriter and paper. I protested that, typing with one finger would take me a month to write the analysis. No problem, Chico, tomorrow you'll get a shorthand typist, Kono, that's better than a dictaphone. True enough, the next morning a middle-aged lady in an olive green uniform arrived, turned the splendid dining table into a desk, chair at its right height, carbon paper for the typewriter, ashtray on one side, cigarettes on the other. And, like a pianist to a dancer, fingers in the air over the keyboard, she nodded her head at me as if to say, shall we begin? I had prepared a brief outline of the points I had to make. This included a separate analysis of our organization after the catastrophe, a description of the different political sectors and groups, potential capabilities, the role of the General Labor Confederation and the Army, with the internal crises within both these power blocks. They all appeared to be split by an inability to define themselves ideologically, but were actually split by the desire to define themselves once and for all, pro-imperialist capitalist right or nostalgic nationalist right, principled traditional socialism or popular pre-revolutionary socialism, combative Peronism or nationalist populism. Each party split into two, radicals, Peronists, socialists, and even the communists and Trotskyists. The grassroots were beginning to break away from the party bureaucracies and a whole range of small groups were proclaiming the road to revolution, while the conservatives and the oligarchs went to their estancias to drink mate. Capitalism's international pressure groups had dug in their claws strategically, and the organisms for extorting wealth from the Third World, the World Bank and the IMF, slowly and simultaneously squeezed the neck and the testicles of the national economy and the ruling class. Meanwhile, the armed forces, beloved and fated by the U.S. School of the Americas, made alliances, ready to put themselves at the service of the higher bidder. My improvised analysis, inexpert and precociously daring, based on reading the abundant Argentine daily press, ended by predicting a military coup against President Ilya, the old anachronistic and honest radical who, I thought, had no way of surviving. The typist came every morning for the next few days. We ate together, she made very good coffee, and we talked, though she never let slip a single ill-considered word. She didn't mind altering the original as many times as necessary, but she was frustrated by the Argentinianisms. We finished. She tidied everything up, and Ariel swept her away, typewriter, copies of the report, and all. Ariel returned a few days later, in a better mood. Apparently, Che was very pleased with my report. There were a few more matters to tie up before I could go home, without seeing him, given the hurry I was in. As you know, he's not available at the moment. I did not know, but I never questioned measures taken by superiors or outside my control. At no time was the mystery surrounding Che's absence, or the campaign of rumors, ever mentioned. Both they and I had total faith. Between us, there was a tacit knowledge that he was not being manipulated by anyone. We talked instead about the financial problems of the trial in Salta, and what the prisoners could expect. If the trial went against us, appeal included, we would have to get them out some other way, and for that we needed support and planning. Ariel promised to study the alternatives. Meanwhile, I had to continue making political contacts, monitoring the situation, and reporting back periodically. For the first time, they gave me one of their own contacts in Buenos Aires. I was to meet a certain Hellman, secretary of a dissident Communist Party youth sector in the city, and help him with whatever he needed to send people to Cuba for military training. Now all that was left was my interview with Comandante Baroja Pinero. He would sign me out and give me money. So I went on waiting for another couple of days. Alejandro came to fetch me after midnight and we drove around various parts of Havana, from Marianao to the other side of Vedado, as if we were lost and were looking for a restaurant or we were not sure of an address. We stopped at the Ministry of the Interior in the Plaza de la Revolucion, where I waited in the car, then continued on through areas I did not know on the outskirts. Guided by a radio telephone, the car finally stopped at what seemed like an Argentine-style police checkpoint. There were jeeps and patrol cars across the road, blocking the traffic. Alejandro got out, walked towards them, and came back immediately with a group which stood under the street lighting in the middle of the street. They gestured to me to come. As dawn was breaking, I went up to the group to find the head of the Cuban intelligence services, Comandante Pinero, holding court. He put his arm round my shoulders protectively, and said that he still had a long night ahead of him, so it was best not to make me wait, that they would give me $5,000 and a plane ticket for the following day, that Che wanted me to constantly update instructions for how I could be contacted, and to wait in Argentina for his next message, that I should discuss the contact details with Ariel and leave everything clear, that Che was pleased with the written report and did not think I needed to wait for a meeting which would be hard to arrange now, because he was in the mountains and nobody could take me there, that I should go back to Buenos Aires, without more ado, that I talk to Hellman and help him send people to Cuba for training. Have a good trip, Pilau. It seemed appropriate to tell him that I would not be going straight back to Buenos Aires, because I had an official invitation to visit China and the ticket was waiting for me in Paris. He was interested in the details of the invitation, but he had no qualms about it. We said goodbye and Alejandro took me back to the house in Marianao. Time was now short and I spent the rest of the night finalizing details with Ariel. Cordoba would be our contact point via a shop selling books, records, and photos owned by a friend of Oscar del Barco. A special password was the only way to reach me. Ana Maria and I were planning to move to Cordoba, with the agreement of the EGP's national leadership, so that all contacts would be centralized in the middle of the country. Alejandro, my official guide, drove me to Havana Airport, where we repeated the welcome ritual of the daiquiri, waiting for the Cubana flight to leave for Paris. We only had one, and afterwards in Gander, I regretted I had not accepted a few more rounds. My seat was on the right-hand side just over the wing, from where I could see the plane's engines. The European route was still served by Britannia's, a formidable British machine with turbopropellers, which had possibly overspent its flight hours. 23. The Terraces of the Rising Sun, June, July 1966. Once I was in Paris, Toto Schmuckler accompanied me to the Chinese embassy. We had to explain the reasons for our visit, leave a phone number, and wait to be advised. We got a call the very next day. This time we were ushered in. They took my false passport and we waited a few minutes. A secretary from the embassy appeared holding a paper with my data on it, and asked me, "Are you Laureano?" "Yes, I am." "Do you have any other name?" "Yes, Mauricio." "What is your name?" "So and so." "And what do people call you?" "Pilau." A very Chinese smile that we would see often during the coming days illuminated his face. He asked when I would be ready to leave and I answered, "Tomorrow, via Karachi, please." I did not need to insist on the route. It was clear that the Chinese had information that could never have been given them by Emilio Yoreki, who did not even know my real name. The invitation had come from a previous source. After another couple of days, Toto and I were saying goodbye at Orly, and so began my most extraordinary journey into the future. After a stop in Rome, and a couple of hours in Beirut's amazing duty-free airport, the first leg of my journey ended up with a night in Karachi, Pakistan. We had to leave the plane and sleep in a hotel paid for by the airline. Going through immigration control, a bearded policeman explained something in English that I didn't understand and kept my passport. I reacted vociferously, gesturing at him to give it back, and we got into a fierce mutually unintelligible argument, while the queue of passengers looked on impatiently. The policeman, with plaited black beard, abandoned his courtesy and me my calm, swearing in Spanish and hanging on tightly to the corner of my passport. If I lost it, it would not be for want of trying not to. Then a young Indian, just behind me in a smart Western suit and tie, asked me very politely in perfect Spanish, if he could help. He argued with the official animatedly until, coming back to me, explained that the documents of all passengers continuing on the same plane the next day, are kept and only returned on board the following day. His included, since he was also going on to China. My unexpected interpreter turned out to be a Colombian student with a scholarship to study in China. The journey went smoothly after that, despite our exhaustion and a few surprises. We were in Asia and the Pakistani Airlines plane also landed in Dhaka, West Pakistan until 1971, when it became Bangladesh. The most terrible face of poverty was everywhere, even invading the airport lounge. When the plane finally landed in front of the airport building in Shanghai, our first stop in China, there began what seemed like a comedy of errors. The Colombian and I watched anxiously through the window as a group of people invaded the tarmac, among them children in uniform holding flowers and lining up beside the steps being placed at the front of the plane. The air hostesses asked the passengers to wait in their seats until requested to disembark. Outside, a red carpet was being laid from the foot of the stairs to where a line of officials in typical blue Mao tunics were waiting. An air hostess approached my seat and invited me to get off first. As astonished as the Colombian, I barely managed to say goodbye before following her to the airplane door, where the whole crew with wide smiles were waiting to say their farewells. I descended the steps, convinced there was some mistake, waiting for the moment for them to drag me away, but as soon as I set foot on terra firma, hardly daring to touch the carpet, the children ran towards me offering me their flowers. One of the Maoist officials spoke emphatically in Chinese and an interpreter repeated a welcome that explained how grateful the Chinese people were to receive a South American revolutionary who was fighting to build the road to socialism for his people, just as the Chinese people had achieved it under the leadership of Chairman Mao. There was obviously some confusion as to who I was. I was of course me, but I was by no means as important as they believed me to be. They took me to some VIP rooms on the upper floor of the airport, where we sat in armchairs, and they offered me the first round of the several liters of tea I had to drink in China, prepared before me with boiling water from a huge thermos and a mixture of herbs and flowers. Remember that it was midday at the beginning of June, midsummer, and you can understand how little desire I had to drink hot water. But it was the first lesson I learned. Dying of thirst and heat? Remedy: boiling water. You don't even need the tea. Boiling water by itself will do. From then on, everywhere I went, they repeated the thermos for the tea ceremony and the exchange of greetings, hopes for future achievements, and compliments. Arriving in Peking towards the end of the day meant another reception, more tea and sympathy, and making official contact with the representative of the Chinese government, a member of the Committee for Relations with Other Peoples in their fight against imperialism, and with a couple of interpreters for my exclusive use for the whole of my stay, a calm professional middle-aged man, and his tall, young, enthusiastic assistant from a translator's school. We moved as a group to a huge Western-style hotel, the old and respectable Hotel Peking, on the big avenue in front of the Imperial City, in Tiananmen Square. On the top floor, they left me in an enormous suite, with bedroom and lounge, and the most modern of bathrooms. The chief interpreter gave a brief rundown of our plans for the following day. Breakfast was from 7 onwards, because at 8 someone would be coming to discuss the schedule of work, visits, and receptions. The hotel served foreigners, or rather, Westerners. There were English, French or American breakfasts, with impeccable silver cutlery, crystal glasses, and bread. The coffee was awful, so I made do with fruit juice. At 8 on the dot, there was a knock on the door of my suite. But my visitors got the first surprise. The previous night in the shower, I had taken off my wig. It had become veritable torture in the summer heat, and I had no intention of using it until the return journey. The official and interpreters stared at me, then between giggles and greetings, sat down in the armchairs and took out their papers. My schedule was to start the following day. A general of the People's Army would explain his experience in the victorious People's Revolutionary War, going back to the struggle against the Japanese and the Kuomintang nationalists, and as a commander of Chinese troops in the Korean War. Every day I would be given relevant material in Spanish, so I could read up in my spare time. Later, we would go on a tour of the Chinese interior to learn about the development of both the army and the party, from the early days in Shanghai, the Long March, and the first liberated zone in Yan'an. The program would take a month, after which, we would visit North Vietnam, 2 months in all. I told them I only had a week, that I needed to be back in Argentina in time to organize support for my comrades who were standing trial, that I considered the invitation from the Chinese authorities a huge honor, but it was my imprisoned comrades, not myself, who were worthy of such a distinction, and my commitment to them was precisely why I could not prolong my stay. In their name, I was ready to meet any appropriate official to show my gratitude for the invitation and for the political support the People's Republic had shown to the peoples of our continent. Unfortunately, then, I had to decline the invitation to participate in such a long program. It is impossible, almost 40 years on, to reconstruct from memory the details of the ensuing discussion, with its arguments, counterarguments, coercions, concessions, and conclusions all expressed via interpreters. Before we reached an agreement that was hard to better, they cut a month from the program and I would extend my stay by over a week, what was left of the month of June and some of July, some 20-some days in all, but only in China, without going to Vietnam. In passing, this controversial session gave me a sense of the ways and means of parabolas, metaphors, and adjectives in Chinese language and culture, and of their transforming and symbolic power. I was astonished how, for example, the more I humbled myself, the more my prestige grew. It was obvious to them that I was an integral part of a project led by Che. I understood that it was Che they were honoring through me. The next day after breakfast, Again at 8 sharp, there was a knock on the door and a large delegation came in, entailing a small ceremony to introduce the general and his assistants. The general was about 60, relatively young given his trajectory. His history class was delivered almost automatically, not creatively as a teacher would, but schematically and rigidly, as if he were forcing an idea into the brains of his troops, like an instrument of ideological battle that had to be used in an implacable and precise way. He continually referred to the central role of Chairman Mao, the source of all wisdom and leadership, to the ideological work of the party as an indispensable link to the masses and, above all, to the masses themselves, origin and raison d'être of the revolutionary class struggle. The general's story did not linger on anecdotes of suffering or heroism, of which there were no doubt many during the long march. When the general left at the end of each day, I was handed a pile of theoretical material which could politely be considered, in terms of kilos, more than anything, excessive. I could do no more than leaf quickly through them like reading a cartoon, stopping at chapter or page headings, to help me eventually formulate some sort of question. We visited all the sacred sites of the revolution's heroic deeds with the same religious intensity. The face of imperial China was, in fact, being changed into that of a more equal society, determined to carry out the 5-year plans, and leap from feudal backwardness into a future of unimaginable achievement. The changes in people's expectations and their confidence in the political leadership were tangible at every step. The program of visits included sites outside Peking. The Great Wall was being restored at a point near Peking and was only open for official visits. There was nothing accidental about this. There was no charter-type tourism, as there was to be later on. Everything had to convey a message. The Chinese were an ancient people and were planning to leapfrog over contemporary history because they were armed with the legendary patience and wisdom of the people, accumulated generation by generation over 4 millennia. Towards the end of the week, it was announced that I had been invited to dine with the mayor of Peking. Doubtless, this was a big step up the hierarchical ladder, but I did not know exactly how far. I began to get a sense of his importance when they showed an interest in the state of my clothes, and took my suit off for dry cleaning, shirt and tie included. The 2 interpreters also appeared in elegant but proletarian blue Mao jackets when they came to fetch me that afternoon. Our car headed for the old most populated part of the city, with its grey brick houses and tree-lined pavements, and a few motorized vehicles but a multitude of bicycles and rickshaws. A distinct smell of shit, which I had noticed before, filled the air and infused our car. The interpreters explained they were collecting the sanitary waste, which was left in large drums to be picked up by trucks during the night. The journey ended, however, in an elegant and salubrious area. The banquet was at a famous restaurant specializing in traditional Chinese dishes. I was welcomed by a group of men dressed in that indefinable attire, a mixture of military uniform and gala evening dress, of a jeans color, except for one tall imposing figure in an impeccable pearl gray suit, buttoned up to his bull neck and shaven head. It was Peng Chen, the mayor of Peking. The restaurant had closed its doors to the public to wait on our official table. Mayor Peng Chen began the ceremony by explaining the role played in Chinese tradition by the placement of guests at table. According to this, my place was reserved for the person showing most praise and courtesy. The back of my chair pointed towards one cardinal point and faced another one, and these together apparently represented a specially auspicious place. I don't remember the reasons given, but I was suddenly anxious about the confusion over my person, feeling I could end up being tried for fraud if I did not explain it soon. Toast after toast only served to highlight the incongruity between my modest presence, the political expressions of revolutionary sacrifice and devotion, the bourgeois glitter surrounding us, and the series of toasts. I was seated immediately to the right of the mayor, and although the table was round, we were obviously at its head. At our shoulders behind us sat the interpreters and their assistants. The rest of the guests made up a kind of Greek chorus to the speech, in which the mayor continued dropping informative morsels about the place, origin, development and importance of food in Chinese culture, while continuous waves of plates arrived with different tastes, colors, flavors, smells and consistencies, each one palate-teasing by virtue of its sweetness or saltiness, bitterness or tartness, hotness or coldness, liquidity or solidity. The mayor's speech was a lesson in gastronomy, an extraordinary 1,000-year-old tradition about which I knew nothing. Everything was related to the people's wisdom, which had gradually merged through knowledge and the need for food, until it had turned disgust into pleasure and routine into art, making it possible for ants or snakes, properly seasoned, to taste exquisite. One after another, people got to their feet, raised a small glass and proposed a toast. Peng Chen set the pattern. They filled glasses of a determinate color and size with a liquid which could be made of roses or potatoes, distilled grains, or seeds, or something of the sort, but never grapes, and proposed a diplomatic toast, not forgetting the brotherland of the Argentines, because the compatriots of a great revolutionary like Che are our brothers. I eventually began to understand the frames of reference. Seated at table, the talk would be of culture in general, on our feet, out of temptation's way, about politics, and facing each other, we would praise the example of absent but exemplary leaders. At one point when we were sitting down, I suddenly felt a reply to previous toasts was in order, and I stood up again. Everyone got to their feet. The liquid was taking effect, and I resorted to childhood memories of the time my mother dressed me up, as children did at carnival, as a Chinese mandarin. I had a droopy mustache drawn with a burned cork, and a pigtail of black wool falling down my back from a conical hat, and some typical dark silk pajamas with vividly colored dragons painted on the front and back. This was our image of China when it was seen as a faraway world, admired more for being different and exotic than for its reality, which began to set us an example with the long victorious march under Chairman Mao, to whom I now wanted to raise my glass on behalf of myself and my comrades. The toast was a success and the dinner became visibly more animated, whether on account of my speech, or the glasses of soft rose wine, or who knows what, I wasn't sure. The restaurant staff began clearing away the innumerable pieces of empty china, and others arrived with trays full of steaming hot towels. But to my surprise, when I tried to praise the food and thank the mayor, who by the way was always the president of the Communist Party in Peking, he told me that it was now time for the serious food, that what we had just eaten was merely the hors d'oeuvre. During a pause in the eating, there was time to talk of my activities for the coming weeks and of our future relations. I would be leaving in a couple of days for a tour of the interior, to visit places of historic importance for the future of the revolutionary struggle, like the base in Yan'an. Until now, I had only heard of the strength of the Chinese Revolution, but now I was going to meet the worker and peasant masses, the fount of all wisdom. I looked at the mayor, impressed by the exercise of power emanating from him, like a mandarin of the new communist dynasty. Looking back at this period, 4 decades later, it seems extraordinary that the Chinese leaders offered our organization, which had just suffered a calamitous defeat, what numerous representatives of armed groups had tried unsuccessfully to obtain. The key was that they believed in and set great store by the same catalyzing element that we did, Che's politico-military leadership. I had been told that before I left Peking for Shanghai I would be meeting a very important figure. I was uneasy because it seemed disproportionate to me. The person in question was no less than the Vice Premier of the Permanent Committee of the People's National Assembly, Comrade Kuo Mojo. That is, the acting chief of the People's Congress and the government. The Premier of the Permanent Committee was Chu Te, one of the legendary revolutionaries. We left the Peking Hotel early because the meeting was to include a tour round the People's Palace and the People's Assembly Hall afterwards, about 2 or 3 hours altogether. We arrived on foot at the palace's grand staircase and, for the first time, there was a photographer among the officials milling around. He was taking photos of the reception committee and my humble yet elegant self, in suit and tie. I would rather have been swallowed up by the ground, however, than appear in the photo. I was hostage to these thoughts when a new group came into the hall accompanying an obviously high-ranking personage in a pearl grey Mao jacket. He was of an indefinable age, thin, with the look of a company director or hospital administrator. The photographer did his job and the introductions were made. An exchange of greetings was translated by the legion of interpreters by his side and my two at my shoulder. Vice Premier Kuo Emojo invited me to pose beside him so the photograph could finish documenting the meeting, before we moved to an equally large salon, where we sat in a semicircle of armchairs, facing small lacquered tables with an impeccable China tea service. I have a vivid memory of us sitting at one end of the salon, under yet another embroidered portrait of Chairman Mao dominating the scene, but I don't remember the exact conversation, except its memorable end, so brusquely terminated. The Vice Premier was on my right, in front of his individual table, flanked by other government officials and his interpreters. I was in front of another table, my interpreters a little distance away. A mass of people in white jackets and gloves were serving tea. Another exchange of courtesies took place, with a little more detail, references to my visit, my appreciated stay in China, the revolution in motion, the thoughts of Chairman Mao. He spoke specifically of the hopes Chairman Mao had for indigenous America, that the great aboriginal cultures could not remain oppressed forever, or something like that. I managed to argue that colonization had wiped out those diverse ethnicities or at least subjugated them indefinitely, imposing a new power elite, unified and exploitative, which was ultimately controlled by the United States. He told me we had to fight these usurpers and their lackeys. He said I had witnessed what the energy of the masses could achieve when led by the correct route of the revolution and the thoughts of Chairman Mao. And that the Chinese people, its government, and its Communist Party were very pleased to receive the visit of a representative of the revolutionary project of their friend and comrade Comandante Che Guevara, and hoped that it would bring mutual benefits. He then said words to this effect: when you go back to your country, you must lead your comrades in a campaign of public denunciation of the revisionist role, in its complicity with imperialism, played by Fidel Castro, who has betrayed the revolution. When the Vice Premier spoke, my interpreter translated; when I spoke, his interpreters translated. I looked at my nice interpreter, practically my friend by now, with incredulity. I asked him to repeat what had been said. He did, and I said there must be some mistake, that he must confirm the correct translation of the comrade Vice Premier's words. There was an agitated exchange between the interpreters, with a dry comment from the Vice Premier. My interpreter repeated exactly what he had said before. I took the floor and replied, more or less, that Comandante Fidel Castro was the founding father and natural leader of a revolutionary current that included the whole American subcontinent, one to which myself and my comrades belonged. That I assumed the Vice Premier's statement was an error of ideological interpretation that we could not share. That while our project was independent of the Cuban Revolution and our commander was Che and not Fidel Castro, for us and for all Latin Americans engaged in the revolutionary struggle, Fidel's Cuba was an example to follow. The Vice Premier of the Permanent Committee of the Chinese People's Assembly, Comrade Kuo Emojo, stood up, as did all those present, to indicate the meeting had finished. He bid a dry farewell, although he invited me to continue with my program of visits, and left the room, followed by his assistants and interpreters. My interpreters, the majordomo and I remained in the middle of the salon, perspiring. The audience had lasted barely 20 minutes and one solitary cup of tea. Contrary to what I expected, after the lunch and a nervous pause, the official from the Committee for Friendship Between Peoples came to my hotel room, not to arrest me, but to tell me the time of my flight to Shanghai the following day, and to give me a donation from the committee to help the organization I represented. It was $1,500. In addition, I was given pamphlets in Spanish, some books on Chinese art, and a just-developed print of the photo posing with Kuo Emojo. My official program, similar to that in Peking, carried on as if the incident with Kuo Emojo had not happened. Shanghai was already a huge overpopulated city, with 16 million inhabitants. Built on the estuary of the Yangtze-Kiang, or Blue River, it is one of the longest rivers in the world, 1,000 kilometers of it navigable by deep draft ships. It is the vital artery of the Chinese industrial economy. Shanghai's park had an iron grill entrance gate, and to one side was a monolith with a carefully preserved bronze plate with the following inscription in English, French, German, Japanese and, of course, Chinese: entry prohibited to dogs or Chinese. It was a sign of the cultural arrogance of the empires that dominated China through the cunning, or dubious morality, of the British, who resorted in those days to a weapon of mass destruction called opium and the corruption that went with it. I left China with the sensation of having been through an exceptional experience in an extraordinary country, bringing fundamental change to the history of humanity. The energy of millions of citizens was being mobilized to produce the great leap forward. However, great leaps can bring great catastrophes, when the leadership concentrates more on the fancy footwork of the action and glory than on the creative object. The Chinese Revolution was finding its way. First came the Cultural Revolution, which raised any vestiges of bourgeois society, then the current socialist road to capitalism, and, no doubt, one day it will find the capitalist road to communism, and prove the young Marx right. Part 4. Bolivia. 24. Che wants to see you, January 1967. When I first lived in Salta, I shared a house with my friend Ramiro Davalos in a town called Campo Quijano. The house was borrowed and we lived there in winter, but when the owners came for the summer, we moved to the hills where we set up camp in a couple of tents and held open house for Ramiro's friends. They became my friends too, well-known poets, folk musicians, or artists like him, and all enthusiastic drinkers of the unique Café Torrent wine, one of Argentina's best, grown in the Calchaquí Valley. I needed a place to paint too, so with the compensation I got from being laid off at the sugar mill, I rented a shed a couple of roads away. Among the regular guests were two guitarists. One of them, Eduardo Falu, aka El Turco, from a Turkish family that settled in the north of Argentina, had perfect technique and was already challenging the reputation of Argentina's folk legend, Atahualpa Yupanqui, on the airwaves. Eduardo was put in my tent, since Ramiro occupied the largest one with his wife Negrita and their children. Every day at around 5 in the morning, after a long night of singing and imbibing, I awoke to the sounds of paradise, gentle strumming, musical scales and miraculous chords. Guitar in his arms, Falu honed his technical skills and emitted the purest and most harmonious of sounds. The other maestro of the viola, as he called it, was of Spanish descent. He did not quite have Falu's mastery of the instrument, but was nonetheless a fine musician and an inspired poet. His name was Escobedo Cabeza or Capecita, and he became my closest friend. Capecita fell on hard times at one stage and came to live in my Campo Quijano studio for a while, despite the cold. Hence, in the silence of the night, or at dawn, I witnessed the birth of two of the most famous sambas in the Argentine folk repertory, Falu's La Candelaria, composed in our tent, and Cabecita's La Nocra, created in my workshop. Romantic verses were added to both later by Jamie Davalos, Ramiro's brother, another friend, and habitué. The miracles there were endless. Ramiro was the greatest cantor in the memory of the region, certainly the best I ever heard. A cantor by vocation of every folk tune in South America and especially of our precious northern Argentina, he rejected all professional or commercial offers, refused to sing in public and performed only for friends, despite being the envy of every bagualero and gaucho troubadour in the interior. There was only one amateur recording of his voice, made without Ramiro's knowledge by our common friend, Alberto Bernichan, but it was such bad quality that it did not do him justice. His fame spread, however, and youngsters would come to listen to him in Campo Quijano, where he organized duets, trios, or quartets with his brothers, Arturo, Jamie and Hernan, or with Capecita and even myself, since he insisted I sing the fourth part. Two things came out of these Salta gatherings. The first was a group of students who had formed a quartet and needed a guitarist. Capecita accepted, collected his stuff from my studio and joined the group. They already had an offer of radio work in Buenos Aires, and they went on to launch the folk boom of that period, providing a showcase for the musical wealth of the interior, overtaking the audiences for tango and foreign artists for the first time. This first internationally famous Argentine folk quartet was called Los Chalcaleros. The second related thing concerned a young neighbor who was so bowled over by Ramiro's songs that he asked to come to the house and listen to him. He too became a close friend. Following the success of Los Chalcaleros, he formed a group which had the good luck to be advised by a musical genius, another friend of the Davalos family, the lawyer, musician, and electrifying personality Cuchi Leguizamón. This new group was called Los Fronterizos and achieved popular and international acclaim with La Misa Criolla. They wore black ponchos in contrast to the Chalcaleros' red ones, and became their most serious rival on the folk scene. Our young neighbor and friend, Negro Lopez, was their lead singer. Arriving in Montevideo from Paris, on my return from Shanghai, I had to wait for passport control in a small room, which was soon inundated by passengers off another international flight from the US. The public furor outside alerted me in time. Among the new passengers were Los Chalcaleros, back from performing in New York. The situation was very dangerous because I was traveling on false documents, in disguise, and carrying a lot of money, secret codes and the Chinese photo, enough to unleash a scandal. The room was so narrow there was no way of avoiding them. I knew all four of them through my friendship with Capecita, which had continued when we both moved to Buenos Aires. Fortunately, the logic of fame took over. If Pavarotti enters a room, people see him, but he doesn't see the people, and officialdom attends to famous people before anyone else. A military dictatorship, that of Onganía, had recently taken power in Argentina and controls were stricter by the day, with the primary objective of making transit passengers with something on their conscience feel constitutionally defenseless. The logic of fame was also aided by my sudden interest in the customs and excise notices stuck on the walls. Immigration officials did not follow the order of arrival, and this meant I could wait until the end before going through, contrary to my usual security tactic, which was to get myself at the front of the queue. The situation was still precarious in the baggage hall, but I could not leave without my suitcase, and everyone knows the free-for-all there is when luggage arrives in airports. But in the end, nothing untoward happened. Our last days in Buenos Aires before moving to Córdoba were hectic. Some problems were very urgent. The Buenos Aires section of our organization was going through a crisis because, to the crucial loss of Belomo was added the departure of Rafael, our logistical linchpin, who was caught up in a family drama. This meant further compartmentalization of the organization. We concentrated on our own work, and for me this included getting in touch with Hellman, the contact the Cubans had given me. As seemed to be the norm among the leadership of the Argentine Communist Party, he was waiting for me on the pavement in front of his house, which had a huge wrought iron gate giving onto a garden. He did not invite me in. The pretext was that he didn't want me to be seen by other people he was meeting, and that houses were less safe since the Onganía military coup. He was a big blond man, a typical specimen of the Argentine upper middle class, educated and well-mannered, who immediately recognized the password and acted like we were old friends. The Cuban intelligence services had told him I would be contacting him on my return to Argentina. Hence, I modified my door-to-door book salesman cover, and offered him another meeting if he wanted one. But he told me with unruffled calm that he was already sending people to train in Cuba, and he did not understand why Barbaroja Pinero was worried. As far as I was concerned, the less contact we had in the present circumstances the better, so we said goodbye. Ana Maria and I had rented a house in Maipú, on the outskirts of Córdoba. It had just enough furniture to be habitable, and we moved in with little Paula and Andrea. With our local contacts re-established, a series of heated discussions ensued. There was a clear consensus for abandoning the guerrilla struggle. Our lawyers Lonati and Roca also told me that the prisoners in Salta wanted me to come to the prison personally to discuss internal organizational matters, future political strategy and the role that we, I and they, as former guerrillas, would play in that strategy. We studied the viability of borrowing a document for me from one of the lawyers named as part of the official defense team the judge had authorized. We did not look a bit like each other, but with a wig and Gustavo's verbal diarrhea, it might work. I would have to go to Salta during the military reorganization of the country, under the notorious internal disorder plan, an old repressive mechanism the author of which was none other than the new dictator Onganía. I would not be going as the lawyer's chauffeur, as I had done on previous occasions, but actually usurping one of their identities. The idea was that I would wear a wig and have the meeting with the prisoners in the room allotted to the defense team for interviewing their clients. We reached the prison, an old yellow building resembling a medieval castle, situated on one side of the city between the park and the hills, and began a series of routine security checks. Negotiating these was the job of Lonati and Roca, who had already been joking with some of the guards. A succession of sliding iron doors opened and closed behind us in a noisy concerto of metallic banging, chains clanging, bolts locking, and resounding echoes. The prison warden was given papers certifying me as an additional lawyer. He authorized a pass for me as part of the legal team, established the number of prisoners to be interviewed that day who, because we wanted to agree on the text of certain written documents, would be seen as a group, and finally we negotiated a dark passageway to the interview room. Gustavo had come by himself the previous day to organize the meeting, and decide who would make up the prisoners' delegation. Federico and Hector were named, and two others, Pediso Bellomo and Henry, were elected by democratic vote. We had never been very good at expressing our emotions, but now our repressed feelings hindered us, contaminating the air. I had not seen Federico, Hector, and Henry since I had walked out of the jungle camp to fetch Furry 2.5 years ago. Bellomo I had not seen since we delivered the weapons to Sendik in Montevideo. We all felt a certain embarrassment, like a guilt complex, them, for being in prison, me, for being free. We dealt with matters one by one. First I presented a report on my trip to Cuba and China, a report which did not hide my personal enthusiasm, nor disguise how bright their star shone there. Sharing their lives was a way of valuing their experiences collectively. For them, petty political problems no longer existed, theirs was a principled vision, they were not some prize to be awarded to the highest bidder. Let each follow his own path. If it coincided with ours in the end, we would be millions, if not, we would be on the pavement opposite. They rejected the gossip that reached them like a vaguely irritating noise, questioning our passivity, our inaction. They knew the reason, and that nothing could be done openly. We looked at our finances and decided to maintain what had been allocated for the trial, transport costs, and keeping me in clandestinity, and if possible, help for families and comrades in exile. The meeting could not go on indefinitely, so we said goodbye, our mutual trust and solidarity confirmed, and went out. That is, I went out, into the fresh air. Your sensory understanding of the world and of life changes diametrically when you lose your freedom, although your awareness is heightened and your intellect is sharpened. Roca and Lonati went back that same afternoon to continue the legal work, but when we met later that night they said a problem had arisen between the prisoners. It risked destroying what we had achieved and creating a climate of conflict. Alberto Castellanos, Che's former bodyguard in Cuba, in prison under the name of Raúl Davila, had been hysterical, and then depressed, because he had not been allowed to see or speak to me. Alberto was one of the first guerrillas to be captured by the Border Police Patrol when they stumbled on our supply camp. Since then, although he had saved his life by protecting his real identity, he had suffered from the Cuban captured without a fight complex and was terrified of what his former victorious compañeros in the Sierra Maestra would think. And, especially, of what his boss, Che, would think. Both lawyers and friends thought that, to avoid any greater risk, I should do something for Alberto that they could not do. The following morning, I put the wig on again and went back to the prison. I ran the gauntlet of iron railings and gates, again accompanied by Gustavo, who asked the guards if we could see Alberto. We waited in the interview room, and he came in looking really miserable, very much the victim. After listening to his laments and protestations of loyalty, I told him as truthfully as I could that in Cuba I had heard nothing but expressions of concern, appreciation, and friendship. In actual fact, I had had more news from the previous trip to Cuba than from this recent one. Then I had met his friends and compañeros who had asked for news of him. This made Alberto feel much better. He regained his confidence and even his rather ribald sense of humor. He was very emotional when he saw me and swore he would never forget that I went back to the prison just for him. We watched him leave the interview room almost a happy man. Alberto Castellanos regained his freedom less than a year later, in December 1967, but lost all memory of what I had done. A couple of months earlier, our positions were reversed. The military tribunal in Camaray had sentenced me to 30 years in prison. In Córdoba, we lived a quiet family life, connected to the world through Armando Coria and Oscar del Barco, the only people who knew where we lived. My periodic, but irregular, sorties corresponded to the rhythm of a door-to-door bookseller. Our immediate neighbors were Irene and Elias, former university friends of Ana Maria's, who had found the house for us. One day, at lunchtime, Oscar arrived in his mother's car, and we went for a walk under the trees, in search of a fresh breeze. "Peludito," said Oscar, "someone is here looking for you." We agreed that he would go to the first afternoon rendezvous and fix another meeting for later on, after we had discussed the matter. The city was like a sauna, and we met in a beer garden in the center. Oscar told me of his meeting with a woman who looked like a commissar from the Soviet Politburo. Her password was in order, but I did not know it, as it was not even in the canons of the Cuban secret services. Oscar thought she was from the KGB. I designed a counter-checking operation. She was asked to meet me at 10 the following morning at a place on one side of the city and, at 11, if there was no contact within 15 minutes, at another emergency meeting place, to which she would have to walk since it was only 5 or 6 blocks away. Finally, to be absolutely sure, she had to go to the other side of the city, to the park, 3 hours later. The route between one point of the morning rendezvous and the other crossed a square, but there was also a shortcut with 3 successive observation points. If anyone contacted her or was following her, we would be bound to see it. At 2 in the afternoon, in front of the park, I finally met her. My impression was worse than Oscar's. She looked like a capo in a concentration camp. Dressed in old-fashioned clothes, all that was missing was a stiff uniform collar and whistle on a chain. She spoke from irrefutable positions, like an executive delegate from Vulcan in Star Trek. I invited her to a nearby ice cream stand with tables in the shade, to lower the temperature a bit. After the obligatory passwords, she said without more ado, "Che wants to see you." She spoke in an Argentine accent learned outside the country, which she quickly substituted for her Cuban accent, also learned. She was neither Cuban, nor Argentine. She was Tanya, born in East Germany. She said I should get ready to leave. I would need a passport, because I was going to La Paz, Bolivia, by plane. She suggested I take my time, because if I didn't go within the week, it would be better to go in March. Getting and altering a passport cannot be done in a rush. She also indicated I would need clothes and shoes for the mountains. She herself would be my contact in La Paz and I would find her in more or less the same way she had found me, a particular photography shop with a password we would memorize now. "Except I won't have to check you out," she said ironically. She gave me to understand that she had to return to Buenos Aires because she had not yet found someone else she was looking for. This message from Che called for a meeting of our group, restricted for security reasons to Pancho Arico, Oscar del Barco, Armando Coria and Pediso Zarate from Buenos Aires, in place of Cholo who was away. You did not have to be a clairvoyant to imagine what Che was planning. although we did not rule out the possibility that it was just a meeting to discuss future plans, possible but improbable. If they had told me in Cuba that Che was in the mountains, it was because he was there already, or should be soon. And if I had to go and see him in Bolivia, he must have already left Cuba. And it would not be a return ticket. There was unanimity on the kind of report I should make to him. While the political base was fast taking a radical turn in a revolutionary direction, it was nonetheless still wishful thinking to embark on armed struggle, given the ideological diversity that tended to divide rather than unite us. We thought this was at the very heart of what Che was proposing, unity through action. The only thing that could untie the Gordian knot would be if the impetus came from the working class, that is, on the back of their struggle, rather than being peripheral to it. To us, insisting on a guerrilla foco was unrealistic. Our position was absolutely clear. We did not want to sacrifice lives before we had created cadres of young people to raise awareness among the masses. And even less did we want to sacrifice Che's own mythical figure as potential overall leader. The political conditions would have to be right objectively, practically, and contextually, to justify embarking on revolutionary armed struggle now. Oscar del Barco, as a member of the editorial board of Pasado y Present and the EGP national leadership, had put forward an idea in which a sum of money had been invested. Hector Schmuckler was still in Paris and knew Julio Cortázar, so it was suggested to the famous author that he be recorded reading some of his own work, chosen by him, and we would turn it into an LP. Cortázar was enthusiastic about the idea. Hector arranged the recording, sent us the tapes, and Oscar did the editing, with the help of publishers La Flor and La Rosa Blindada, using professional recording studios and commercial distribution networks. Oscar asked me to design the sleeve. I cut a full-face photo of Cortázar horizontally below the eyes, and moved the halves a few millimeters to the side without separating them. The title, Cortázar Reads Cortázar, was printed in red and black. Oscar thought it a perfect synthesis of the author. When I passed through Buenos Aires on my way to Bolivia, I took the corrected proofs to Mangieri, publisher of La Rosa Blindada, and he gave me back the original photo of Cortázar. I put it in my suitcase on top of my clothes with a copy of his latest book, All Fires the Fire, which I wanted to take to Che. Punctuality is the basic ground rule of the militant. I was to meet someone in a Buenos Aires bar at 5 in the afternoon on the dot. I got off the underground at Congreso and walked slowly since I was a few minutes early. I went into an L-shaped shopping gallery with exits on 2 streets, window shopping my way to the other side. I found the iron grill already closed, however, and retraced my steps. As I turned the corner on my way out, I saw a bloke pull up short in surprise and turn to study a shop window full of women's underwear, putting his hands up like blinkers, his face stuck to the glass. I remained calm. It was time for my appointment and I could not confront the impromptu transvestite who was still bent on staring at ladies' knickers. I passed beside him, walking normally, as if I had not seen him, and went out into the street. It was Miguel, our man condemned to death in Algiers, a picture of health. Only years later did I discover that he was now working for Barbaro Habanero, the Cuban spy chief. One of our group, Manuel, was charged with finding an impeccable passport. That is, one recently obtained from an acquaintance without a police record, who was willing to lose it and wait for a few months to report its loss. He secured one from among his personal friends, a civil engineer, a little older than myself, but with similar physical features, called Carlos Alberto Frutos. Lodging in a family home Manuel had found for me, I worked on replacing the photograph so that the passport did not lose its virgin document smell. The dry stamp over my photo, the little dots of the number running vertically along its right side and the corresponding part of the page, were all perfect. The dots were a certificate of credibility, applied to the new photo after it had been stuck, like a surgical operation, using the finest dentist's drill passing painlessly over the perforations of the page. My flight to Bolivia went direct to La Paz from Ezeiza Airport in Buenos Aires. From sea level in Buenos Aires to the 4,000 meters of El Alto Airport in La Paz, the only thing the plane can do is climb. In the morning, I went to the first rendezvous in La Paz. Nothing. I had lunch there in a market, then walked to the next rendezvous. Again, nothing. At the third, Tanya appeared. Walking together downhill for about 100 meters, she gave me another rendezvous for 2 days later on the corner where buses left for Sucre, formerly Chuquisaca, capital of Upper Peru. Tanya had changed her appearance to that of an archaeologist setting off for the ruins at Tiahuanaco, in a military-style jacket and trousers. She looked much the better for it. I never understood why she had disguised herself as a Puritan jailer to go to an Argentine city. To avoid complications, she gave me the money for the fare to Sucre. We would be traveling on the same bus without appearing to know each other. She got into a taxi and disappeared. From a security point of view, things had not started well. 3 days wandering around a small city like La Paz, seemingly without any good purpose, was dangerous. I devoted myself to history tourism, climbing slopes and steps. I don't think I left a single site unvisited, although tourism wasn't very organized in those days. However, like a good tourist, I bought 2 Oruro devil masks which I put in my suitcase, like guardians. At sundown, I went to the Café de la Paix, almost in front of my hotel in the Avenida Camacho, an obligatory ritual for all types of local conspiracies. The bus for Sucre would be leaving after midday. The bus company was in a leafy street with a wide pavement near the corner of Avenida Montes. Its office was the size of a billiard table, just a ticket booth and luggage store 2 steps up from the street. The pavement outside under the trees served as a waiting room. Passengers were already lining up against the wall, sitting on the ground or on their boxes and bundles. I don't remember the exact time the bus left, but for simplicity's sake, let's say it was 3 o'clock. Once I had bought my ticket, there was nothing for it but to wander around waiting for Tanya. Soon I noticed another stranger, doing much the same as I was, passing the time by strolling from one end of the piles of luggage and passengers to the other. He looked out of place, idling aimlessly about. Tall, thin, and wearing an elegant bottle green padded wind cheater, of a kind not available in Latin America in those days, he would have looked foreign not only in Bolivia, but in any of the neighboring countries. I could see he had noticed me, just as I had noticed him. We were, then, in the same boat, and this could indicate some common cause. My brain started putting 2 and 2 together. He did not look North American, having neither the physique nor the clothes of the Yanks. I imagined he was European, but he had none of the characteristics of an Italian, Spaniard or German. But that discreet gentlemanly air, that polite way of letting unruly children pass, that savoir-faire, smacked without a doubt of a Frenchman. A young Parisian literary figure, a disciple of Althusser, came to mind. He had got himself noticed about 2 years earlier with a thesis on the Cuban Revolution, and his distinctly pro-Cuban book on revolution had just been published. If I was not mistaken, it was Regis Debray, author in the first instance of Castroism, The Long March of Latin America, a European view of the influence that the guerrilla struggle initiated by the Cuban Revolution was having on the new generation of Latin American militants, and also of a theoretical manual of Foucaultismo, Revolution in the Revolution, which had also just been published. With 5 minutes to departure time, Tanya had still not appeared. Both the Frenchman and I were glancing furtively at the clock. The bus company staff had finished loading the luggage bundles onto the roof and tying them to the roof rack. That done, and after an argument about whether the chickens belonging to a woman passenger had the right to travel with her in the bus or on the roof, the staff locked the doors to the office, handed the keys to a third person, and got on the bus in their new roles as driver and ticket collector. Loud shouts and a peeping horn urged the dejected passengers saying goodbye to their loved ones to get on board fast. With one last glance at the clock, I decided to get on the bus. After all, the real story was waiting in Sucre, not in La Paz. The Frenchman followed me down the crowded aisle, as if this last-minute maneuver had been planned. Standing in the middle of the bus, among a ruckus of restless passengers suddenly discovering an urgent need to move from one seat to another, passing packages and belongings to and fro, we looked at each other in silence. The roar of the engine merged with the passenger hubbub and we set off. The bus carried on down the avenue, weaving in and out of the traffic, the standing passengers hanging onto the backs of the seats for dear life. Friendly culas, old men and women, informed us you'll only have to stand as far as El Alto, because a lot of people got off there. The driver kept his finger on the horn and all manner of carts and wagons gave way before his strident hooting. Another horn was in competition behind us, however, like a cortege of newlyweds. It turned out to be a taxi which managed to overtake our bus and brake slowly in front of us, a handkerchief waving out of the window as if an injured person were being taken to hospital A&E. Our driver was forced to stop. The taxi door opened, a hysterical passenger got out, still clasping the handkerchief, lugging a bag, camera dangling from her neck. She got on the bus with no attempt to disguise the fact she was looking for us. It was Tanya. 25. The camp with an absent commandante, March 1967. On that journey, Tanya did the exact opposite of what the tremendous responsibility she had been given demanded of her. She was a mole, and a mole should only operate structurally, keeping strictly to her role, not mixing with foot soldiers or hangers-on. I don't want to sit in judgment after the fact. I only want to highlight the succession of minimal but indispensable security norms that were not observed during that mission, for which she was responsible. Tanya's triumphant entrance onto the bus was missed by nobody, not even the chickens. Nor was the fact that she was following us pale faces, already part of the passengers' collective consciousness. The absence of greetings or reproaches, our silent acceptance of a sudden group symbiosis, united us in the eyes of the jostling audience. It was indeed true that there were seats to be had once we reached El Alto and, freezing and tired, we sat down to face a night's drive across the Altiplano, bringing back unforgettable memories for me of our previous time in Bolivia. I imagined we were retracing our steps, that we would end up at the finca in Ambrosio which had not been sold after all, and that I would find Massetti there, like a uniformed Moses showing me the promised land, undefeated, peeling a grapefruit. It was getting dark when we got to Sucre. The sight of the narrow winding cobbled streets of the old town was like taking a step back into the colonial period. The Kala population crept along the walls like shadows, the women with their multiple petticoats, bowler hats, sandals, and children, their babies' vicuna bonnets peeking out of the colorful woven cloth tied across their chests. Crawling through the melee of carts and pack mules, the bus finally stopped in a small triangular square, blocking the road. We got out. Tanya motioned us to wait and disappeared round a corner, only to reappear a few minutes later with the news that she had found a hotel room not far from there. Each carrying our own bag, we advanced through the crowd of peddlers, onlookers, and passers-by to the hotel, or rather more of a boarding house. The manager said he had a room with 8 beds free. Alternatively, we could share 3 or 4 bedrooms with other guests. Tanya preferred the first option. The windowless space looked like a junk room or, to be generous, a war or catastrophe emergency zone, a bunker. While we went out to eat, they put sheets on the first 3 beds, separated from each other by a mere 15 centimeters. The Frenchman chose the furthest from the door, got into it, turned his back to us and lay there immobile. I was in the middle, my bed pushed next to his. Tanya, who came back from the WC smiling, was assigned the first one, next to the wall. The space between our beds was so narrow that she had to take off her boots on the bed, where she then proceeded to get undressed slowly, in an unexpected bout of striptease. With a smile she alerted me to the possibility of vinchuca bugs, then flexing her powerful legs in the air she slipped her body, not beautiful but well endowed, between the dubious sheets. As she stretched out her hand to switch off the light on the wall beside her, She wished me an amiable good night before we were both plunged into darkness. We were not to know that it was the last time she would sleep in a bed in the long and painful last 6 months of her life. In the morning, we were the butt of gossip in the hostel canteen. The local clientele were used to families cohabiting, but they didn't think it normal for a gringa to share a room with 2 men. Tanya went out again to organize the next part of our journey, the right thing to do but with no very satisfactory results. There was no public transport between Sucre, where we were, and Camarai, our destination, a subtropical oil town in the province of Santa Cruz. There was nothing for it but to hire a taxi, or rather, look for a driver prepared to cross a mountain range which, as we were to discover, was an almost impossible safari due to the recent rainy season. Tanya found one, argued, insisted, doubled the rate and ended up bribing the driver to take us to Camarai that same day. The owner of a canvas-topped Fiat, a wheeler-dealer of uncertain origin, settled in the area since God knows when, he was one of the motorized class, which allowed him to behave with aggressive arrogance towards the pedestrian locals, though he was docile with his gringo bosses. Anyway, prematurely drunk, he said we had to leave at once if we wanted to get to Camarai in daylight, because the road was very bad. It was about 10 o'clock. We put our stuff in the car and left. Sucre sits astride the central Cordillera, which marks the boundary between the high altiplano and the tropical valleys below, and the Bolivian Chaco beyond. Its foothills run down into Argentina, parallel to the great exodus of Andean water via the Bermeja and Pilcomayo rivers, the region that would be our new Salta experience. We had to cross this Cordillera, a difficult task at the best of times because the roads are mountain tracks with precipices on either side, frequently blocked by land and rock slides. After heavy rain the road disappears altogether, becoming an impassable mud channel, only attempted by lorry drivers and guides with winches, or by the irresponsible. In our case, the latter. The guy drove at top speed in the passable stretches, as if he were taking part in a rally, and in the muddy sections, the Jeep lurched from side to side, totally out of control. The wheels sometimes hovered over the abyss, while the gearbox crunched, trying to engage the four-wheel drive to get us out of trouble. Tanya roared with laughter in the front seat, enjoying it as much as the driver, who was toasting her health with swigs from his bottle. The Frenchman and I, our bodies and heads battered about in the back seat, could only grip the metal door handles to try to protect our backsides. I finally reached the end of my tether and yelled at the guy and Tanya to stop. I leapt out of the back door and asked Tanya for a word alone. Without a fuss, but with authority, I told her I was taking over the operation, since the guy was clearly a danger and I hadn't come to Bolivia to fall down a cliff face because of some drunken idiot. Tanya concurred, as if she had suddenly come to her senses. I then talked to the driver and made it clear that if anyone was going to end up in the river, it was not going to be me, and least of all not at his hands. I confiscated the bottle and threw it into the void. I said I could drive if he didn't feel well, but he claimed dolefully, "No, señor. You have to know the road, señor." The rest of the journey was exhausting, but calm. We all rode in silence, me in front, beside the upright driver. We arrived in Camarai at twilight. It was a town surrounded by low densely wooded hills, and inhabited by a heterogeneous population of Quechuas migrating from the Altiplano, Chapacas from neighboring Tarija to the south, or Cambas from Santa Cruz in the east, mixed with the descendants of the native Guarani from the Chaco Plain who have always lived in this area. Camarai was a garrison town, the headquarters of the 4th Army Division. But it was also a fiefdom of the State Oil Company, the YPFB. Both institutions stemmed from the Chaco War, fought because of the thirst for oil, urged on by two big international oil companies, U.S. Standard Oil and Anglo-Dutch Shell. The region became the bastion of Bolivian resistance, and spawned the new army. The presence of both institutions was immediately noticeable in town: soldiers, police, military personnel of all types, oil company technicians and workers, all enjoying a minimal, but lively, commercial and entertainment infrastructure. Among the businesses which had flourished was the Italian restaurant to which we headed after Tanya had made her contact. The Marietta, named after the owner's daughter, belonged to an Italian who was getting rich by being able to turn his hand to good pastas, sauces and other peninsular food. The place was not very big but had an open-air patio, tablecloths, and good family-orientated service, typical of a Roman trattoria. Not surprisingly, everyone ate there, from army officers to oil workers, either with their families, or alone before they plunged into the darker reaches of the town's nightlife, drawn from a broad international spectrum, but mainly Argentina. Tanya had returned to her role as hostess and guide, and had also picked up a Jeep of her own, a bulletproof Toyota, that she had left on a previous visit. We left all our bags in it, except for our documents and personal stuff, books, etc., and the Jeep returned from whence it came. We walked the few blocks to the Marietta, to stretch our legs. The streets were furrowed with craters, a sign that the storms carried everything in their wake. The square was full of people, and music from a military band accompanied the locals as they walked their dogs or stood chatting. It didn't inspire much joy though, more like depression. Sitting at a table in the Marietta while we waited to order a pitcher of wine, Tanya and I twittered away like parrots about silly things. We had introduced ourselves by now, more or less. I knew who Regis Debray was, a young French philosopher and writer, but he did not know who I was, except that I was called Carlos, an Argentine campanero. On second thoughts, maybe he knew who I was, and I did not know him. While Tanya and I talked, he said nothing. We jumped from topic to topic, from the weather to oranges, to tropical food to vegetarian cooking, from bread with tomato to wine boiled with lemon, from cars to the immortality of the crab. It was Tanya's most appropriate behavior to date and I was seconding her enthusiastically. Suddenly Debray shattered the mood, and revealed the personality he had chosen for himself and would try to construct throughout his life, inspired by the hero and author of El Espoir, André Malraux, his alter ego. In a fit of Jacobin rigor, he banged the palm of his hand down hard on the table, making the plates and cutlery jump, and shouted to our and the assembled audience's surprise, "Please, seigneurs. I can't stand it. Let's talk about something serious." We were finishing our ice cream in silence when Tanya's contact appeared. He came in, greeting some of the diners as he passed, and sat down at our table, as if we were old friends. It was Coco Peredieu. He was coming to fetch us but now discovered Tanya wanted to be part of the group too. We left the Marietta together. That meal was the last Tanya would have sitting at a table with napkins and glasses, dessert, and coffee. We got into Coco's Jeep, its headlights piercing the darkness as it sought the road. It was 11 o'clock. It had taken us 12 hours from Sucre, but Coco said we would be able to rest in a couple of hours if there were no problems on the road. As a precaution, we had to flatten ourselves against the sacks of flour, rice, and potatoes he was carrying in the back when we passed a barracks or a village, or, later on, any curious neighbor. The road was just a track cut through clay earth, a bush trail, and the Jeep shuddered and whined. At about 2 in the morning, the trail died in the patio of an adobe house with a bright zinc roof. We had arrived at the Casa de Colomina. A man came out, covering his eyes from the glare of the headlights. According to Coco, he was the finca's caretaker. We went into the house while they unloaded the Jeep, and were soon enveloped in the aroma of freshly made coffee and a worrying tale of a row with a neighbor, who had threatened to fetch the army if he wasn't let into some imagined business that he supposed was drugs. This threat altered the situation and our plans for a night's rest. Tanya needed to change her plans too. Coco suggested she go back to Camarai with him, but she was determined not to. So Coco decided we should spend the night in the forest, in a so-called emergency and contact camp. He would go back and show his face in Camarai, and try to use his contacts to stop any repressive action. One of the caretaker's men would show us the way. So, in the dark, We transferred the jeep's cargo to a place in the woods near the river, and Coco left before dawn. Lying in the undergrowth against the trunk of a tree is not ideal for a tired traveler, but it was not impossible to sleep for a few hours despite the mosquitoes. Halfway through the morning, the caretaker, who was keeping watch with one eye on the path up to the house and the other on the trail to the river, spied the group he was expecting, uniformed with beards. If I still had any doubts about what I was going to find, they disappeared completely. Leading the new group, carrying a M2 carbine and wearing a cowboy hat, was Captain Olo Pantoja, our former instructor in the house in Havana. He embraced me warmly. It was now clear. Che was not simply passing through, he was implementing his project. It was not a complete surprise, since I was here to meet him, but all the same I was astonished that military action was a fait accompli. Perhaps in retrospect I should not have complained about the time I was wasting in Havana. I should have abandoned my trip to China and just waited for his orders. The China trip had not materialized out of the blue, of course, but I should have waited to learn the details of his plans. According to Olo, Ramon had taken the bulk of his men, most of them Cuban, on a long exploratory training march. Papi Martinez Tamayo, who had been with us in Havana and Salta, was with them. I was supposed to have come in January or at the end of March, not at the beginning. It was March 6, 1967. The group who had come to fetch the provisions consisted of 4 or 5 men. This was something they did regularly between base camp and the Casa de Colomina, an operation they called the gondola. Gondola is the name country folk in Bolivia give to the buses which do the round trips between provincial towns and cities. People use them not only to travel from place to place, but also to carry their produce, animals, furniture, everything they need for family life and commerce. The gondola carrying food and equipment between the base camp and the finca was done 2 or 3 times a week. Including us foreigners and the caretaker's men, it was a pretty big column. We began by fording the Nankawazu River a couple of times because it made an S-bend at that point before heading northwards. The river was rough and difficult, sandwiched between rocks and jungle-clad cliffs. Once the S-bends had been left behind, the river itself became the path, against the current, to the northeast. In a few places, trails ran along the river bank, otherwise the main part of the journey meant wading from one side of the river to the other, over stones and the odd sandy beach. We did not have rucksacks, so we carried our stuff in jute sacks on our backs. My lack of training, and a few extra kilos, began to make itself felt and, after a couple of hours, I was on the verge of collapse. As often happened to me in Salta, just when I was about to throw in the towel, Olo called a halt. We did a bit of shooting practice and the Frenchman showed he knew how to use a gun, shooting a turkey or some such. In the late afternoon, after about 8 hours marching, we reached a place where gentle rocks rose from the river and embedded themselves in the jungle, like a beach of pink granite. There, on the right-hand side, the column left the river and climbed into the trees, skipping from stone to stone, leaving no tracks. After a few meters, we reached an almost invisible path, like an animal track, turning leftwards, and another 100 meters further up was a vantage point from which you could see how the river below took a right-angled turn to the left, and on the bend out of the forest appeared the crystalline waters of a stream. The path continued to climb steeply along the right-hand side of the stream, until it delved so deeply into the jungle that the roar of its waters disappeared. We noticed trenches had been dug there to control the passage up the path. There was also a sentry post that the column passed with brief greetings and jokes. We came to the first installations of the base camp, set up on a kind of plateau between the hills and the stream. It comprised areas of cleared land, new ditches, a criollo bread oven mounted on tree trunk trestles, the outline of a corral, some pawichis, rudimentary huts of poles tied together, and a wooden table and benches under an awning. A little further away was a kind of amphitheater which served as an aula magna for meetings, and in between each bit of infrastructure the ground had been cleared of undergrowth, and hammocks hung from trees with room for rucksacks underneath. There were not many people about, doubtless because of guard duty and the gondola itself, but those who were there gathered together, and introductions, via nicknames, were made. We became Danton and Carlos, the name on my passport. The caretaker's name, Antonio, was the same as Olo Pantoja's pseudonym, but two guerrillas could not have the same nom de guerre. So the real Antonio became Leon, because he had defended the finca bravely all this time, like a lion. As well as Olo, there was another Cuban, Arturo, the telecommunications man, who turned out to be Poppy's brother. Then there were old-timers, like Nato and Camba, and some new arrivals who nobody knew anything about except that they all belonged to a pro-Chinese group led by another Guevara, Moises, a miners' leader, and a trio of Peruvian internationalists, a Dr. El Negro, Eustaquio, and their leader El Chino. While food was being prepared, Nato, the quartermaster, handed out hammocks, mosquito nets and blankets, and we made our nests. After the meal, everyone bar the sentries got together on the steps of the amphitheater for a bit of socializing, music courtesy of a portable radio tuned into Radio Habana Cuba. The mood created by the rhythmic guaraches was a bit surreal, as if we had been transported to the gardens of the Tropicana. In the middle of this fantasy, Tanya suddenly delved into her bag and brought out a packet of photos that she handed to Antonio, the camp commander. He handed them round to those present, most of them bewildered Bolivians, and the people in the photos were identified, as well as the time and place. When the photos reached me, I could not believe my eyes. There was Che in various guises, without a beard, with a few weeks' growth, with his head shaven, with short hair. Also in the photos, all perfectly recognizable, were Poppy and lots of others who were mostly not Bolivian, but also some rather inopportune Bolivians like Mario Monge, secretary of the Bolivian Communist Party, young Loyola Guzman and Rodolfo Saldamna, our contacts in the city. Even some of those present were there, Antonio, Nato, Arturo, Coco, and Tanya herself, taken in the very places we had come through. For me, acting instinctively was an occupational hazard. I was not a professional intelligence officer, but the little I knew about security and the responsibilities I had been given made me jump up immediately and take Olo aside. I told him I thought what was happening was outrageous, a really dangerous mistake. I said there were would-be guerrilla recruits present, who should not have access to information like that, let alone pictures, and I wanted to register my disapproval. It amounted to a potential threat because if there were subsequent problems, nobody could say they didn't know. Olo was petrified and ordered the photos returned immediately, making Tanya responsible for checking they were all there, not an easy task because there were 4 or 5 roles. Olo undertook an immediate public self-criticism. Debray confessed to having been astonished by a whole series of violations of the most elementary security norms, saying that the journey had been a comedy of errors, except when Carlos had intervened, then and now. He supported my intervention. The next morning, during breakfast, hunting groups were organized. The Frenchman and I were in the same team and we set off upriver accompanied by Julio, a young Bolivian doctor. We went as far as a place called Pampa del Tigre and spent the whole day there without bagging anything. We returned, dying of hunger, in the late afternoon, to help with the evening chores. It was Tuesday the 13th, and if it had not already been an inauspicious date, it certainly deserved to be now. When we sat down to eat at 6 o'clock, some of the hunters had still not returned. An hour later, we found disturbing signs indicating that Moises Guevara's men had deserted. They had left a note for another of their group to the effect that they were leaving. The 2 of them had been sent off alone with a special .22 caliber Winchester hunting rifle. Antonio was beside himself and yelled at Moises, supposedly responsible for his people. After a few nervous deliberations with Nato and Arturo, he ordered someone to return to the finca immediately, against the wishes of Moises who wanted to go himself, and tell Leon to go to Camarai to warn Coco, unless he came across the deserters first, that is. Moises would go with him as far as the Casa de Colomina and bring back news. What on earth had gone wrong? How could something like this happen to a project of such magnitude, with such experienced revolutionaries? The explanation could be the one Moises proffered, somewhat incoherently. During Carnival, people go missing, and when the time came to leave for the jungle, he could not find the men he had organized to join up with. Indians are like that, he said. Moises had replaced them with just anybody he could find, dragging them away from their traditional fiesta. But you cannot deny other factors which turn political declamations into something closer to wishful thinking than reality. A wave of revolutionary dreaming and individualism swept away all vestiges of seriousness, because the political struggle became a way of life that gave militants prestige. In many cases, the personal sacrifice was genuine and they paid for frustrating experiences with their lives, but their hopes and yearnings distorted reality. After the dazzling example of the Cuba Revolution, the tendency to imitate zoomed off into the realms of the absurd. Moreover, links to the island, contacts, and revolutionary ties were flaunted. They brought invitations and other advantages, because the official Cuban connection was always with the communist parties. And to achieve these links, abilities, resources, and offers were often embellished. When the time came to honor obligations, they had to show not only the purest of convictions, but also short-term promises of glory and immediate gratification. If principles failed, there was nothing for it but to recruit the unemployed in chicha bars, for money. Moises returned at dawn with no news from the front. There was no sign of the fugitives at the finca, so all we could do was wait for the return of Leon from Camarai. Antonio mobilized our scarce manpower to keep lookouts on the river and to devise an emergency plan in case of invasion. He started to worry about the visitors, as they began to call us, Debre, Chino the Peruvian, Tanya and myself, and wanted us out of any potential harm's way until Che came back. A team led by NATO went exploring and found a place for a rearguard camp by following the trail Che and the absent guerrillas had taken upstream to the north. Depending on Leon's news, we would either stay at base camp or evacuate it and move further up into the mountains. Leon appeared with Coco a couple of days later, and we learned that the deserters were already in the hands, first of the police and then the army, so Coco had decided to fall back to base camp with Leon. I learned the full details of this episode many months later from Leon while he was sharing one of the brand new cells in Camarai jail with Regis and me. However, given its crucial importance, I'll describe it now, modifying my aim of writing only about what I have seen myself. What happened was that when Antonio sent Leon after the deserters, he told him to follow their trail and to kill them if he found them. He gave him a .38 caliber revolver which was easy to carry. The order could be considered a normal military action in time of war for agents trained in the art, but not all the requisites were present in these particular circumstances. The war had not started and the recruits were still peasants or miners, who had taken up arms for a political ideal of justice and fraternity. Leon, who had hardly slept for the past few days and had twice done the journey upriver to base camp, managed nevertheless to catch up with the two men. He left the finca, passed surreptitiously by the treacherous neighbor without seeing anything amiss, and carried on to Lagunillas, a small village halfway to Camarai. Figuring that the fugitives would be as exhausted as he was, he went to the hostel, a big old house where a Kala family rented out space on the floor to travelers, who might arrive in the middle of the night and then settle up the next morning. He found the two men sleeping in the interior patio, huddled up together on the straw. Leon was not prepared for a mission of this kind. I don't think anyone is. These were not proven criminals or torturers, after all. He shone his lantern on them but they did not move, so he lay on the floor between them and the door, gun in hand, and waited for daylight. When the cocks crowed in the dawn, he talked to the frozen deserters, who attempted to trivialize the situation. We couldn't bear all that menial work and guard duty, there was barely any food and no money. We were hired for more important work so we could send wages to our families, but all they did was boss us about all the time. Leon tried to convince them to go back and demand that promises be kept, those responsible would surely keep them. No way. They wanted to go home. They did not even have the bus fare to Oruro, however, and were going to sell the rifle. Leon proposed giving them money for the journey in Camarai, because selling the rifle would cause problems. He appealed to the miners' traditional solidarity in the struggle against exploitative bosses and asked them not to do any more damage because it would rebound on them afterwards. They agreed a rendezvous in Camarai, and Leon left to get there as fast as he could. A lorry driver may have given him a lift part of the way. Luckily he found Coco quickly in Camarai. But Coco had no money either. Che had ordered all the money to be kept by the guerrillas since the police had already searched the finca. Coco borrowed money from the woman who was his cover in the town, but the deserters did not turn up at the rendezvous. The police had already arrested them when they tried to sell the rifle to someone, who then denounced them. Coco asked around and found out that the army had claimed the prisoners were under their jurisdiction. At this point, he and Leon decided to return to the camp. Clearly it would only be a matter of time before the army advanced on the base camp, the whereabouts of which would have been described by the prisoners. Antonio carried out his plan of retreat for us, and Tanya, Debray, Chino and I left the base camp accompanied by Julio, and someone else I can't remember. The route was easy along the bed of the stream which provided the base camp with water and ran through the jungle without obstacles. Then, about halfway along, where there was a waterfall called the elevator, the stream disappeared into the sand in places, only to re-emerge, filtered. Its source was at the head of the ravine about 3 hours' trek away, in mountains that lose their jungle cover as they go northwards. There, to the left of the nascent trickle of water, in a discreet hollow in the hillside, plagued by insects and thorn bushes, we set up our refugee camp, at a spot we called El Oso after a bear that Debray had killed during the days of waiting and hunting. It was duly stewed with maize and eaten despite its strong wild taste. 26. The Prophet in Tatters. Antonio decided that our presence in the rearguard should be of some real use. Our role would be to maintain an advanced post that Che's vanguard group would come across before it descended the ravine to the base camp. What we had to tell them might influence their decisions and save them the trouble of going down and perhaps coming back up the steep slope. So, early the next morning, Debray and I took on this task. On the right side of the stream, emerging at the foot of the hills, was a path that may originally have been an animal track but which was now used by men in boots who left their imprints in the mud. The climb was diabolically difficult, aggravated by the mass of bald tree roots which made the slope very slippery, as the vegetation struggled to get a hold on the almost vertical wall and extended its roots underneath the trunks. Just when we thought our lungs would burst, the jungle began to thin out, and we set up our observation post. We saw the path continue upwards until it disappeared from sight and we thought we were near the summit. It was a dry but very hot day, and it seemed as if the only water around was that dripping from our own bodies. A cloud of mosquitoes, or rather, of countless species of mosquitoes, enveloped us all day. We tied handkerchiefs round everything, smoked, and furiously waved branches, but all to no avail. We went back down in the late afternoon and found all hell had broken loose. Apparently, the advance guard of Che's column had followed the course of the river and had gone straight to the finca. When the group leader, a Cuban commandante called Marcos, came up to the base camp, he ordered it to be evacuated. He also told 3 men, including El Negro, the Peruvian doctor, to take food and emergency supplies, and to go to meet Che's column. The weather had been appalling and the column had suffered a series of catastrophes, including deaths. Heavy rains had made the river crossings dangerous, rafts with equipment on board had sunk, a third of the column had lost their boots, and even their clothes, and the effort had sapped their energy. The men's health had been affected by lack of food. They were suffering the physical effects of malnutrition, which meant that their legs and feet were so swollen some of them could barely walk. At dusk, a solitary guerrilla called Rolando came by. He had managed to swim the river and he too had orders to send food urgently. Fortunately, someone, perhaps Tanya, knew him. Rolando confirmed the bad news. We were all worried about the state of our compañero's health. The slope now seemed even steeper, tougher, and interminable than before. On the second day, we had reached a higher lookout point than on the first, but now we needed to climb to a plateau even further up, double the distance, to get the clearest possible view of the route the guerrilla column would be returning by. We wanted to see them the minute they appeared in the distance and perhaps receive some signal. After over an hour of very hard climbing, leaving the tropical vegetation behind, we reached the crest of the hill, to be faced with a most unusual spectacle. A sea of hillocks, like dunes in the desert, as far as the eye could see, floating in a kind of watercress salad, the jungle, which seemed to waft towards the summits or flee from them chased by the wind. The whole panorama spread out before us, although it was not clear if this gave us an optical advantage or just made the experience surreal. The hours drifted by slowly and peacefully, like the clouds. The only things that seemed to have any life in them were the sun's shadows which moved over the hills and ravines, defining the topography of the landscape. In the late afternoon, we saw two little figures, like cartoon ants, walking on two legs and carrying a backpack with the other two. Silhouetted in black, they appeared and disappeared between the dunes, far away, at the very back of the picture. The Frenchman and I ran down, took up our positions and lay in wait. When they were a few meters away I cried halt. I had no doubt they were compañeros. But we did not know how they would react, since the first thing they saw of me was the weapon pointing at them. As if it were the most natural thing in the world, they said they had been sent on ahead by Ramon, to prepare food, and asked after Rolando. I let them pass, telling them they would find more people down below, and maybe Rolando in the stream. They carried on, saying the main body of the column would not be long in coming. The column was gradually taking shape and, despite the distance, we could see how it was organized, and we noted the rapid energy of a small advance guard which from time to time disappeared off to the sides, returned to the path, and then stopped and went back, yet always advancing. At the same time, an Indian file of men followed slowly without stopping. Members of a phantasmagorical platoon approached us, as if from another world. We had got to our feet, and were standing motionless, leaning on our rifles, with no thought of any absurd ritual of passwords or greetings. And the feeling was mutual. The first men passed us as if we were statues and went to sit on the largest stones behind us. One man walked straight up to me. He had a rifle on his shoulder, a 1930s anarchist's cap on his head, thin beard, and pipe hanging from the corner of his mouth. It was Che. His clothes were torn to shreds, a trouser leg was missing, the right sleeve of his khaki shirt hung in tatters but was perfectly buttoned at the wrist. It was not just any old combat uniform. He was wearing the clothes of universal misery, threadbare and filthy. Pockets bulging with papers and pencils, map holder crosswise, and rucksack full to bursting. Behind him, the only person emitting annoying noises, incongruent and rather vulgar, was Poppy, who as soon as he thought I could hear, that is, at about 30 meters, walked along proffering abuse. "Pilau, you're fat. Prrr, prrr. You'll soon lose that flab here," and prrr, with irreverent raspberries and snorts. Che came up to where I was standing paralyzed. I hate formal expressions of affection, and my usual reaction is to say nothing. He took off his rucksack, leaving it on the ground, his M2 leaning against it, and we fell into a prolonged silent embrace. Neither of us said anything, nor did the spectators. I thought I heard the beating of at least one heart. Head on my shoulder, his mouth next to my ear, he said, breaking the silence, "That must be the Frenchman." Debray was behind me, still standing among the rocks. As I took a step back, I managed an unnecessary gesture of introduction. Che greeted him cordially, then walked on a little and sat down on a stone to rest. He seemed to gather strength, or rage. A series of deliberations with his men demonstrated what we would be seeing from now on, a mechanism of command that worked with a minimum of discussion. Uppermost in his mind was to reach the camp at the bottom of the slope and eat. I heard orders given to someone going to the base camp, send enough provisions to cook all night. After a few playful hugs, Poppy presented me to society, introducing me to the rest of the troops. It was amazing the expectations that our presence raised, not as individuals, but for what we represented in Che's subsequent plans. Poppy gave me a rundown of what had happened on the march. Some events were tragic, like the men who drowned and the sinking rafts, others were pitiful, like guerrillas reduced to their underwear and walking barefoot, their feet wrecked. But Poppy was an inveterate optimist and, for him, catastrophes were mere contingencies of the struggle. A significant change was palpable now. The atmosphere was electric and orders were given and executed as if we were on a boat in the middle of a storm. The guerrillas headed off down the path leading to the carpet of jungle below, but we had to wait to be relieved of our duties, since the rearguard with the men in worst physical shape was yet to arrive. When our guard duty finished, before night fell, we slid down that damned slope and, guided by the light of the campfire, arrived in time to witness a terrible scene. Che was not mincing his words. He was haranguing his group of silent men, men who had moved heaven and earth to get back to camp only to discover that, in their absence, things had kicked off, that now the war would be won by fighting, that the maximum sacrifice would be required, that they had not been chosen to come on a picnic, that no one was to retreat without fighting the enemy, and that anyone not in agreement should say so now and be expelled immediately, because from now on, anyone leaving would be shot. He told NATO, "Go and tell everybody I forbid them to come up here, I want everyone back at the base camp, or even further back." I had guard duty at 2 in the morning, so after eating my ration of stew, I took refuge under my nylon sheeting, in the concave space reserved for my private universe, my hammock. Come what may, I needed to sleep. 27. A war is won by fighting. The outlook was gloomy. There was no longer any room for doubt, this was an immediate and operative guerrilla army, not a long-term project. And the man who had unleashed revolutionary passions throughout the continent, like a gust of wind whisking up dry leaves, was back in charge. It was incredible to see those around me acting with such carelessness, and excessive confidence. Battle was about to begin prematurely and, although it could be argued that this was not only inevitable, but also this army's raison d'être, there is no doubt that the actual decision to enter the fray, to fight, was the strategic prerogative of the commander, in order to keep the initiative and march on to victory. At the stage of preliminary exercises and accumulation of forces, prior to establishing long-term emergency plans and becoming independent of its urban support network by consolidating different contact and supply routes, a guerrilla force is inward-looking and stuck in a dilemma. Contact with the outside world is the guerrilla's Gordian knot. It has to exist but is always the weakest link in the chain. In this case, all the intermediaries between the guerrillas and the outside world were now up in the mountains, incorporated into the guerrilla nucleus. That is, they no longer existed as external operatives. Tanya, the strategic contact who should have been fulfilling her most important role during the prolonged build-up to military action, staying buried in enemy territory, was also in the mountains. There was absolutely no way of communicating since the radio was not working. The panorama was depressing. The Cuban combatants, however, were enthusiastic and optimistic. They were fresh from a remembered victory in the Sierra Maestra, and although some of them had also been involved in the failed operation in the Congo, they had come out alive and more determined than ever. Nevertheless, they did not hide the differences they observed, especially since they now had experience of the huge distances involved, and the other overwhelming geographic factors. But the Cuban victory and its subsequent success had filled them with a fatal sense of omnipotence that would not brook pessimistic assessments, or even realistic ones. I heard more than once that the struggle would be intense, but that victory was certain, in no more than 3 or 4 years, against Yankee imperialism and the armies of its neighbors. This tendency to hugely underestimate the task was not of Che's doing. He never tired of saying that in all probability none of us would live to see the victory. The reason for Che's rage was the decision taken by Marcos, commander of the vanguard column, to move the lines of defense away from the base camp, thus abandoning it to its fate. Marcos had previously ignored Che's orders by allowing a group of oil workers to see his column deep in the jungle by the river, and then disobeying express orders by continuing on openly to the Casa de Colomina, which had already been raided by the police. Che had originally hoped to establish the foco in the region clandestinely, but with local people reporting the presence of bearded men drying clothes, banknotes, weapons, and military-style footwear, it was not surprising that within a week news had reached, by various routes, the 4th Army Division headquarters in Camarai. Such reports gave additional credibility to the version told them by the deserters, taken prisoner only a few days after Marcos's piece of theater by the river. Che could not know this for sure, but he guessed it pretty accurately. The army had put 2 and 2 together and started investigating these reports and other connected rumors. Within a couple of months, despite some initial setbacks, the army had taken control of the military situation. The strategic initiative of the guerrilla foco could not be implemented. Che was on the defensive before he had even finished drawing up his plans. If security norms are ignored and you are put on a premature war footing, if you don't want to retreat in disarray, and hand over a strategic position, then you have to fight. That is the reason Che was so livid. It meant his basic plan to continue on to Argentina had been put in jeopardy. It was not a cold fury, chewed over alone. No, the outburst was reiterated to any emissary arriving from outside. I forbid you to come here. A war is one fighting. His fury made his voice hoarse. The kitchen, or center of operations, was a constant hub of agitation. But there was little comfort to be found, and the line of guilty parties waiting to see Che was long: Tanya, who had arrived and stayed without permission, Antonio, who was in charge of the acephalous camp, Arturo, the radio operator without a working radio, and various furtive food thieves, some moaners and some real complainers. The expedition now had more losses than gains: 2 fatal accidents, weapons and equipment sunk, and half the men in bad physical shape, with serious symptoms of malnutrition, swollen legs and feet, intestines full of parasites and constant diarrhea. None of this was insuperable for the Cuban veterans, or for anyone with time to get used to the physical and mental demands of this kind of life. But it coincided with chaos in the camp, and only a rigid exercise of power could put the project back on course. From now on, what was needed was not distance from the camp, but a return to it. Not fleeing from the enemy but facing it. When we arrived back at sunset, the camp was almost empty, although another hammock was hanging where mine had been. I looked around for a new place, one with 2 good trees spaced far enough apart. I was considering the advantages of a new spot between 2 big trunks, albeit covered in thorny undergrowth, when a Cuban, who had arrived with the expedition the previous day laden like a mule, came up to where I was assessing the spot and nodded his approval. There was room for 2 hammocks, so he took out a machete from his rucksack and attacked the undergrowth with the efficiency of a true gardener, turning the inhospitable place into a first-class suite with his well-aimed blows. He talked incessantly: Cono, Chico. So you're Pilau? Let me tell you, the big man was really happy, knowing you were here. Now we can start work, he said. You know. I don't want anything to happen to him, he said. Urbano, aka Captain Leonardo Tamayo Núñez, was one of Che's bodyguard cum assistants. He had been with him since the Sierra Maestra, where he was known as the Commandante's wing-footed messenger. He was one of the survivors. His enthusiastic confidences showed me the way the wind was blowing. 28. Back at the camp on the Nancawazoo. From the moment Che returned to the base camp, it lost its former peaceful and bucolic air, as if the chief electrician had suddenly illuminated the stage. The actors entered and exited on cue, without changing the dramatic tension centered on the figure of the furious commander. Some were dispatched on exploratory missions and others were summoned urgently. When Marcos and Antonio arrived, the mood of exacerbation reached unusual levels of violence. I had often tried to imagine the strength of character that a legendary figure must have in order to maintain, in moments like this, a degree of influence over tough men with strong characters. Not only prestige, which in Che's case was perfectly clear because of his own ethical behavior, but also uncompromising rigor, regardless of hierarchy or rank. I had thought of the thrall in which Alexander the Great held hundreds of thousands of starving men, prostrate before him before he was even 20 years old. Or the young Napoleon. I'd always assumed that there is a mixture of intelligence, example, and justice to which men react unconditionally. And this was the case here. They knew him, first and foremost, as a just leader, who never demanded anything he was not prepared to do himself. They knew he was impartial when it came to applying rules and meting out punishment, even when he himself might be affected. They had seen him accept the most difficult challenges and had grown accustomed to seeing that, in the end, he would be right. At this late hour, in his ragged clothes, moving around a circle formed by his motionless, dejected fighters, he seemed totally alone. Facing an irreversible fait accompli, not caused by incompetence, as might have been expected, but by carelessness and pride, was more than he could tolerate. He was there because of a grand ideal for which he would fight to the bitter end, to end injustice at the cost of his own life. If those who wanted to join him could not leave aside their personal ambitions, he would prefer to be alone. But just because certain behavior is normal, even common among campaign commanders, it does not mean that expressing anger openly, even crudely, causes any less bitterness. Che's former subordinates, those closest to him during his Cuban exploits, some of whom came to Argentina and some who could not come because they were black, and even commandantes of other columns in the Sierra Maestra, all wilted spiritually at his outbursts. Yet all followed his orders devotedly and were ready to give their lives for the privilege of fighting with him. It is hard to remember the past without falsifying the moment. It is not legitimate. I try to stick to the emotion I sensed, the tension I felt as a spectator, what I remember vibrating in the air like a harsh reproach. No one tried to escape the rage being unleashed, instead they tried to make their presence felt somehow, and guess where the needle of the barometer was pointing. Some felt tears of life streaming down their cheeks, disappearing into their parched beards, as if their souls were watering the relentless drought. Others looked in solidarity at the victims. Then they closed ranks around their leader, bruised but happy. The crucial thing, then, was to regain the initiative, and this needed some good field work, to find out exactly what was happening, what the army's movements were, and to what extent these had affected the guerrillas' control of their positions. Che devoted what was left of the day to planning meetings with his commanders, who immediately went to see that tasks were carried out, while the night fell upon the camp as military preparations intensified. Some cooked, some mended clothes or cleaned their guns, or made inventories of the ammunition and equipment coming in and going out. It was back to work. I was part of the protective ambush set up at the entrance to the base camp, between the rocks and branches at the bend in the river. There was so much work to be done simultaneously that it was all hands to the pump, guerrillas and visitors alike, all except the very ill. It was not the ideal place to digest the heavy stew we had just eaten. Legs soaked from the knees down, boots like compressed ice, and horseflies and mosquitoes acting like a fifth column, it was torture to remain in a crouching position. To cap it all, as soon as the sun goes down, it is freezing in the jungle. I was shivering. Was it just the cold? 29. Che reiterates his strategic objective, Argentina. Sleeping curled up in a hammock under the nylon sheeting an inch from the face, held by a taut rope down the middle creating a sloping roof with the 4 points attached to the nearest undergrowth, was a very gratifying experience. When it rains, the rhythm of the raindrops lulls you to sleep, and your dreams soften the implacable harshness of reality. The pleasure does not last, a shift of guard duty breaks it in two. Sleep is reduced almost to nothing, the voice of the sentry saying reveille, with a more or less amiable shove, wakes us from our warm reverie. The first around the fire would stress their voluntarism and accept tasks immediately. But the order of the day would be transmitted by Pombo or someone else, after Che had met with each of his commanders. A group charged with exploring the Casa de Colomina, now in army hands, was to leave immediately, together with those relieving the advanced ambush. There were other tasks too, but the 4 visitors were at Che's disposal, and he wanted to begin a round of discussions that same day. The first to be summoned was Chino from Peru, with whom Che had already started talking when he arrived at the previous camp at El Oso, but the conversation had not been finished. An hour later, Debray replaced Chino. After midday, Che came to get me, the conference with Debray being over. He said, "Let's find a place over there in the shade." We walked towards the stream and found a clearing to sit in, like a picnic lunch. Tiny midges were standing in for the mosquitoes. They are perhaps even worse, although mosquitoes seem to be like the Republican presidents of the United States, the last one is always the worst. Without more ado, he asked me, already in work mode, "I want you to tell me what Tanya told you when she met you in Cordoba." "That you wanted to see me," I replied. "No, no. I want you to tell me how she said it to you." "In her own words." "Ah, well. She said, 'Che wants to see you.'" His reaction was devastating. He jumped up shouting, "Tanya, Tanya," and went back towards the camp. "Tell Tanya to come here, right now." As if to show he intended to compare the versions, he walked back to where I was, although he remained standing, while I asked myself if I might have changed the wording. But no. I was sure, also because I remember being surprised that some meticulous codes created for our contacts and communiques had been passed over just like that. Tanya arrived a couple of minutes later, crashing through the undergrowth with gusto as she smiled happily, doubtless thinking she had been invited to the conclave. Her face changed from enthusiasm to consternation when Che started to question her angrily, "What did I tell you to say to Pelado when you met him in Cordoba?" "That you wanted to see him," said Tanya. "No, no. Repeat what I told you to say." "In the same words." Tanya tried to recall, unsuccessfully, a moment that, in all probability, had escaped her among the thousands of messages, recommendations, security norms, passwords, and phone calls that she had to remember when she left on one of those missions. "What was it you had to say?" he insisted. "Who wanted to see him?" "Well," remembered Tanya. "Your former boss wants to see you." Recalling the words literally only made things worse for Tanya. "And why the fuck didn't you do it?" "What the fuck do I tell you things for?" "It's the same old indiscipline, not listening to my orders." And he went on with a tirade of insults against such practices. Tanya had begun to snivel apologetically, explaining that she thought it was all right to talk to me frankly because she had never been checked out so thoroughly as she had been in Cordoba, when he started off again, more harshly, "Just like now, you've come here, where you shouldn't be. Overriding my orders. We're going to have a serious talk." And he sent her off angrily, implacable, despite the fact that Tanya was going, dragging not only her wings, but her soul. There was a pause for him to fill his pipe and savor the strong Santa Cruz tobacco, and for me to devote myself to the tribulations of an exploring ant, which served as environmental relaxation. We sat down again, and renewed the conversation. "And what would you have thought?" "That Massetti had risen from the grave somehow, or that it was you," I replied. "And what would you have done?" "Come, of course," I replied. Such a surreal scene deserves some explanation. Readers may be surprised by the excessive importance given to semantics. The key is the ambiguity surrounding the sender of the message. If I thought that Massetti, rather than Che, had been resurrected and had rushed to see him, as I would have done, imagining him to be in a state of utter helplessness, with no documents, in hiding, or planning to return to the armed struggle, it would mean, in fact, that the project in itself and my participation in it was important, despite the defeat of the Salta guerrillas and my disagreement with some of Massetti's mistakes. If, on the contrary, I understood that Che had sent the message, and I came, as I had done, it meant explicitly that the project and the leader were indivisible, independently of what had happened in the past. It is not difficult to see that he had hoped to see in my reaction a response of much greater scope. My arrival, after that cryptic summons, would have been an implicit and explicit response to that expectation of his. Che began, strategic objective. Seizing power in Argentina. Do you agree? Of course, I replied. I want to enter Argentina through the area you were exploring, with 2 columns of about 100 men, Argentines, in the space of no more than 2 years. Your work from now on will be to send them to me. I want you to coordinate what needs to be done to get the people here, the logistics of it. Try to maintain your cover as long as you can, before you are forced to join us as well. Do you agree? Of course, I repeated. Actually, I didn't know what else to say. The decisions taken by the EGP leadership in Argentina before I left for Bolivia were clear, but confusing. My mandate stressed the fact that, after the Salta disaster, we were not in a position to send inexperienced youngsters to a region without a political or military infrastructure to guarantee a minimally functioning guerrilla force. The area was immense and riddled with border police, lords of the frontier passes, and of course the terrified minds of the few inhabitants. To start in that area would be to immediately confront the best trained combat force in the country's repressive apparatus with one that had only moderately good training and firepower. It would be repeating what had already happened, being isolated, without military capability, supply infrastructure, and, even worse now, without a rear guard. Our national leadership in Argentina rejected the idea of a FOCO. They were not, however, thinking of a plan like this, under Che's direct leadership. This is what, for me, complicated the mandate I was charged with. Moreover, I was bound by the personal commitment I had made in Havana. Was finance available for putting into action a project of such importance? Che was reluctant to go into this. He said he did not want his plans to depend on money from the Cuban Revolution, but understood that it was inevitable at this stage, which was why we had to look after every cent. There must on no account be a repetition of the money squandered in Venezuela, which had cost Cuba millions of dollars. The main task was to reinforce and sustain the base here in Bolivia, where he thought columns from different countries could receive their baptism of fire, then, when the moment came, go home and continue the struggle. The idea would acquire mythical proportions. Truth to tell, however, we were at an impasse. Tanya came under fire again when I told him that she had wanted me to come either immediately in that week in January, or at the end of February, beginning of March. Now they could not get me out until they saw how the situation with the police or army was unfolding. But there would be no contact with La Paz unless someone went there personally, so I would have to do it. But Poppy and I needed to tie up all the ends to do with Argentina, and I had to work with Pombo on supplies. Tying up the loose ends was not a problem. It was a question of creativity, ingenuity, passwords, drop boxes, variable methods of contacts, what to do in emergencies, checking and security systems, indirect communication, appropriate symbolism, classified ads instead of telephone numbers. Poppy and I agreed on a basic system that we would try out and keep polishing. It was a great help that he had been in Argentina with us and knew our urban network. Harry Villegas, or Pombo, the nickname he was given in the Congo, was another veteran of Che's column in Cuba. He would also be one of the survivors. In the camp, he was chief of logistics, and called all the shots by being in charge of supplies. The work conversation I had with him was like being in a surrealist play, and we let it go after a while. On the one hand, the gorilla's indispensable priorities: food, footwear, uniforms, and medicine. On the other, the ideal amount of goods to be stored, in batches. For example, 10 sacks of flour, 10 of lentils, 10 of beans, 10 of sugar, tins of coffee, fat, oil, 100 pairs of large-size boots, 100 rucksacks, well, 2 or 3 tons at least, with a military cordon around us and no fixed abode. My question was, what tree do I leave it under? We stopped there, because we were already into realms of fantasy. What with contacts with La Paz and the rest of the world cut off indefinitely, and nobody knowing where the gorilla would be next week. When we finished our chat, Che had told me to go after Tanya, because he thought he had been hard on her. Comfort her and help her. I'm in no mood for niceties, he said. There was a different, more animated, mood in the air, a sense of fair weather in the offing, calm and enjoyable, the feeling you get, without knowing why, when spring is on its way. Che gave orders that we be supplied with our own weapons, not borrow them for guard duty or hunting as we had done previously. I got an M2 automatic rifle and 100 rounds of ammunition, which I had to carry in a sock, and the rest of the visitors, including Tanya, got an M1. We walked round the camp checking out the infrastructure. When we passed the amphitheater, Che announced that classes would be starting. He told Tanya to take some photos. Anecdotes and comments about his presumed disappearance from the Cuban scene, and the surprise that his reappearance in Nankawazu would be, took the place of champagne bubbles. 30. The First Battle, March 23, 1967. I was on guard duty until midnight and Che kept me company, reiterating quietly what we had talked about that morning. We gradually turned to more personal matters, however, as if this kind of family stuff could not be dealt with during working hours. He said that, obviously, he could not give me letters to take, but I could perhaps visit his father, if I could find a way that was 100% discreet. His mother had died while he was in the Congo and he had been unable to make a single visible gesture of grief for her. The same thing could happen in reverse. I could also contact his sister Ana Maria and tell her everything she wanted to know. He suggested I visit Ana Maria Oliver, a prestigious Argentine writer whom he had met in Havana and admired very much. She could, he thought, represent him with dignity among Argentine intellectuals in order to promote the revolutionary struggle and its aims. The conversation was very nostalgic, and unusually intimate. He talked about his Cuban family too, his children, whom he had barely had time to kiss goodbye. He asked me about mine, about my daughters, ending with a paradox: the ideal situation for a revolutionary guerrilla is to be single, with no family, despite the fact that everything that moves us to take action is related to life and family. The change of guard duty shift sent us to bed. At around 9 the next morning Coco Peredu arrived, all agitated, with the news that the army had fallen into our ambush. A provisional report indicated there were several dead, some injured, and a major, a captain and many soldiers taken prisoner. It looked like a big military victory. Che, sitting on a log in the kitchen, banged his thighs with both hands, and getting to his feet, stated, as if he'd just been told he'd won the lottery, "The war has started. I'm going to smoke a pipe of the best tobacco." The statement sounded a little untimely, but it was no doubt said to lift the spirits of the new recruits, all waiting for something to happen. Personally, deep down inside, I knew a chapter of my life had closed, that I had to leave behind those precious things, love, life, and the mere curiosity about man's fate. Another chapter had begun, one fraught with dangers, with no option but to fight or die. My plans had been knocked sideways, and what should have been a mission of huge responsibility for me, tied to the Argentine project, had been stymied by harsh reality. I had some experience of getting out of a conflict zone against the odds, like someone transplanted from one century to another, completely removed from the social and geographic context. But crossing the lines of an army thirsting to revenge some unexpected deaths was something altogether different. A synchronized buzz of rapid activity began. Messengers came and went. A couple of doctors left to attend to the injured soldiers, and a group of porters went off to fetch captured equipment and bring it back to camp immediately. Che called Alejandro, one of the Cubans in the sickbay, and told him to take charge of interrogating the captured officers. Looking at me, a useless spectator just standing there, he said, "Go with him and listen to what is said. I'm afraid there may be some confusion because of the way Bolivians speak. But don't open your mouth or they'll immediately know you're Argentine." With his brown beard and light eyes, Alejandro was an impressive figure. His real name was Gustavo Machin, a Cuban commandante, Che's deputy at the Ministry of Industry, and now our camp's head of operations. He was wearing a coffee-colored fedora he had no doubt worn on the flight to Bolivia and had not yet resigned himself to jettisoning. It gave him a romantic air, which tied in nicely with his amiable manner. His legs were very swollen, and the difficulty he had walking meant we didn't get to where the prisoners were being held until after midday. It was in a sort of gully, where the river was boxed in by crags and cliffs eroded by the current, which had uncovered the roots of huge trees and left them hanging in the air, ready to fall at any time. A scene of chaos greeted us. The sonorous reality of nature, rhythmic and secret, was broken by the groans of the injured and fearsome voices of the victors. Alejandro established his interrogation room in a clearing. We agreed I would play the role of assistant and look after security. Some fallen logs were arranged a bit like an open-air tribunal, and he sat down on one of them. He told me to bring in the prisoners one by one. We started with the major not only in rank but in age and girth, who suffered from depression and tachycardia. In my efforts not to say anything, I communicated with him by signs, helped by grunts and the barrel of my gun, to indicate the way he should behave and what he had to do. But the method had too many police connotations, and I disliked it more than he did. Alejandro inquired after his health, since he seemed about to suffer from apoplexy, and talked to him very calmly, as if reprimanding him for taking a wrong turn at his age and keeping bad company. The good man agreed, and promised to leave the army. He swore his mission was surveying land for road construction. Alejandro scolded him gently, "In the river? And since when have mortars been used to build roads?" The major ended up explaining the army's operational plan. Accumulated reports of sightings and denunciations had indeed confirmed the presence of guerrillas at Nancawazoo. "Take the major away and bring the captain," ordered Alejandro. I returned with the latter, younger and thinner, also more frightened, and manifesting a disposition to collaborate fully, which he proceeded to do because, he said, he had a brother studying in Cuba and he himself was a member of the Communist Party. He allowed himself a critique between friends. "We had been very careless," he said. "Caramba, 4th Division Command knows all about the armed bearded men who dry their clothes on the river bank, and had begun sending search patrols out on a war footing." He gave details that in no way contradicted the major. Wailing, fainting, and swearing sympathies, they told us more than they knew. I was witness to it all, something that would have unexpected repercussions later on. We requisitioned documents showing the enemy's plans. They coincided with the detained officers' statements and, in short, established the existence of two exploratory groups, one of them led by the two officers now our prisoners, and another that was following the same route in reverse, combing the river from above and descending it until the two groups met. This information represented an imminent danger, so a messenger was sent to Che. By the time we returned to camp, the necessary measures had been taken on the opposite side of the river to repel troops, who were either very late or had already been alerted to the first confrontation. We had to set up our reinsurance ambush in the river again, at the entrance to the camp, to compensate for our lack of numbers. We arrived back at nightfall like a pack of ravenous wolves, only to find we had to share our meager portions with the prisoners, 14 empty stomachs craving food. We spent all of the next day bringing up the weapons and ammunition harvested in the ambush. 20 soldiers carry a lot of heavy equipment, when you take into account their machine guns, mortars, grenades, ammunition. The visitors had to do their bit to help, mitigating the lack of effort and negative attitude of the slackers. Che made Inti Pareto the Bolivian leader of the guerrillas. He was Coco Pareto's brother, and he made his debut visiting the prisoners to tell them they were being released and giving them a deadline, within the terms of a ceasefire, to take away their dead. The major and the captain left in full uniform. Not so the soldiers, some left barefoot and in their underwear, although with their dignity intact. They had been persuaded that force majeure, the necessities of war, meant the guerrillas had to dispossess them in order to equip themselves. The war had begun with the deaths of 5 soldiers, almost children, as Che wrote in his diary, a lieutenant and a civilian guide. They were representatives of the poorest sectors of society, in whose name, paradoxically, the struggle was being waged. Another 40 would die. The logic of any war, including a revolutionary war, is constructed on behalf of the victims, victims of exploitation, victims of hunger, victims of tyranny, and victims of liberation struggles. Without victims, there is no reason for the struggle. Without the struggle, there are no victims, nor liberation. The local population saw events from a different angle, and political resonance mediated the impact it had. First, horrified rejection, then, heroic mythology. But the army's losses in the first battles were bound to affect the guerrillas adversely. The state propaganda apparatus used it to the hilt, to their advantage. The deaths of innocent conscripts were caused by criminal hordes of alleged foreign liberators, come to disturb our peace and national development. The military government, facing the chronic crisis all Bolivian regimes throughout the century have faced, affirmed itself through violence. What people on earth did not support a regime, no matter how bad, when their frontiers were breached by a foreign invader and their sons killed fighting for an army that had a populist discourse and used land reform to prove its good faith to the dispossessed? Bolivia was the only country in South America where a nationalist revolution had introduced agrarian reform, giving land rights back to its peasant farmers, descendants of the ancient Inca Empire. The miserable inhabitants of the area where the guerrillas were fighting actually owned their shacks and strips of land, with more bugs than fruit on it, but nonetheless theirs. At the slightest sign of outside interference or latent threat to their possessions, they would inform the army. 31. Bombardment, Che calls a meeting, and a night march. A furtive peace had descended on the camp. Everything appeared to be working according to a new rule of efficiency and division of labor. Part of the advance guard had accompanied the released prisoners the previous afternoon, and on Che's instructions had set up a forward ambush on the hill almost directly in front of the Casa de Colomina. The officers' statements had revealed that the army might approach from both directions, so another group was positioned upriver, a few hundred meters from where the stream flowed into the river. Men from the rearguard and the center columns would occupy the existing fixed positions in the lines of trenches and access to the hidden pathway leading from the river to the camp. Manning all 3 positions meant using every single available person, including the visitors. So although we might rotate tasks, positions, and compañeros, we were always engaged in some furious activity or other, from collecting wood for the cook, to helping the officers in charge of the mortars or machine guns. All of them Cuban, of course. Added to which, we had to carry the booty seized in the ambush back to camp, classify the equipment, guard it and prepare new caves to store it. The person in charge of the arsenal was the efficient NATO, veteran of the Puerto Maldonado disaster, on the Peruvian-Bolivian border, where many Peruvian guerrillas were killed in 1963. He was a man of little humor, but with a great capacity for hard work and multitasking. Coming from the region of the Beni, gateway to the Amazon, he could do all the jobs typical of a man from the tropical jungle, from hunting an animal and dissecting its carcass, to making wearable shoes from its skin, like the pair Che was wearing when he was captured. He had an amazing ability to organize his time and play to his own strengths and was, right from the start, the person the guerrillas turned to for resolving practical matters. He was not intimidated by the Cubans and their propensity to omnipotence, a reciprocal quality which led to friction. While exploring the hills, NATO had found a good spot for a new cave to hide equipment. The digging would be done under the technical supervision of Moises Guevara, who was a miner, but the job of moving the equipment fell to the so-called Resica, the group of Bolivians who were to be expelled for lack of firmeza, revolutionary fortitude. We involuntary tourists would help them, but in case something came up that meant Debray and I would have to leave immediately, we were only asked to carry the supplies to a particular point upstream, and NATO's men would take them on from there. The coffee ceremony in the mornings was our daily communion. Gathered round the oven, wiping sleep from our eyes, seeking warmth against the dawn cold, and smoke to banish the insects of the day, it was the only moment of spontaneous gossip, an expectant audience monitoring any slip of the cook's attention, the concretion of the only daily privilege Che required. While each man readied his tin cup, the cook placed a measure of coffee in it before adding the sugar. Che drank his coffee bitter. One morning, Debray and I were sent to the guard post at the entrance to the camp, on the line of trenches. Our lot, and this included work, seemed linked to our abnormal situation of visitors passing through. Hence, we often went together. On this occasion, an old hunter-fighter plane flew over the river, machine gunning the forest, firing blindly at any possible site for a camp, still very far from ours, but not so far from us. When the plane passed overhead, we could hear the tack of the impact on the tree trunks, and afterwards, the dull sound, like distant thunder, of the guns they were firing. I quickly ducked into a trench, urging the Frenchmen to do the same, and we both ended up flat on our stomachs. The plane did another couple of turns then flew off. The habitual silence, broken by the frantic cheeping of the birds, gradually returned. Food is a crucial subject in guerrilla life. Men have different reactions to the lack of food, and giving in to pangs of hunger is an indicator of the level of moral weakness. Some, despite physical weakness or flagging energy, were disgusted by rotten meat, floating insects, or other particular taboos. For example, veteran fighters in Algeria told us that Boumediene used to have to threaten to execute men in order to get his troops to eat whatever was available, even if it were pork. Even then some pretended to swallow it and spat it out as soon as no one was looking. Personally, I refused to drink milk. I don't like milk. And I always took out bits of horse fat. Oddly enough, the taste reminded me of the smell of the blood in the hammock of our victim, shot in Salta. Poppy, a crafty conspirator who did not miss a trick, had noticed my selective maneuvers, and began sitting beside me. He would threaten under his breath, "Give it here or I'll tell on you." As companeros from Salta days, our relationship went very deep. For him I was not an honorary visitor, but a link between a dramatic past and an uncertain future. He had proclaimed himself heir to my private guerrilla belongings, like the boots I had bought before coming in Grimaldi, a shop in Buenos Aires. They were not special army boots, which since I had come by plane in tourist class, I avoided, but he liked them and we wore the same size. Whenever we were assigned to the same task, we would talk non-stop. He asked insatiable questions about the companeros in our Argentine network whom he had met, especially the EGP girls who had accompanied him when he traveled, and families who had put him up for the night. But mostly about the political progress we had made, the contacts with other organizations, those I had established and could tell him about in detail. His passion for conspiracy was total, and that was precisely why he was upset when his preparatory work in La Paz had been questioned, and Che had criticized him. For his men, being criticized by Che was humiliating. Poppy told me a lot about their African adventure. He had been one of Che's stalwarts in the Congo, especially in their few successful military operations. In his opinion, the Congolese experience had been negative in more than one sense, and the only good thing about its failure was that it speeded up Che's return to his main project, which, with a bit of luck, would take him back to Argentina. For a Cuban veteran of the Sierra Maestra, the recalcitrant passivity of the so-called African revolutionary fighters, with no combat morale or discipline, enveloped in a mixture of voodoo and corruption, dependent on leaders who were never present, had meant there had been no option but to leave. Che never managed to be in total command and, therefore, could not use his military skills. African internal political contingencies bore no resemblance to solidarity and internationalism. These were Poppy's own conclusions. He never attributed a single opinion to Che. Che was not very explicit on that subject either. Although we had sometimes talked informally about the Congo, and he recalled anecdotes about this or that, or such and such a situation, with a certain nostalgia. Our conversations were not very numerous and occurred on the spur of the moment. More than once Che called me over to his hammock just to chat, and once to play chess, although I had to confess I didn't really know how to play, only how to move the pieces. On other occasions, he appeared when I was on guard duty at night and settled himself against a tree, "So there's no danger of you falling asleep," he said. It was not so much a conversation as him asking questions about Argentina, not specifically about politics, but about things in general, from the humidity in Buenos Aires to what comments people in the street were making about newspaper headlines, magazines, television programs, jokes. All mixed up with anecdotes about what ordinary people were thinking and the judicious opposing analyses of the prolific Argentine intellectual class. I told him of an interview with Lobo Vander of the Metal Workers Union, in those days the strongest union in Argentina. The journalist asked him, apropos Che's disappearance from public life in Cuba and the rumors which put him in different places on earth, in heaven, something like this: "Do you think Che could fill the gap in leadership of the masses left by the general?" Vander grimaced sceptically and answered, "There's only one Gardel." It was one of our rare funny moments, and Che laughed heartily. Our country was Peronist. Che did not want me to include any Peronists in my recruitment plans. He said, "It's too risky, they're too infiltrated." But I already had contacts with grassroots Peronist groups on the left of the labor movement. We had a cordial relationship, respectful of security norms, and they did not give me any trouble. I could not say the same about the socialist groups, who questioned everything and wanted to take us over, or of certain Trotskyists, who demanded permanent assemblies. In any case, proposing a project at some imprecise future date is not the same as saying, "Want to fight? Okay, buy a pair of boots and off we go." And that is what I would be doing if I ever got back to Argentina. The scenario was not very clear from where we were sitting on the steps of the auditorium built for the classes Che gave to his legionnaires. You were only supposed to spend a day here. Now everything has changed and you'll have to stay until we figure out some way of getting you out. Che's rage when he came back from his exploratory trek and found the base camp evacuated and chaos reigning, the intensity of which could still be measured in the anxious glances of the guilty parties, had calmed down, and in our intimate conversation was more like bitter resignation at the turn of events. There were now no precise plans, only hypotheses. No clear decisions could be taken on how new recruits would come, or how we would bring in supplies. Che gave me the name of an alternative liaison in La Paz, a certain Dr. Arie, whom I should convince to put me in touch with Rodolfo Saldana. Rodolfo already knew me and together we could try to re-establish links with the guerrillas unilaterally. Aspirant recruits could converge in the area near the Cochabamba, Santa Cruz Road and in some magical way, guided by news of events on the radio, move south to join the guerrilla forces. The members of the network in La Paz were supposed to be taking other measures, like transferring money and documents to a safer place, and advising Havana of the seriousness of the situation, especially the loss of radio contact, and get them to send as many as possible of the volunteers training in Cuba to join the struggle in Bolivia. For my part, whether I was able to make the contact in La Paz or not, I would certainly have to inform Havana when I got back to Buenos Aires. In the end, however, no one was ever able to inform Havana of anything. Not from the mountains, not from La Paz, and nor was I. And even if we had, Havana had already taken off its earphones and pulled down its antennae. The scope of the project emphasized just how disastrous it was for the guerrillas to be incommunicado at that particular juncture. Until that problem was solved, nothing could be organized for the future. Our conversation verged on the surreal, the magical. We had no idea how I would get out of the area, what I would find in La Paz, what contacts would work, nor how, when, or where. Until those mechanisms were reactivated, there was no point giving orders. It was all just wishful thinking. The spotter plane flew overhead almost daily now, machine gunning and dropping bombs. No one was affected, apart from our nerves. Che did something, however, that soothed nerves and calmed spirits. He called a meeting of all his men. Recent exploratory work had convinced Che that the army had no plans to advance on the base camp, so the ambushes were lifted to allow everyone except sentries to attend. People started arriving in the evening and the atmosphere was electric with expectation. There had been no time for informal gatherings since the return of the expeditionary force and the start of armed action, so the veterans and new recruits were meeting for the first time. It was a unique occasion and, as often happens at international congresses, people tried to do some lobbying in the corridors to glean extra information. Antonio assumed that being a survivor of the Salta EGP gave me some special status, and so possibly some influence. Nothing was further from the truth, but it was no use telling him that. Olo's world was falling apart. He had lost the confidence that came from having been in Che's column, at the Battle of Santa Clara, at the victorious entry into Havana, and from having carried out special confidential tasks, such as training Che's group for Salta. His morale at rock bottom, he told me he could not sleep, rest, or swallow his food. He had come to give his best, to die if necessary. Beside Che, for what Che wanted most, his constant dream from the Sierra Maestra to the ministry, was to fight in Argentina. We've been waiting for it all along, on the alert in case we got left out. Olo thought he had done the right thing, not risking combat with untrained recruits, assuming this was a preliminary stage, and that there could be no action without orders from Che. Moreover, it was not his fault that Marcos had come back to the base camp after being seen at the river, had taken command and organized the retreat. Fighting back his tears, Olo wanted to convince me, as if absolution depended on it. In my role as spectator, I reflected in amazement on how seasoned fighters, used to commanding other men through crises at critical moments, now collapsed and were crushed by them. Marcos, in a more imperious tone, but more nervously, circled around me in the same way. I felt like an unofficial mediator, placed unwillingly in the center of the battlefield. Marcos's tale took on epic proportions. He was a combatant, a Cuban commandante who had come to offer his life for Che's cause, as he had done before for Cuba. His only wish was to be first in the line of fire. It would not have occurred to me, or anyone in their right mind, to expect to exert influence or proffer any suggestion. Everybody, including the victims, thought Che's indignation was justified. The project that Che had worked so hard for, that all the participants were offering their lives for, was about to fail because of mistakes that Che put down to general indiscipline. We had already seen dangerous examples at the camp and it was impossible not to notice that the root cause lay in that omnipotent insouciance, that scorns security norms, underestimates the context, and belittles the enemy. Perhaps in an attempt to stem the tide of approaching failure, Che talked to his men. The tone of the meeting changed more than once. It started informally with a review of the defensive measures taken. Then Che went over what had happened on their trek, emphasizing the positive behavior of the participants, among whom 4 or 5 were singled out for special mention, but also pointing out the extremely negative attitudes of others. The bottom line was that a project like this, a revolutionary struggle intent on victory, is only possible with an iron discipline that inspires respect. Discipline plus personal and political responsibility for actions, or chaos and failure. He had no hesitation in saying that any violation of these principles was betraying the cause. The tone of his voice rose with his rage. In the middle of the jungle we were living a Greek tragedy, in which a thundering god reproached his petrified unbelievers for their sins. Marcos was relieved of his command and demoted, Miguel replaced him as leader of the vanguard column, and 4 of Moises Guevara's men were expelled. Until their departure could be arranged, they would be stripped of their guerrilla status and, as the Resica, would only do menial tasks. I was shocked by the violence with which he spoke to tough, armed and physically and psychologically exhausted men. But the only protests heard were reaffirmations of undying loyalty. Apparently, no one doubted that, behind such harsh words, a greater layer of tenderness protected them as individuals. Some new energy eased our tasks, and us as well, as if we had been reinvigorated by a transfusion of fury. Those who had been reprimanded hovered diligently around Che, ready to volunteer for anything, desperate for some sign of benevolence to help them to swallow the bitter pill. A glance. Anything. The number of exploratory missions increased. Alone or in pairs, men set out every morning in various directions, before daybreak but after coffee. They returned exhausted at sunset, and went straight to Che with their reports, only to be told they might have to do it again the next day, because the information they had got was not precise enough, or because something else had come up that they should know. They ate and then slept like tree trunks, unless, that is, there were some other sort of voluntary military or educational class it would not be politic to miss. In the middle of the camp was a shelter, a sort of open-air canteen, with a large table made of poles tied by lianas, in the purest jungle design style. All items from the evacuated cave had been piled there, ready to be transferred to the new storage places, after the men had chosen what they wanted to carry with them, or leave behind in the storage cave until later. The communal library was there, for example, for whoever might want to add a few extra grams to his backpack by taking a book. Needless to say, not a very popular idea. I was sniffing around the pile of books when Che came up for the same purpose. In his hand was the present I had brought him from Buenos Aires, Cortázar's latest book of short stories All Fires the Fire. At the time I had commented, "There's an amazing story." "Which one?" he asked. "The Southern Highway," I replied. Now at the jumble sale he pointed to the book. "You were right, it's the best story in the book." Between the first conversation and the second, enough things had happened to destroy his plans, but not his love of literature, nor the effort he made, amid mosquito bashing, to read every day, and part of the night, by the light of a miner's lamp on his forehead. The by now old tradition of insomniac leaders of the Cuban Revolution was alive and well in the Bolivian jungle. And there was a suspicion that others around him were awake too, for fear of being caught sleeping. But for the lucky ones who could sleep, it was an obligation. When he deemed our explorations had delivered all the necessary information, Che announced an operation to take out the visitors and buy food. A false press pass and safe conduct was fabricated for me using a photo left over from those taken in Buenos Aires for my passport and one of the blank pages signed and stamped by the president's press office that Tanya had obtained from a secret source in the government. This and my passport was all the documentation I had, as false as the illusion that it would pass as genuine. We hardly slept a wink. At 3 in the morning, we drank coffee prepared by the sentry on duty. We tried to disguise recent footprints to conceal the date on which the camp was being abandoned, an impossible task since hammocks, for instance, left indelible marks showing exactly when people had slept there and how many. The sick guerrillas were interned in a hidden camp with a doctor and a couple of other fit guerrillas. The advance guard set off, and an hour later it was the turn of the middle group. We had a few hours' trek in total darkness in front of us. Most of the torch batteries had run out, and anyone who still had any guarded them jealously. I was just behind Che in the column and, since I did not have a torch, I kept as close to him as possible to take advantage of the brief flashes of light in front of his feet. To lose visual contact was to be totally lost. Visibility improved when, guided by its liberating roar, we left the forest at the river, but the walking was harder, wading over the stones. Pausing for 10 minutes in every hour, with messengers going back and forth between the vanguard and rearguard columns, we continued walking until the dawn sun rose majestically, accompanied by the symphonic awakening of the jungle. We reached the spot where the ambush had taken place 12 days earlier and, passing in silence, saw the abandoned corpses still lying there. On the river's left bank, on a little sandy beach, lay the skeletons of an officer, 5 soldiers, and a guide, uniforms in rags, picked clean by vultures. The advance guard sent back news that the area around the Casa de Colomina had been occupied by the army, and also that we could expropriate maize and a cow there. So the rendezvous was there, a gastronomic one, with beef stew. 32. Way out where there was no way out. The jute sack that NATO had made for me, because of the shortage of proper backpacks, began to take its toll. It was a simple design, 2 knotted ears at the bottom and 1 in the middle at the top. A cord from one side to the other, top to bottom and bottom to top, formed the straps. While such a gem of improvisation meant I was not able to carry as heavy a load as the others, it did not save me from the individual minimum: hammock, mosquito net, blanket, civilian clothes, spare food, ammunition for my M2, extra shared goods, medicine, maize, etc. Listed like that, it already sounds a lot, but when the weight hangs from your shoulders by quite a thin cord, it digs right into the clavicle bone, and feels as if it will keep going till it pierces the ribs. Meanwhile, jumbled up in the bottom of the sack, the bulk of it hammers the kidneys and the spine, turning the vertebrae, discs, sacrum, and even coccyx, into mush. When there is a pause and you take the sack off, carefully peeling the ropes away from the bones, to save your arms from falling off and your spine disintegrating, and you manage to stand up and walk a few steps free from this terrible torture, you feel your soul is moving all by itself. The ability to bear physical pain is not related to morality, ideology, or intellect, but to a masochistic corner of your personality that allows you to prematurely savor the moment you will rub raw sores and burst blisters with some kind of ointment, either recognizable or invented en route from horse grease and saliva. Putting the sack on again the next day is even worse. And worse still is climbing interminable hills, tangled up in lianas and prickly branches, slipping on mud or bald roots, stumbling and falling, with that damn dead weight on your back. At one point that first night, I tried to improve things by wrapping the cord in pieces of bark tied on with strips of a t-shirt, to cushion my mistreated shoulders. The march continued, always at night, to penetrate the army's cordon. For some strange reason, the army units communicated their positions by bursts of machine gun fire or isolated gunshots. Every now and again, a platoon's fire would be answered by others further away, and others in front of or behind us. This meant we could follow our own trail, almost parallel to enemy positions, in relative safety. Leaving the river behind, we walked eastwards through a field of sugar cane, crested a hill, and finally descended into a valley at dusk. Part of our rear guard dug in, and Che said he would try to take the village of Gutierrez, on the Camaray, Santa Cruz Road, steal a truck or jeep to drive Debray and me out of the area, and buy whatever we could. We made camp and waited for nightfall. Debray and I handed over our equipment, guns included, changed clothes and shaved. In crumpled civilian clothes, we waited for the order to walk to the village. Che, who had alternated resting and reading with a succession of conclaves with his commanders, suddenly heaved his rucksack onto his back, got laboriously to his feet, and came over to where our group was waiting. Looking at me as if I were some kind of weirdo, he asked, "Where's your rifle?" I said we had left our equipment with the rear guard, along with those going to buy supplies. Those had been his orders. He called Pombo and barked, "There are not many of us, I want him armed. Give him Tania's rifle, she can bring it back. Tanya protested, but I ended up with her M1. Silently we followed the path that at one stage ran beside a fence, an indication of how near the village we were. We stopped to wait for the liaison with our advance guard, who arrived with news that the village was in uproar. A company of soldiers had camped there only a few hours earlier, and some of the poor souls had barely got over the fright of seeing lots of armed soldiers, when they panicked all over again as bearded guerrillas came out of the night and, uninvited, took over their patios, houses, corrals, and closed off all the exits. The Bolivian guerrillas chatted calmly to the house's occupants, who said the army would be back the next day. So the idea of getting some kind of transport out was dead in the water, and our departure was postponed. We bought some pigs and they were slaughtered and shared between the vanguard and rearguard columns, beginning a day of pantagruelesque excess. The cooks worked non-stop. When we came up the ravine from the river, the army was going the opposite way on the crest of the hill. This prevented a surprise encounter. We would return via the hilltop and, hopefully, they would take the ravine. We ate ourselves silly until around 3 in the morning, then set off again. My technique of following Che's footsteps by the light of his torch had its advantages and mysteries. The flashes of light allowed me glimpses of where to put my feet. The sound of his footsteps, the swish of the branches as they brushed his body and whipped back again, and the odd curse, gave me some quite precise information about obstacles ahead. But something had me worried. I thought I heard a continual muffled sound, like a litany, although my senses could not distinguish what it was. In the dark, full of crackling and crunching, human, animal, and vegetable, it was almost supernatural. The sound rose and fell, then faded into long periods of silence that seemed to bear no relation to the lay of the land, or the noises of the jungle. On a flatter stretch, where walking was easier, the mystery revealed itself. The noise began taking shape. I could hear words, harmonious, suggestive, beautiful rhythmic words. It was Che reciting poems by Leon Felipe as he walked. When we got to the river, we bumped into a squad of soldiers. Luckily for them they did not see us. Squatting on an island of sand and rushes, I was astonished to hear the soldiers, who were crossing the river in the opposite direction, come and sit right beside our hiding place, chatting 10 to the dozen. If any of the frozen, motionless but gung-ho guerrillas had sneezed, battle would have been on. After a few long minutes, the soldiers continued crossing, moving away with the water up to their waists. We did the same, in silence. We advanced northwards on the crest of the hill. It is easy to say it now. Northwards. At that time, except for Che and his group of explorers, I don't think any of us had the slightest idea where we were going. As far as I was concerned, we were marching blindly, back and forth, up and down. We knew the vanguard column had met some drovers bringing their cattle home. Since they belonged to Ciro Algaranaz, the nosy neighbor beside the Casa de Colomina, responsible to a large extent for the precocious actions of the army, we confiscated some cows and they joined our column. Abandoning the river again, we headed up into the jungle following a trickle of water up a ravine. We camped an hour later. On the menu was piebald cow. We stayed there for a few days, while we explored. Two of the explorers, Urbano and Julio, went to the refuge where Joaquin was guarding the sick men and came back with bad news. The army had taken the base camp and was searching the hills all around that area. A few days later, in a censor-authorized radio program, a Chilean journalist called Hector Precht from El Mercurio described how the camp had been taken. Che would write in his diary, "A Chilean journalist gave a detailed account of our camp and discovered a photo of me, without a beard and with a pipe. We'll have to investigate further." Language, history, and basic economics, explaining the method and degree of exploitation in the region, were taught in the improvised camp. Usually the teacher was Che, although Anacito, a Bolivian, taught Quechua. The students' morale was good. We went down ravines, up paths and trails, breaking cordons this way and that, with total disdain for the shooting in the distance and the catastrophic news on the radio, bursting with confidence in our leadership and our own strength. If Che ordered one of his key men to go to the farm to collect maize, or to the base camp to see what the army was up to, or to the clinic to tell Joaquin something, all places inside occupied territory, no one gave it a second thought. Off they went without batting an eyelid. They might walk for a whole day, scrambling up impassable slopes, hungry, drenched, and knowing they had it all to do again on the way back. You would have to be a deranged Superman to do it. Yet it obeyed the logic of the free spirit. The explorer made his own decisions, and took responsibility for his actions. He was outside the anthill, obeying his instincts, overcome by a boundless feeling of autonomy. As Cordobés put it in an interview, exploring, alone, on the summit of a hill, leaning on my gun, I was God. Che gave orders for the day. Inti and I had the first tour of guard duty at the ambush observation post. Coffee finished, we set out. The climb was pretty tough, and we were gasping by the time we reached the spot, very well chosen for its perfect view of the river on both sides. As a lookout point it was perfect, with a clearing under big trees, where tracks left by previous sentries invited us to sit comfortably facing each other, leaning against the solid trunks. In front of me was a stretch of river, perhaps a kilometer to the south, upriver. Inti looked over my shoulder to the north, downriver. Seeing a river from a distance, up above, discovering the twists and turns of its bed, divided by islands and sandbanks, gushing between rocks, forming waterfalls, seeing it but not hearing it, is like watching dancing in a silent film. It was the unreality of the real, under a diaphanous silence. Birds glided over the water or dived into the forest in serene harmony. Inti placed a handkerchief on the ground and stripped down his M2 to clean it. Nobody could surprise us in this place, but if I had wanted to clean mine too, I would have had to wait until he finished. We chatted amicably, always with an eye on the river. At mid-morning I saw, there where the river described a curve from the right, a little figure come out of the jungle, cross the quietest part of the river, to the left-hand bank. I was wondering what I had seen when another silhouette started to cross, followed by another. It was not my imagination. They were men, probably soldiers. Inti passed me the binoculars and I could see them clearly. Soldiers. The first were almost across, water up to their knees, rifles raised over their chests, when others began wading across. I counted them. 1, 3, 5, they kept coming. A total of 15. They did not seem very cautious, as if they felt safe, in good company, so we waited for the rest. They regrouped, and continued advancing on the right, downriver, towards us. After a brief exchange of opinion, we decided I would go down to the ambush to warn Rolando the army were coming. Excitedly, taking great leaps, halfway down the slope I bumped into Poppy and Negro coming up to relieve us. Telling him what was happening, Poppy stopped mid-joke and exchanged his mocking tone for one of sudden military efficiency. He gave me an order, go and find Rolando, give him details and take up your position. And to Negro, go back to camp and inform Che. He climbed quickly up to find Inti. Finding someone who is lying in ambush is not easy, but Rolando was a god of war who was everywhere, so I found him, or rather he found me, emerging from a thicket. He listened attentively to my news, then showed me my position, the first on the right, facing the enemy. It was in a ditch, full of branches, undergrowth, and even dried animal carcasses, left there when the river overflowed, but separated from the noisy waters by a few dozen meters of trees, reeds, and rough grasses. In the ditch lay Rubio, alias Jesus Suarez Gayal, captain in the Sierra Maestra, deputy minister of sugar in Che's Ministry of Industry. There was not much room among the debris, so I was barely 2 meters from him. I remember him asking me, avid for news, "Have you seen them, Carlos? How many are they?" There was a sudden exchange of gunfire, followed by another, with shouts and howls and prolonged distressing wails of someone invoking his mother. Mamita, me mamita. A moment of panic seized me, but I was more concerned with doing something concrete, although I did not know what exactly. I could not even see the river because of the thicket in front of it. I remembered something Furry had told me in Czechoslovakia. I'd go into battle trembling like a leaf, but my nerves calmed when I fired the first shot. I fired at random in more or less the appropriate direction, and began to take stock of the situation. I could do nothing, my field of vision was zero. Tactical preoccupations took a back seat, however, when the undergrowth parted, and a young soldier came staggering out in tears, rigid with fear, dragging his rifle by the barrel. He advanced towards us petrified. The image was truly pitiful, so far removed from the textbook of warfare, and so clearly an innocent in need of protection that, without prior agreement, neither Rubio nor I fired. The soldier kept coming. He did not see us and almost stamped on my head as he jumped the ditch, disappearing behind us in search of his mother's womb. Reality returned, however. Rubio nodded to me. I left the trench and went after him. The battle abated and we could hear only isolated shots, threatening shouts, or cries of pain. I caught up with the soldier on the hillside, in the wood. I disarmed him in mutual incomprehension. He murmured something in Quechua, and either my voice was not martial enough, or he did not hear it. I took away the rifle he was still clutching by the barrel, and, nudging him with my gun, returned to the scene of combat. The ubiquitous Rolando appeared, and said with obvious delight, "Did you catch one, Carlos? I'll take care of him. Get back to your position." The first thing I saw on my return was Rubio lying outside the ditch, with his right arm stretched out over his head and his left arm trapped under his waist, shaking with convulsions, as if the only bits of his body alive were his thorax and fingers, which moved as if honey was sticking to them. I crossed the ditch and bent over his body, putting a hand on his shoulder as I said, "Rubio, what's the matter?" I tried to prise his face away from the ground. His mouth was full of dust, so were his open unblinking eyes. His unseeing gaze would never see again. When I moved his head, I saw that the part of his skull above his right ear was missing and there was bloody encephalic matter on his arm just below his shoulder. I noticed a small wound on his left temple, a hole with hardly any blood. I ran to get help and bumped into Rolando for the third time. He shouted for a doctor, as we went back to Rubio's body. Rolando was distraught. He talked to him, knowing there would be no reply. Kneeling on the ground, he tried to cradle him in his arms. I lowered my gaze and went over the scene. Beneath the first tree, a little to the right of our position, 1.5 meters from his motionless outstretched hand, I see a grenade. Without thinking, I bent down and picked it up. It was activated but had not gone off. Fortunately, I did not throw it away and risk an explosion, but put it back carefully, not so much wisely as paralyzed by fear. The doctor could do no more than confirm Rubio's death. Rolando took command again. We did a cleanup operation and recovered weapons that were stacked on the river bank, and attended to the army's wounded, even operating on a lieutenant, who died nonetheless. Rolando showed his obvious military skill when, as we withdrew, he ordered some of the guerrillas to set another ambush 500 meters to the south of where the first patrol emerged, in case reinforcements came. The rest kept searching the rocks and undergrowth on the river banks. Rolando told me to take as many rifles as I could carry and return to camp to inform Che. With the extra weight of 6 rifles, I arrived at the camp and went straight to Che. I laid them at his feet like an offering, with no symbolic intent, just exhaustion. "How many were they?" he asked. 15, I replied. "At last some reliable information," he commented. He listened to my report of what had happened. Then he wanted to know the details of Rubio's death. I told him bluntly, his was the first position on the right facing the enemy, but we couldn't see anything because the vegetation was so thick. After the first soldier passed us, Rubio must have left the ditch to throw the grenade, to stop the rest following. The bullet went through his head, the right side of his skull was smashed, and there was a little hole on his left temple. From your description of the wound, the bullet is from a Garand, Braulio's rifle, the shot was ours, declared Che. The body of the first guerrilla to be killed arrived at camp at midday. It was wrapped in his hammock and tied to a long pole carried by several of his compañeros. We had camped on a narrow bank of the stream, so our hammocks had been hung in a kind of oval shape, more or less in the order in which we had arrived. Che's hammock was in the middle of one curve, and mine was on the other side. Che ordered Rubio's body be laid between the two of us. And there it stayed for the rest of the day and throughout the night, until it was buried the following morning. There was no ceremony. Just a camp with the body present. The rest of the day was devoted to bringing back the weapons, which would be stored nearby. At around 5 o'clock, we heard another gun battle. It eventually turned out that Rolando's ambush had inflicted the biggest defeat on the army so far. A whole company, in fact, dozens of prisoners, among them a major and other officers. We had captured so many weapons it took the whole of the next day to collect them. NATO was again in charge of hiding them and, again, our status as visitors meant Debray and I could only go halfway up the trail, back and forth along one of the many gullies that join the stream, carrying rifles, mortars, and ammunition, enough to arm another 2 guerrilla groups. As we trekked back to the base camp, we met Joaquim and his sick guerrillas. Sadly, they had made the effort to join us in vain, given that we were going back. Joaquim's charges showed no improvement, and in fact were increasing in number due to the many cases of debilitating diarrhea. There was a belated funeral in memory of Rubio, underlining the fact that the first casualty was Cuban, and honoring the willingness of peoples to unite their blood in the struggle for a common future. At midday, Che divided our central column to speed up the march, which was being held back because so many men were exhausted. I was in the faster group. Debray and Tanya brought up the rear. It was a terrible climb. Pombo was chosen to go on ahead to the camp, and I was to go with him. He waited for me patiently when I got tired, and when we stopped to rest we talked about our families. I told him how sad I was not to be there to see my 2 little girls grow up at this important stage of their lives. We arrived at the base camp to find it pretty much intact. The oven had not been destroyed, nor had the wooden constructions, so we reoccupied it. I was reclaiming the spot where I had previously slung my hammock when Che came up. I asked his permission to go down to the stream to wash, because I felt sticky with sweat and dirt. He told me to go, but not to overdo it. Steering clear of the spring that we used for drinking water, I took off my clothes and gave myself a therapeutic treatment with mud and fine sand, being careful to wash it all off properly. Climbing back up was exhausting. Staggering into camp, gasping like a legionnaire dragging himself to the oasis, I told Che, paraphrasing the Cubans, "Tengo un cansancio de 3 pairs de cojones," his eyes were smiling, but he rebuked me unceremoniously, "Don't joke about feeling disheartened. We have to avoid that kind of demoralizing joke. We're here to set an example all the time." Bustos says, "I'm as tired as 3 pairs of cushions," whereas the common Cuban phrase is more vulgar, "I'm as tired as 3 pairs of balls." The translation would be something like "I'm knickered" instead of "I'm knackered." 33. Leave-taking and farewells. In the darkness of the jungle, in the glow of the campfires, what sparkles is not ideology or political passion, but the flash from the barrel of a gun. 50 men moved around in the shadows, exhausted by their loads, hunger, and illness, yet did not shirk their tasks even though they had barely slept. The insanity of their surroundings did not affect them. They were here to give of their best, offer their lives generously in the struggle for human dignity. They were not forced to come, had no contracts, just volunteers tied by a pact of loyalty to a man offering them, at the very least, death. Many had followed him since they were boys, from a country where their horizon was the edge of a cane field, only to discover that on the other side of the battlefield was a world that did not want to share its treasures with the poor. At his side, they had learned that what mattered was not nationality or skin color. Here, there, everywhere, society was based on theft, usurpation. People were not born rich or poor. To become rich, you had to steal from someone else. And to put things right, you had to fight. It was as simple as that. It was not about faith or believing in saints but about being true to oneself. It was not about praying, but about sharing, about making a choice. Equally simple was the moral code of the group. The hardest task here was to make doing the banal and boring a source of personal pride. Quiet daily sacrifice was rewarded by more demands being made on you. Only hunger would produce fissures in this wall of virtue, and Che was implacable when it came to punishing this kind of weakness. The first thing NATO reported on his return from inspecting the stores was that 24 tins of condensed milk were missing. The large number suggested they had not just been misplaced. The morning had been hectic, but the men worked with enthusiasm, relieved that the army had left the base camp in good condition. We now appeared to be sharing the camp since the soldiers had left their individual made-in-USA rations to use at a future date. When I returned from guard duty in the line of trenches, where I watched Pombo install a mortar to reinforce our defenses, I found Che composing a communique addressed to the Bolivian people. He suggested dictating it to me since, being an artist, I must have decent handwriting. To disguise my apprehension about my spelling, I protested that on the contrary my handwriting was illegible. It was true, it was so bad I couldn't even read it myself. That was precisely the point, my hand was a painter's hand.